Chapter 1. In the Beast World continent, within the expansive third beast forest of Senyu, a snow-white mouse cautiously peered out from a burrow nestled amidst the verdant grass. Once assured that the surroundings posed no threat, it swiftly emerged from its den and scurried away into the distance. As she darted forward, her paws gradually transformed into delicate human hands, her legs morphed into human limbs, and ultimately, she fully metamorphosed into an exquisite, naked young girl with flowing white hair. Her figure was impeccably proportioned, slender and delicate, with a pair of ebony eyes brimming with vigilance and trepidation. Suddenly, she halted, seeking refuge behind a tree trunk thick enough for two to embrace. With a subtle gesture of her fingers, a translucent screen materialized before her, visible only to her eyes. World, Beast World Continent. Biological sex, female. Name none. Species, albinistic mouse person. Talent, none. Level, none. Clan, Western District Mouse Tribe. Millet family. Her father is the patriarch, the male Oro, and her mother, the female half-moon Death. 8 brothers have perished. System host information. World, Earth. Species, human. Name, Su Yen. Gender, female. Level, none. Talent, none. Lifespan, 1 hour post-conception, life countdown paused. System childbearing points system. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 day of lifespan. Note, the higher the talent of the child, the more points received. System store, unlimited free supply of conception pills exclusively for the host. Other items require points for exchange. Inactive status does not display items. Activation of the system store requires 200 points. System host's original desire. Rebirth as a human on Earth with 100 million points. With such an abundance of points and the need to exchange for survival supplies, she pondered how long it would take to bear children, yet not conceiving would pose a dire threat to her existence. 1 hour of life. Su Yin dismissed the system screen. The most pressing concern now was pregnancy. Absurd and bewildering, yet she dared not abstain. With no resources, she could not afford to gamble. She reopened the system, navigating to the store section, where aside from the shimmering unlimited conception pills, everything else was shrouded in gray question marks. Earth once endured a prolonged 20-year period devoid of sunlight, known as the Dark Age. She was born during this darkness. Her mother, afflicted with illness, perished shortly after giving birth to her. Another woman, who had given birth to a stillborn child, nurtured her. This woman was the primary reason Su Yin longed to return to Earth. She yearned to see her smile once more. Retrieving a conception pill from the system store, she swallowed it whole. Within an hour, she needed to find a male beast man and engage with him to ensure conception. The screen displayed a map icon, and upon opening it, she discovered that it provided real-time visuals, albeit only showing the immediate vicinity within 100 meters. Beyond that, only route indicators were marked. She had exhausted her energy to cover the mere 100 meters. The map revealed that a snake had just entered the mouse hole she had emerged from. This mode of operation indeed bore a resemblance to a game. She resolved to treat it as such, viewing the act of childbirth and earning points merely as completing an upgrade mission, thus lessening her resistance to it. While she cherished children, it was not through forced pregnancy that she desired to bear them, but rather through love, nurturing the fruits of their shared affection. Alas, ideals were, but dream survival in reality took precedence. With the map open, she continued her pursuit. Suddenly, she came to a halt. Her gaze fell upon a conspicuous green that had abruptly appeared on the map. Enlarging the point, she discerned it to be a man. In this beastly realm, pure humans were an impossibility, thus, the man must be a beast man. Excellent. A target for conception had materialized. The 100 meters were traversed swiftly. Earlier, while examining the map, she had overlooked the fact that he was injured within the brief span of a run. He had collapsed into a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Su Yin felt her heart plummet. Was he truly on the verge of death? Flipping him over, a charred and disfigured face was revealed. Su Yin gasped in horror. This was indeed quite unappetizing. Glancing at her remaining lifespan of 29 minutes, she recognized she had no time to be picky. She had to act. Gathering some grass, she covered his face, wishing to shield her eyes from the gruesome sight, then began to remove his tattered black cloth garments. The injuries on his abdomen were severe, a gory mess of flesh and blood. There was no hope for his survival. Su-yin covered him with grass, hoping his spirit could endure just a while longer so that she might leave him a legacy. The man possessed a striking physique, with a narrow waist and long legs, both alluring and filled with primal allure. Su-yin chose to disregard the ghastly state of his upper body, gritting her teeth in a race against time. Time slipped away, and eventually, the man's head lolled to the side, motionless. Su-yin exhaled a sigh of relief, lacking even the thought to check if he was dead, and took her leave. She sought out 2 large leaves reminiscent of banana fronds and some pliable vines, fashioning them into makeshift clothing and a belt to obscure her bare form. Surely, she was now pregnant. Opening the system, she checked her bodily status. Pregnant, life countdown paused. The position she occupied was perilously dangerous, with only 3 seconds remaining. A wave of relief washed over her. Next, she needed to find a safe place to give birth. This child, no matter the circumstances, had to be brought into the world, or else she would not survive. However, the forest was fraught with peril, clearly unsuitable. Moreover, she had never given birth before and would require assistance. This body had origins, but had perished in the forest, evidently having encountered some calamity. A wave of intense hunger surged through her abdomen. Her body urgently reminded her of the need for nourishment, and she herself was severely malnourished. Returning to her clan to find sustenance was imperative. With that thought, she transformed back into a mouse and swiftly scampered towards the forest's edge. Meanwhile, the beast man she had used as a vessel for pregnancy, upon her exit from the forest, suddenly transformed into a sleek black panther. Despite his injuries, he appeared to be healing at an astonishing rate, the gaping wound on his abdomen rapidly regenerating. His golden slit-like eyes glinted with danger as they fixated on a single snow-white strand of hair that lay amidst the blood. As the boundary of Senia's beast forest delineated east from west, the eastern region was home to ferocious avian beasts, while the western region comprised smaller, more docile creatures. The eastern district was rife with conflict, often embroiled in genocidal wars, whereas the western district enjoyed relative peace and stability. In the western district mouse tribe, Su-yin reverted to her human form, strolling through the settlement, observing the primitive attire of the mouse folk, which made her own ensemble of leaves and vines appear entirely fitting. Yet, was this not somewhat excessive? Was this a reflection of humanity's early civilization? A stage of raw flesh and blood? As she watched them consume raw meat, dripping with blood, a spasm of revulsion coursed through her, prompting her to double over and retch. Yet, having starved for so long, with no food or water, she ultimately expelled nothing. However, her retching drew the attention of those who had previously overlooked her, all heads turning in unison. Under the scrutiny of many, an unsettling sensation gripped Su-yin. An older man approached her, inquiring, "Are you female? Which clan do you belong to?" Su-yin glanced at her own emaciated form, devoid of any discernible feminine characteristics. "My surname is Millet. I am the daughter of Oro," she replied truthfully, based on the information provided by the system. "When did Oro have a daughter?" "I've never heard of it." A younger man interjected, holding a bloody piece of raw meat in hand as he approached her. Su-yin's gaze fell upon the raw flesh he held, and another wave of nausea struck her. "Keep your distance." The young man, sensing her aversion to the raw meat, tossed it to a nearby boy and, captivated by her stunning visage, remarked, "Oro owes me 2 crystal coins. Why not use you as payment? His debt to you is his concern. Why should I be the one to settle it?" With the bloody meat no longer in sight, Su-yin could afford to scrutinize him further. He was rather handsome, with captivating almond-shaped eyes and a charmingly rebellious demeanor, his tall and muscular frame exuding an air of strength. "You've quite the spirit," the young man mused, his lips, neither thin nor thick, curling into a smirk. "Though females are prized, with your frail form, the ability to bear children may be questionable. You should be grateful if anyone is willing to take care of you. What does my ability to conceive have to do with my physique? Not to mention, She possessed a childbearing system that practically compelled her to reproduce. Su Yin chose to ignore him and continued her walk deeper into the tribe. The young man trailed after her. It was her luminous eyes, akin to stars in the night sky, and her exceptionally calm, yet determined gaze that drew him in further. "What do you want?" Su Yin queried, her tone laced with wariness. "Just seeking to collect a debt from Oro. Clearly, you still wish for me to serve as collateral." Lin Lang, a robust, commanding man, approached them. "It's merely 2 crystal coins I can settle that right now." Having spoken, he tossed 2 pale green crystals to the young man. The young man caught them, then turned to Su Yin, saying, "Oro, name your price, I desire her." Oro then gazed at Su Yan's face, recalling a white female mouse he once kept in the den, who had suddenly vanished without a trace. Could it be that she was pregnant, giving birth to this daughter? Although the females in the den have a notably low fertility rate, it is not entirely impossible for them to conceive. There are precedents. In 2 days, the Comingafage ceremony will take place, during which the clan shaman will assess the fertility of the females in the tribe. We shall discuss this matter then. At her frail state, she is unlikely to attract any suitor come that time. She might not even be worth 2 crystal coins, perhaps not even 2 copper coins. We have yet to conduct the assessment, so why the haste? Oro addressed Su Yin. "Come, return with me." Su Yin cast a glance at Lin Lang before following Oro. Lin Lang continued to watch her departing figure, his eyes filled with determination. Oro led Su Yin to the entrance of a cave where a clearing awaited. A strikingly handsome youth, bearing a resemblance to Oro, was drying meat in the sun. Upon seeing Oro return with a guest, he called out, "Father, have we visitors?" "Xiao Luo, this is your sister," Oro replied. "Please ensure she is settled in the vacant chamber next to yours. I must visit the clan shaman." "Sister?" Xiao Luo was taken aback. Oro hastily grabbed a piece of dried meat from the rack and departed. Su Yin noticed some fruits on the drying rack and immediately approached, seizing one the size of a fist and biting into it. Yet, after just a couple of bites, she retched. Her stomach could not tolerate the fruit. Xiao Luo hurriedly asked, "How long have you been hungry?" "I don't know," Su Yin said, patting her belly as she gazed at the partially dried raw meat. Suddenly, a fierce craving surged within her. Although she could not stomach the bloody flesh, the meat that resembled beef jerky did not seem repulsive. Xiao Luo entered the dwelling, soon emerging with a bowl of white liquid. "This is goat's milk, only father may drink it. You appear quite weak, please have a bowl." "Thank you," Su Yin replied, taking the bowl and gulping it down. Despite its strong odor, she managed not to vomit again. "What is the Comingafage ceremony? Who is the clan shaman?" Su Yin inquired of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, a gentle and kind-hearted boy, answered her questions without reservation. The Comingafage ceremony is an occasion for unmarried adult females in the entire rodent tribe to have their fertility assessed and to choose their beast husbands, occurring approximately 3 to 4 times a year, depending on the maturation of the females within the clan. In the beast world, females, being inherently frail, are solely responsible for reproduction, while hunting and child-rearing fall entirely upon the males. It can be said that females must entirely rely on male beasts for survival. The ratio of males to females reaches nearly 20 to 1. Thus, only the most formidable males can possess a female solely for themselves. Most females live with multiple husbands, making polyandry a common necessity in the world of beast men. However, even in such arrangements, some males inevitably remain single. Hence, the existence of a den. Those beast men without wives may seek to relieve their physiological needs there, merely requiring a small payment of goods. The fertility of the females is determined by the fertility stone. When a female drops her blood on the stone, the stronger her fertility, the more pronounced the stone's reaction. Conversely, a lack of response indicates low fertility. Females deemed to have low fertility are equivalent to being abandoned and are sent to the den. Typically, those with inherently weak constitutions may perish within months or at most 2 years, unable to withstand the relentless advances of males. Oro returned, having learned that Su Yin had consumed goat's milk. He merely stated, "I have registered your name with the shaman, Bajamalut. This is your name. Perform well at the Comingafage ceremony in 2 days, otherwise you will be sent to the den." Isn't Lin Lang a guarantee? Suyin glanced back at Lin Lang to ascertain his thoughts regarding her. The look in his eyes, filled with predatory intent, suggested she was already his possession. Furthermore, judging by his physique and the coarse cloth he wore, rather than beast skin or leaves, he appeared to be among the promising elites of the tribe. Oro was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to notice such details. Most females are rather dull-witted. Lacking intelligence beyond procreation, it is rare to encounter one as astute as she, truly a reflection of his lineage. Indeed, a base guarantee of 2 crystal coins. Suyin, however, was perplexed by one matter and could not help but ask, "Wait a moment, why do you not suspect that I might not be your child?" Oro replied, "I can sense your bloodline within you. It is an instinctive ability of males to recognize their offspring. Otherwise, how could multiple husbands discern which of them fathered a child with a single wife?" "I see. Also, I do not wish to be called Baoju. I am Suyin. That is acceptable. I wish to rest. Xiao Luo, take your sister back to the chamber to rest. Provide her with anything she desires." 2 days later, the comingafage ceremony commenced. Oro gifted his wife a coarse linen garment that she had once worn. Suyin learned from Xiao Luo that Alua's wife possessed only moderate fertility, and her journey through pregnancy was fraught with difficulties. After finally giving birth to him, she passed away shortly thereafter. Alua sustained severe injuries during a hunting expedition, and upon recovery, his strength was significantly diminished. Consequently, his hunts yielded only small game such as wild chickens or rabbits, as pursuing larger beasts became exceedingly challenging. Additionally, with Xiao Luo having grown older and in need of resources to seek out a mate, Alua refrained from remarrying, though he occasionally visited the den to fulfill his desires. Suyin comprehended that her biological mother, who had been absent for half a month, was likely a female from the Ratman tribe, clad in ill-fitting coarse linen garments. Suyin, accompanied by Xiao Luo, made her way to the most sacred beast god temple of the Ratman tribe. Gram Gusa served as the tribal shaman, and her granddaughter, Ashley Gusa, was also participating in the coming-of-age ceremony, alongside several other esteemed families who presented adult females. Oro was the last to present, which rendered the announcement of Suyin Mirit's name quite astonishing to the onlookers, with the exception of Lin Lang, who stood at the forefront. His gaze fixed intently upon Suyin at the rear. Lin Lang thought to himself, "Ashley is looking at me. Her gaze is so fervent. I must become her beast husband." His friend, Kane Shueja, nudged him with his shoulder, teasing, "Weren't you supposed to marry Rona Resh? What has changed?" Lin Lang chuckled. Who could have anticipated that the shaman would be so magnanimous as to allow her own granddaughter to participate? "I doubt your grandfather would approve. He is likely counting on you to be the next clan leader. In the Ratman tribe, leadership is not determined by bloodline, but is instead elected collectively by all tribe members. The previous leader was Shan Huishueja, Kane's grandfather, who aspired to restore the prestige of his family. Rona Resh, the only daughter of the current leader, represented an opportunity to unite the power of 2 families. Thus, it was highly probable that the next leader would emerge from this alliance. Consequently, during this coming-of-age ceremony, Rona Resh was the most favored candidate, while Ashley Gusa emerged as the most formidable dark horse. Although Suyin Miluta was unexpected, her slender, almost skeletal frame suggested a noteworthy fertility, and her appearance was quite pleasing. If she were in the breeding chamber, her beauty could undoubtedly procure additional resources. After Grom Gusa finished his prayers to the beast goddess statue, he commenced the formal testing. There were 16 adult females participating in the competition, 10 fewer than the last time. It is hoped that today's participants will strive diligently after the competition to contribute to the growth of the Ratman tribe. The first contestant, Shawa Brolik, stepped forward for testing. Suyin stood at the back, observing the females ahead. Shawa, relatively petite and plump, possessed a protruding mouth and small eyes. However, her rotund figure was undoubtedly advantageous in the food-scarce era of their primitive existence, as evidenced by the ardent gazes of the males below the platform. Shawa bit her finger with her sharp-side teeth, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the crystalline female stone. Soon, the stone erupted in a brilliant light. Shawa sighed in relief, a smile gracing her face, indicating at least a moderate level of fertility. Shawa Brolik, fertility rating, above average. "Congratulations," Grum declared, a smile spreading across his face. Shawa nodded in gratitude towards the tribal shaman and stepped aside, accepting the eager glances of numerous young males, her previously unremarkable features now adorned with a hint of allure. The second female, Jamira Rio, Grom announced. Immediately, a slender-faced female approached. She pierced her finger with a bone needle, letting her blood fall upon the female stone, which emitted a relatively bright glow. Jamira Rio, fertility rating, average, Grom acknowledged with a nod. Thank you, tribal shaman, Jamira said, moving to stand beside Shawa. Next, Kalian Valtor. Grom remarked, observing the slight and frail female with a slight frown. As anticipated, the outcome was less than desirable. The female stone only emitted a faint light. Fertility rating, below average, Grom lamented. The delicate female burst into tears, for the only destination awaiting her was the pit of despair. Subsequently, 3 females with below average fertility were presented, followed by 2 with lower middle ratings, 2 with average, and 2 with above average ratings. Ashley Gusa, Grom called out, announcing the name of his most cherished granddaughter. Ashley approached, her skin a soft honey hue, tall and athletic in build. Though her appearance was ordinary, she was the most graceful among all the females, save for Su Yin. Su Yin gazed upon Ashley's appearance and then glanced at the other females, wondering if her sense of aesthetics was flawed, for none seemed particularly exquisite or beautiful. However, in this beastly realm, females prioritized fertility, as long as one could bear offspring. Even if they resembled a fiend, they were deemed precious creatures. With unwavering confidence, Ashley approached the fertility stone, piercing her finger with a bone needle to extract a droplet of blood. The moment the crimson bead made contact with the stone, it emitted an intense and blinding radiance, subsiding only after a considerable duration. The young males erupted in excitement, calling out Ashley's name and vying to become her mate. Exceptional fertility. Grom's expression softened with warmth. Good child. Thank you, grandmother. Ashley moved to the side of the other females who had undergone the test, acutely aware of the envy, jealousy, and hostility that enveloped her. Yet, she remained unfazed, directing her gaze toward the males below, her eyes ultimately resting on Lin Lang. However, Lin Lang's attention was fixed on another female. Following his gaze, she discovered it was the female from the Millet family. With her frail and emaciated appearance, she seemed devoid of fertility, and despite her pretty face, Ashley had thoroughly assessed her own superiority in every aspect, dismissing any concern. Nicole Giroux was called next by Grom. She appeared to be a lively female, engaging in light chatter even while awaiting her turn for testing. It was not until a series of lower-ranked females were tested that she quieted down somewhat. The presence of Ashley, with her exceptional fertility, rekindled her excitement. How splendid it was! Surely, she would share in Ashley's good fortune and be equally blessed. Upon hearing this, Ashley smiled and offered a gesture of encouragement. Nicole let a drop of blood fall onto the fertility stone, which soon radiated a bright, yet gentle light. Enduring without being harsh, Grom remarked, upper class. After thanking Grom, Nicole dashed toward Ashley and leaped into her embrace, exclaiming, how wonderful! I need not venture to the breeding grounds. The expressions of several lower fertility females darkened at this, with only Rona Resh and Su Yin Millet left untested. Grom called out for Rona Resh in due order. Su Yin felt an increasingly fervent gaze upon her, and without needing to look, she knew who it was. Lin Lang seemed to be a prominent choice among the males, as she had heard the females speak of him. For instance, the current Rona Resh appeared quite intrigued by Lin Lang. Rona Resh glanced back at Su Yin and suggested, why don't you test first? Su Yin habitually inclined her body slightly, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, the clan shaman has called your name. Please, go ahead. This action took Rona Resh by surprise, as no one had ever performed such a gesture before, yet it evoked a sense of pleasure. Indeed, some in the audience noticed Su Yin's display of etiquette. They were astonished that this petite female not only possessed beauty but also demonstrated a commendable demeanor. Although her fertility appeared questionable, it had yet to be assessed. Who could truly know? With her slender frame, it was unnecessary to test. She could be directly sent to the breeding chamber. Shall we go together? Hee. Silence. Lin Lang interjected sharply. Even if her fertility is deemed subpar, as long as someone is willing to adopt her, there is no need to send her to the breeding chamber. His voice carried, and Su Yin on stage heard him clearly. The previously despondent expressions of the other females with inferior fertility rekindled with a glimmer of hope upon hearing his words. Rona Resh dripped a drop of blood onto the fertility stone. Soon, the stone radiated a dazzling light, though the brilliance quickly faded. Grom chuckled, congratulations, superior fertility. Thank you, clan shaman. Rona was not surprised by the outcome, having previously tested with the fertility stone. She glanced back at Su Yan, feeling an inexplicable sense of apprehension toward her since their first encounter. Su Yan Millet had only registered for the coming-of-age ceremony 2 days prior, which had truly taken her aback. Now that she beheld her in person, she found her to be an exceedingly beautiful female. "Come now, good girl. Let the clan shaman assess your fertility," Grom said with a warm smile. Su Yan approached, her ill-fitting garments creating a sense of emptiness as she moved. The gazes directed at her were not merely curious, but also laden with a shameful lewdness that stirred indignation. Upon reaching the female stone, she inquired of the clan shaman, "If one is already with child, can the female stone discern this?" Grom stared at her in astonishment, his gaze descending to her abdomen. Are you pregnant?" Su Yan felt uncertain about how the other party would react if they discovered her pregnancy. Thus she refrained from making any hasty admissions, merely expressing her curiosity with a question. Grom, observing her calm and composed demeanor, responded, "The female stone merely assesses fertility. Being pregnant does not affect the test results." "Oh," Su Yan replied, choosing not to inquire further. She retrieved a bone needle from the pouch hanging at her waist and pricked her finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the female stone. The stone remained unresponsive. Su Yan, Grom rubbed his aged eyes, initially believing he had imagined it. But upon closer inspection of the female stone, it remained unresponsive. How could this be? Even the lowest fertility, even in males, would show some form of reaction. Everyone was witnessing such an anomaly for the first time. Not even a flicker of light was present. Had the female stone malfunctioned? Lin Lang called out. Indeed, this was a possibility that could not be overlooked. Grom promptly replaced it with another female stone. However, despite the change, there was still no response. Su Yan pondered whether it was a matter of the soul. After all, she was not truly a laboratory mouse. Thus, she could only temporarily suppress her fertility. Grom did not hesitate, and it was apparent that her fertility was merely of a lower grade. Su Yan's complexion appeared somewhat unsightly. "How could you not discern it? Why am I deemed inferior?" "Su Yan, do not defy the clan shaman," Xiao Luo quietly admonished from the audience. There was no response. "Perhaps I possess the utmost fertility, the kind that leads to immediate conception, far beyond what the female stone could foresee." Grom's gaze turned icy. She had never been questioned before. "The possibility you speak of, while unlikely, is not entirely absent." Su Yan continued, "Thus, my fertility level should be classified as pending. It would be far more convincing to assess my fertility in the future and then make a determination." Grom was taken aback by her clever argument. "Where did you grow up?" Su Yan returned to the forest of beasts. "I originally had 8 brothers, all of whom have perished, and my mother has also passed away." "What? Your mother gave birth to 9 at once?" Grom expressed his astonishment, for in the entire orc race, the highest number of offspring in a single birth is typically 7. "Indeed," Su Yan replied. Grom was taken aback. Everyone was quite surprised. It is generally common to bear 2 or 3, while a diminished fertility might yield just 1. Of course, there is the possibility that a singular child could devour its siblings in the womb due to overwhelming gifts. "I am my mother's only daughter, and I shall inherit her ability to bear," Su Yan proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, many young orcs turned their gaze towards her. Suddenly, Kane Zuesadelen remarked, "This is all your claim. Who knows if you had any brothers?" To avoid being cast aside, deception is not out of the question. Lin Lang furrowed his brow, wishing to intervene and silence Kane, but upon seeing Su Yan's expression, he refrained. The female stone remained unresponsive, as such a situation was unprecedented. Grom scrutinized Su Yan, as if attempting to see through her. "Now, let us commence the final stage of the coming-of-age ceremony, where males shall choose females and females shall decide." Lin Lang was the first to raise his hand, declaring, "I choose Su Yan Mirit." All eyes instantly turned towards him. He was a sought-after male in this selection, and no one was surprised if he chose Ashley. A formidable alliance would be welcomed by all. The expressions of Ashley and Rona shifted in unison when he uttered Su Yan Mirit's name. Grom gazed at Lin Lang in shock. "Lin Lang, have you considered this?" "Males have but one opportunity to choose." Lin Lang responded, "I want her. Her fertility remains uncertain, even if she cannot bear. The lineage of the tribe is not solely dependent on me. Yet you are a Garo, a scion of a warrior family, the youngest and most powerful male of our tribe, endowed with a yellow tier earth affinity. It is only fitting that a female with strong fertility be chosen to bear offspring." This statement was tantamount to a subtle hint to select his granddaughter, Ashley Gusa. Su Yan took a step forward and inquired, then, "How much dowry does the valiant Lin Lang possess?" It was a dowry, not a betrothal gift, signifying her intention to assume the role of a wife. Xiao Luomir was completely taken aback. How audacious could his sister be? So slender in stature, her fertility still uncertain. How could she dare to compel Lin Lang Jialua to lower himself and become a beast husband? Su Yin gazed at Lin Lang, who smirked with a devilish charm as he casually pulled down the leather pouch hanging from his waist. 16 crystal coins spilled forth, each one a shimmering gem of various hues. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The outermost region of Sinew Beast Forest was inhabited by ordinary beasts, yet deeper within lurked formidable magical beasts. These creatures, inherently cunning, possessed the ability to consume gifted beast men and usurp their talents. Were it not for their inability to transform into humans or communicate, they would almost resemble a different breed of beastmen. Magical beasts are the sworn enemies of all beastman clans, who unite with the singular aim of annihilating them. The crystal coins are derived from the bodies of these beasts. The higher the purity of the crystal, the greater the strength of the magical beast from which it originated. The 16 coins Lin Lang presented were all exceptionally pristine, signifying their origin from formidable magical beasts. Each superior crystal coin could be exchanged for 100,000 red coins, totaling an astounding 160,000 red coins, a staggering fortune indeed. Whether or not he had slain the beasts himself, these coins represented both power and wealth. Lin Lang inquired, "Is this sufficient?" All eyes turned to Su Yan. 16 superior crystal coins would have sufficed for a substantial dowry for Ashley in times past. Ashley's expression darkened considerably. Not only her, but Rona's piercing gaze also directed itself towards Su Yin, as she had her own affections for Lin Lang. Su Yin was unaware of the precise value of the crystal coins, but judging by the reactions of the other females, it seemed to be quite a splendid dowry. Suddenly, a rhythmic and urgent drumming echoed from outside. The expressions of all the beastmen shifted dramatically. The magical beasts were approaching. Someone shouted. The clan Shaman, Grom, immediately commanded that all females transform into their beast forms and seek refuge in the secret cavern beneath the beast goddess temple. Ashley was the first to transform into a rodent, measuring over a foot in length, her fur a striking shade of gray-blue, gleaming with a radiant sheen. The garments she had been wearing fell to the ground in disarray. "Everyone, follow me," Ashley squeaked in human speech, clutching her clothes in her mouth as she scurried ahead. Su Yan, however, was reluctant to accompany her, calling out to Xiao Luo, "I wish to return home, not venture into the secret cave." With that, she transformed into a small white mouse and leaped onto Xiao Luo's shoulder, instinctively feeling safer in his presence. Xiao Luo understood that she was unfamiliar with the other females of her clan, and the Millet family also possessed secret caves. After all, mice excel in burrowing, and creating a few secret passages was no arduous task. Grom did not insist on Su Yan's compliance. Her decision to refrain from following Ashley was entirely her own. He too transformed into a mouse, leading the other females who had also taken on mouse forms towards the secret cave beneath the beast god temple. Xiao Luo gently placed Su Yan on his shoulder, saying, "Sister, I shall escort you home first." "All right," Su Yan replied. At that moment, Lin Lang seized Su Yan in his palm, insisting, "Come with me instead, and witness how I slay the magical beasts." Su Yan struggled, exclaiming, "No, I refuse." Xiao Luo seemed poised to speak, yet under the overwhelming presence of Lin Lang, she found herself utterly silenced. "I have provided the dowry. You are now my mate," Lin Lang declared imperiously, before swiftly enveloping her in his embrace. "No, I haven't." Su Yan's words were stifled as Lin Lang covered her mouth firmly, rendering her incapable of uttering a single syllable. The creatures assailing the mouse tribe were a pack of wolf-like beasts, their fur a mottled gray-brown, standing upright. They towered over 3 meters, with razor-sharp fangs dripping with a noxious green slime, and their crimson vertical pupils gleamed with a savage hunger, eager to tear apart and devour anything in their path. Su Yin cautiously peeked out from Lin Lang's embrace, revealing her tiny mouse-like head. With just a fleeting glance, she retreated, inquiring of Lin Lang, "Can it be slain?" Lin Lang, in response, suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, as his formidable presence radiated outward. The earth itself began to tremble, rumbling ominously. Gradually, the ground fissured, and sharp, resilient rock spikes erupted from the crevices, thrusting toward the pack of wolf-like beasts. Su Yin widened her eyes in awe. How remarkable! However, Lin Lang showed no signs of relaxation, for he realized that this group of magical beasts was unlike any he had encountered before. Their crimson eyes seemed to be ensnared by some unseen force. Among them, A wolf beast unleashed a barrage of advanced wind blades, slicing through the rocky spires with agility, while it leapt and tore at the Ratkin orc. Suddenly, a colossal brown bear beast, towering 3 meters high, emerged, devouring one Ratkin orc whole. The unfortunate victim was none other than Kane's Wazhodlan, a friend of Lin Lang, who had stood beside him to witness the coming-of-age ceremony. Upon seeing his friend consumed, Lin Lang was engulfed by a surge of fury and charged at the bear beast. The creature, too, possessed those same crimson eyes, raised its massive paw, and struck down toward Lin Lang. Lin Lang attempted to evade, but in a moment of terror, he discovered that his body had become immobilized. This was a domain. How could this be possible? Lin Lang stared in shock, turning to Su Yin in his arms and asked, "Can you still move? If you can, flee at once." Su Yin was not only unable to move, but also rendered speechless. This arrogant and conceited scoundrel, seeking to flaunt his strength, found himself ensnared, threatening not only his own life, but also jeopardizing hers. A series of urgent alarm sounds echoed relentlessly in Su Yan's mind. Su Yin was taken aback, and then she heard a mechanical female voice, alerting her to the potential life-threatening danger to the fetus. The query was whether the host would activate the teleportation skill. The cost was 50 points per use, with a daily limit of 3. Use. It was a reflex driven by her very instincts, requiring no command from her cerebral cortex. In the next moment, she and Lin Lang vanished from the realm of the bear's paw, while the force of the bear's paw created a massive pit in the ground. Su Yin comprehended that the childbearing system she was bound to might not concern itself with her well-being, yet it would undoubtedly safeguard her offspring. This implied that during her pregnancy, she would be under the protection of the childbearing system. Lin Lang experienced a momentary blur before he opened his eyes to find themselves on the outskirts of the sinew-beast forest. What transpired? Lin Lang gazed around in bewilderment. Had the beast god manifested? In a moment of desperation, he had prayed to the beast god, beseeching protection for Su Yin, who lay in his arms, hoping for her safety. To his astonishment, the next instant, they had arrived at this location. Su Yin, devoid of clothing, temporarily maintained her rodent form, wriggling out from his embrace and climbing upward, ultimately perching upon his head. From this elevated position, she could survey the surroundings more clearly. In the direction of the rodent tribe, she observed beasts fleeing in a frantic dash. Lin Lang gently lifted her from atop his head, cradling her in his rough, yet warm palms. "This place should be safe. You shall remain here and await my return. Should I not return within a day, seek another mate among the beasts. If I return, you must become my female. What if I refuse?" Su Yin was reluctant to make hasty promises. "I am heading towards certain death. A kind word would be appreciated." Lin Lang flashed a bright smile, revealing his pristine white teeth. "Very well." Su Yin recalled his earth-manipulating talents displayed during his confrontation with the magical beasts. Perhaps birthing a litter of rodent offspring would not be so dire after all. Lin Lang beamed with joy. He then affixed the dowry bag he had prepared earlier around her neck and placed it inside a lofty tree hollow that reached toward the heavens. "You shall wait here. Should I fail to return, these crystal coins will suffice for you to find solace in another tribe for a time." Su Yin fell silent, sensing a hint of farewell in the air. "Be cautious. Do not overexert yourself. Better to endure in life than to seek a noble end. Conserve your strength and await a change in fortune. Revenge your grievances. Settle your scores." With a gentle laugh, she added, "Ah, my dear Yin, you are indeed clever. Your words flowing like pearls on a string. Very well, I shall persevere, waiting for you to bless me with a brood of astute offspring." Su Yin's round white ears twitched twice, yet she remained silent. Lin Lang transformed into a colossal dark blue rodent, glanced back at Su Yin, who was crouched in the tree hollow, and swiftly darted away. Su Yin stored the leather pouch within the confines of her system space. This was a feature inherently designed within the subsystem. Inside, there existed a growth-enabled space of approximately 1 cubic meter, capable of accommodating any items not belonging to the hostess body. In simpler terms, it was a designated area for her children. During her travels or in times of peril, she could temporarily place her babies within, ensuring their safety. It must be said, this system truly catered comprehensively to the needs of children. It is likely that the system store, when accessed, would offer essentials such as infant formula, diapers, and other necessities for young ones. Su Yin retrieved a piece of dried meat from the system space, slowly tearing it apart to consume. Had she foreseen such circumstances, she would have thoroughly ransacked the Aro family's warehouse. Now, the only provisions in her space consisted of a few tough strips of jerky and a barrel of water. It was indeed a grave miscalculation. Henceforth, she vowed to amass a greater stockpile of supplies. The day swiftly elapsed. Su-yin had been waiting patiently. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and Lin Lang had yet to return. Her belly continued to swell, and the jerky in her system space had been entirely consumed, leaving her without water as well. With her supplies depleted, it was imperative to seek sustenance. It seemed that fate had conspired against them. With a sigh, Su-yin descended from the tree and ventured deeper into the beast-laden forest. The sun set and rose, only to be followed by the moon's descent and descent. Su-yin emerged from the freshly dug mouse hole. After a restful slumber, she stretched languidly, transforming back into her human form. Draped in leaves, her long, snow-white hair cascaded down her back. The slight protrusion of her belly signified that she had entered the stage of impending childbirth. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine, and instinctively, she reverted to a small white mouse, her swollen abdomen making movement cumbersome. A sleek, ebony panther approached her with deliberate steps. Noticing her trembling form, it lowered its head and gently grasped her in its jaws, continuing its journey deeper into the forest. Su-yin was utterly paralyzed with fear, her mind swirling in a haze. What if it were to sink its teeth into her with a force that could end her life? Oh my heavens! Where is the system, dear sister? Yet, the system remained unresponsive. Su-yin continued, Cosmic Invincible Beauty System, Mississippi. What is it? The system responded. Su-yin, can you save me with a teleportation? The host and the fetus are not in any life-threatening danger. Teleportation is unnecessary. What? In such a predicament? There's still no danger to life. Is there a mistake? The system fell silent. Su-yin called out several more times, yet there was no response. The Black Panther, holding her gently, arrived at the banks of a crystal-clear river, then set her down and waded into the water, effortlessly catching a plump fish measuring nearly half a meter in length. Since Su-yin arrived in the beast world, it was her first encounter with fish. The delectable sweetness of the fish flesh instantly evoked memories from the depths of her recollection, prompting her to unconsciously lick her lips. The Black Panther noticed her subtle gesture and, with its sharp claws, swiftly gutted the large fish before presenting it to Su-yin. Thoroughly cleaned and laid before her like an offering. The intention was unmistakable. It was an invitation for her to partake. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon her? It seemed improbable. Su-yin gazed at the tender, succulent fish flesh, hesitant to make a move. The Black Panther seemed to sense her trepidation and sauntered a short distance away, settling on the ground and closing its eyes. In truth, Su-yin was utterly famished. Ever since entering the beastly forest, she had subsisted primarily on fruits, having gone nearly 10 days without tasting the richness of meat. With a delectable piece of fresh fish before her, she could hardly contain her anticipation. Stealing another glance at the panther, now lying with its back turned, she felt emboldened enough to indulge in the fish. The flavor was even more exquisite than she had remembered, delightfully sweet and savory. If only she had some seasoning for grilling, the fish would surely be even more delectable. As she lost herself in the enjoyment of her meal, the panther silently rose and approached her, its golden vertical pupils gazing intently at her as she devoured the fish's insides. Su-yin had not indulged in such exquisite feasting for quite some time. She discreetly bit off several large chunks of meat and concealed them within her system space for future enjoyment. Only when she felt on the verge of bursting did she emerge from the belly of the fish, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld the Black Panther. Its golden slit-like eyes were undeniably extravagant, regal, and strikingly beautiful. What is your name? The panther spoke, its voice a deep, alluring timbre, imbued with a hint of captivating raspiness and languor. You can talk. Su-yin was taken aback. The orc tribe? Initially, she had thought it to be a magical beast. However, the Black Panther orcs were supposed to belong to the Eastern District tribe. Although she had been traversing the forest of sinew from west to east, she did not feel as though she had journeyed very far. Moreover, she had yet to encounter the chasm that marked the boundary between the east and west. How had she come across the Eastern District orcs so soon? How had they crossed the chasm? It was said that the chasm was perpetually spewing fire and magma, and that no beast could traverse it except for those that could fly. Yet, even the avian creatures of the Eastern District rarely ventured into the Western District. In stark contrast to the Eastern District's prosperity, the Western District was undeniably barren. Su-yin pretended to be oblivious, striving to play the role of an ordinary little white mouse. The massive head of the Black Panther tilted slightly towards her, its golden vertical pupils scrutinizing her intently. Su-yin's tail bristled with agitation. Observing her reluctance to respond, the Black Panther rose to its feet and consumed the remnants of her fish. In the end, it seized her gently in its jaws and began to tread towards the western region of the beastly forest. Su-Yin felt a tinge of curiosity, pondering what its intentions were as it carried her. It was not enough to satisfy hunger. Could it be that it sought a mate to bear offspring? Her own ample form certainly met the criteria. His earlier words must have been a test of her nature. Yet, despite her silence on being a female beastman, he still chose to carry her. Was she merely intended to be a plaything? Much like a cat toying with a mouse, for the Black Panther belonged to the feline family. With this realization, Su-Yin felt a wave of indignation, never imagining she would find herself reduced to a mere toy. The Black Panther carried her throughout the day, and only as darkness fell did it effortlessly leap into a tree, which fortuitously housed a hollow. Su-Yin readily slipped into the hollow of the tree, while the Black Panther stood guard at the entrance. Su-Yin, is this to prevent her from escaping? A night passed in tranquility. In the following 3 days, Su-Yin was either carried on the back of the Black Panther or held in its jaws, maintaining her form as a mouse, refusing to transform back into a human. The Black Panther remained silent throughout. It was not until they exited the beast forest that Su-Yin beheld the colossal tree where she had previously awaited Lin Lang. With a moment of struggle, the Black Panther released its grip and set her down. Su-Yin yearned to ascend the tree to observe the circumstances of the rodent tribe. However, her sizable abdomen rendered her incapable of climbing. The Black Panther discerned her intentions, seized her gently in his jaws, and effortlessly leaped into the branches. "Thank you," Su-Yin instinctively uttered. Yet, those 2 simple words inadvertently revealed her identity as a female beastman. A buzzing sensation enveloped her mind. The Black Panther appeared unfazed, bluntly inquired, "How is your belly? Are you about to give birth?" Su-Yin lowered her gaze to her abdomen, unable to see her own feet. Suddenly, her belly quivered. Both Su-Yin and Black Panther observed it. The eyes of Black Panther suddenly gleamed with brilliance. Su-Yin noticed its reaction, and her heart sank. Did it intend to consume her child? "Why are you staring at my belly?" she exclaimed, warily cradling her abdomen. However, the mouse's forepaws were rather short, unable to truly embrace it. To the Black Panther, this appeared somewhat amusing. "Your belly is not small, yet you carry but a single cub," the Black Panther remarked to Su-Yin. Su-Yin was taken aback. "Really? Not born yet? How do you know?" The Black Panther did not respond but continued to gaze at her abdomen. "This child should not belong to the Mouse clan. Will you raise him?" "Su-Yin, of course. I must take care of it. Its father has passed away, and I am its only guardian." "How could you even ask such a question? Its father has died." The Black Panther tilted its head, gazing at her. Su-Yin felt a tightening in her throat as he gazed at her. "Yes, indeed. But what if he is not dead?" "Impossible. I witnessed him take his last breath." Sometimes appearances can be deceiving. Regardless, according to tradition, if the offspring belongs to a female of multiple partners, they are claimed by the biological father. "It seems you have a betrothal within the rodent clan?" "No, not exactly. I am merely waiting." "How do you know about my connection to the rodent clan?" "Who are you, truly?" Su-Yin furrowed her brow. Yet, before the Black Panther could respond, a sudden pain gripped her abdomen. Although she had never experienced childbirth, she instinctively understood that the moment had arrived. Counting the days, it appeared that the time had indeed come. "Can you assist me in finding a clan shaman? I am about to give birth." Cradling her belly, Su-Yin felt her body begin the transformation into human form. The Black Panther immediately grasped her gently in his jaws and leapt from the tree, racing towards the direction of the tribe. In order to avoid hindering its speed, Su-Yin made a concerted effort to suppress her urge to transform. At that moment, the system issued a warning. "Please, host, transform into human form for production. It is imperative." "Damn it. Is it not obvious that I do not wish to transform? Look at the situation. There is no one here to assist with the delivery." Su-Yin, tormented by abdominal pain, let out a string of expletives. The system responded, "Self-delivery mode can be activated. No midwife assistance required." Su-Yin, what? There is such a feature? System, indeed. Then, it transmits the natural birth mode to Su-Yin. Upon comprehending the entire situation, Su-Yin promptly instructed the Black Panther, "Halt, seek a secure location. I wish to give birth on my own." The Black Panther immediately came to a stop, surveying the surroundings. Not far away, there lay a gentle hollow, accompanied by a meandering stream. It swiftly made its way to that spot. Upon reaching the hollow, it gently set Su-Yin down and unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth, cleaving a flat expanse of ground. Su-Yin was utterly astonished by its extraordinary talent, lightning. Thunder. This was simply preposterous. The Black Panther picked up some soft grass with its mouth and laid it on the ground, then turned to Su Yin, as if to say, make yourself comfortable for now. It was indeed quite sufficient. However, Su Yin felt a twinge of apprehension, worried that if it were displeased, it might strike her down. She approached the soft grassy mat and said to the Black Panther, "Could you please turn around? I wish to transform into my human form." Is that truly possible? The concern in the Black Panther's golden eyes was unmistakable. Su Yin endured the pain and replied, "It's fine. If I can't manage, I'll call for your assistance. With the system in place, there should be no issues." Although Black Panther felt a twinge of concern, he nonetheless exited the small ravine and stood guard outside. Su Yin transformed back into her human form. Lacking garments, she could only use grass to conceal her modesty. Waves of pain surged through her, prompting her to involuntarily cry out. The Black Panther abruptly turned its head, catching sight of Su Yin's delicate features, contorted in agony beneath her cascade of snow-white hair. Sensing its gaze upon her, Su Yin met its concerned eyes. She managed a faint smile, her stunning beauty tinged with a vulnerability that evoked sympathy in anyone who beheld her, an unspoken plea for discretion. The Black Panther averted its gaze once more. Su Yin pressed her lips tightly together, stifling her cries of pain as she gripped the soft grass beneath her with all her might. Upon hearing the silence of her suffering, the Black Panther turned to glance at her, a flicker of concern crossing its eyes as it observed her expression of enduring hardship. The pain was excruciating. Su Yin cried out to the system, inquiring whether there was any pain relief available. The system responded with precise timing. 10 minutes remain until the birth of the cub. 10 minutes? In an instant, Su Yin felt a surge of strength. Excellent. She retrieved a piece of fresh fish from her space, devouring it in one bite, bracing herself for the final moment. The Black Panther, restless, paced back and forth outside the small valley. Suddenly, a pack of gray wolf beasts, attracted by the scent of the beast's men, approached the hollow. However, upon sighting the Black Panther, they promptly turned tail and fled. Yet the Black Panther had no intention of letting them escape, unleashing bolts of lightning from its mouth, reducing the pack of gray wolf beasts to charred remains in an instant. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Yin was unable to discern the events unfolding around her, as the imminent arrival of her child consumed her focus. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to lose control surged within her. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, she cried out in agony, "Ah!" The Black Panther immediately rushed to her side. Following her anguished cry, Su Yin succumbed to unconsciousness. In her mind, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring. Gender, male. Beast form, golden-eyed Black Panther. Innate talent, wind system, mysterious level. Father beast, golden-eyed Black Panther. Reward, 1,000 points, a successful childbirth gift package. The 500 points could be exchanged for longevity." Upon hearing about the reward points, Su Yin immediately exclaimed. The system responded, "Understood. The host's wish has been granted. 500 points have been exchanged for 500 days of life. Additionally, the 50 points reserved for teleportation have been accounted for, leaving the host with a remaining balance of 450 points. Su Yin gazed at the lifespan column, 500 days. At last, she felt a sense of revival. With 200 points, she activated the system store. The system store was successfully activated, deducting 200 points, leaving the host with 250 points remaining. Within the system store, the previously gray question mark product sections transformed into vibrant images, along with the points required for redemption. Su Yin cast a hurried glance and finally said to the system, 1 point. Exchange for a return yuan pill. System, understood. The exchange for the return yuan pill has been successful and it has been placed into the storage space. The host now has 249 points remaining. Su Yin opened the system space and beheld a dazzling pill bottle, inscribed with the words regeneration pill. Slowly, she opened her eyes, greeted by the vast azure sky and a wave of debilitating fatigue coursing through her body. After consuming the regeneration pill, an instant surge of vitality enveloped her, leaving her in a remarkably invigorated state. She promptly sat up, eager to gaze upon her first child. However, to her astonishment, where was the baby? The surroundings were utterly barren. Where was the Black Panther? The Black Panther? Suddenly, Su Yin was struck by an epiphany. The child she bore was none other than a golden-eyed Black Panther. Could it truly be such a coincidence that it was the offspring of a Black Panther? Yet, this was the only explanation that could elucidate why it consistently carried her, providing for her needs, yet refrained from assuming human form. Perhaps it feared that she might recognize him. Su Yin had not even had the chance to see what her first child looked like before being taken away by others. Su Yin stretched lazily, her body appearing as light and graceful as if she had never born a child. The point system dictates that I am only responsible for giving birth, not for nurturing. You take it away, and it indeed facilitates my preparation for the next one. The more casually she spoke, the more solemn and unsightly her expression became. No mother can truly bear to part with her own child, especially the firstborn, whose memory is even more poignant. Su Yin transformed into a mouse and hurried back to her tribe, only to discover that the place had become desolate and empty. She returned to Mirit's home, seeking her own chamber to find a suitable outfit. Since her arrival in the beastly world, being inadequately clothed had almost become the norm. If only there existed a set of garments that could adapt to her changing form. It is recommended that the host consider trying the glazed azure feather garment available in the shop. Su Yin opened the system store and immediately spotted the outfit recommended by the system. As the saying goes, one is judged by their attire, just as a horse is assessed by its saddle. The moment Su Yin laid her eyes upon that exquisite attire, she instinctively felt that she could effortlessly captivate all the males of the beast realm. It was simply stunning. The silk and feather skirt shimmered with a silvery hue, adorned with beautifully intricate accessories, and complemented by dazzling golden ribbons and mysterious embroidery, each detail radiating elegance and nobility to an extraordinary degree. Yet, beneath it all, lay the price, 300 points. Beyond her means, utterly unaffordable. Silently exiting the system shop, Su Yin reclined on the stone bed, letting out a sigh. It felt as if she was being compelled to conceive once more. As she caressed her abdomen, now flat and unassuming, she yearned for just a glimpse of that unborn child. The childbirth system seemed solely focused on the act of giving birth. But in addition to points, she had a grand reward for her childbirth endeavor. Upon opening the grand gift, she received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a green-level talent, the essence of fire, along with a cultivation manual. Furthermore, congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-waisted maternity dress made of fine cotton, a frying pan, 30 pounds of fine salt, 10 packs of toilet paper, 10 cans of milk powder, 2 sets of baby bottles, and 2 baby carriers. Su Yin contemplated. This truly resembles a grand gift package for childbirth, entirely filled with items related to children. Moreover, these supplies are not available in the system store, which primarily offers various elixirs, weapons, cultivation techniques, and luxury goods, among others. I wonder, dear system, does every childbirth yield such a magnificent reward? The system provided her with the desired answer. The higher the child's innate talent, the more splendid the gift package. Might I inquire where I could find a male with exceptional talent? A mere indication would suffice. Apologies, but this is something the host must seek out independently. Very well. I would like to exchange for a hunger-reducing pill. Exchange completed. It should be taken during non-pregnant periods. Its efficacy ceases once pregnancy occurs, and it is advised that the host consume nutritious food. Okay, wait a moment. I noticed something called the Golden Essence Pill. What is that? It does not require points. It can randomly enhance the fetus's talent. 1 pill per pregnancy, and excess consumption is futile. It is exclusively for the host's use. Suddenly, a delicate, fragmented sound emerged. Su Yin turned her gaze in response. A gray-blue furred mouse, the size of an adult dog, was cautiously sniffing around, exploring its surroundings. Upon seeing it, Su Yin smiled. Xiao Luo, over here. Xiao Luo, having spotted her, hurriedly exclaimed, wait a moment. He then dashed back to his chamber and soon emerged clad in a garment made of animal hides. I knew you were hiding here. Father insisted it was impossible. Xiao Luo joyfully remarked. We are of the Mouse Clan. After all, burrowing to conceal ourselves is a skill we possess with ease. Where are you headed now? Su Yin inquired. To the Rabbit Beastman tribe, 2 days' journey from here. There are also magical beasts lurking about. We should depart swiftly. Very well. Su Yin and Xiao Luo transformed once more into their rodent forms. Their garments were neatly stowed away in a leather pouch, along with a number of valuable items, amounting to a large bundle that Xiao Luo carried on his back. Given that Su Yin's transformation was merely the size of a palm, she too was placed upon Xiao Luo's back as they scurried towards the Rabbit Beastman's tribe. Xiao Luo, possessing a talent in wind-based green tier abilities, may not have been of a high rank, but his speed was remarkable as he dashed forward. Su Yin nestled within her bundle. Akin to a passenger aboard a high-speed train, the velocity indeed remarkable. Along the way, Xiao Luo, feeling peckish, took a few bites of jerky and quenched her thirst with a sip of cool water. Su Yin, having consumed the fasting elixir, felt no hunger whatsoever. Yet she still indulged in a couple of symbolic bites. Xiao Luo, are you familiar with the golden-eyed Black Panther beast? It is one of the renowned 10 fierce beast clans in the Eastern District. Is it truly formidable? Certainly, it is. Any beast clan from the Eastern District could easily overpower our entire Western District. Does that mean their innate talents are superior as well? Absolutely. The Eastern and Western Districts are entirely different tiers, akin to the distinction between heavenly and earthly levels. That sounds rather exaggerated. Surely, we have our own talents in the Western District. Only a handful. The Eastern District possesses a collective prowess that is remarkably elevated. Su Yin fell silent, perhaps reflecting the disparity between developed and developing nations. It appears a journey to the Eastern District is inevitable. The Western District is not devoid of strong individuals. Are you referring to Lin Lang? Although Brother Lin Lang is quite impressive, his talent is of the yellow tier. Talent ultimately dictates that, regardless of potential, his ascent will be limited. Then who do you consider a strong individual from the Western District? The foremost of the Snake Clan, Dong Li Jun. The Snake Clan? Aren't they the natural adversaries of our Mouse Clan? Not quite. The relationship between the Snake Clan and the Mouse Clan is relatively amicable. Historically, when building their homes, they would seek assistance from our Mouse Clan's beastmen. In terms of Earth-based talent, the Mouse Clan possesses a greater number of proficient members, with 90% being Earth-oriented. My talent, however, is not of the Earth type, Su Yin casually remarked. What? Xiao Luo looked at Su Yin in surprise. What's wrong? Su Yin noticed his gaze, feeling as if she were some sort of anomaly. Sister, females are inherently devoid of talent, Xiao Luo replied solemnly. Su Yin raised a finger, addressing the air, fire. Instantly, a vibrant orange flame flickered to life at her fingertip. Xiao Luo instinctively recoiled, but upon realizing that this was Su Yin's innate ability, she immediately leaned in for a closer look. Could it be real? The entire Mouse Clan boasted not a single fire affinity. This was a remarkable discovery, as the ability to conjure flames would prove exceedingly convenient. Over the past few days, Su Yin had diligently studied the cultivation manual and practiced the most basic fireball technique, now successfully producing a flame. Xiao Luo inched closer, exclaiming, "You are the first female of our Mouse Clan to possess such a talent. And it is an unprecedented fire affinity. Alas, your level is rather low, merely at the green tier." There were so few fire affinities in the entire West District. The East District, however, was abundant with them, particularly the Fire Phoenix tribe, known for their ability to be reborn from flames. Unfortunately, due to the lack of females, it was rumored they were on the brink of extinction. The Fire Phoenix tribe? Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The males of the Fire Phoenix tribe were notoriously proud and would seldom regard a female from another clan. Sister, do not entertain such thoughts, Xiao Luo added. Let me be frank, you are destined to have a brother-in-law from the Fire Phoenix tribe. Su Yan's round mouse ears perked up, her resolve solidifying. The talent of the Fire Phoenix tribe should meet the criteria for the reproductive system. Xiao Luo noted the movement of her ears and understood her burgeoning interest. However, how could a diminutive female mouse ever hope to ingratiate herself with the Fire Phoenix tribe of the East District? It seemed utterly fanciful. Shaking her head, she inquired. But what of Lin Lang? What has happened to him? Seeing the turmoil in Xiao Luo's eyes, Su Yin pondered. Could it be that he had become involved with another female? How do you know this? Xiao Luo gazed at Su Yin in astonishment. Su Yin replied, seeing your hesitance. This must be the reason. Ashley administered an aphrodisiac to Brother Lin Lang, and now she is with child. Brother Lin Lang has no choice but to marry her. Oh, she is quite the formidable woman. Will you not feel angered? What is there to be angry about? They have already conceived a child together. Moreover, she has given birth to a little Black Panther. In matters of the heart, it is a mutual agreement. There is no right or wrong. She merely agreed to wait for him, and in his absence, there is nothing further to discuss. Before nightfall, Xiao Luo carried Su Yin back to the new tribe of the Mouse Clan. Oro Mirat was selling furs, jerky, and goat's milk by the roadside. For the past few days, he had been in a daze, as his only son, Xiao Luo, had left a message to return to the old tribe to find his sister. In his attempts to conduct business, he often found himself either giving incorrect change or misplacing goods. Suddenly, he spotted Xiao Luo standing before the stall with a large burden on his back. Thinking his eyes deceived him, he rubbed them vigorously, only to realize it was indeed his son. He first sighed in relief, then his expression turned solemn. You actually came back, father. Su Yin's head peeked out from the bundle. Oro was momentarily taken aback. Yenner? Yes, I am well, father. With a joyful leap, Su Yin bounded onto the stall, her hind legs standing upright, gazing at Oro. Fortunately, my brother came to find me. Otherwise, I might never have seen you again. Despite the circumstances, there was an inherent affection rooted in their blood ties when Su Yin faced Oro. Oro lifted her up, noticing her fur was pristine and sleek. Her whiskers perky, clearly unharmed by any beastly threat. She had escaped that peril. Good, good. Shaluo, you have done well, and you are well too. Oro could not help but be moved to tears. Seeing his father no longer upset, Shaluo removed the hefty burden from his back, standing upright on his hind legs, and selected a tender piece of jerky from the stall to nibble on. Oro, understanding they were famished from their journey, poured Su Yin her favorite goat's milk. Su Yin was not actually hungry, yet she drank it all with a gurgle. Eventually, she let out a satisfied burp. Uncle Oro, I would like 10 red coins worth of jerky, she said as Jialyan Vardo approached Oro's stall. However, in the next moment, she caught sight of a little white mouse on the stall and exclaimed in surprise, Su Yin, you're alive? Su Yin cast a disdainful glance at her, remarking, if you are still alive, why should I perish? My apologies, I misspoke, Jialyan Valto replied, slightly taken aback before continuing. What about Linling? He is of no concern to me, Su Yin retorted. Oro then offered a piece of jerky worth no less than 100 red coins to Jialyan Valto, saying, my daughter has returned today. No payment is required. Take it and enjoy. After a moment of hesitation, Jialyan Valto extended her hand, adorned with a grass ring, and accepted the jerky, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Oro. From a distance, someone called out to Jialyan. She quickly responded, I will be there shortly. Su Yin, I shall visit you for some fun another day, Jialyan Valto said, not waiting for Su Yan's reply before dashing off with the jerky. Oro sighed softly and turned to Su Yin, saying, her parents were slain by magical beasts, and now she resides in the cave, with 2 younger brothers to care for. Su Yin exclaimed in shock, and then recalled the grass ring on Jialyan's wrist, a symbol of the cave's femininity. Fearing that she might worry about her own future, Oro solemnly reassured her, do not fret, my dear, for I will be here to support you. Even if you remain an old maid for life, it matters not. After the recent relocation, many clansmen had perished along the way, with some entire families wiped out. He felt fortunate to have both a son and a daughter, safe and sound, and no longer sought anything beyond that. I can also take care of my sister, Shaluo chimed in, offering her support. Su Yin climbed up Ro's arm and settled on his shoulder, reassuringly stating, don't worry, father, I can hunt too, right, brother? Yes, yes. Sister is far more capable than I am. Shaluo recalled her affinity for fire, instinctively feeling a twinge of apprehension. Among the beast folk, those devoid of a fire affinity were nearly non-existent. Hence, Su Yan's talent was indeed formidable. Oro, however, remained unconvinced. He patted Shaluo, who was still munching on dried meat, and said, all right, let us wrap things up early today. I'll prepare a feast for you. Zuradera, a rabbit beast man, approached Oro while carrying a live deer, and overheard him mention closing up. He chuckled. Oro, are you shutting down already? Oro stepped forward to relieve Zuru of the deer from his shoulder, saying, my son and daughter have returned. I'm quite pleased. Your gift of this deer is perfectly timed to welcome my daughter. Come over later for dinner. You have a daughter? Zuru's eyes immediately brightened. In the beast folk community, females were invaluable, with those possessing high fertility being able to barter for abundant resources. Thus, every family eagerly anticipated the birth of daughters, especially those in less favorable circumstances. My daughter will not marry, Oro interjected, aware of Zuru's thoughts and preemptively cutting off his forthcoming remarks. Su Yin leaped onto Xiao Luo's head, a tiny creature indeed. Zulu, noticing Su Yin and recognizing her diminutive stature, presumed she was still a child and remarked, your daughter is as good as my own, rest assured. Su Yin appraised Zulu, noting his youth and striking appearance, complemented by a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of grass and wood. He seemed quite impressive. Zulu, you and I are quite alike. How dare you call my father your brother? Isn't that taking advantage of me? Shaluo expressed his discontent. With a chuckle, Zulu replied, how about you call me uncle and let me hear it? Get lost. Shaluo retorted sharply. Ha. Then I shall visit your home later, Zulu remarked, directing a smile towards Oro. Children can be thoughtless. Please do not take offense, Oro said, acutely aware that he could no longer hunt and relied entirely on Zulu to supply him with game for his business, making it imperative not to offend him in any way. Zulu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Oro scrutinized the deer in his grasp. How about 5,000 red coins? 4,000 sounds fair. Let the extra 1,000 be a token gift for my niece, Zulu suggested, casting another glance at Su Yin, the small white mouse, who appeared quite adorable and promised to grow into a beautiful young lady. As Su Yin gazed at his departing figure, which appeared more imposing and statuesque than those of the surrounding crowd, she gently patted Xiao Luo on the head. What talents does he possess? She inquired. Zuru's gift is in the water element, of yellow rank, Xiao Luo replied in a hushed tone. Do not dwell on it. He is from the rabbit tribe, the most esteemed third son of the chieftain and the foremost warrior of his kin. Countless females aspire to nestle in his abode, and even Rona Resh is pursuing him. Su Yin appeared contemplative, yet her consciousness was engaged in dialogue with the system. Xiao Mei, what is the appraisal of the yellow-grade talent? Xiao Mei was the name she had affectionately bestowed upon the system's female persona. Initially, she had contemplated the name de Mei, but that was promptly dismissed. The talent was neither particularly high nor low, but it could be enhanced with the use of the golden essence pill, since there were no immediate, worthy objectives at hand. It seemed prudent to seize this opportunity. Accumulating points held greater significance. The host displayed remarkable wisdom. Su Yin donned a delicate, high-waisted maternity dress adorned with pink plum blossom embroidery, complemented by lace-trimmed sleeves. Though this was a maternity garment, none would discern its nature unless she revealed it. Furthermore, the design and fabric were unprecedented in the West District. When Oro beheld it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Undoubtedly, Su Yin looked exceptionally radiant in it. What surprised Oro even more was the exquisite texture of the dress. The finely woven, soft fabric, especially at the cuffs, could likely only be found in the East District. Where did you acquire this dress, Yina? He inquired with a hint of seriousness. It was a gift from Xiao Mei, Su Yin replied candidly. Upon hearing the name, Oro remarked, that is exceedingly precious. You ought to compensate her in red coins. It should be calculated in crystal coins. I earned it through my labor. Bearing a child is indeed a physical endeavor, is it not? Does it suit me? Su Yin twirled in her dress, the flowing hem enhancing her ethereal beauty. It is beautiful, Oro affirmed with a smile. Xiao Luo, come here. Xiao Luo, busy with tasks, hurried over upon hearing the call. However, upon witnessing the dress adorning Su Yin, he stood momentarily in shock. Where did you get that? A friend gifted it to me. From the East District? Such a beautiful garment can only be found among the great beast clans of the East District. Here, only particularly affluent beast families could afford such attire, and even then, it might not be available for purchase. Su Yin suddenly felt that wearing a delicate cotton maternity dress could very well be considered a luxury. If it were that exquisite azure feather garment requiring points for redemption, it would indeed be astonishingly remarkable. Outside the Oro gate, someone called out. Upon hearing the voice, Oro glanced at Su Yin and inquired, Yinner, tell your father, do you harbor feelings for Zulu? She remained uncertain. Her sole desire was to bear a child. She had no intentions of marrying or taking a husband. This notion was admittedly rather frivolous, yet she found herself constrained, as Xiao Mei was solely fixated on children. Zulu did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by Lin Lang. The two often partnered in hunting, and it could be said that no prey could escape their combined prowess. It was Lin Lang's suggestion that Zulus sell their catch to Oro. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his appetite. Su Yin personally took to the kitchen, roasting a leg of venison. With scant ingredients, she merely sprinkled some salt and drizzled fruit wine. The meat was tender and rich, and the smoky aroma wafted through the air. After such a long time without cooked food, Su Yin swallowed repeatedly, her mouth watering. Xiao Luo, drawn by the enticing scent, slipped inside. It smells divine. Would you care to taste it and see if it is worthy of the table? Su Yin offered, slicing a piece of succulent, golden meat. Xiao Luo had never tasted cooked food before, and upon trying it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is there salt in this? Indeed, salt enhances strength, Su Yin replied, recalling that the jerky made by Oro lacked saltiness. Why don't we add salt to our jerky? Salt is far too expensive, Xiao Luo retorted. And jerky with salt costs twice as much, making it unaffordable for most beastmen. Su Yin pondered the salt stored in her system space. It must hold considerable value. Where did you acquire this salt? You haven't pilfered the little my father had hidden away, have you? Of course not, she assured him, presenting the salt jar. Xiao Luo took the jar, examining the fine, white salt, distinctly different from the large blocks his father concealed. He tasted a small pinch and was even more astonished. How is this salt made? It isn't bitter at all. I'm not sure, Su Yin replied, sprinkling a handful onto the roasted venison. Some grains falling into the fire and sparking blue flames. Xiao Luo gaped in disbelief. You are far too wasteful. All right, I'll bring it over, Su Yan said, balancing the roasted leg of lamb on a wooden tray along with a bone knife for cutting the meat. Let me help. This is rather heavy. Very well, Su Yan replied, handing him the tray. I shall go change. When Su Yan emerged from her freshening up, appearing in the reception room, all eyes turned towards her. Prior to arriving, she had deliberately spent 5 points to purchase a set of cosmetics from the system store, applying an elegant makeup that enhanced her beauty. To captivate a man, the first impression is paramount. Stunning allure is the key. Father, I have brought the wine. Her voice rang sweetly, melodiously. At that moment, as Zulu looked up, he felt as though struck by lightning, his very soul entranced. Could there truly exist such a breathtaking female? Lin Lang beside him was equally spellbound. When Zulu had mentioned Oro's daughter, he had wondered if it might be Su Yan. However, Zulu had subsequently stated she was merely a small female, likely just recently born. He had forgotten that Su Yan's beast form was diminutive, being a white variant of the mouse clan, and therefore, she would never grow large. You are still alive? Lin Lang's throat tightened with emotion. Su Yan tilted her head slightly, perplexed, and inquired, why do you ask the same question? Ashley had claimed that she had witnessed Su Yan's demise, devoured by a ferocious wolf-like beast, which explained the astonishment that had washed over him upon encountering her. Everyone believed she had fallen prey to the monster. It was evident that she was lying. After all, I am perfectly alive. Su Yan twirled around, showcasing her well-being to them. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Lang's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a complex array of emotions. He had married Ashley and thus felt unworthy of pursuing a relationship with Su Yan. Zulu sensed the underlying tension between them and asked, what is going on between you? Su Yan replied, on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, Lin Lang proposed to me. It was also the same day when the beasts of the Sinew Beast Forest attacked the Mouse Tribe. I wandered through the Sinew Beast Forest for over half a month before returning to the Mouse Tribe. Lin Lang's complexion turned ashen. You waited there all this time? He was misled by Ashley's words and did not bother to check on you. Regardless, he should have gone. He raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. The resounding sound of the slap echoed, causing a pin-drop silence around them. This is for you, Lin Lang. Su Yan placed a leather pouch in front of Lin Lang, containing the crystal coins he had gifted her. Lin Lang gazed at the pouch, his expression growing even more grim. I do not need it. If these could somehow atone for my mistakes. You have made no mistakes, Su Yan smiled. I must also congratulate you and Sister Ashley on your union and the impending arrival of your precious child. When the baby is born, I shall certainly prepare a grand gift. Lin Lang could no longer remain. He abruptly rose from the stone bench. Uncle Oro, I suddenly have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now and return after tomorrow's hunt to intrude once more. Oh, very well, Oro responded hastily. Zulu also felt it was time to leave, however. The roasted venison leg was simply too delectable. With a grin, he said, Uncle Oro, you need not give me the remaining 4,000 red coins. This venison leg shall suffice. No, you may take the meat, but the debts must be settled. Otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable accepting your game. With that, he went to retrieve the red coins. Let it be settled then, Zulu insisted, carrying the roasted venison leg and hastily following Lin Lang. Fearing that Oro might truly give him the coins, Xiao Luo glanced around, unsure of what to say, and finally slapped his thigh and exited to see the guests off. Oro emerged from the inner chamber with the coin pouch and found only Su Yan remaining in the guest room. They have all left? Indeed. Su Yan replied as she picked up the leather pouch from the stone table and handed it to Oro. Please return this for me, father. Yes, I know what to do, Oro said, accepting the pouch. It seems Zulu has a considerable interest in you. Reflecting on how Zulu had called him Oro earlier, and now referred to him as Uncle Oro, it was clear he held affection for Su Yan. But my fertility cannot be measured by the female stone. He may not choose to marry me, Su Yan replied. Oro nodded. It matters not. As long as I am alive, I shall provide for you. When Xiao Luo marries, he must also find a wife who can support you. Otherwise, I shall never approve. Yes, I do not wish for a sister-in-law who lacks generosity, Su Yan chuckled. Precisely. Oro raised his cup and drank it down in one go. Su Yan returned to her chamber and soon emerged again, holding a leather pouch. Father, this is the salt for tonight's barbecue. From now on, we should add a suitable amount of salt when cooking. It will help Xiao Luo grow stronger. Oro, upon seeing the fine salt within the pouch, estimated it to weigh no less than 20 pounds. He eagerly sampled it, his pupils trembling in astonishment. Your Honor, where did this come from? Friends from the Eastern District provided it. Ah, those elusive friends from the Eastern District. No wonder. Such a treasure is rare in the Western District. Oro delicately caressed the granules of salt with this. He could secure a maid of superior fertility from the rabbit clan for Xiao Luo. Then let us arrange that. We shall find a wife for Xiao Luo. Su Yin remarked. There's no rush, Oro said, carefully storing the precious salt away. Su Yin nodded, affirming that it was essential for Xiao Luo to pursue what he truly liked. Upon his return, Xiao Luo inquired, what do you mean by that? I mean to find you a bride, Su Yin jested. Instantly, Xiao Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. My talents are rather mediocre. Surely no female would be inclined to marry me. Su Yin replied, there are plenty of women who would marry the foolish son of a wealthy family. As long as we showcase the substantial wealth of the Mi Lute family, there will certainly be fertile females of humble origins willing to enter our household. Even if there are none from the Mouse clan, we still have the Rabbit clan, right, father? Su Yin turned to Oro, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Yinner speaks very well. Tomorrow morning, I shall visit the clan shaman of the Rabbit clan to cultivate relationships. Your salt will surely come in handy. Su Yin replied, Father. Feel free to take it for your use. Xiao Luo, her face flushed with embarrassment, stammered, I can manage on my own. Su Yin and Ao Luo paid him no heed. The Aokigahara Beast Forest ranks 5th among the beast forests of the Beast Realm continent. Unlike the Senyu, it is adjacent to the Eastern District, being uniquely a part of the Western District. While the forest is inhabited by magical beasts, their numbers are far fewer and their strength considerably less formidable than those in the Senyu, predominantly residing at the green and red tiers. Su Yin bore a bone bow upon her shoulder, accompanied by a bundle of bamboo arrows. These belonged to Oro, who once took them along during his hunts. But they had since lain idle due to his declining health. When Su Yin attempted to take the bow and arrows, Oro expressed his reluctance. It was not that he was particularly attached to the weapon, but rather that he perceived females as inherently fragile. He believed that even though Su Yin possessed talent, it would not alter his long-standing impression. He permitted her to engage in hunting for leisure with Xiao Luo, yet he forbade her from undertaking anything beyond that. It was only after Zulu approached Xiao Luo, offering to assist Su Yin with the bow, that Oro acquiesced. With Zulu's presence, Su Yin's safety was assured. In truth, Su Yin had received archery training and had participated in competitions, earning numerous accolades. Thus, once she grasped the bow, she skillfully drew it back, aimed, and accurately struck a wild chicken. Xiao Luo was taken aback by her proficiency, exclaiming, Sister, you can use a bow. Of course, Su Yin replied, handing the bow to him while she went to retrieve the wild chicken. They planned to make chicken soup for dinner. May I have a taste? Xiao Luo inquired. It won't be for free. The first prey you catch will cover your share, she responded. Zulu gazed at Su Yin with admiration, particularly captivated by her elegant archery technique. Su Yin replied, all right. Zulu was instantly invigorated, declaring, I shall go hunt a wild boar. Those creatures are indeed perilous. Among the fiercest beasts of the forest, the wild boar undoubtedly ranks high. Its hide is as thick as that of a tank, complemented by a formidable pair of tusks. The more she emphasized the danger, the more determined Zulu became to pursue a wild boar. Wait here, he instructed, familiar with the terrain. He knew precisely where to find abundant game and the types of prey that lurked within. Soon, he fixed his gaze upon a particular direction and sprinted off. Su Yin tossed the wild chicken to Xiao Luo and suggested they continue their search for prey. Sister, do you think Brother Zulu is all right? If anything were to happen to him, there would be no one left to hunt in this beastly forest. Su Yin, accompanied by Xiao Luo, roamed the outskirts of the forest, hunting for small game. During their excursion, Su Yin gathered a considerable amount of fruits and wild vegetables, but most notably, she stumbled upon a patch of wild yam. Each yam was as thick as her wrist, bringing her immense joy. Abandoning her hunt, she began to excavate the wild yams. While a diet of meat was adequate, Su Yin, who had been raised on grains, found herself longing for carbohydrate-rich foods. Xiao Luo, unaware of her motives for digging up these tubers meant for beasts, followed suit, mirroring her enthusiasm. As they continued to dig, Su Yin felt the yams beneath her hands stirring. To her astonishment, each yam began to emerge from the earth, aligning themselves in perfect order. Xiao Luo exclaimed in delight. Lin Lang possessed earth-based abilities, making the task of unearthing wild yams a mere flick of his fingers. Su Yin brushed the dirt off her hands, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. Lin Lang, you are truly remarkable. Thank you. You're welcome, Lin Lang replied, observing the innocent expression on Su Yan's face. Is there anything else you need to dig up? No, that's all. What have you hunted, Lin Lang? 2 deer, which I have already delivered back to the tribe. For now, there is nothing pressing. Lin Lang, I too wish to hunt a deer. Very well, I shall take you to the herd. Thank you, Lin Lang. Let us set off at once, Xiao Luo urged. Su Yan remarked, I shall not go. Instead, I will divide these wild yams and send them back home in batches. This heap weighs no less than 100 and some pounds. Without utilizing the spatial system, she would have to make several trips. Wait, allow me to assist you. Lin Lang interjected. As he spoke, he grasped a few vines of the wild yams, binding them securely before shouldering the load. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Yan was unable to intervene in time. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo stood with her mouth agape, pondering the hunt. Once this is returned, Lin Lang replied. All right, then you and brother Lin Lang can head back together, while I wait for brother Zulu, Su Yan suggested. That works. Xiao Luo responded. These wild yams also need to be collected. Please hand me the fruit basket and the wild chicken. I will take them back first. Su Yan instructed Xiao Luo. As Xiao Luo continued her hunting endeavors, Su Yan and Lin Lang made their way towards the Mouse Tribe settlement. Along the journey, Su Yan selected a sweet and tangy green fruit from the basket and offered it to Lin Lang. Is it heavy? She inquired. Have a bite. It will quench your thirst. No, it is not heavy at all, Lin Lang replied, gazing at her with a somewhat burning intensity, coupled with a hint of inner turmoil. Su Yan chose to disregard the situation. I heard from Xiao Luo that you were injured while rescuing your kin and fell into a coma. By the time you regained consciousness, you were already on the journey of migration. How is your wound healing now? Has it left any lingering effects? Lingering effects refer to symptoms that persist, resulting from an injury that is difficult to recover from. Losing you, does that count? Aero returned from the rabbit tribe's shaman in high spirits. Although the number of females in the rabbit tribe was limited, it was still quite easy to find one with moderate fertility and less than favorable living conditions. The shaman promised to provide him with news within 3 days. Aero carried 2 leather bags filled with goat's milk and, upon arriving at his doorstep, spotted Su Yan returning from a distance. Her long, snow-white hair made her unmistakable. However, beside her stood Lin Lang. Yinner, why are you with Lin Lang? Aero inquired. Brother Lin Lang helped me bring back the wild yam, Su Yan replied. Thank you for your trouble, Lin Lang. Please hand it over to me, Aero said, extending his hand to receive it. Lin Lang replied, no need to pass it around. I can carry it inside myself. Once in the courtyard, Su Yan instructed him to place the wild yam beside the pool fed by the mountain spring. I will make some yam cakes and bring you some to taste later. Very well. Although he was unfamiliar with yam cakes, he was eager to accept anything that Su Yan offered. Lin Lang, Ashley is about to give birth. You should return quickly, someone shouted from the entrance. Lin Lang's expression changed subtly. Su Yan hurriedly urged, you should return quickly. Lin Lang glanced at the person by the door and asked, didn't you say you would stay for a few more days? Ashley complained of a stomachache, insisting, in any case, you must hurry back. With that, the visitor hastily departed once more. Su Yan realized that it was likely her and Lin Lang's return from outside that had caught Ashley's attention, and it was probable that the child was perfectly fine. Go back, she advised. Pregnant women are prone to emotional instability. Take good care of her. With that, Su Yan stepped inside and retrieved a packet of finely ground salt, roughly a pound in weight, which she handed to Lin Lang. There isn't much of value here, but this should suffice. Thank you for bringing back the yam. Lin Lang did not accept it and turned to leave. Later, I will come by for the chicken soup. Very well, brother Lin Lang, take care on your way, she replied, while Aro personally saw him off. Just call me Lin Lang, he said as he reached the door. I shall not disturb you again today. You are always welcome, Oro replied with a cordial smile. Once Lin Lang departed, Oro inquired of Su Yan. What transpired between you two? We happened to meet while hunting. He assisted me in digging up these wild yams and offered to carry them back, purely a matter of kinship. Nothing more. That is good to hear. He has married Ashley, the finest female of the Mouse clan and the granddaughter of the clan Shaman, making him someone not to be trifled with. I understand. Therefore, my current aim is Zulu. Achieving that may prove difficult, Oro remarked to Su Yan. Today he visited the Rabbit clan Shaman and learned that the Rabbit clan's chieftain intends to arrange a marriage between Zulu and the daughter of the Fox clan's chief. The females of the Fox clan are all exceptionally beautiful. To marry or be wed to one of them is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Su Yan furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. That would be difficult to manage, she remarked. Yinner, what did you say? Nothing of importance. By the way, father, where is the Serpent Clan? The Serpent Clan is situated quite a distance from here, to the east of our old tribe, almost within the forest of Senyu. I have previously visited the Serpent Clan to assist in constructing the Beast God Temple. I heard from Xiao Luo that among the formidable beings in the Western District, there is one from the Serpent Clan. Indeed, but that individual is not to be trifled with. In his quest to seize a female, he murdered his own brother and was branded a traitor by the Serpent Clan, exiled for life. Recently, however, there have been reports of him lurking in the Qingmu Plains. Oh? Su Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why do you inquire about this? Oh, it's nothing. Just curious. It seems I will have to visit the Qingmu Plains more frequently. That fine salt you possess is quite favored by the shaman of the Rabbit Clan. He inquired whether a long-term supply could be arranged. The terms are negotiable. Perhaps that would be unfeasible. Her salt is a reward for childbirth, provided by the system. Then let it be. We shall revisit this matter in the future. Yes. The essence of seasoning is indispensable in daily life. I shall explore if there are any methods for salt production. Haha, the methods for salt production are highly confidential, akin to the lifeblood of a clan. How could I possibly share that with you? I shall devise a way. Father, please help me store these wild yam in a cool place. They can last for quite some time. I wondered why you were gathering such sustenance from wild beasts. To eat, of course. If they can consume it, so can we. Orcs primarily feast on meat. Only through a meat-rich diet can we become strong and capable of hunting to protect the tribe. A monotonous diet is not ideal. Tonight, I shall prepare a pot of wild yam stew with chicken. Father, do taste it and let me know your thoughts. Su Yin began to immerse herself in her tasks. Her culinary skills, which could only be deemed competent back on Earth, reached the level of a master chef here. The sounds of her bustling in the kitchen piqued Aro's curiosity. Moreover, her fire affinity made igniting flames exceedingly convenient. With her presence, there was no need to worry about preserving embers. Although the orcs feared fire and abstained from cooked food, they were still reluctant to let go of their source of flame. Occasionally, when their embers extinguished, they had to borrow fire from other tribes. Aro had been quite astonished when Su Yin roasted a leg of deer. He mused that her talent alone was sufficient for her to establish a place within the tribe. This daughter was aware of her worth. Just as females were valued for their scarcity, so too was her talent, though not exceedingly high, impressive enough to command respect, and practical for everyday cooking. However, she questioned why he would not allow her to inform the chieftain. Having once been a wandering orc, her fertility was uncertain, and she preferred the freedom of a nomadic life. You do not wish to be constrained, do you? Yes. Do you support my choice, father? With a chuckle, he replied. You were never raised by my side. Simply returning to acknowledge me as your father brings me joy. The rest is, of course, up to you. If you wish for stability, return, and I shall care for you for life. If you prefer to wander, then ensure your safety. Understood. Thank you, father. Su Yin presented Oro with a bowl of steamed yam puree, paired with a wild fruit jam, urging him to taste it. Curious if it might sell well at a market. Oro accepted the yam puree, gazing at the thick purple jam atop the pristine white puree, marveling at its appearance. Can this be eaten? Indeed, do try it. If it sells, I will teach you how to make it. All right. Not wanting to dampen his daughter's enthusiasm and filial piety, Aro took a generous bite. Instantly, his whiskers perked up in delight. Delicious. A resounding thud echoed in the courtyard as both hurried outside. To their surprise, they found Zulu standing somewhat disheveled in the yard, a massive wild boar, weighing at least 800 pounds, lying at his feet, under the sunlight. His radiant smile was blinding. Sister Yin, may I have chicken for dinner tonight? Su Yin paused for a moment in silence before retreating to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of yam puree accompanied by a pepper-like seasoning. This seasoning, which she had discovered in the beast forest, was quite large, about the size of a walnut, and bore a flavor akin to pepper, prompting her to name it faux pepper. Try this first. Zulu eagerly accepted it, and upon tasting, his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Faux pepper yam puree. Is it to your liking? Su Yin inquired with a smile. Zulu looked at her, unable to articulate his thoughts. You have added aphrodisiac fruit. Ah? Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Oro quickly took the bowl from Zulu's hands and sniffed it. Yin. There are indeed crushed pieces of aphrodisiac fruit in this. Su Yin was taken aback, exclaiming, Is that true? That pepper-like fruit is an aphrodisiac? I have consumed it as well, and experienced no issues. My dear, this aphrodisiac is intended for males. It is ineffective for females. What shall we do then? It's simple. Zulu grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his handsome face brimming with mischief. You shall provide me with a remedy. The roots of her ears began to blush uncontrollably, a sign of her awakening emotions. Suyin hurriedly exclaimed, "Aren't you already betrothed to the Fox clan?" "I never consented to that." Zulu effortlessly lifted her and carried her into the house, turning to Aro as he spoke. "That wild boar shall serve as a token of our meeting. I have heard that Lin Lang provided 16 crystal coins as a dowry. I shall offer 60. Su Yin yearned to resist, yet his strength was insurmountable, rendering her attempts futile unless she sought assistance from the system. However, the system was eager for her to bear children, and Zulu's talents were duly acknowledged by Shaman, ensuring he would not squander this fortuitous opportunity. "I shall not marry you," she asserted firmly. "It is quite possible that I may have other beastly husbands in the future. I certainly will not settle for just you. Let me make that abundantly clear." Zulu remained unfazed, replying, "No problem. Suyin, do you truly not care?" Zulu replied, "As long as you are happy." Suyin chuckled softly, conceding. Aro gazed at the adult wild boar in the yard. This welcoming gift was quite satisfactory. He dragged it into his slaughterhouse. Without the need to expend points on the life essence pill or the golden core pill, Suyin indulged in one after another. However, Zulu's vigor was truly overwhelming. Had she not consumed the rejuvenation pills twice, she would scarcely have been able to cope. In the aftermath, Zulu cradled the exhausted Su Yin in his arms, showering her with affectionate kisses before gently covering her with a fur blanket and returning to his residence. He began to gather his savings and a few personal belongings, preparing to move in with Su Yin. Yet, before he could step outside, he found himself confronted. Upon awakening, Su Yin was besieged by an unprecedented hunger. Xiaomei had mentioned that the fasting pill should only be consumed when one is not pregnant. When expecting, a regular diet is essential. "Xiao Luo, bring me some meat." It must be said that orcs are indeed carnivorous creatures. During her pregnancy, she found herself unable to consume the wild yam. Only meat could satiate her cravings, and it had to be the finest and most tender cuts. Previously, when she was carrying the little black panther, she had not been so particular, yet this time her appetite was exceptionally demanding. Xiao Luo presented her with a plate of tender loin freshly cut from a wild boar, and, filled with concern, inquired, "You've already eaten half a basin of meat. Is your stomach all right?" "I don't wish to eat, but my stomach insists," Su Yin lamented, feeling on the verge of tears. "I think I may be pregnant." Aro entered, carrying a platter of fresh fruits. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, he nearly dropped the fruit in shock. "Yinner, what did you just say? Pregnant?" Su Yin gently caressed her flat belly. Such a voracious appetite could only indicate one thing: pregnancy. How can one know they're pregnant in just a day? Xiao Luo remained skeptical, yet her insatiable hunger was difficult to dismiss. Previously, a mere bite of jerky or a sip of goat's milk would suffice, but now this was undeniably abnormal. Aro offered the fresh fruit to Su Yin, observing her eagerness to devour it. She indeed resembled a pregnant female. In the mouse tribe, females typically give birth after about a month, and one can ascertain pregnancy within 10 days at most, 5 at least. Moreover, the wild boar gifted by Zulu would certainly provide enough sustenance. "I refuse to eat jerky. I crave fresh meat, preferably venison," Su Yin said, stroking her flat abdomen. It is often said that a pregnant woman's cravings reflect her child's desires. What she consumed was not merely for herself, but rather for the little one within her. Zulu arrived, carrying an enormous beast hide bag. "Then we shall feast on fresh meat, my female. I can provide for you." Su Yin gazed at him in astonishment, particularly at the large beast hide bag. "What is this for?" "I shall be joining the millet family henceforth," Zulu declared, his face alight with joy and excitement. Su Yin was taken aback by Aro's words. "This is not appropriate, is it? Will the old patriarch agree?" Zulu recalled the moment he was about to leave home when the venerable patriarch of the rabbit clan, his hair snowy white, blocked his path. "Where do you think you are going?" "Father, I have taken a liking to the daughter of Merit, and I intend to marry into the Merit family." "Preposterous. The Merit clan belongs to the rat tribe, and their daughter is devoid of fertility." "How do you know that?" "The clan shaman, Grom, told me himself. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, many witnessed it. The daughter of Merit has been tested against the stone of fertility and found lacking." "That does not matter. Even without fertility, I can live as she does." "Absolutely not. You must marry a female of the Fox clan, a beauty of superior fertility." "I have already given my word." "You are too late. I have already formed a bond with the daughter of Merit. We have already consummated our union." You will drive me to madness." The old patriarch suddenly fainted. Zulu had no choice but to set down his belongings and attend to the patriarch until his brothers arrived, allowing him to shoulder his luggage and seek out Su Yin. Naturally, his brothers also tried to obstruct him, but ultimately they could not overpower him and had to let him go. Marriage into another clan is acceptable. Su Yin, munching on fresh fruit, felt a persistent hunger. I believe that over the course of this month, I will consume copious amounts of food. What do you mean by this month? Zulu sensed an underlying meaning in her words. I believe I may be with child. Su Yin gently caressed her abdomen. Feeling the presence of a rather voracious baby, Zulu was momentarily stunned. Is it truly so? But it was said she had no fertility. If I am indeed pregnant this time, then her fertility must be extraordinary. Even the reincarnation of a goddess of childbirth would pale in comparison. Indeed, I am pregnant. Su Yin patted her belly, noting how demanding the little one was, being quite selective, only desiring the most tender meat. No problem, I shall go hunting right away. Upon hearing he was to have offspring, Zulu felt an exhilarating urge to leap into action and turn to leave. Not just yet, Su Yin replied. You should go with Xiao Luo tomorrow morning instead. Very well, I shall keep you company in the meantime. Zulu took the initiative to peel and prepare the freshest fruits, feeding the succulent pulp to Su Yin. Su Yin opened her mouth to eat, her eyes glancing towards the large beast hide bag he had brought. What could possibly be inside? Crystals, clothing, tools. Oh, I shall take it to my sister's den. Xiao Luo finally realized that from now on, Zulu and they would be one family. Su Yin smiled and replied, go ahead. They already had a child, and living together was not an issue. Moreover, this pregnancy was entirely different from the last. She would likely struggle to manage everything on her own. Seeing Su Yin nod, Zulu felt a weight lift from his heart. Su Yin was unlike the ordinary females. She possessed a strong sense of self and would not hesitate to cast someone aside if she deemed it necessary. I am thirsty, she remarked, her lips slightly parted. Zulu gazed at her crimson lips, suddenly recalling the moments of intimacy when that very mouth nearly ensnared his soul. I shall fetch you some water, he offered, attending to her with utmost diligence. That night, Su Yin was almost perpetually eating. She would awaken briefly only to indulge in more food, her cheeks aching from the constant consumption. Eventually, in desperation, she sought assistance from the system, Shaman. What is happening with this pregnancy? I have such an insatiable appetite. Shaman replied, it is the golden essence pill at work. Talent is not bestowed without reason. It requires ample energy to elevate one's abilities. Once the child is born, their innate talent will be fixed, and alterations are impossible unless one uses a celestial restoration pill, which costs 10,000 points. Quite exorbitant, indeed. Thus, the golden essence pill proves to be the most economical choice. Given your current situation, you may consume some rare herbs and treasures. What rare herbs and treasures? I shall send you information on some common ones to peruse. All right. In Su Yan's system space, a colossal tome, measuring over 1/2 meter in thickness and spanning 2 feet on each side, swiftly materialized. It was her first encounter with such an enormous book, and she marveled at it for a moment before opening it. Instantly, the content of the first page transformed into a cascade of words that penetrated her mind. The 7-star red fruit, a perennial spiritual material, reaches a height of 7 inches, adorned with star-shaped purple leaves. Its fruit is a vibrant red, spherical in shape, with golden star-shaped seeds. The entire plant is edible, though the unripe fruit is yellowish-green and highly toxic. Once matured, it provides substantial nourishment, particularly beneficial for those lacking innate vitality, flourishing in shaded spots beneath forest trees, thriving in well-aerated, well-drained leaf soil. Su Yin drank fresh sheep's milk, yet still felt hungry. Zulu approached with a platter of fresh meat, his gaze fervently fixed upon Su Yin. I have just hunted a deer, the tenderest part of its spine. Su Yin, while savoring her meat, inquired, when you were hunting in the woods, did you come across a certain plant with star-shaped purple leaves and crimson, roundish fruit? Indeed. I have seen it. Do you wish to taste it? Yes. I only desire the entire plant when the fruit has turned red. The yellow-green variety does not appeal to me. I shall fetch it for you right away. Zulu set down his meat and promptly prepared to leave. Just then, Xiao Luo hurried in and said to Su Yin, Sister, someone has arrived. It's Brother Lin Lang. Su Yin was taken aback. Has Ashley given birth? There had been no news of it. The Mouse clan welcoming a new member would be a significant event, one that could not be concealed, especially given that it concerns the granddaughter of the clan Shaman. Since no news had surfaced, it was likely that she had not yet given birth. Xiao Luo responded, Zol, come out here. Lin Lang shouted angrily. The tone of his voice was quite unusual, prompting Su Yin to inquire of Zol, what has transpired between you two? She intended to step outside to assess the situation, but was held back by Zol. "It's nothing. This fellow has lost his mind," Zol explained. "I will go take a look and then gather some fruits for you." "All right," Suyin replied, patting her stomach, which was grumbling with hunger. Once, she could hardly bear to witness others consuming raw meat. Now, she relished it more than anyone else. Next time I consume the golden essence pill, I must ensure to prepare heavenly materials and earthly treasures in advance. As Suyin listened to the silence outside, she surmised that the two had departed from the courtyard. Xiao Luo appeared to be hesitant, as if on the verge of speaking. "What is it? Do you wish to eat as well?" Suyin offered him the platter of meat. Xiao Luo quickly shook his head, replying, "I am content with just the jerky." Suyin had just consumed another piece of fresh meat. "So, what is the matter? You seem hesitant." "It's brother Lin Lang. He is upset because brother Zulu has become my brother-in-law." Suyin let out a sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Only upon reaching the Qingmu Beast Forest did Zulu and Lin Lang's expressions change. Both possessed yellow tier talents, equally matched in capabilities. "You cannot defeat me. The lingering injuries from the magical beasts on your body have lowered your current realm by at least half a tier. How would you know without trying?" Lin Lang retorted. Launching the first attack, the ground split open, and dozens of earth spikes, infused with lethal intent, surged towards Zulu. Gracefully, Zulu leapt up to a tall tree, whereupon a thorny vine emerged from his wrist, ensnaring the earth spikes in retaliation. Witnessing this, Lin Lang's expression shifted slightly. "You possess wood-type talent as well? My wood-type talent surpasses even my water-type, nearing the profound tier. Thus, you needn't waste your efforts. I am off to gather fruits for Yin Yin. We can drink together later." With that, Zulu swiftly turned and ventured deeper into the beast forest. Lin Lang chose not to pursue him any further. In truth, he held no qualification to compete. As a mere earth type, how could he contend with someone wielding both water and wood elements? Moreover, Zulu had already won her affection, having even crossed into her inner circle. Yet, Lin Lang was unwilling to concede, for he had known her first. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are typically guarded by beasts, being possessions of their own. To harvest such treasures inevitably requires a confrontation with their guardians. Suyin desired the 7-star crimson fruit, which was guarded by a formidable beast. This was also the reason why Zulu revealed to Lin Lang that he possessed dual elemental talents. He did not wish to squander his strength on Lin Lang. The two-headed wolf, a wind element magical beast of yellow tier aptitude, had previously encountered Zulu, resulting in a stalemate where neither party could triumph over the other. This time, however, the stakes were different. He must secure that precious fruit. The two-headed wolf fixed its vigilant gaze upon Zulu, letting out a ferocious howl in an attempt to intimidate him. Zulu unsheathed his bone knife from his waist, declaring, "I seek only the 7-star crimson fruit behind you. Surrender it, and I shall spare you. Refuse, and I do not mind adding another crystal coin to my collection." The two-headed wolf paid no heed to his words, and, seeing Zulu's refusal to retreat, lunged forward. Its razor-sharp claws, larger than those of an adult man, glinted ominously, poised to strike Zulu. Yet, in the next moment, a pitiful howl escaped the beast as Zulu suddenly appeared at its flank, delivering a decisive blow with his bamboo knife that resonated with the sound of cracking bone. Simultaneously, the figure that the wolf had lunged at transformed into a puddle of water, dissipating into the ground, a manifestation of the water elemental shadow technique, a diversionary tactic. Seizing the opportunity, Zulu ensnared the two-headed wolf with thorny vines. The beast, with its two gaping maws, unleashed a series of wind blades that severed the vines into fragments. Launching several attacks towards Zulu, he raised his hands to conjure ice blades for defense. The two-headed wolf moved with blinding speed, creating an afterimage as it circled behind Zulu, unleashing dozens more wind blades. Zulu erected an ice wall to shield himself, while uprooting a massive tree to hurl at the wolf. Suddenly, the two-headed wolf expanded in size, bracing itself against the colossal tree. Zulu took advantage of this moment, summoning several shadowy figures to confuse the beast while concealing his true self. He crept beneath the wolf, targeting the magical crystal within its abdomen, and struck with force. The beast emitted a harrowing cry that echoed through the forest, startling the hunters among the beasts and even reaching Lin Lang, who was outside the Qingshan forest. His complexion turned ashen, his fist clenched tightly. He recognized the two-headed wolf and understood that, even without his old injuries, such a swift kill was inconceivable. Oro purchased a barrel of fresh cow's milk. Upon catching the delightful aroma of milk, Suyin couldn't help but drool. "Father, I wish to indulge in some milk." "It is precisely for you," Oro replied, pouring her a bowl. Suyin drank in one breath, still wanting more. "Oro, give." It wasn't until a significant portion of a barrel of fresh milk had been consumed that Su Yin was able to pause momentarily, yet the sensation of hunger lingered. Has Zulu returned? She thought, truly wishing to refrain from eating any further. Oro promptly stepped outside to check. A look of delight spread across his face as he announced. He back. Zulu arrived, one hand grasping a 7-star red fruit, the other carrying a live deer ensnared by vines. I'm back. Yin. Are you all right? Oro hurriedly unloaded the live deer from his shoulder, murmuring, I've mentioned her many times. Go see her quickly. All right. Zulu could hardly contain his eagerness as he dashed towards the chamber where Su Yin was located. Su Yin delved into the applications of the 7-star red fruit. It can be used in soups for medicinal purposes, and it can also be refined into the 7-star elixir. However, as she was unfamiliar with the latter, consuming it directly seemed the least wasteful. She devoured the vibrant red fruit, chewing even the seeds into a pulp. The taste was somewhat sweet, yet predominantly bitter and spicy. As the 7-star red fruit settled in her stomach, the insatiable hunger that had been gnawing at her gradually subsided. By the time she had consumed the entire plant, she let out a satisfied belch. Zulu, anxiously watching over her, was concerned for her well-being. I'm fine, and I finally don't feel hungry anymore. Su Yin reassured him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Zulu. Her affectionate gesture left Zulu utterly enchanted. However, Su Yin's claim of no longer feeling hungry struck him as peculiar. How could she not feel hunger? Could it be something other than pregnancy? Perhaps a condition akin to bulimia? Su Yin responded, the 7-star red fruit is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Consuming a single specimen could be equivalent to an abundance of fresh meat. Rare treasure of heaven and earth? Zulu pondered the two-headed wolf guarding it. It must indeed be precious, for otherwise, the beast would not remain in constant vigil. He had arrived just at the opportune moment. As the 7-star red fruit had just ripened, are there any left in the beast forest? Su Yin inquired. There are, Zulu affirmed without hesitation. Even if I have to turn over the entire Qingmu plain, I shall find one for my female. As I was gathering the 7-star red fruit, I also took the liberty of slaying a magical beast. Here is its crystal core, which possesses a rather unique shape resembling 2 small wolves. Keep it as a trinket. Zulu said, presenting the crystal core of the two-headed wolf to Su Yin. Su Yin gazed at the translucent azure crystal core, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding its nature. Typically, beast-shaped crystal cores only manifest at the yellow rank or above, thus inherently rendering them more valuable. You slayed a yellow-ranked magical beast? Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes wide as she looked at Zulu. Zulu nodded nonchalantly, remarking, it was nothing of consequence. I dealt with it effortlessly to spare my kin from its menace. Su Yin gazed at him with admiration. My baby's father is truly remarkable. Zulu's face flushed with warmth. Even if you were not pregnant, I would still take care of you endlessly. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Thank you, Brother Zulu. Su Yin nestled into his embrace. Zulu gradually enveloped her, as if cradling the entirety of existence. Su Yin's diet has returned to normal, consisting of a bite of jerky and a sip of milk. This, however, has left Aorodi in a state of anxiety. For a female, the most significant aspect is undoubtedly the ability to conceive and bear children. In her current state, she seems less like a pregnant female than when she indulged in copious feasts. Yinner, are you certain you were pregnant? Indeed, Su Yin affirmed with certainty. Previously, Zulu Gu assisted me in obtaining a herb that regulates appetite. After consuming it, I no longer felt as ravenous. Perhaps you should eat a little more? Aorodi was skeptical, believing that a mere plant could suppress one's hunger. Besides, such things were typically consumed by wild beasts. Su Yin replied, I shall not eat any more. Since I have nothing to do, I will take a look at the stall. Aero said, with Shaluo and Zulu present, there is no problem. It is best for you to rest at home. Regardless of whether you are pregnant, your health is paramount. We shall know in a few days if you are with child. Su Yin understood that unless her belly swelled, they would not believe her. By the way, father, is Zulu's joining our family merely a jest or a serious matter? She still felt uncertain about Zulu's true intentions. If he was merely playing along with her, she would not mind, as the goal was simply to bear a child. Now that she was indeed expecting, that aim had been fulfilled. Aero responded, of course it is serious. The clan leader, upon hearing the news, specifically summoned me to inquire about it. He is pleased that Zulu is to join our mouse clan, stating that once you have born a child for Zulu, a marriage will be arranged. What else did he say? Su Yin asked. He also mentioned that if you are unable to give birth, you could consider having a surrogate, allowing Rona to bear the child. As long as there is a strong male, no one will object. His plan is indeed well thought out. Suyin stretched lazily. I will go take a look at the stall. I shall accompany you, Aero offered. No need. Just take care of making jerky at home, father. Because of my appetite these past few days, you have also been quite busy, and many orders are piling up. All right, I will save the fresh spine meat for you. Thank you, father. The mouse clan is neither too large nor too small. When something occurs, it spreads swiftly. Even the children playing by the roadside are aware that the youngest and strongest male of the rabbit clan, the clan leader's son, has joined the family of the Maritu in the mouse clan. Suyin walked along the road, attracting the gaze of numerous onlookers. The distinctive feature of her striking white hair made her instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with her. Even those who had never encountered her could surmise that she was indeed Suyin Miluta. Confused by the attention, Suyin examined herself, wondering if perhaps her attire was inappropriate. The ruddy brown coarse fabric of her clothing was quite ordinary, yet the animal hide shoes she wore were rather exceptional. Having previously worked in a shoe factory, she possessed a keen understanding of shoemaking, particularly in design, which she excelled at. Thus, she sketched a shoe design along with its disassembled components for Xiao Luo to see. Xiao Luo, being nimble-fingered, grasped it immediately and dedicated an entire day to crafting a pair for her. The result was not only comfortable but also aesthetically pleasing. Suyin suggested to Xiao Luo to forego hunting and instead focus on making animal hide boots, which could yield considerable profit. Xiao Luo was somewhat tempted by the idea and, upon discussing it with Aro, found him in full agreement. The prospect of sustaining themselves through safer means rather than risking life and limb in hunting was certainly appealing to him. However, it would not be an instantaneous endeavor. They would first need to produce some standard sizes to display at their stall and test the waters for sales. Today, her intention to visit the stall was precisely for this reason, as Xiao Luo had brought along 10 pairs of animal hide boots early in the morning. Uncertain of whether they had sold, Suyin felt a prickle of unease at being observed, prompting her to activate the system map. Within a radius of 100 meters, she could perceive all individuals and hear their conversations. The offspring of the Aro family were truly remarkable. Their son crafted exquisitely beautiful boots, while their daughter had secured a union with the strongest male of the rabbit clan. This union might one day elevate them to the status of a prominent family. Alas, my daughter is already wed. Otherwise, I would have eagerly sought a familial alliance with Mirit. The same could be said for my own family. Suyin understood, steadied her mind, put away the map, and continued forward. Before she reached her destination, she noticed a large crowd gathered around her family's stall. She hurried over in quick strides. Upon seeing Suyin, Zulu emerged from the throng, smiling as he said, "The leather boots you had Xiao Luo make are a hit. Everyone is eager to measure their feet for a custom order." Suyin gazed at the bustling crowd, realizing that little Luo must be quite occupied. "Are you hungry? How about I take you to have something to eat?" Zulu gently grasped her hand. Suyin lowered her gaze to their hands, particularly his dry and warm, unlike her own, which always bore a hint of coolness. "Well, I wish to indulge in some fresh fruits." "Indeed. Let us visit Old Wolf's Tavern. He has exquisite fruit wine that you might enjoy. I cannot partake in alcohol, as I am with child." Zula glanced down at her flat abdomen. He had inquired of other fathers regarding the likelihood of conception occurring after just one encounter. Only those with exceptional fertility could achieve such a feat. Those with above-average fertility typically required 3 to 5 months, while those of moderate fertility needed 1 to 2 years, and those of lower fertility might never conceive at all. Though he harbored hopes for Suyin's pregnancy, and her previous indulgences had seemed indicative of such, he had also heard of a phenomenon known as pseudo-pregnancy, wherein one might yearn so deeply for a child that they imagine themselves to be with child. He wished to spare Suyin from undue stress. "Very well. We shall not go then. But we can. I shall eat the fruits while you enjoy your wine," Suyin replied with a smile. As they strolled along, Suyin suddenly activated the system map. Zulu, unable to perceive her system, remained enraptured by the mere act of holding the one he cherished. Suyin magnified her view to a jewelry stall located 30 meters behind her. At the stall stood a slightly plump female figure, holding a string of beast tooth necklaces. While she appeared to be admiring the ornament in her hand, her gaze was, in fact, fixated intently on Suyin, particularly on the hand enveloped by the Zulu. Suyin recognized her, Rona Resh, the daughter of the Mouse clan's chieftain. She had presumably come to seek out Zulu, but the intensity of her gaze suggested a desire to consume her whole. As Suyin had surmised, Rona was indeed in search of Zulu. Upon hearing that Zulu had slain the two-headed wolf beast that had long held dominion over the Aokigahara forest, she was filled with unwavering determination. To ensure her success in capturing Zulu, She even borrowed some aphrodisiac from Ashley, intending to hastily conceive a child, thereby compelling Zulu to marry her, regardless of his wishes. As for Su Yin, she had held Rona in contempt since her coming-of-age ceremony, yet upon seeing her, she could not suppress a surge of jealousy and resentment. She envied Rona's beauty and loathed that with merely her appearance, she could effortlessly attract the males Su Yin admired. First Lin Lang, then Zulu. Lin Lang had Ashley. With her exceptional fertility, Su Yin could concede defeat there. But Zulu, why should Rona possess him? A lowly female devoid of reproductive capabilities, destined for the breeding pit. Rona cast one last venomous glance at Su Yin, purchased the jewelry in her hand, and turned to leave. Su Yin watched her step out of her territory before folding away the map, a sense of wariness towards Rona brewing within her. Rona Resh, do you know her? The daughter of the Rat tribe's chieftain, whom I have encountered twice. She possesses exceptional fertility. So what? There are many females among the Rabbit tribe with superior fertility. If I sought only progeny, I could easily find an extraordinary mate. I believe you can choose your partner at will. Females are drawn to males for strength, while males pursue females solely for reproduction, yet you seem rather different. As for others, I know not and care not. I am quite certain I do not prioritize progeny. Males without offspring are often looked down upon in the tribe, are they not? Like Shaluo, who has long since come of age but is ostracized from hunting parties due to his low aptitude, lacking female admiration and offspring. Conversely, males who have progeny, even without a female companion, hold their ground in the tribe, walking with their heads held high, deserving of respect. Zulu boldly declared, "Who dares?" "Very well. You possess great talent and strength." Su Yin chuckled, "Then how about you raise my child once I give birth?" Zulu glanced at her exceedingly slender figure, particularly her waist, which he could easily grasp in one hand, fragile and delicate. Even if she were to conceive, the perils of childbirth would be grave, and he could hardly bear to see her suffer. "Yin Yin, I do not wish for children. You need not bear any. Do not force yourself." "What nonsense is this? I am already with child." Su Yin shot him a glance. "I have consulted my father. All tribes are the same. Children are raised by males, while females merely bear them, fulfilling their duty. Indeed, if you were to bear my child, I would not only raise him but venerate him as an ancestor. However, the prerequisite is that you give birth. If another does, I would rather see our line extinguished." Su Yin's once tranquil heart suddenly stirred with a ripple. They had arrived at their destination. Zulu halted his steps, pointing towards an open-air shed by the roadside. At that moment, numerous males were engaged in drinking and chatting, with not a single female in sight. Thus, when Zulu led Su Yin into the shed, the entire tavern turned their gaze towards them, some with astonishment, others with curiosity, and a few with admiration. "Old Wolf, bring me a bowl of wine and a platter of fresh fruits," Zulu called out to an elderly man. "This must be the daughter of Oro." Old Wolf approached with a large bowl of wine and a glistening platter of fresh fruits. Su Yin, with grace and courtesy, greeted. "Good day, Old Wolf. I am Su Yin Mirat, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Old Wolf, taken aback, had never encountered such a polite and respectful female before. His expression softened with warmth. "Very well, I shall treat you today. Feel free to eat and drink as you please." "Thank you," Su Yin replied with a smile, her stunning beauty captivating those around her. Old Wolf, momentarily entranced, soon regained his composure and added, "Do not hesitate. Simply let me know if you require anything." Just then, another person called out to Old Wolf, prompting him to attend to the matter. Su Yin plucked a yellow berry from the fruit platter and savored it in her mouth, experiencing a delightful hint of pineapple flavor. It was delectable. "This is quite good. Let us inquire with Old Wolf about purchasing some when we return. Do you enjoy yellow berries?" "Indeed. Then tomorrow I shall gather some fresher ones for you." "That sounds wonderful." Suddenly, a voice erupted from outside the tent. "It is grave news. The tribe shaman's granddaughter is in distress during childbirth." Su Yin halted her consumption of the Huang Yuan fruit, her gaze turning in astonishment towards the individual who had spoken. Immediately, someone inquired, "Is there a complication in the delivery?" Who could articulate the situation clearly? Regardless, the child seemed unable to be born. Only one could be preserved. "Ashley is not one of our mouse clan. Possessing extraordinary fertility, how could she possibly encounter such a predicament? High fertility facilitates conception, but it does not guarantee an easy delivery. The process of childbirth remains perilous for all females, and a moment's misstep could lead one back to the embrace of the beast god." Su Yin, eager to ascertain the details, approached the individual and inquired, "When did you receive the news?" The person, gazing at her snow-white hair and exquisitely perfect visage, asked, Are you the female of the Merit family? Indeed, Su Yin replied. My brother visited the rabbit clan to consult the clan shaman, and that is how I learned of it. It has not been long, approximately a sand hour. A sand hour is roughly equivalent to 2 hours. Su Yin gently rubbed her wrist, a habitual gesture she resorted to in moments of hesitation. Is there a medicinal pill that can assist a person in labor? She inquired. Indeed, there is the Anshuan pill, priced at 50 points. Where is the tribal shaman's residence? What do you intend to do? Zulu queried. I wish to pay a visit to one of the tribes. I shall guide you there. The abode of the tribal shaman was a vast natural cavern, adorned with water and flourishing flora, a picturesque landscape. The beast god temple was also situated here. Before the temple lay an expansive open area, convenient and spacious for any forthcoming events. At this moment, numerous tribespeople had gathered in the clearing, fervently praying for Ashley's safe delivery. Su Yin encountered a familiar female, Shava Bralik, who expressed her desire to meet Ashley. Shava, possessing a delightful disposition, promptly approached Ashley with the request. Soon, a reply was received. Ashley was indeed willing to meet her. As Grom emerged from the beast god temple after offering his prayers, he spotted Su Yin on her way to the delivery room. His expression darkened instantly, and he thundered, Who permitted your presence here? The impending premature birth of Ashley was inextricably linked to Su Yin. If it weren't for Lin Lang's heart being entirely with Su Yin, neglecting Ashley's needs and leaving her emotionally distressed during her pregnancy, the complications during labor might have been avoided. Ashley wishes to see me, Su Yin replied. Shava added, Yes. Sister Ashley desires to meet her. An elderly female assisting with the delivery, bloodied hands emerging from the delivery room, approached Grom and exclaimed, Tribe Shaman, it is dire. Without further regard for Su Yin, Grom rushed into the delivery room. Su Yin paused for a moment before entering, exchanging a piece of Anshuan Dan at the system store. Ashley, who was born of a mouse form, surprised Su Yin somewhat. You have arrived, Ashley said weakly, lying on the fur blanket, beneath which a considerable amount of blood had already pooled, the mess left unattended. Su Yin approached and stood by the birthing bed. Why are you giving birth in a human form? She inquired. Work females always give birth in their beast form, replied Shawa beside her. Su Yin contemplated the minuscule size her offspring would possess if she were to give birth in the form of a mouse. In this regard, the system appeared rather humane. I apologize. I am unaware, she said. No, it is I who must apologize. After the beast men attacked the tribe, Lin Lang entrusted me with the task of seeking you outside the village. I did not fulfill that duty and instead fabricated a tale, claiming that you had been devoured by the beast men. I should not have concealed the truth or deceived you. I have wronged you. Ashley felt that her arduous labor was a fitting consequence, a just retribution for her misdeeds. Su Yin glanced at Grom, noticing that she had turned her head away, clearly unwilling to witness Ashley's current state. Su Yin stepped closer, grasping Ashley's paw, which was nearly the same size as her own hand. Since you are wed to Lin Lang, you two are destined to be lifelong companions. I now have Zulu by my side, and he treats me exceptionally well. Indeed. I have heard the news. I wish you both the best. Zulu is a remarkable male. Yes, just like our tribe, which has embarked on a new beginning after the migration. We must let go of the past. In the future, we shall coexist harmoniously. Once I bear children with Zulu, our descendants will play together. Ashley was taken aback by Su Yan's remarkable capacity for forgiveness, feeling increasingly ashamed. The world around her blurred, and she realized that her time was dwindling. Alas, I may not survive this ordeal. Thank you for your understanding. With that, Ashley's head tilted, and she fainted. Su Yan hurriedly approached, gently brushing her fingers against the corner of her mouth, as the minuscule Anshuan Dan, no larger than a mung bean, slipped past her lips. Ashley, awaken. You still have children to bear. You cannot succumb to slumber. Ashley Grom forcefully pushed Su Yin aside and stepped forward to examine her granddaughter, seemingly aged considerably in that fleeting moment. Su Yin stumbled slightly, but Shawa promptly steadied her. Be careful. It's all right. Go prepare some clean blankets. We are going to assist Ashley with her delivery. Shawa did not move, for anyone with clear sight could see that Ashley was beyond saving. Seeing her remain motionless, Su Yin glanced around and picked up a soft, dry animal skin blanket to replace the blood-stained one for Ashley. Just as she finished changing the blanket for Ashley, the latter suddenly let out a deep breath and exclaimed, Ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tiny mouse babies, still wrapped in their amniotic sac, were born. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. The Anshuan pill was indeed remarkably effective. She then beckoned the stunned Shawa to come over and lend a hand. Before Shawa could respond, Grom took the initiative, saying, "I will handle this." Su Yin was at a loss as to how to attend to this group of little mice. So she obediently stood to one side. In that moment, she happened to catch sight of Lin Lang standing outside the delivery room. She was uncertain how long he had been there, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed at her. Su Yin smiled gently and called out to him. "Ashley has given birth to 5 baby mice. Come and take a look." Only then did Lin Lang set off, making his way into the delivery room. But he was headed straight for her. Su Yin immediately took a step back, her gaze directed towards the delivery bed, where Ashley looked at Lin Lang with eager anticipation. 1 female and 4 males, all remarkably robust. Grom exclaimed joyfully, "Blessed be the beast god! Blessed be the beast god!" Lin Lang suddenly halted, his eyes shifting to the tiny mice offspring that were intricately connected to his bloodline. Upon seeing him remain motionless, Su Yin swiftly took a couple of steps forward and gently urged him, "Hurry and check on Ashley. She risked her life to bring your offspring into this world, so you must treat her well from now on." After speaking, Su Yin turned to Ashley and said, "Congratulations on a smooth delivery. I shall return shortly with a gift to celebrate." "You need not bring a gift. Your presence alone is a source of great gratitude for me," Ashley replied, her complexion not only free of pallor but now radiant and vibrant. Su Yin felt a twinge of pain regarding her points. However, it was indeed impossible for her to stand by and do nothing. Points could be earned again in the future, but if Ashley and those children were lost, Lin Lang might very well suffer irreparable damage. He was still struggling to come to terms with the deception he had endured at the hands of Ashley. But once she and the children were gone, it would be too late for regret. "Thank you." Lin Lang's voice trembled, slightly hoarse. Su Yin nodded and emerged from the delivery room. Outside, Zulu awaited her. Su Yin approached, and before she could utter a word, her hand was grasped by him. "Let us return," he suggested. "Very well." Just as she was about to depart, a sudden voice resonated in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden merit task and received a merit gift package. Rewards include 100 points, an automatic expansion scroll for system space increasing by 10 cubic meters, 50 pounds of refined salt, 30 pounds of sugar, 1 set of blankets, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 1 box of compressed biscuits, 5 pounds of soybeans, 10 cans of fruit preserves, and 20 pounds of rice, along with 10 large barrels of purified water." A smile gradually blossomed on Su Yan's face as she discovered that the system offered hidden task rewards. It seemed that as long as it pertained to childbirth, she had the opportunity to earn points and rewards. "What is the matter? Why are you smiling so joyfully?" inquired Zulu. Su Yin rose on her tiptoes and swiftly planted a kiss on him. Ashley successfully gave birth to 5 adorable mouse babies, and she felt immense joy for her. Zulu, overwhelmed by her kiss, felt a surge of warmth throughout his body. "Shall we not strive a little harder?" It is not merely the desire for children, but rather an earnest yearning to partake in the delightful act of creating them. Su Yin inquired of the system, "Xiao Mei, is it still possible to engage in activities while pregnant?" Xiao Mei replied, "Your fetus is safeguarded by the protective essence of the pregnancy, which not only remains unaffected but also benefits the process of childbirth." Su Yuan nodded in agreement to Zulu, who eagerly lifted her into his arms and hurried back to his residence, as it was the nearest. The following afternoon, Su Yuan returned to her own home, feeling weary and sore. Oro was busy tanning animal hides and, upon seeing her condition, understood immediately what had transpired. "Ah, youth is meant to be passionate," he remarked cheerfully. "You're back? Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry, but I am a bit thirsty. Is there any milk?" "Yes, it's in the kitchen." Su Yin supported her waist as she made her way to the kitchen. Zulu carried a cow into the yard. "Father-in-law, place it there." Upon seeing the cow, Oro's eyes sparkled with delight. He immediately dropped the animal hide in his hands. "Wonderful. Now Yenner can enjoy fresh milk every day." "Yes, where is Yin Yin?" "In the kitchen, drinking milk. She adores it. Deer milk does not suit her palate. Just give me the cow, and I will prepare a special pen for it." "I appreciate your help, father-in-law. I will go and check on Yin Yin." Go on, go on." After finishing her milk, Su Yin finally took the time to examine the system's rewards, ultimately retrieving the 5 pounds of yellow beans. Zulu entered the room and, noticing her turn back as if she were engrossed in something, called out, "Yin Yin? Brother Zulu, you're here." Su Yin greeted him warmly. Zulu approached her, asking, "What is going on? There is something here. Could you see if it's edible?" Su Yin inquired, handing him a plump yellow bean. In truth, Zulu had detected a delightful fragrance the moment he entered, which now revealed itself to be emanating from this small object. "What is this?" he asked. Yellow bean. A type of plant, she replied. Is this a seed? He probed further. Indeed, she affirmed. With a flick of his fingers, Zulu summoned a hint of wood-based elemental energy, enveloping the yellow bean. Gradually, the bean swelled, radiating a gentle glow. Before long, it began to sprout, transforming into a vibrant green plant that blossomed and bore fruit, maturing entirely within a remarkably brief span of time. Suyin was left speechless. How did you achieve this? I possess the dual affinity of wood and water, Zulu replied, handing her the mature soybeans. A dual affinity. Suyin marveled, having never heard of such a thing before. It was truly impressive. It's nothing extraordinary. Your fire affinity is far more rare. At my low level, I can merely kindle a flame. Suyin plucked the soybean pods, a small flame flickering at her fingertips, igniting the pods in a brilliant and perilous blaze. Fear not, I shall take care of you, Zulu said, his gaze burning with an almost obsessive admiration for her. Suyin was far from being an innocent girl devoid of understanding. Prior to her arrival in the beast realm, she had experienced a romantic relationship on Earth with a scion of an illustrious family, whose affection was merely a means to satiate his desires. She devoted her genuine emotions to him, only to be met with mockery and ultimately, betrayal. In her quest for rebirth on Earth, she consented to bind herself to a childbirth system, driven by a heart that had long since ceased to love. At that moment, Zulu's gaze mirrored her former self. Zulu, do not hold me in such high regard. I am unworthy. Suyin averted her eyes and departed from the kitchen, leaving Zulu in a state of bewilderment. Unable to reciprocate her feelings, Suyin endeavored to compensate Zulu physically, engaging in a myriad of passionate encounters that bestowed upon him an unparalleled ecstasy, skills she had originally acquired to please another man. Days swiftly passed, and soon Suyin's abdomen swelled as if inflated. It became evident that her claim of pregnancy was indeed true. Zulu, who had once indulged without restraint, now found himself steeped in regret, lamenting his actions. In a flurry of urgency, he returned to the rabbit tribe. Since Grom had ascended to the role of tribal shaman, he had ceased to verify the pregnancies of any female. Suyin was undoubtedly the first to arrive, not only paying a visit but also bringing a generous array of gifts. Suyin sat on a bench draped with a fur blanket, observing Grom, who seemed transformed. Particularly in his demeanor towards her, it was akin to being treated like Ashley, leaving her both flattered and bewildered. Is the baby in my womb all right? Suyin inquired cautiously. Grom, with a benevolent expression, replied, everything is fine. The little one is lively and robust, developing splendidly. Master Shaman, didn't my sister say she lacked fertility? Little Luo, curious, questioned why the female stone had shown no reaction while her sister was pregnant. Grom explained. This may pertain to her constitution. In our mouse tribe, none remain the same size in adulthood as they were in childhood, being of a different kind. She cannot be compared to ordinary females. So my sister is unique? Indeed, there is no doubt. She is a remarkable female. When she gives birth, I shall personally assist in her delivery. Grom's previous prejudices and dissatisfaction towards Suyin dissipated entirely upon learning of her pregnancy. Each shaman places great importance on the tribe's new bloodline, sometimes valuing it above their own lives. Grom had previously harbored discontent towards Suyin due to Ashley, yet now, with Ashley having successfully delivered one female and 4 males, Lin Lang's attitude towards Ashley had improved, thereby erasing any lingering distance. Now, with Suyin's successful pregnancy, contributing to the mouse tribe's lineage, Grom could not be more pleased. This was the second pregnant female since the coming-of-age ceremony, a testament to her exceptional fertility. Thank you, Master Shaman, Suyin responded. Oro, carrying a leather pouch, handed it to Grom, saying, I appreciate you making this trip, and in the future, Yenner will also trouble you. There's no need for gratitude. It is my duty. Grom declined the pouch, stating, since all is well, I shall take my leave to share this good news with the chief. Oro personally escorted Grom out. However, scarcely had Grom departed when Zulu arrived, dragging the shaman of the rabbit tribe with him. Oro hastily invited the rabbit shaman inside. Just as Suyin was about to rest, she was examined once more. Once the rabbit shaman confirmed Suyin's pregnancy and that everything was progressing well, Zulu finally felt at ease. After seeing off the shaman, Zulu returned to the chamber and found Suyin lying on the bed, looking drowsy, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. Yin Yin. Suyin opened her eyes and smiled brightly, saying, although I may appear slender, I possess a robust constitution. The child is perfectly fine. Yes, I shall devote my very life to treating you well. Zulu vowed earnestly. Suyin observed his earnest and solemn expression. gently caressing her belly as she remarked that the child desired tender venison. "I shall promptly fetch a deer for you," Zulu declared, rising immediately to depart. "Sister, I have yet to properly extend my congratulations to you," Xiao Luo said, presenting a bamboo cup filled with milk to Su Yan. "And congratulations to you as well. For soon you shall be an uncle. Do make haste to find me a sister-in-law." Su Yan accepted the milk with a smile, replying, "Where could one find such a companion so quickly?" Xiao Luo pondered his own talents and his rather slender physique, realizing that he possessed no attributes that would attract a mate. Su Yan finished the milk and returned the empty cup to Xiao Luo. "If you don't go searching, how can you expect to find anything? Females must be pursued. They do not simply appear by the whims of the wind. If they do, it is likely with ill intent." "Understood. You focus on nurturing your pregnancy. My matters can wait." "Hold on, you don't dislike females, do you?" A sudden thought flickered in Su Yan's mind, for with a surplus of males and a scarcity of females, the tribe inevitably faced instances of male-male relationships. Although the chieftain did not advocate for such arrangements, there was no strong opposition either, as the abundance of males required a means to dissipate their excess energy. Even with the presence of females, the supply was woefully insufficient. Xiao Luo, rendered speechless, interjected, "Stop with the baseless speculation. My orientation is perfectly normal." At that moment, Olo entered with some salted jerky. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, he remarked, "Tomorrow, the shaman of the rabbit tribe has arranged for a female from your tribe to accompany you to the Qingmu Yuan beast forest to gather fruits. She possesses a moderate fertility rate, which is quite commendable. You must make a good impression." "Indeed," Xiao Luo replied, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Su Yan took the dried meat, took a couple of bites, and then, in their presence, retrieved a lipstick and a compact mirror from under her pillow. These were items she had purchased from the system store, costing her 3 points. She handed them to Xiao Luo, saying, "If you find someone appealing tomorrow, gift this to her." "What is this?" Xiao Luo asked curiously, accepting the items. "Is it edible?" Su Yan smiled and said, "Of course not." She then retrieved her used cosmetic set from the fur pouch hanging by the bedside. In their presence, she opened her makeup mirror, twisted the cap off her lipstick, and applied it to her lips. Instantly, her complexion brightened, and her visage became even more enchanting. This is called a makeup mirror, which reflects one's true appearance. And this is lipstick, which enhances a girl's beauty. If anyone struggles with application, they may seek my guidance. Oro took the makeup mirror and gazed at his reflection, startled. "Is this also a gift from your friend in the East District?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is a common item in the East District. After all, the orcs from the West District could never venture into the East, so her words were unfettered by truth. Even if exposed, it mattered little. It was all mere banter. "You should also bring some jerky or snacks. When eating, people tend to relax and become more amiable." "Oh." Xiao Luo, who had never been on a date with a female, appeared utterly bewildered. In the Aokyuan beast forest, a giant serpent, adorned in scarlet and crimson, glided slowly through the underbrush, its red eyes reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the serpent transformed into a man clad in a dark robe, his face concealed by a skull mask. His long hair, a blend of red and black, was bound by a silver chain of unknown material. The crimson gaze peering through the mask was languid yet wicked. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to a distant sound. Faint yet unmistakable, the sounds of a struggle. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Su Yan, who had been napping, was abruptly awakened, her heart racing with unease, unable to find tranquility. This ominous premonition suggested that something was amiss. Her father and Xiao Luo were busy, one tanning hides, the other crafting leather boots, when they heard Su Yan's cry and hurried over. "What is wrong, Yina? Sister, what has happened? Has Zulu returned?" Seeing that they were unharmed, Su Yan realized that Zulu was the only one closely connected to her. "Brother Zulu has yet to return. It's strange. He usually brings back his catch quite swiftly." Xiao Luo replied. Oro chuckled. Perhaps he is simply too pleased with his bounty. Su Yan furrowed her brows, lamenting that she should not have expressed her desire for the tender meat. "If one must eat, then eat," Oro replied. "Besides, there is none at home. Otherwise, I would not permit him to go. Rest assured, he shall come to no harm." As they conversed, the creaking sound of the courtyard gate echoed, signaling its opening. Little Luo dashed outside and exclaimed, "Brother Zol, you've returned. See, I told you there was nothing to worry about." Oro followed suit. And upon witnessing Zol carrying 3 live deer, he quietly marveled at his prowess. His face lit up with joy. "You're back. Quickly, go check on Yen." She has been concerned for you. How is she faring? Zul inquired as he set down the deer from his shoulders. She is well. I shall slaughter one immediately to prepare the tender meat for her. Her appetite has indeed improved. Yes, whatever she wishes to eat, I shall procure for her. Suyin also emerged, gazing at Zulu and the deer on the ground, feeling a sense of relief. You need not go personally. You can procure it from the clan members. With so many red coins, you can save the crystal coins for later and perhaps even purchase a smaller one. Zulu approached her, lowering his gaze to her face as if seeing her for the first time, particularly noting her prominently rounded belly. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually broke into a smile, one filled with satisfaction and anticipation. All right, I understand now. Su Yin felt an inexplicable unease under his gaze, as if she were being observed by a cold-blooded creature, sending shivers down her spine. Upon closer inspection of Zulu, he appeared as he always did, with a warm and radiant smile capable of melting hearts. Could it be the pregnancy causing her to be so paranoid? That night, Su Yin was jolted awake from a nightmare, in which she found herself ensnared by a thick fog, suffocating her until she gasped for breath. Unbeknownst to her, Zulu had awakened at some point, his expression devoid of any hint of sleepiness. He inquired softly, his voice slightly husky and different from his usual tone, even possessing a tantalizing allure. Listening to his voice, the terror of the nightmare dissipated in an instant, and an inexplicable yearning surged within her. Recalling the passionate moments they shared, she unconsciously licked her crimson lips. The child within me is quite well. Zulu lowered his gaze to her belly and, after a brief pause, nodded. How long until the birth? Approximately 7 days. Su Yin placed her hand on his long, powerful thigh, gradually inching closer to forbidden territory. Do you desire it? Zulu raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that something you can do now? Certainly, my unique constitution makes it increasingly easier for a natural delivery. Su Yan's hand inched ever closer to the forbidden area. Zulu's breathing grew deeper, and a fleeting glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. Are you certain? As Su Yin blinked, she remained oblivious to the flicker of crimson light, nodding vigorously with certainty. Zulu smiled, his long, ivory fingers gently caressing her delicate face, exploring its softness with exquisite tenderness. It felt delightful, yet he thought it best to wait until she had given birth. In that moment, Su Yin leaned in and pressed her lips against his. This kiss caught her off guard. His lips were no longer the warm softness she remembered, but instead bore a chilling coolness. Are you feeling unwell? Su Yin inquired. No, Zulu replied, patting her slender back. Sleep now. Tomorrow morning, I have arranged to hunt magical beasts with the brethren of my clan. I have heard that the beasts from the depths of the Qingmu Plain have recently emerged, wreaking havoc everywhere. For the safety of the rabbit and mouse clans, I may not return frequently, but I will be here when you give birth. All right, Su Yin nodded, snuggling into his embrace. Before long, she drifted back to sleep. Zulu gazed down at the beauty in his arms, and his pupils gradually turned a deep crimson. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yin looked at her large belly, wondering how many children were within. At any moment, she could feel the lively kicks of the little ones, who were full of vigor. This body, the mother of 9 from a single pregnancy, left her wondering if she would inherit such fertility. As for the little black panther, it could only be said that its beastly father had been on the brink of death. Any essence that emerged was solely due to the miraculous effects of the pregnancy elixir. Ashley, the next generation inheritor of the clan's shaman, had already experienced 1 pregnancy herself and was now beginning to undertake basic prenatal examinations. Su Yin lay on the bed, gazing at Ashley, whose face radiated warmth and happiness. She smiled and said, There are still 2 days until the time arrives. You need not come every day. Ashley replied, Your constitution is unique. Were it not for those little mouse pups who cannot do without me, I would reside here, keeping a watchful eye on you. Haha. What about Lin Lang? Is he not looking after the children? Su Yin never shied away from discussing Lin Lang with Ashley. The more one avoids a topic, the more it arouses suspicion. Engaging in such candid conversation felt far more comfortable. Ashley and Lin Lang now shared a respectful relationship, which was quite commendable. With the Mouse Clan and Rabbit Clan united against the Beast Menace, he returned home late into the night, unable to attend to the children. Your family is back. While mine has been absent for 5 days without a trace, Su Yin couldn't shake off a sense of unease whenever she thought of Zulu. Ever since the day he returned with 3 live deer from the hunt, his concern for her had noticeably waned. He had once been so attached to her that he seemed to want to be by her side every day, yet now he barely acknowledged her. Upon hearing her mention Zulu, Ashley's face revealed a hint of complexity. Su Yin keenly sensed something amiss. I believe it is essential to inform you, so you may prepare yourself mentally. Rona serves as logistics for the demon hunting team and frequently finds herself in private company with Zulu. Although their relationship has not yet escalated to the point of intimacy, the unspoken implications are clear. The two are on the verge of igniting a passionate affair at any moment. Suyin furrowed her brow. Are you referring to Rona and Zulu? Ashley nodded. As the wife, I believe there are times when you cannot be overly permissive. It is essential to assert your authority as a wife and establish rules for your husband. If Suyin were not pregnant, Ashley would not have voiced such concerns. After all, Zulu is the son of the Rabbit clan's chief and possesses formidable strength. It would indeed be a waste for Su Yin to be blessed with such an exceptional mate, yet remain unable to conceive. Should Zulu desire offspring, it would not be unreasonable for him to seek progeny with other females in private. However, now that Su Yin is on the verge of childbirth, it is imperative that the male remains faithful and refrains from straying. Su Yin did not pay much attention to it. She had previously advised Zulu not to be overly concerned about her, and he must have taken her words to heart. However, the notion of him being interested in Rona seemed implausible. Zulu had an affinity for alluring females, akin to Lin Lang, possessing a certain charm and spirit. In contrast, Rona's appearance did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Could it be that he suddenly harbored ambitions of power, wishing to inherit the position of clan leader? If he garnered the support of the Mouse clan's leader, it would indeed be a significant advantage. Very well, when he returns, I shall establish some boundaries for him. Suyin assented to Ashley's words, prioritizing the well-being of her unborn child. Upon hearing her, Ashley felt reassured. Indeed, that was the essence of it. The child's welfare was paramount. She had been concerned that Suyin might hear this, and it could adversely affect her delivery, keeping it hidden out of fear until now. However, she worried that if the matter were to escalate, it could lead to an irretrievable outcome, hence her decision to speak. Sister Ashley, you need not worry. I did not grow up in the tribe. Having wandered far and wide, I have encountered much, and such trivial matters cannot overwhelm me. That is good to hear. Rona's conduct was utterly disgraceful. Males with a female partner ought to keep their distance, yet she shamelessly sought to ingratiate herself, bringing shame upon both the clan leader and the Mouse clan. Ashley had once maintained a cordial relationship with Rona, but now she could hardly wish to be acquainted with her. Suyin smiled softly, choosing not to speak further. Ashley shifted the conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes about her little mice. The overcast sky foretold an imminent rainfall. Suyin, with her prominent belly, assisted Aero in gathering the dried meat that was laid out on the rack. As she collected the pieces, she indulged in them as well. Father, the salted jerky is truly delectable, she remarked. If you enjoy it, do partake more, Aero replied, his eyes twinkling as he gazed at her burgeoning form, convinced that within her lay a child destined to carry the surname Miluda. As for Xiaoluo, the prospect of offspring remained distant due to the lack of suitable female rabbits, making the situation on the daughter's side far more promising. He anticipated the day he would proudly venture out cradling his grandchild, whether grandson or granddaughter, with an unmistakable sense of joy. Suyin unfurled the system map, allowing her to perceive all occurrences within a 100-meter radius. Suddenly, an individual intruded upon her map domain. It was Zulu, his hands and shoulders burdened with living prey. Along the way, he encountered fellow tribesmen and exchanged pleasantries. He responded with utmost courtesy, yet to an observer, his smile resembled a fade, handsome and appealing, yet devoid of authenticity. The Zulu of yore had always been sincere in his dealings with others and in his endeavors. It was this rare and commendable trait that had captivated her, prompting her decision to bear a brood of yellow-tear offspring. A subtle ache began to ripple through her abdomen. She realized that her time to give birth was nigh. Turning slowly, still savoring a piece of jerky, she spoke. Father, I shall lie down for a while. Please send Xiaoluo to fetch Sister Ashley. Was it time for her to deliver? Oro had been counting the days fervently, and today marked the anticipated date. Suyin nodded in affirmation. Oro promptly called for Xiaoluo to summon someone. According to tradition, females in labor must be taken to the designated birthing chamber overseen by the tribe's shaman. However, Suyin wished to avoid the gaze of many, as she did not desire to be seen giving birth in human form, so she had previously informed Ashley to come to her home when the time arrived. As Zul entered the dwelling, carrying his catch, he noticed Oro hurriedly boiling water. Though orcs typically harbor a fear of fire, Oro complied with Su Yan's request to prepare a large pot of boiling water in advance. Additionally, the instruments for cutting the umbilical cord had to be sterilized with the alcohol she had prepared. Once Zul grasped the situation, he handed the catch to Oro before proceeding to check on Su Yan. Sweat began to bead on Su Yan's forehead. Having experienced childbirth once, she possessed a modicum of knowledge, understanding that shouting in agony was futile and that she must wait until her cervix was fully dilated before exerting herself. Zulu offered her a sprig of 7-star red fruit, saying, "You've endured much. I found this while hunting. I am uncertain of its efficacy for your current condition." "It is of no use at present," she replied. The pain of contractions twisted her expression into one that was difficult to maintain, yet there was an exquisite, fragile beauty about her that evoked sympathy. Zulu gently wiped the sweat from her brow. "Does it hurt terribly?" he inquired. "You should try giving birth yourself." Su Yan retorted with a glance. She then directed her gaze towards the water nearby. "I am thirsty." Zulu poured her a glass of water and watched her drink before saying, "I shall go check on your father-in-law." "Very well," Su Yan replied, her eyes following him as he left without hesitation. Su Yan closed her eyes. "Xiaomei, how long until the baby is born?" 6 hours. "Why so long?" "Every birth is unique. 6 hours is quite normal. If the host wishes for a quicker delivery, and Shun Dan can be used. No need, let it proceed naturally. Just a reminder, after giving birth, the host can conceive again with the beast husband. Why was this not mentioned before?" Xiaomei offered no further response. Su Yan was left speechless. The childbearing system was utterly unreliable, as if it were afraid of revealing some celestial secret. As for continuing to bear children for Zulu, she had no desire for it, especially after discovering his ambiguous relationship with Rona. Even seeing him return on the map brought her discomfort. Human beings are not mere plants who can be devoid of feelings. No matter how indifferent one tries to be, traces are inevitably left behind. The joyful moments shared with Zulu, and the fact that he had turned against his family for her sake, still tugged at her heart, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Yet, Rona's presence extinguished that spark entirely. Ashley rushed in, and upon seeing Zulu, her anxious demeanor softened slightly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she couldn't help but caution him. "Rona is possessive and self-centered. Having been domineering since childhood, she will not easily bow down. Su Yan is an exceptional female, soon to bear your offspring. Consider what actions are appropriate and what should be avoided." "Thank you. I will be mindful," Zulu replied, inviting her inside while he remained outside the door. Upon finding Su Yan lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, Ashley empathized deeply. Not long ago, she had endured a similar ordeal. Why is it not in beast form? Though human shape is easier, recovery is significantly slower. Ashley handed Su Yan a cup of warm water. Su Yan finished her drink in one breath and chuckled. "My beast form is merely the size of a palm. How small could the offspring possibly be?" "Indeed, it is so. However, having never assisted in childbirth as a human, I can only navigate this experience through trial and error." "Well, just proceed as you wish," Su Yan replied. Outside, the rain began to fall, initially as a gentle patter. But soon it intensified, causing the uneven ground to pool with water. The labor pains of Su Yan began to intensify. Suddenly, she recalled her first child. Wondering how it fared now, she hoped that the black leopard would treat it well. Ashley observed Su Yan's condition and concluded that they would have to wait a bit longer. Curiously, she mused whether Su Yan would give birth to a little rabbit, a mouse, or a humanoid offspring. Most likely, it would be a little rabbit or mouse. As she contemplated the imminent arrival of her child, Su Yan's mindset swiftly transformed into one focused on her mission. She detached herself from the perception of being a mere human and resolutely reminded herself of the need to accumulate enough points to be reborn on Earth. The men here were merely NPCs, tools to be utilized. She must not invest her emotions or linger in attachments. The clearer and calmer she became, the more insights she gained regarding Zulu's predicament. To achieve rebirth, she needed to fulfill the requirements of the childbirth system she had agreed to, which necessitated earning a staggering 100 million points. If she wished to avoid frequent childbirths, she would need to seek out a male of high aptitude. Zulu, of the yellow tier, was simply insufficient. Moreover, her lifespan was also measured in points. Here, she could not afford to squander them. She needed to head to the Eastern District. With renewed determination, she was on the verge of giving birth. Ashley spoke to Su Yan encouragingly. Su Yan took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the animal skin blanket beneath her. Summoning all her strength, she let out a soft cry. And as her consciousness faded, her abdomen emptied. Outside the door, Zulu, who was on guard, turned to glance inside upon hearing her voice. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. She had given birth in human form, without transforming into a beast. Could it be that the childborn was also human? Curiosity piqued, he approached to take a look. Ashley, noticing his arrival, smiled and said, "Congratulations, 2 females and 1 male. Thank you. Zulu paused, cradling a tiny rabbit, no larger than his palm. A glimmer of crimson sparkled in his eyes as he murmured, "What an extraordinary birth, producing a dual elemental child of the fire and water attributes." "What did you say?" Ashley did not catch his words clearly. "Nothing. Let me see the other 2. Here they are. 2 remarkably beautiful females, a little mouse and a small rabbit. I must inform my grandmother. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed," Ashley replied with a smile. Zulu examined the 2 females, both possessing blue tearwood elemental talents. Although their abilities were modest, it was evident that female offspring in the Western District generally lacked any elemental gifts. Thus, these 2 little females were indeed precious treasures. Suyin remained oblivious to the fact that Zulu had thoroughly assessed the children's innate abilities and had developed a keen interest in her condition. Each time she gave birth, her body would enter a state of suspension, a phenomenon linked to the brevity of her first offspring's life. The system had established a pause for her during this interval. While time outside flowed normally, her own time would remain frozen until she awakened, at which point it would resume. At this moment, Suyen's life was suspended, and her consciousness returned to the system. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, announced the results of her recent childbirth. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully delivered your second offspring. Gender, female, beast form, blue-gray rabbit, talent, with system, blue-grade, father beast, blue-gray rabbit. Reward, 150 points. Third offspring, gender, female. Beast form, blue-white mouse, talent, with system, blue-grade, father beast, blue-gray rabbit. Reward, 150 points. Fourth offspring, gender, male, beast form, blue-gray rabbit, talent, water and fire dual system. Mysterious grade, golden core pill enhances 1 level, father beast, blue-gray rabbit. Reward, 1,000 points and a childbirth gift package." Suyin did not pay attention to the childbirth package but rather focused on the points displayed. "Shaman, may I inquire how many points a red tier gifted baby requires?" 50 points, came the reply. "And what about a heavenly tier?" 100,000 points. Thus, if I desire to accumulate more points, I must strive to bear children with exceptional talents. It is imperative to produce offspring endowed with high abilities. Before she could finish her thought, Suyan's consciousness was forcibly extracted by the system. The voice of Ashley rang in her ears. "Suyin, wake up. Wake up." I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." "I must have dozed off," Suyin replied weakly, having not yet consumed any recovery elixirs, leaving her body feeling feeble and limp. Ashley, still shaken, remarked, "You even stopped breathing for a moment. It truly frightened me." "Did I?" Suyin was unaware of this. "As long as you're all right. Come. Look at the babies you've given birth to. They are all so beautiful and robust." Ashley handed Suyin 3 small animal skins. Gazing at the 3 little creatures she had birthed, Suyin fervently reassured herself that they would eventually transform into humans. They would indeed become human. Zulu entered with a bowl of milk, saying, "You've worked hard, Yin Yin. Not too bad. My task is complete, and from now on, it will all be your responsibility." Suyin looked at Zulu, recalling Xiaomei's suggestion for her to have another child with him. If there were no clear objectives in the near future, it would certainly be better to bear another child with him than to remain unproductive. As for Rona, what was she even worth? Knowing full well that Zulu had a wife, she still flirted with him, debasing herself with such frivolity. To be honest, Zulu was becoming somewhat inscrutable to her. She sensed he was harboring secrets. "Are you producing enough milk?" Ashley posed a crucial question, as Suyin, despite having given birth, appeared excessively slender, lacking the semblance of someone with ample milk. Suyin touched her chest, feeling no signs of lactation yet. However, she had prepared special formula and bottles for her child. In her previous pregnancy, she had also experienced a lack of milk, especially after taking the rejuvenation pill, which further diminished her ability to produce milk. Otherwise, her childbirth gift package would not have included formula, considering the possibility that she might not be able to nurse her baby. Formula? Bottles? What are those? Ashley had never heard of such things. Suyin recalled that she had placed the items in the kitchen. "I shall retrieve them," she declared. Zulu had heard Oro speak of those 2 precious items, which he cherished dearly. Before long, Zulu returned with the objects, a square, exquisite metallic canister marked II, 5 kilograms, alongside a baby bottle. Suyin rose from the bed, first washing her hands with warm water. Then she quietly ingested a rejuvenating pill, and her weary body soon regained vitality. Just as she turned to prepare the milk powder, she noticed Zulu gazing at her, his eyes seemingly flickering with a crimson glimmer. Suyin gazed into his eyes, a smile playing on her lips as she said, "Zuluk, let me teach you how to prepare the milk powder. It's quite simple, though caring for 3 little ones may prove to be a bit of a hassle and could encroach upon your demon hunting time. Raising the young is inherently a task for the males, thus, you should focus on nurturing your own health." Zuluk readily agreed. "All right." Suyin opened the can of milk powder, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Ashley, catching a whiff of the scent, hurried closer, exclaiming, "It smells so good. This is what the young beasts from the Eastern District consume, made from goat's milk." Suyin handed the bottle to Zuluk, instructing, "Please clean it again." Zuluk accepted the bottle and utilized his water-based magic to cleanse it thoroughly. Such a talent is indeed quite convenient. Suyin took the crystal-clear bottle and prepared hot water, following the instructions printed on the canister to concoct a bottle of milk. Finally, she rolled the bottle gently in her palms to ensure the powder was fully dissolved before handing it to Zuluk, inquiring, "Have you got it?" "Yes," Zuluk replied, feeling the bottle and noting its temperature. Ashley then interjected at the opportune moment, "Is this all they need to drink?" "Indeed, they are still quite young. This is all they can consume for now." Suyin, unfamiliar with the growth patterns of the young here, could only learn as she nurtured them. Ashley shook her head, explaining, "You have 2 distinct types of young. Their growth rates differ as well. The rabbit kin will not sprout teeth for another half-month, and can only eat tender meat then. In contrast, the mouse offspring will begin to grow teeth after 7 days, allowing for some tender meat to be prepared. By the time they reach a month old, they will be weaned and will require a fully carnivorous diet." Suyin gazed at her 3 little bunnies, peacefully slumbering, and mused that she had never raised a mouse before. Fortunately, she had Ashley by her side. Ashley chuckled. "I have only been caring for them a few days longer than you, so my knowledge is still quite limited. In fact, within our clan, there exists a unified nursery for the young, where they tend to the offspring with utmost care. I have sent my little ones there as well. They are merely 3 days old and have already grown significantly. Are my little ones too small to be accepted?" Suyin inquired. "They will be welcomed. And they also have nurturing females who can assist in feeding the young ones, albeit at a higher price. Once you have recovered, you should visit them in person." "I shall go tomorrow," Suyin replied with a smile. After Ashley reminded Suyin of several postnatal precautions, she departed, taking with her some irresistible salted meat and other items. Oro opposed Suyin's decision to send the children to the nursery, expressing concerns that the older females might mistreat them. He insisted he could help care for the trio, and having personally raised little Luo, he possessed experience in child rearing. Upon hearing that Suyin had given birth to 2 females and 1 male, the elderly patriarch of the rabbit clan was overjoyed and swiftly sent a bounty of fine gifts. Naturally, these offerings came with a condition. All 3 cubs were to bear the surname of Dara. Zul did not voice any objections, leaving the final decision to Suyin. In the end, Suyin permitted only 1 female to the old patriarch, the largest blue-gray rabbit, named Dara. The remaining 2, 1 male and 1 female, bore the surname of Miluta. Notably, the young male bore an uncanny resemblance to Zul, with his large, innocent eyes mirroring perfectly, which endeared him to her greatly. The old patriarch acquiesced and sent an elderly female named Emma to exclusively care for the 3 young ones. Emma, having previously tended to Zul, immediately remarked upon seeing the young male that he resembled Zul to a fault, and surely his innate talents would be exceptional. Having already learned from the system that the young male possessed a talent level comparable to Suyin's dual elemental prowess, Emma held her assessment in high regard. Suyin personally named the 3 little ones and prepared a beast skin genealogy book. However, when she began to write, the first entry remained blank. She commenced from the second entry, inscribing the names of their ancestors: Lu Dara, Mother Suyin Miluta, eldest daughter Yushin Dara, second daughter Yushirshir Miluta, and youngest son Efese Miluta. Upon picking up the genealogy book and glancing at those names, Zulu's gaze fell upon the empty space. Why was there a line left unfilled? This is called leaving a blank, Suyin replied, a form of writing. Indeed, however, this genealogy book you have created is ample enough to accommodate hundreds of names. Suyin's expression shifted as she replied, the Millet family, enduring through the ages, will forever be renowned. Have you not gone hunting for magical beasts? What brings you back home? I have nearly finished the hunt, even if there are some remnants left. They have retreated to the most concealed corners of the beast forest, making them difficult to locate. The leaders of the rabbit and mouse clans have decided to cease the hunt for magical beasts. Both clans are now focused on recuperation and strengthening their numbers. So, does this mean you find yourself with little to occupy your time? Suyin set aside the family genealogy. Zolo playfully tucked a strand of her silken white hair behind her ear and suggested, Shall we consider starting a new brood? Suyen let out a light laugh, showing no signs of anger. Zulu had anticipated her agreement, but to his surprise, she declined, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Suyen rose to her feet and made her way outside, casually remarking, I am going to seek out Ashley at the clan Shamans. I may return a bit later. So please take good care of the children. Zulu observed her slender and graceful silhouette as she swiftly exited the courtyard, a profound and playful smile gradually emerging on his face. Upon stepping outside her home, Suyen's expression suddenly turned icy. She was now almost entirely convinced that the Zulu before her was an imposter. Over the past few days, his behavior had fluctuated unpredictably, and many of his daily habits had changed. His indifferent demeanor towards the children was strikingly different, aside from the striking resemblance in appearance. Including the identical mole on his lower back, everything else was dissimilar. Although she was reluctant to accept this reality, she had to endure and engage with him until she could uncover the whereabouts of the true Zulu. As Suyen lowered her head, lost in thought, she suddenly felt a soft obstruction ahead and heard a delicate voice exclaim, Suyen Millet, have you no eyes? Raising her gaze, she inwardly lamented the irony of fate. Such a wide path, and she had been walking along the edge. She had never anticipated colliding with her. Perhaps she had merely been standing there, deliberately waiting for their paths to cross. I apologize, Suyen said sincerely, acknowledging the reality of her unintentional collision. Rona glared fiercely at Suyen, her brows furrowed in anger. If I were to steal away Zulu brother from you, would you accept my apology as well? Rona, Suyen replied, her expression clouded with displeasure. That is an entirely different matter. Rona stepped closer to Suyen, pressing her point. I see it as one and the same. Suyen, disinterested in further entanglement, circumvented her and continued onward. I am heading to the clan Shaman. Should you happen to be injured, we can certainly have a look together. Rona fixated on her silhouette, thinking to herself, do not presume you can monopolize Brother Zulu. His formidable masculinity is not something you can claim for yourself. Suyen paused in her steps, turning back to scrutinize her closely. The woman possessed a voluptuous upper body and an exceptionally curvaceous waist and hips, characteristics that, as Ashley had remarked, were highly conducive to fertility, favored by males. However, that face diminished the allure of such an admirable figure. With a round visage, freckles, a double chin, a flat nose, and small eyes, her skin appeared coarse and oily. Even if Zulu were to leave me, it would undoubtedly not be because of you. Suddenly, Suyen flashed a captivating smile at her. That exquisite and stunning face blossomed like a multitude of flowers, overshadowing all else. Rona too was ensnared by her beauty. Suyen turned and continued on her way. Indeed, Zulu was utterly captivated by her visage from the moment he laid eyes upon her. Despite knowing the uncertainty surrounding her fertility, he resolutely chose to marry into the Mirat family, solely to be near her. Yet now, the very thought that Zulu could tolerate Rona's unattractive countenance and engage with her flirtatiously is simply inconceivable. Ashley was bustling about in the Beast God Temple and, upon seeing Suyen, promptly enlisted the help of a sturdy individual. Finally, someone capable of riding had arrived to lend a hand. What was happening? Suyen was led by her captor to a stone table, where she beheld a chaotic array of inscriptions on tattered animal hides. It became evident to her what was being asked of her. In a couple of days, our Mouse clan and the Rabbit clan would hold a grand feast to celebrate the successful hunt, while simultaneously commemorating our clan's relocation to this new abode. At that time, prominent figures from both clans would be in attendance. These items before her were contributions from various households for the celebration, encompassing both provisions and practical items. She was instructed to compile and catalog them. With determination, Suyen picked up the feather quill resting on the stone table. Her own pen had been procured from the system shop, whereas this quill was a common tool among the beast folk. They would gather feathers from a large bird known as the chi-ningoose, dipping them in a dark, indelible liquid made from pigment stones and herbal juices, allowing them to inscribe upon the animal hides with lasting vibrancy. Suyen meticulously reviewed all the animal hides, subsequently organizing and cataloging them into distinct categories. When Ashley arrived and beheld the neatly arranged charts, both simplified and lucid, she was utterly astonished. This is absolutely marvelous. How did you accomplish this? Please teach me. Ashley eagerly expressed her desire to learn. No, you must return home now, Zulu's voice interjected. Suyen turned her gaze at the sound. What brings you here? My father-in-law sent me, he replied. He is concerned that it's getting late and you are walking alone. Is it Uncle Oro who is worried? Or are you the one concerned? Ashley teased. Zulu chuckled. Both. Ashley gazed at his strikingly handsome features, momentarily lost in thought. No wonder Rona was so intent on pursuing him. Fortunately, she had Lin Lang. Otherwise, as a solitary companion, she might have succumbed to the allure before her. Gently patting Su Yan's shoulder, she said, "All right, help me out for one more day tomorrow, and the day after. I shall arrange a good spot for you and a delightful feast." Su Yan smiled and said, "Then it is settled." Suddenly, Ashley leaned closer and remarked, "Keep an eye on your man." "What?" Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. However, upon gazing at Zol's nearly otherworldly handsome face, even more captivating than before, she instantly comprehended Ashley's meaning. Such a visage, combined with formidable strength, was something no female could resist. Even some males harbored their own desires. "All right. I shall take my leave," she declared. Go on. Make sure to come early tomorrow. We are counting on you." "That's a bit excessive. But I can lend a small hand," she added. After bidding farewell to Ashley, Su Yan walked back with Zol. Along the way, she glanced down at her empty hands. If he were truly here, he would ensure she was never without his touch, his warm, rough palm enveloping hers. The moon tonight is exceptionally round. Su Yan looked up at the luminous full moon, yet her heart felt a sinking sensation. Zol did not gaze at the moon. His attention remained fixed on her. "I inquired," he stated. "The females of the mouse tribe can conceive again 3 days after giving birth. That is in beast form. I am in human form. It is different. It requires a longer time." "Very well. Take care of your health, and we shall discuss it once you have fully recovered. You mentioned this before." Su Yan suddenly halted, meeting his gaze. Zol returned her stare. "What is it?" "Never mind." Su Yan clasped her hands behind her back and intertwined her fingers. "Let us go home. I miss the children." Initially, she found it somewhat difficult to adjust, but as they grew, their furry forms became increasingly adorable. And Su Yan found herself growing fonder of them. Raising a dog or cat on Earth seemed trivial compared to cherishing her own delightful little fur balls in the beast realm. Once they reached the age of 6, transforming into humans, they would no longer be as charming. Zol observed her gentle demeanor, softened by thoughts of their children, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace with a firm tug. "Finish what you were saying earlier." "What?" Su Yan was startled by his abrupt and rough action. "Finish what you were saying." "What did I say?" Zol's gaze bore an unyielding intensity. "Do you not remember your own words?" Su Yan maintained her composure, despite the overwhelming presence he emanated. "Huh." Zol abruptly withdrew the aura he had projected, regarding her with a calm demeanor. Su Yan steadied her mind and continued. "Perhaps I have spoken to too many females and have forgotten. You know best how many females there are. Perhaps I am merely one among them. It is not that your body has not recovered, but rather that you have grown weary of me, have you not? That is something you must answer." Su Yan pushed him away and strode ahead, her palm harboring a flickering fireball. Zulu halted in his tracks, his expression growing serious. It was no wonder she could give birth to a fire elemental. The truth was now revealed. "What other secrets do you conceal?" After taking a few steps, Su Yan released the system map, observing the slightest change in expression on Zulu's face behind her. Every nuance was magnified in the system map, a result of her investment of 200 points to upgrade it. The substantial expenditure truly made a difference. Su Yan distinctly heard Zulu's whispers. Indeed, it was a ruse. The true Zulu had long been aware of her affinity for fire. Moreover, he harbored his own secrets, remaining by her side with ulterior motives. Zulu, tall and strides long, quickly caught up to Su Yan. "I ventured into the beast forest today and hunted a red fox. How about I make you a scarf? Perhaps it's best to let it go. Such things tend to harbor grudges." "It is already slain." Zulu extended his hand, grasping hers. Her delicate, beautiful hand was enveloped by his cool, large one, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Raising her gaze to him, she found herself gazing into a vast crimson sea. All her senses were engulfed within it. Yet in the next moment, she was pulled back from that scarlet abyss to reality. On the uneven, spacious road, the rat folk orcs passed by, greeting Zulu politely upon sight. He reciprocated warmly, engaging easily with others, devoid of any air of superiority that often accompanies strength. His amiability was so comprehensive that, were it not for his close proximity, one could scarcely suspect his true identity. Su Yan's expression was somewhat frosty as she was about to shake off his hand when she caught sight of a woman approaching from across the way. It is often said that fate has a peculiar way of bringing adversaries together. Luo Na, carrying a bulging leather bag, strode towards them. Upon recognizing that Su Yan and Zulu were holding hands, her eyes first widened in shock, only to be ignited by an inferno of jealousy, as if flames could leap from her gaze. However, she quickly masked her jealousy, her face transforming into a radiant smile. "Brother Zulu, how fortuitous to encounter you. I was just thinking of you. I have fashioned a fur coat from the mink you gifted me last time. I hope it fits well." Luona deliberately overlooked Su Yin and extended the leather bag towards Zulu. However, Su Yin forcefully tugged, bringing him behind her, directly facing Rona. "Did he gift you mink fur?" "A total of 6 pristine pelts." Rona opened the leather bag, revealing the exquisite mink furs within. "I crafted 2 pieces. And this one is for Brother Zulu. I made 2 more." Su Yin chuckled softly, glancing back at Zulu with a hint of mockery in her gaze. Anyone dealing in furs knows that mink is far more valuable than fox fur. Moreover, Oro is a prominent fur merchant among the rodent kin, a fact Su Yin was well aware of. "Lady Resh may have been mistaken. Those mink furs do not belong to me. They were entrusted to me by my cousin to pass on to Lady Resh, and many are aware of this." Zulu did not even glance at the furs, his demeanor exuding haughty indifference. "Lady Resh has sent them to the wrong person." With that, he took Su Yan's hand and strode past the astonished Rona Resh. Su Yan's astonishment was scarcely less than that of Rona, as she inquired with considerable volume, "Is it truly your cousin who requested you to deliver this, rather than it being your own initiative?" Zulu responded, "If you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire further. Xiao Luo is also aware, as he was part of my demon hunting team at that time." Su Yin continued to gaze at him with a skeptical expression, stating, "I will inquire with Xiao Luo, and I shall ask thoroughly." Zulu once again drew her into his embrace, albeit this time with a gentler grip, although Su Yin initially intended to break free. Upon noticing the venomous glare of Rona fixed upon her on the system map, she refrained from making any further movements. "Rona harbors feelings for you," Su Yin remarked to Zulu. He chuckled softly in response. "There are many females who are fond of me. Should I then engage with each of them?" "Humph. You males are capable of anything for the sake of offspring," Su Yin retorted disdainfully. "Indeed," Zulu replied, locking eyes with her. "How about we conceive a brood tonight?" "Absolutely not." Su Yin firmly rejected his proposal for procreation once more. A warning echoed in her mind. "Host alert. Refusal of the high-ranking male's request for offspring is prohibited. Repeat offenses will incur a deduction of 500 points." The mechanical voice of Xiao Mei resounded abruptly in her consciousness. Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. Xiao Mei, adopting a bureaucratic tone, reminded the host that letting emotions dictate one's actions was a cardinal sin of the childbirth system. Su Yin comprehended why the childbirth system had chosen her. It was due to her experience of emotional betrayal, leaving her heart cold and desolate. Should she once again find herself ensnared in the tumult of romance, even to the extent of refusing to conceive, the childbirth system might very well extinguish her existence and seek another host. A chill coursed through her being from the depths of her soul. "I understand now." Su Yan's consciousness withdrew from the system. Zulu, observing her motionless stance and the pallor of her complexion, inquired with concern, "What is wrong with you?" Su Yan walked forward with a vacant gaze, her mind a tangled mess. It was not until she neared her home that she came to a halt once more. The Zulu following her also paused. "I am prepared." "What?" "To have a child." Su Yan squinted slightly, regarding him with an air of calculation. Since Xiao Mei had personally suggested that she bear children, it was clear that his talents surpassed the Huang tier. Having a brood would be no issue. It would serve as a means to prove that he was not merely Zulu. In light of the facts, it would be difficult for him to deny his identity any longer. "But your body has yet to recover." Zulu was taken aback, as he had previously refused without room for negotiation. Su Yin remarked, "It is time." She turned and continued her journey homeward. The infernal childbirth system had stripped her of even the power to refuse. After Emma had fed and lulled the 3 little beast cubs to sleep, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing this, Oro promptly followed her to lend a hand. "Emma, I don't recall you ever mentioning your own children," he inquired. "My fertility is low. I do not have children," Emma replied. "Yet, I have a deep affection for them. It is evident that you care for these little ones with great attentiveness, as if they were your own," Oro noted. "I manage well enough with the children, but I am incapable of much else," she continued. "I have already contributed significantly, especially in keeping the house immaculate and orderly, akin to a new abode." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Oro exclaimed, "Yenner and Zulu have returned." Emma immediately set to work, slicing fruits and meats, urging them to wash their hands in preparation for the meal. Regardless of the myriad concerns and immense pressures weighing upon her heart, Su Yin never revealed her true feelings to her family. Upon entering, She cheerfully called out to Oro. "Father, I have returned." Ashley remarked, "The day after tomorrow, let us all attend the celebration banquet." "Very well," Oro replied with a smile. "It will be a splendid opportunity to get to know a few more fur merchants from the rabbit clan." "Indeed," Suyin nodded in agreement. Emma emerged from the kitchen, bearing chilled tenderloin, fruits, and milk. Once she had arranged everything on the dining table, she remarked, "The ice prepared by Zulu is truly effective. This meat has an exceptionally delightful texture. Please enjoy your meal. I shall go check on the children." Suyin picked up a piece of ice and placed it in her mouth. The chilling sensation invigorated her entirely. "Where did you acquire this ice?" she inquired. "It is merely a manifestation of my water affinity's ultimate technique, the art of freezing," he replied with simplicity. Zulu then retrieved a warm linen towel to dry Suyin's hands, adding, "I shall prepare some finer cotton handkerchiefs for you. Their softness will be more suitable." Curiously, Suyin asked, "Where will you find such fine cotton?" Zulu responded, "I have a friend from the Ping clan in the Eastern District who can bring some over." Suyin realized that the Peng clan he mentioned must be a personal connection of his, rather than one linked to Zulu. If Zulu had such acquaintances, he would have informed her long ago. "By the way, you mentioned that you also have friends in the Eastern District. How did you come to know them?" Zulu casually inquired, as if engaging in small talk. "I met him in the Forest of Beasts. He belongs to the Leopard clan." Suyin recalled the Black Panther and thought of the little leopard cub she had given birth to, wondering what it had grown into and whether it was healthy. "What leopard?" A flash of crimson light flickered in the depths of Zulu's eyes. Suyin took a sip of milk. "Which is of no concern to you?" "Zulu, is it male or female?" Suyin took a bite of the chilled fresh meat. "May I inquire if your friend from the Peng clan is male or female?" "It appears he is male." "Have you mated with him?" Zulu continued to probe. "This fellow is both perilous and astute." Suyin completely lost her appetite. "Urging you to take your time with your meal. Furthermore, you shall sleep with the children tonight." After speaking, she rose and departed from the dining table. Zulu lifted her remaining milk and drank it in one go. He indeed knew of a member of the leopard tribe, and he had a young cub by his side, treasured as if it were a precious gem. After Suyin finished her ablutions, she returned to her chamber and closed the door, clearly indicating her desire for solitude. She shed her garments and transformed into a small white mouse, slipping out through the ventilation window at the top of her chamber. Perched at the edge of the roof, she observed the courtyard where Xiao Luo and Oro were crafting leather boots, while Zulu assisted by cutting the hides, the trio harmonizing seamlessly in their efforts. Suddenly, Zulu paused, turning his head to Oro. "Father-in-law, I won't be attending the celebration banquet the day after tomorrow." His peripheral gaze subtly flickered towards Suyin's direction. Oro, taken aback, inquired, "Why not? You and Lin Lang are the stars of this celebration. Everyone is eager to see you both." "That's of little consequence. Yin Yin seems rather uneasy about my outings, so I've decided to remain indoors for the time being." Embodying the role of a reserved and respectful male, Zulu jested, though the earnestness in his eyes revealed his genuine intent. Oro frowned. "That simply won't do. I shall have a word with her." "Please, do not. I still wish to have a second child with Yin Yin," Zulu implored. Xiao Luo paused his work, remarking, "You can't just stay cooped up at home all day. That's too much to endure. Your sister is quite overbearing. I must teach her a lesson." Hearing the banter between the father and son, Suyin turned back into her chamber, muttering to herself, "Two fools. He only wanted them to align with him, perhaps plotting some underhanded scheme against her. Perhaps he already sensed her suspicions regarding his identity." "Xiao Mei, what is his talent? What is a beast form?" There was no response from Xiao Mei. It seemed she would have to investigate on her own. Naturally, having a child would unveil all mysteries, and the system was pressuring her to procreate. What is the big deal about having a child? If I must, then I shall. Suddenly, she transformed back into human form, reclining on the bed, and called out to the wall in a normal tone, "If you come here now, I will bear you a child." Zulu, who was busy cutting leather, immediately stood up and said to Oro, "I shall check on Yin Yin to see if she needs anything to drink. You really are attentive in caring for her. Best not to go over there," Oro hinted with a wink. Zulu chuckled shyly, "Yes, father-in-law." Xiao Luo observed his lively figure retreating and said to Oro, "It seems I shall soon be an uncle again." Oro laughed heartily. "With more children, our family will grow strong and prosperous, ensuring the continuation of our lineage. Your sister is doing splendidly. You must also find a suitable mate soon." "Understood, father," Xiao Luo replied earnestly. Yet, the more readily he agreed, the more complicated it became. Oro understood his son well. Suyin lay nestled in the soft embrace of her quilt, having shed her garments upon transformation, now too languid to don them anew. The quilt, a luxury not found in the Western District, seemed a fitting indulgence, especially since he harbored doubts about her. Zulu entered, his gaze falling upon Su Yin, who reclined beneath the golden silk coverlet, her exquisite features radiating an ethereal beauty. A flicker of profound desire ignited within his eyes. Indeed, she was stunning. You are also quite handsome, and your allure only intensifies with time. It was undeniable that the charm exuding from his every glance had grown more enchanting than ever before. One could only wonder about his true appearance. He must surely be a striking figure. Su Yin extended a delicate, snow-white arm, beckoning him with her fingers. Do you still remember the 36 forms I taught you? The Adam's apple of Zulu suddenly bobbed. I don't quite recall. No matter, she replied. This night offers ample time for you to revisit them. On Su Yin's exquisitely beautiful face appeared an alluringly captivating smile, bewitching and seductively enticing. Listening to the faint sounds of amorous revelry emanating from within the room, Oro turned to Xiao Luo and said, Let us conclude our affairs here for today. We shall rise early tomorrow. Yes, father, Xiao Luo replied, her ears tinged with crimson as she began to tidy up. However, when she arose the following morning, that enticing sound had yet to cease. Su Yin's voice resonated with a tinge of anguish, yet amidst the suffering, there lay an exhilarating thrill. Conversely, Zulu remained restrained, as if he had yet to fully indulge in the experience. This is exceedingly perverse and formidable. Su Yin felt as though she might perish at his hands. Zulu was indeed formidable. She could barely withstand him, yet the man before her appeared to possess an even greater intensity. I still need to visit the Beast God Temple. Please allow me a moment of respite. We can continue this later tonight, Su Yin pleaded, compromising in desperation. Only then did Zulu relent. You are the first female who can accept me. His sultry, seductive voice coiled around her ear, sending shivers down her spine. I am quite pleased. With that, he sank his teeth into the flesh just above her heart, beneath her collarbone, with fervent intensity. Su Yin felt a surge of excruciating pain. And then her vision faded to black. Zulu observed, bloodied and satisfied, as the perfect marks of his fangs were etched into her flesh. With a smirk, he declared, I have left my mark upon you. Henceforth, you belong to me. Su Yin regained consciousness after a brief period of unconsciousness. From the system store, she first procured the pregnancy elixir and the golden essence pill, consuming them with haste. Subsequently, she spent a point to purchase the vitality restoration pill, which instantaneously replenished her physical stamina. However, her mental state remained weary, as if her energy were boundless. Without the vitality restoration pill, she might not have been able to endure the ordeal. The childbirth system is indeed not a trivial matter that can be approached casually. Males endowed with high talents often signify formidable prowess in every aspect. At the dining table, Zulu was lively as he sliced fish fillets, and upon noticing Su Yin, he displayed a hint of eagerness. You're awake? I prepared white fish meat, sweet and fresh, with no trace of fishiness at all. It's been a laborious task. Su Yin languidly settled on the stone bench, propping her chin with one hand, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure reminiscent of autumn waters and spring ripples. Zulu felt an immediate dryness in his throat, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. Apart from fish, is there anything else you wish to eat? Su Yin's full, cherry-red lips curled slightly as she was about to speak when someone entered the room. Xiao Luo, carrying a basket of fresh berries, noticed Su Yin and remarked, I thought you wouldn't get up today. A light cough escaped Su Yin's lips, and she replied, I still need to visit the Beast God Temple today. Ashley sent someone early this morning to remind me. Xiao Luo placed the berries on the table, saying, these were sent by her. They're pleasantly sweet and tart. As Su Yin gazed at the berries, an uncontrollable hunger surged within her. Recalling her previous indulgence while consuming the golden essence pill, she hurriedly inquired of Zulu. What about the 7-star red fruit? I threw it away. You prodigal, Su Yin exclaimed, feeling faint at the thought. The side effects of the golden essence pill, which enhanced the fetus's innate abilities, were indeed exasperating. I desire treasures like the 7-star red fruit. You must go find some for me immediately. As she spoke, she reached for the berries and instructed Xiao Luo, bring me all the tender pork you have at home. Xiao Luo, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled something and asked, you're not pregnant again, are you? Su Yin nodded silently. Just after taking a couple of steps, Zulu suddenly halted, casting his gaze towards her abdomen. Are you certain? He inquired. It was the same last time. Are you not quite aware? Su Yin narrowed her eyes slightly. Zulu paused momentarily, then said, wait for me. I will return shortly, within the hour at most. Su Yin opened the system map and observed how he instantly vanished from its confines after departing. This was the art of teleportation, a system tool that required a cost of 50 points to utilize. Xiao Luo placed a basin of raw meat before Su Yin, encouraging her to indulge. Looking at the bowl of uncooked flesh, she would normally recoil in disgust, perhaps even feeling nauseated at the thought. Yet now, her appetite surged, yearning to devour every morsel in one swift bite. Her sister was indeed peculiar. Despite her slender frame and petite beast form, she found it remarkably easy to conceive. In truth, a bit more weight would be beneficial, as it would provide the necessary nutrients to nourish a child. I am far too thin and need to consume copious amounts of food. The more one eats, the more one can bear. However, just 1 or 2 would suffice. Talent is far more significant than quantity. If the number could align with talent, she would certainly be inclined to have more offspring. Yet, having consulted Shaman, she learned that within a single pregnancy, only one offspring could possess high talent. It was impossible for them all to be of the same caliber. Thus, it seemed wiser to have just one, as it would certainly simplify matters. Su Yin began to consume meat, nearly swallowing it whole, finding even a couple of chews to be too slow. Xiao Luo was once again astounded by Su Yin's voracious appetite. It was remarkable how much she could eat without showing any signs of fullness. "Sister, take your time," she urged. "I cannot afford to linger." Such a hearty appetite served as evidence that, under the influence of the golden essence pill, her current pregnancy was indeed enhancing her innate abilities. Upon reviewing her existing points, aside from the small expenditures, her total score stood at 1887, with a lifespan of 433 days. To be reborn on Earth required a staggering 100 million points. By this calculation, even a child with heavenly tier talent would need 1,000 points for rebirth. In contrast, for the mystical tier, 100,000 children were necessary. Merely contemplating such a figure sent shivers down her spine. "Shaman, are there children with talents above heavenly tier?" she inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Red, green, blue, yellow. Mystical, earthly, and heavenly. These represent the ranks of beasts in the beast world continent. Additionally, there are spirit beasts and divine beasts. Currently, the host childbirth system is of the mundane beast level, thus limiting her to producing only mundane beasts. Upon hearing that there exist other tiers of beast tribes, spirit beasts, and divine beasts, particularly the latter, which possess exceptionally high innate talents, Su Yin inquired about the means to upgrade the breeding system. However, Xiaomei did not respond directly. Instead, she presented Su Yin with the breeding system server, where real-time evolution data was displayed, currently indicating a progression of 13 at the mundane beast level. Everything was laid bare and unequivocal. Su Yin remained silent for a moment, acknowledging that she was indeed on a mission, one of procreation and descendants. Xiaomei's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, issued a warning to the host. Please consume nourishment promptly to sustain the energy required for the fetal endowment of evolution. Su Yin's consciousness was abruptly expelled by the system, Xiaomei. At that moment, Xiao Luo approached with a bucket of fresh milk. Su Yin licked her parched lips and called out to Xiao Luo to fetch a straw. The straw in question was a hollow, elongated plant she had harvested from the beast forest, perfectly suited for her needs. Once used, it could be rinsed and reused. After consuming the tender fillets stored at home and draining the milk, Su Yin felt fatigued, yet her hunger persisted. During her previous pregnancy, she had at least a momentary respite. This time, however, she found herself bereft of even a brief pause. Just as she pondered whether to indulge in the food rewarded by the system, Zulu returned, clutching a handful of 7-star red fruits and accompanied by a plump, robust deer. He tossed the deer to Aro for preparation and made his way directly to Su Yin with the fruits in hand. Su Yin wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth and gazed at the 7-star red fruit in Zulu's hand. "How many are there?" "5. I will bring them back to you first. The others have been entrusted to the bounty hunters of the clan to assist in the search." Zulu handed her the 7-star red fruit. Su Yin immediately began to eat with great eagerness. Zulu watched as she left not a single leaf untouched, feeling somewhat concerned. "Are you all right?" Su Yin finally let out a satisfied burp, feeling much better. Last time, her sister also indulged in such grass, and it was only after excessive eating that she managed to control herself. It seems that the family should keep a supply of this grass on hand in the future. However, I wonder if it can be cultivated. Xiao Luo also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine. Although the maturation period is long, it's not worth it," Zulu replied. He then gently touched Su Yan's forehead and her ears and cheeks, finding no unusual symptoms. "If you want anything, just let me know." Suyin tilted her head to gaze at him, smiling as she said, "It's nothing serious. I shall first visit the beast god temple. I promised to assist Ashley and have already indulged in the fruits she gifted me, thus I cannot neglect my promise. I will accompany you." Zulu gently stroked her snow-white hair, having noticed its remarkable softness last night. Suyin stood up, reaching just to his chest, yet his height seemed to have increased further, towering over her like Zulu himself. "Well, I shall go change into another outfit, currently adorned in a rather ordinary maternity dress, which, to the people here, resembled a splendid garment. She wished to avoid drawing attention. After emerging in a coarse linen attire, Zulu noticeably furrowed his brow. The garment was uncomfortable, and he suggested she revert to her previous attire. Suyin lifted the corner of her garment, revealing the exquisite white silk lingerie beneath. She felt comfortable in her attire, as it was merely outerwear, causing her no discomfort. Only then did Zulu acquiesce, following their intimate encounter the previous night. Zulu's demeanor towards Suyin had undergone a marked transformation. Previously, she acted with complete autonomy, but now her every desire was scrutinized by Zulu, particularly concerning her abdomen. He was anxious that any sudden movement or lifting of heavy objects might injure her. "I truly am fine," Suyin sighed, addressing Zulu. With the birthing system in place, she knew that as long as she conceived, the system would provide unwavering support, alleviating any concerns about miscarriage, premature birth, or other unforeseen complications threatening the fetus. Yet, Zulu remained resolute, insisting, "As long as you are well." Noticing him still lingering nearby, Suyin felt the gaze of many upon him, especially from several females, who blushed furtively. Some even approached her with a piece of animal hide, inquiring how to read the inscriptions upon it, which significantly hampered her efficiency at work. "Brother, they are constructing a platform over there. Perhaps you might move your esteemed self to provide some guidance?" Suyin suggested. With a raised brow, Zulu replied with a smile. "No need. Their earth element affinity grants them an innate ability to build platforms and houses flawlessly." Upon hearing his words, the earth element males working on the platform were instantly invigorated, their enthusiasm palpable, and in no time, the initial structure took shape, proving to be quite impressive. Suyin was utterly speechless. "Why don't you find another place to wait for a while? Once I finish my tasks here, I will come to find you immediately. Or perhaps I could assist you with your chores while you take a moment to eat something. Don't let yourself go hungry." Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, I heard from Xiao Luo that she has devoured all the fresh meat at home. Ever since he ventured into the beast forest, she has been continuously feasting, right up until his return. It is not until now that I feel a pang of hunger upon mention of it. Can you manage? You seem to have grasped the technique. Indeed, his intellect is remarkable. Very well, you proceed with that. I will seek out Ashley for some berries. Be cautious with your steps, do not trip. I am not a mere child who has just transformed into human form. End of this chapter. In the concealed wine cave behind the beast god temple, Jiayan Wardo meticulously transferred the fruit wine from a large stone urn into individual gourds and bamboo tubes. Ashley observed her kin, who had undergone the coming-of-age ceremony alongside her, now entering the female den. Each time they met, Jiayan appeared increasingly haggard and emaciated, eliciting a genuine sense of sympathy within Ashley. "Jiayan, the cub paradise is in need of assistance. I shall arrange for you to go there." "No, thank you." Jiayan placed the bottled fruit wine into a wicker basket. "I still wish to conceive, yet there is no one to marry me. I can only remain in the female den." Suyin's mother, too, was regarded as a lower-tier female in the den, yet she was able to conceive. So can I. Every individual S-body is unique. Not everyone belongs to the Mouse clan. Suyin had not yet been tested for fertility at her coming-of-age ceremony, yet she bore 2 females and 1 male. That was her fortune. One cannot use another's luck as a standard. I simply desire to become pregnant, to bear offspring. However, no male is willing to marry me. My fertility is deemed inferior, and my appearance is unremarkable. Apart from the female den, I cannot fathom where else I might conceive. Suyin knocked on the door of the cave. "Hello, what are the lovely ladies discussing?" "Suyin, you're here?" Ashley greeted her with enthusiasm. Jiayan's expression appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet she raised her hand in a gesture of acknowledgement towards Suyin. Suyin said to Ashley, "Zulu is taking care of my tasks, so I stole a moment to visit you and indulge in that fruit you gave me this morning." Upon hearing Zulu's name, Jiayan's expression suddenly darkened. Yet she continued with her work. When she arrived here, she encountered Zulu, a strikingly handsome and powerful figure, akin to a divine being, whose radiant presence warmed her existence. Once confined to the shadows, Ashley replied, "That's easy. You can have as much as you desire." Come, I shall fetch it for you. You need it for tomorrow's guests, correct? There will be more than enough. It's the season for these berries. They are abundant on the mountains. Which mountain? I'll send Zulu to gather them. Ah, you want our great hero to collect wild fruits? That seems a bit of a waste of his talents, Su Yin remarked. Whether he is a hero or not, it matters not. What counts is that he is useful, Su Yin responded nonchalantly. Only you would dare to say such things. Commanding authority, Ashley chuckled, shaking her head. Who else could, being the mistress? Su Yin teased. Noticing Jiayan's silence, she turned to her. Jiayan? Jiayan lifted her head. What is it? Nothing, but you seem a bit pale. Perhaps you should take a break, Su Yin suggested, glancing at Ashley. Ashley sighed. I initially invited her to assist, hoping she would take the opportunity to rest, as she has been working too hard over there. Su Yin was aware that Jiayan was in the den, and she instructed Xiao Luo and Aloa to avoid Jiayan when purchasing dried meat whenever possible. However, Jiayan did not return to their stall for more dried meat. Unlike you, I do not have brothers, grandmothers, or anyone to care for me. My family relies on my earnings, and my fertility is of the lowest standard. I am not particularly attractive, and I can only survive in this den, a place you all look down upon, Jiayan said, lowering her head. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback by the words. Ashley was also stunned, at a loss for what to say. Finally, Su Yin gently replied, Jiayan. The essence of who one ultimately becomes is not determined by others, nor bestowed upon you by anyone, but is a reflection of your own choices. Before my coming-of-age ceremony, I lived in the forest of beasts, without the care of family or kin, surviving like a wild creature, scraping by from one meal to the next. In the den, it is the same. As long as you can fend for yourself, distinctions of status or nobility hold little weight. Jiayan suddenly scoffed, then burst into laughter, her demeanor bordering on madness. Yes, you possess soul, you have a beautiful visage, and you can bear offspring. In the mouse tribe, you are the female whom everyone envies the most. Even Sister Ashley cannot replace your significance in Lin Long's heart. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you, he would instantly turn hostile. Ashley's expression turned icy. Jiayan, have you been intoxicated? What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? She then turned to Su Yin, apologizing. Do not take it to heart. She is merely speaking in her stupor. Come, let me take you to gather some berries. With that, she took Su Yin by the hand and led her outside. Su Yin turned to glance at Jiayan, who had lowered her head, exuding a somber aura. I am fine. She must be weary. Please take care of her. Just then, Zulu appeared. Addressing Ashley, he said, the animal skin scrolls have all been organized. I will take Yin Yin home. Thank you for your hard work. You have been immensely helpful, Ashley replied gratefully, her face beaming with appreciation. I will personally select the finest fruits to send over later. Su Yin hurriedly replied, No, let's save it for tomorrow's celebration banquet. There's plenty. I'll pick some for you right now. Just tell me where the fruit is growing. I'll go and gather a few for her. Recently, her appetite has been quite unpredictable, making it rather challenging to cater to her needs. Zulu wore a helpless expression, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation and delight. Su Yin shot him a glance, scolding him for his nonsense before walking away. Zulu swiftly picked her up, mindful of the uneven ground, ensuring she would not fall. Su Yin instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, What are you doing? Zulu suddenly lowered his head, capturing her lips, savoring their sweetness, utterly indifferent to the presence of onlookers. In an instant, Su Yin was utterly captivated by his kiss, her cheeks flushed like delicate petals brushed with rouge, exuding an enchanting allure. Ashley observed their departure, lingering for a moment before turning back to the hidden alcove. Jiayan curled up on the ground, hugging her knees, her body trembling slightly, as though she were on the verge of tears. Although Ashley had initially intended to reprimand her, she ultimately swallowed her words, approaching her side and crouching down to gently pat her frail back. If you wish to visit the paradise of cubs, do let me know. Rising to her feet, Ashley took a few steps before pausing, her back turned as she remarked, You are correct. I once harbored jealousy towards her. Yet now, I find myself indifferent. For I have realized that she holds greater significance to me than Lin Lang. Cultivating a friendship with her offers far more advantages than enmity. Our coming-of-age ceremony is past. We are no longer children. You have asserted that you are the pillar of your family. The life before us extends beyond mere romantic entanglements. It encompasses survival and the strength of our tribe. Cease your capriciousness, confront reality, and make choices that are more beneficial for you. Jiayan's body lay still until Ashley departed the alcove, at which point she slowly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with envy. Grasping a gourd of wine, she gulped it down in one go, exclaiming, "You all sit high above, adored and cherished, pristine and unblemished, yet you remain oblivious to the agony entwined within the filth. I loathe you." In the midst of the bustling crowd, Su-Yin found herself cradled in Zulu's arms. It wasn't until they had departed from the beast god temple that Su-Yin could no longer endure the situation, and she threatened, "If you do not set me down at once, I shall starve your offspring." Only then did Zulu release her, inquiring what she desired to eat. The berries that Ashley gifted, sweet and tangy, and the succulent roasted meat. Zulu smiled, a captivating charm lighting his face. "Very well, I shall prepare it for you." Su-Yin was momentarily mesmerized by his smile. "You can grill meat?" Zulu teased her soft, delicate face, which seemed so tender that it could be squeezed to release a drop of water. His smile deepened. "For you and our child, I would do anything." "Su-Yin, my mother always said that men who speak sweetly are the least trustworthy. Today, I received comments from my dear readers, and they were truly remarkable." I, Xiaoxian, felt a surge of excitement, realizing that what once seemed like a tedious and solitary endeavor in front of a screen has become so joyous with your presence. I shall strive diligently to craft my words and thoughtfully develop my ideas, so as not to disappoint your affection and expectations. I will continue to write, regardless of the outcome, for having your companionship and recognition is the greatest fortune. I am so delighted. End of chapter. The gentle breeze carries the fragrance of nature, while the sky is ablaze with the fiery hues of the evening glow, painting the world in a rich golden hue. Su-Yin sat in the bright courtyard, her body resting upon a stone bench adorned with a thick deerskin blanket, while a fox fur stole draped elegantly over her legs. The grill before her emanated an enticing aroma of roasted meat, tantalizing her senses and making her mouth water. "How delightful! You truly excel at roasting meat." "I can prepare it for you every day if you wish," came the reply. "Daily indulgence might become tiresome. A rare treat suffices." As Su-Yin inhaled the savory scent, she called out to Xiao Luo, who was diligently crafting leather boots nearby. "Cease your work for a moment and come rest. Soon we shall feast on roasted meat." "Just 2 more pairs and I shall be finished," Xiao Luo responded. "Zulug is indeed skilled. After just 1 taste of roasted meat, he has mastered the art," remarked another voice. "Who prepared it last time?" Zulug inquired, glancing at Su-Yin. "My sister did," she replied. "You left with the deer leg before we finished." "Clearly, my roasting skills were lacking," Su-Yin pouted slightly. "You simply didn't impress him enough to be remembered," she continued. "My apologies. Do not be upset. It is not good for the children." Zulug quickly sought to appease her. Su-Yin caressed her abdomen. "So you were simply being attentive for the sake of the child." "Are you?" "Certainly not." Zulu sprinkled seasoning on the roasted venison leg. He had personally selected a variety of aromatic herbs and spices from the tribe's shaman to create this homemade blend, which, combined with the fine salt provided by Su-Yin, seeped into the slits made by the knife, enhancing the fragrance significantly. Su-Yin observed his deft movements, gradually falling into silence. Oro approached with a small blue and white rabbit cradled in his arms, saying, "Su-Yin, father seems to be unwell. Feel his body, it is burning hot." Su-Yin took it, her expression involuntarily tensing. "Are there any other symptoms apart from the high temperature?" Oro replied, "No." Zulu wiped his hands with coarse burlap and said, "Give it to me." To others, he appeared as the paternal figure of these little cubs, the one who cherished this group the most. Su-Yin was uneasy but felt compelled to give it to him, unless they were to sever ties immediately. "Be careful," she warned. "Yes, I will take good care of him." Zulu reached out to take the staff, and then locked eyes with him, his gaze clear and bright. He had awakened his talent, fire elemental mastery, of the profound level. Zulu turned to Oro and Su-Yin and said, "I will help him channel his fire energy, otherwise he might end up burning himself." With that, he led him into Su-Yin's chamber. Su-Yin was taken aback. How could he discern her talent? Oro was momentarily silenced by Zulu's words. "Yinner, what did your esteemed son-in-law just say?" "He mentioned that Phaser seems to possess the essence of the fire element at the profound level." "Father, do we possess any members of the Mouse clan who have attained the profound level?" Su-Yin inquired, while turning the roasted leg of deer. Oro felt that perhaps he had misheard. How could it possibly be a talent of the profound level? "I shall seek out my esteemed son-in-law and clarify this further," Oro declared, hastily following Zulu. Xiao Luo inadvertently pricked her finger with the needle she was using to sew her shoes, oblivious to the blood flowing from her wound. Profound level. Su-Yin tasted the roasted venison leg, and with a satisfied hum, acknowledged the skill behind it. Anxious and impatient, she decided to take a look herself. Little Luo, in a flurry, followed suit. In contrast, Su Yan, who had long recognized her younger son's innate talent, remained composed as she savored the meat. Since discovering her pregnancy, Zulu had exhibited a subtle change in his attitude towards the trio. While he had previously accepted them, he would keep his distance. Now, he willingly embraced the children and even assisted in channeling their elemental fire energy. In the past, he might have coldly observed as little Faze burned himself alive. Little Luo returned, speaking in tones filled with admiration. "Brother Zulu is extraordinary." "What is so extraordinary?" Su Yan asked, her mouth greased from the roasted meat. Little Luo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Zulu extracted all the fire energy from Faze's body, then condensed it into a small fire dragon, which he returned to Faze. It swam around for a while before settling on his left foreleg, leaving behind the mark of a fire dragon. It was truly remarkable." Su Yan's movements slowed as she consumed the meat. "Is it the fire dragon? Indeed, you should really take a look." Soon, he would bring it over. It would not be too late to see. "Here, have some meat." Su Yan offered him a piece of roasted meat. Xiao Luo preferred raw meat, but the roasted one smelled quite enticing. "Let me have a taste." After taking a bite, his eyes widened in surprise. "Zulu Gu is truly a master. This meat is exceptionally delicious, even better than yours." "What do you mean it's better than mine?" Su Yan feigned anger. Yet she could not deny that Zulu's roasting skills surpassed her own. In this western region where furs were worn and raw meat consumed, Zulu's culinary talent was indeed unparalleled. As Xiao Luo spotted Zulu and Oro emerging from the cave, he called out, "The roasted meat is ready. Zulu Gu has done a splendid job. Even better than my sisters." Such disparaging remarks warranted repetition. Su Yan mused to herself, before glancing over. Facer was nestled in Oro's embrace, appearing to be fast asleep, curled up like a small ball of fur. Oro wore a broad smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling with evident joy. "Make sure your sister eats well. What about you?" "This is for my sister, and there is plenty of meat left. With the money I earned from selling leather boots, I bought 2 deer and 3 pigs. They're all in the pen. If my sister wants to eat, we can slaughter them at any time." "Well, finally doing something worthwhile. I may not excel at hunting, but I can make boots, and from that, I can procure meat." Thus, possessing a skill ensures one can travel fearlessly across the world. Su Yan raised the roasted meat in her hand. Indeed, Zulu's roasting is commendable. As Zulu approached her, he gently stroked her soft, snowy hair. "What else would you like to eat?" Just then, a knock echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned to look. It was Lin Lang, one hand carrying a large wicker basket filled with large red berries, delicately arranged with tender green leaves. Zulu raised his hand in greeting. Perfect timing. "We just roasted some meat. Come and have a taste." Lin Lang approached with 2 large baskets, handing them to Zulu. "I see these plump berries are just what Yin Yin craves. Thank you for the trouble. Ashley is a bit occupied and couldn't come herself, so she asked me to deliver them. Enjoy your meal. I won't intrude any longer." Since their last encounter in Ashley's birthing room, Su Yan had not seen him again. He appeared slightly thinner than before, yet there was a deeper brilliance in his eyes, suggesting an enhancement in his innate abilities. "Lin Lang, sit down and enjoy some roasted meat with us. Xiao Luo, please head to the kitchen and bring the wild berry wine I prepared." "Okay." Xiao Luo dashed off immediately. Oro also invited Lin Lang to sit and take a break. "You've been busy outside every day. Now that you're back in the clan, stay for a few days. Come, take a look at my dear grandson Facer. Guess what his innate talent is?" This was Lin Lang's first time seeing Su Yan's child. Although he had heard Ashley describe him as adorable with hints of blue and white, holding him in his hands, warm and fragrant, he bore a striking resemblance to Zulu. "Up to you," Lin Lang said to Zulu. "When he transforms, his innate talent should indeed be dual element." Zulu smiled, but said nothing. Oro clapped his thigh. "Those with exceptional talents awaken even before transformation. The earlier the awakening, the higher the talent. My little grandson has just awakened his talent." Lin Lang's expression turned serious, for he had only heard of beasts awakening their talents, but had never witnessed it. He examined the little rabbit in his hands closely and finally discerned a red mark beneath the white fur of its front leg, resembling the shape of a fire dragon. Fire element. Lin Lang suddenly looked towards Su Yan. Su Yan nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, a male of the fire element. The competition between these 2 clans will surely become frantic." Lin Lang seemed to envision a future where the leaders of both clans would vie for the favor of this little creature. Not only was it of the fire element, but it was also of the profound level. Oro wore a proud expression, and most significantly, it bore the surname Millet. Lin Lang was further astonished. He gazed at the diminutive being in his hands with a newfound reverence. Profound level? At that moment, Zulu interjected, Brother Lin Lang, I implore you to keep this little one's existence confidential. His talent is remarkable, yet if word gets out, especially to the magical beasts, it could spell tremendous trouble. Magical beasts have the capacity to devour the talents of the beast clans. Should they acquire the fire element talent, especially at the profound level, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the generally low-tier beast clans of the western region. Su Yin maintained her composure, while Ao Luo's face betrayed a look of terror. No. It was imperative that the magical beasts remained unaware. It was absolutely critical. Lin Lang also wore a grave expression. Indeed, before it had fully matured. Concealment was of utmost importance. In truth, Fa possessed a secondary talent in water magic, of superior yellow grade. This ability could be employed to mask its fire affinity. Allowing for a singular revelation during the talent awakening ceremony, at that time, you could assist in shrouding it further. No problem, Lin Lang replied. Observing that Su Yin had finished the roasted meat in her hand, Zulu promptly offered her another piece, succulent and perfectly charred. Su Yin took the roasted meat and said, You should partake as well, and please cut a piece for Brother Lin Lang. Xiao Luo approached, carrying several porcelain cups along with some fruit wine. The porcelain cups were purchased by Su Yin from the system store, where she exchanged 1 point for a complete set of 36 pieces of exquisite china. Su Yin continued to use the excuse given by her friends from the East District to deceive the Oro father and son. Zulu could not be easily fooled. Yet she chose not to explain, and he did not inquire further. Each held their own secrets, silently speculating about the other, subtly competing to see who would falter first. As night deepened, the eyes of the orcs could see clearly in the darkness, though they lacked the vibrant colors found in daylight. Su Yin was not fond of this hue, so after nightfall, she took little Phaser in her arms and went to sleep. Lin Lang was forcibly dragged by Alua to continue drinking. Xiao Luo busied herself with work while engaging in lively conversation. Zulu would occasionally interject. Yet each remark he made was pivotal to the discussion. This fellow truly possessed a mastery of rhetoric. Whenever he wished, the conversation would never falter. And there was always ample material to discuss. After observing them on the system map for a while, Su Yin put it away and gently cradled the small fluff ball sleeping on her belly. Emma once remarked that he and Zulu looked strikingly alike in their childhood. And as they grew, he would surely resemble his father, handsome and charming. Embracing the small fluff ball, she gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Lang, having indulged in a hearty feast, once again expressed his desire to return home. Only then did Oro release him. Zulu said, I shall escort Brother Lin Lang back. It's best for the father-in-law and Xiao Luo to rest early, as there will be much to attend to at tomorrow's celebration banquet. Speaking of the celebration, the Fox clan would also send representatives. Lin Lang, with his slightly tipsy gaze, turned to Zulu and remarked, Your fiancé will be coming as well. Fiancé? Zulu paused momentarily, then chuckled. That's a matter of the past. Yet, the other party may not have moved on. All right, there's no need to see me off. I could find my way home with my eyes closed. Lin Lang waved his hand, expressing his gratitude for the evening's hospitality, and suggested that Zulu visit him another day for drinks. After sending Lin Lang away, Zulu helped Oro tidy up the barbecue grill. Xiao Luo was nearly finished as well. After checking for any issues multiple times, he began to pack away his tools. Brother Zulu, do you think Lin Lang will divulge Father's talent? Certainly not. Zulu replied assuredly. He is a very trustworthy individual. Oro nodded in agreement. Perhaps emboldened by the wine, he continued without restraint. In the past, Yin used to admire him greatly, if it weren't for that beast attack on the tribe. Dad, Xiao Luo hurriedly interjected, preventing Oro from continuing. Zulu smiled and reassured him. It's all right. Those are matters of the past. However, his smile carried a hint of chill. End of chapter. In the late hours of the night, Su Yin, in a state of drowsy slumber, was stirred by the sound of an exceptionally clear and gentle unfamiliar voice nearby, leaving her in a quandary about what to do. The celebration banquet for the demon hunting commenced, held by Ashley in the Beast God Garden. The venue was adorned with clusters of flowers, an abundance of fresh fruits and dried meats, and lively music from bands representing the rabbit and mouse clans, whose sole aim was to create a vibrant atmosphere. Su Yin said to Zulu, I wish to play the drums. Zulu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at her abdomen. Is it convenient for you? Su Yin immediately raised her hand in assurance, vowing that there would be no issues. Zulu gazed at her delicate, snow-white hand and teased, What if there are problems? Should I prepare for 2 more litters? Su Yin responded with unwavering conviction. Zulu's smile deepened, sweet as if laced with sugar, playfully lingering around Su Yin. That simply won't do. Su Yin wore a troubled expression, declaring her desire to play the drums. Just then, Ashley approached, and, upon hearing Su Yin's words, promptly summoned the drummer from the rodent tribe to fetch the drumsticks. Thank you, Ashley, Su Yin said, avoiding Zulu's gaze as she hurried to receive the drumsticks. Ascending the performance stage, she began to strike the drums with wild abandon. Although her rhythm was chaotic, her exquisite and beautiful face quickly attracted many lingering glances. Standing below the stage, Zulu observed Su Yin's fervent drumming and remarked to Ashley, she could join your drumming team. Haha, as long as you're willing, Ashley replied, covering her mouth with a smile. Grom and Agmer, the leader of the rodent tribe, arrived and smiled with satisfaction as they watched their lively kin. It seemed they had made the right decision by settling here. Indeed, Chief, Grom said, spotting the silver-haired woman on stage. She was the daughter of the Millet family. Is that her? Agmer inquired, moving closer. Upon recognizing Su Yin's appearance, a look of astonishment crossed Agmer's face. She was indeed a striking beauty. What of her fertility? She has already borne one litter, 2 females and 1 male. Her reproductive capacity is quite admirable, rivaling even Ashley's. Since Su Yin had visited Ashley's birthing chamber and helped her resolve her anxieties, leading to a successful delivery, Ashley's attitude towards Su Yin had transformed. Oh. Agmer scrutinized Su Yin's slender form and her snow-white hair. Is she a child of Half Moon? Grum nodded in affirmation. Half Moon gave birth to 1 female and 8 males. But only she survived. Agmer was astonished to learn of this. Is she still alive? According to Su Yin, she is passed. What a pity. Indeed. Half Moon was a good female. Dona Resh has arrived, announced someone. Dressed in a delicate pink pleated skirt, she walked through the crowd, drawing the attention of many, particularly females, who gazed at her with admiration and envy. Some even stopped her to examine her dress closely. Grum noticed this and remarked, that outfit must have come from the Eastern District? Agmer confirmed, indeed, it cost 200 crystal coins, but as long as Rona likes it, that's what matters. Grom's expression briefly froze before he smiled again. Rona looks exceptionally beautiful today. Is there a special occasion? The son and daughter of the Fox tribe chief are coming, along with the Rabbit tribe chief and his 2 adult sons, who are Zulu's brothers. I think they are quite suitable. Rona should indeed settle down. Yes, a significant investment has been made in her, and she must find a worthy husband. Aro Millet's fortune is truly remarkable now. Agmer's gaze shifted to Aro, who was joyfully introducing his son to others. Grom nodded, acknowledging the powerful son-in-law they had acquired, along with a male and female grandchild, proudly boasting about how well his grandchildren had grown. In the past, he lost the position of chief over Half Moon, yet there are gains and losses in every situation. After showcasing her new dress to the tribe, Rona approached. Grom complimented her, saying, Rona, you look truly beautiful today. Thank you, tribal shaman, Rona replied, twirling around, her pleated skirt billowing like a blooming flower. Su Yin stood upon the performance stage and noticed Rona, who was clad in a striking pink dress. However, her dark and stout figure strained against the fabric, and her calves appeared rather robust. Such a physique was regarded as beautiful among the beast folk, epitomizing fertility. Zulu approached the stage, extending his hand towards Su Yin, suggesting she had had enough fun. Su Yin relinquished the drumsticks and took Zulu's hand as he lifted her off the stage. Rona happened to witness this scene, jealousy gleaming in her eyes. Agma observed her gaze and followed it, noting Zulu's unwavering protection of Su Yin. Rona, Zulu's brother, will also be here today. Would you like to meet him privately? He inquired. The brother bore a resemblance to Zulu, possessing a blue-tier affinity with wood, but Zulu, with his nearly mystical dual affinity, was in a league of his own. 2 tiers above. Reluctant, Rona's eyes remained fixated on Zulu. Agma shook his head. He had indeed favored Zulu but lamented his late timing, wishing he had orchestrated a union between his daughter and Zulu sooner. He already has a female. Do you wish to cast yourself as the lesser? He questioned. Rona, consumed by thoughts of how to be with Zulu, had entertained various notions, even contemplating extreme measures against Su Yin more than once. Agma glanced at Zulu, whose every thought seemed to revolve around Su Yin, and sighed, Enough, Rona. He does not belong to you. There are many worthy males here today. Perhaps you should consider them. Rona, where are you going? He called out. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Rona advanced towards Zulu. He had long sensed her intense gaze, an unmistakable fervor radiating from her, a desire so palpable that it was evident to all but the blind. Holding Su Yan's hand, He led her towards the array of fresh fruits. The beast folk favored meat, regarding fruits merely as a condiment. Thus, while many indulged in jerky, fewer enjoyed fresh produce. Suyin picked up a fruit resembling a pear, yet possessing a flavor akin to that of a pineapple. Just as she was about to take a bite, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a striking pink hue. Looking up, she indeed saw Rona. "Zula, brother, do you think my dress is beautiful?" she exclaimed, completely disregarding Suyan's presence. Suyan shifted her gaze, her eyes filled with anticipation as she awaited Zulu's response. However, Zulu did not even glance at her. Instead, he reached out and took the pear fruit from her hand. "This has a mild poison. A normal person can consume it, but you cannot." "I am also a normal person," Suyan retorted, retrieving another fruit. This time, Zulu did not attempt to stop her, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her, as if she were about to consume something perilous. All right, I shall not eat it," Suyan conceded, unable to withstand his intense scrutiny. Rona observed the natural intimacy between the two, feeling increasingly marginalized, her expression darkening. "Brother Zulu," Rona called out forcefully. It seemed only then that Zulu acknowledged her presence. Addressing her as rash female, Suyin replied, "Why are you ignoring me? Is my dress not beautiful?" Only then did Zulu cast a glance at her attire. The dress is lovely. How much does it cost?" "I shall buy a few for Yin Yin." Rona's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Zulu, what did you just say? Are you not planning to sell dresses?" Zulu inquired. "I am not selling dresses, and besides, at 200 crystal coins each, who could possibly afford them?" Rona's face fell, filled with a sense of misunderstanding. She had come to dazzle Zulu, hoping to capture his affection, leading him to abandon Su Yin and choose her instead. She even believed that her father could secure her a position as the next tribal leader for Zulu. Furthermore, with her superior fertility and robust health, she was certain she could bear him offspring endowed with even greater talents and strength. Su Yin was taken aback by the price of the dress she wore. It cost a staggering 200 crystal coins. Noticing Su Yan's astonishment, Rona quickly composed herself and, with a smug expression, declared, "This is from the Eastern District, so it is naturally quite expensive." Su Yan pondered how much she could exchange the bounty of supplies she received from the system for in the currency of the beast world. Unfortunately, she lacked a suitable excuse. If only there were a merchant from the Eastern District. Su Yan gazed at Zulu, who claimed to have friends from the Peng clan capable of transporting supplies from the Eastern District. Noticing her scrutiny, Zulu, assuming she doubted his financial resources, inquired, "How many of these skirts do you desire?" "Not a single one," she replied. She possessed garments rewarded by the system, albeit maternity wear, which were even more exquisite than Rona's. Rona was called by someone. Upon looking over, she recognized a man from her father's side. Feeling compelled to respond, thus she approached. "Brother Zulu, I shall return shortly," she declared before lifting her skirt to depart. However, just as she turned, a sudden rip echoed as the waistline at her back tore apart. Su Yin swiftly covered Zulu's eyes and led him aside. As they walked, she remarked, "The moment I saw her, I sensed that her attire was ill-fitting. I couldn't help but wonder when the seams around her waist would give way, and, as it turns out, they truly have." "Do you really dislike the dress?" "I think it looks quite acceptable." Zulu gently pulled her hand down and, as they passed, bestowed a brief kiss on her lips. "Su Yin, no? This man is becoming increasingly charming. You wait here. I shall see if I can be of assistance." Although she harbored no fondness for Rona, she was the daughter of the clan leader, and such a connection could not be disregarded. Moreover, she had 3 children, and for their future, it was prudent to avoid making enemies. It was better to promote harmony and cultivate friendships with those who shared mutual interests. In a communal society, the more connections one has, the better. Zulu pointed in the direction of Oro and Xiao Luo. "I will go and check on them. Once you have finished your tasks, come find me, and take care not to injure yourself. You are not so fragile." When I was expecting my first child, Su Yan's words suddenly halted, and after a brief pause, she continued, "I fell from the bed once, and there were no issues whatsoever." Zulu did not miss the moment of her slip. "Is that so? When we return home, you must tell me exactly from where you fell, and I will surely protect you." "Very well." After Zulu departed, Su Yin did not go directly to Luana but sought out Ashley instead, sharing the current predicament of Luana. Ashley immediately brought along the skilled seamstress, Shawa. However, mending Luana's garment proved challenging. Not only was the fabric difficult to work with, but there was also a lack of suitable thread. Ashley examined the tightly fitted dress on Luana. While it was beautiful, it did not fit well, thus diminishing its appeal. Perhaps you should consider changing into another outfit, she suggested. No, Luana immediately rejected the idea. My father spent 200 crystal coins to buy this for me, and I intend to wear it always. Yet the waist is torn, and if we sew it with mismatched coarse thread, it will be akin to a scar on a beautiful face, both disfiguring and unpleasing, Ashley advised. Suyin approached, holding a long thread of delicate peach orange in her hand. What is this? Can it be improved? It was not a fine cotton, but rather a lustrous silk thread, glimmering under the sunlight. This thread is exquisite. Where did you acquire it? Ashley exclaimed as she took the thread, visibly astonished. Suyin replied, I procured it from a bird's nest. In the past, I roamed the beast forest alone, foraging for food. And I often engaged in the pursuit of fish and bird eggs. In truth, it was a remnant she had detached from a blanket. She had transformed a large quilt into smaller ones for the children, leaving behind some scraps. Shawa remarked, indeed, certain birds have a penchant for collecting objects, stowing them in their nests as if they were trophies. Suyin nodded and said, yes, you all take care of things here for now. I will go and stop the people from coming over. Since seeing that silken thread, Rona's gaze had become rather ominous. It would be prudent for her to keep her distance. Ashley observed Suyin as she moved further away, skillfully preventing others from approaching. Her kindness and intelligence were evident. It was no wonder that Zol was willing to marry into their family. If she were male, perhaps he too would fall under her spell. Turning to Rona, Ashley remarked, the Fox clan has sent representatives. They are the daughter and son of the clan leader. Once your clothing is ready, you should go and take a look. Especially at the male, he is quite handsome, rivaling Zol. Shawa threaded the beautiful silken line that Suyin had given her through a bone needle, mending the tear in Rona's garment. The exquisite thread transformed even the distorted rip into a beautiful pattern. It was said that the female fox who had come was once Zol's betrothed. This engagement never materialized, as Zol did not consent. Let us not speak of it again. Ashley cautioned Shawa. With a disgruntled expression, Shawa fell silent, focusing intently on her stitching. After Suyin obstructed several orcs attempting to enter the fruit zone, the others quickly became aware of the inconvenience and decided to refrain from coming for the time being. With nothing to occupy her, Suyin opened the system map, hoping to ascertain what Zulu was up to. However, as soon as the map unfolded, she was greeted by an alluring and captivating voice emanating from Zulu's direction. Brother Zulu, why have you taken a Mouse Clan member as your bride? To which Zulu responded with utmost courtesy, I apologize. May I inquire as to your identity? Suyin remarked on the abundance of unwanted romantic entanglements surrounding Zulu. She soon diverted her attention to Rona and her companions in the distance, curious about their conversation. Just then, she overheard Rona assertively declare, my affairs are none of your concern. Ashley attempted to interject with advice, only to be met with Rona's retort. Your aphrodisiac is utterly ineffective. Zulu consumed it as if it were mere water. Are you supplying me with counterfeit medicine? At this mention, Ashley's expression darkened, for it touched upon her past transgressions and the insurmountable rift between her and Lin Lang. The medicine was genuine, yet its effects varied from person to person. Did you truly administer it to Zulu? Do you think I have nothing better to do than linger with the demon hunter squad? It was solely for him. If I had succeeded in drugging him, he would have been compelled to depart from Suyin, even against his will. Fortunately, that did not come to pass, or I would have wrought a grave error. Has Shawa completed her stitching? Yes, it's done. Let us depart. We ought to avoid this relentless female fixation on other people's males. The words were indeed harsh, nearly severing the friendship between the two. Rona's countenance reflected her displeasure. What do you mean? I have never harbored any intentions toward Lin Lang. You may wish otherwise, but that shall not transpire. Ashley pulled Shawa away as they exited. Suyin retracted the map and approached as they walked towards her. What do you think? You shouldn't concern yourself with her. It would be best for her to embarrass herself. That won't do. Today is the gathering of the three clans. Her humiliation is not solely her affair, but reflects upon the entire tribe's women. Upon hearing this, Ashley and Shava widened their eyes in astonishment before realizing and feeling relieved. You have indeed considered this thoroughly. I was so flustered. Ashley took the initiative to link her arm with Suyan's. Come, let us go see my little ones. Certainly. It has been a while since we last met. They must have grown quite a bit. Shava followed the two, but after a few steps, she turned back to glance at Rona. Rona was examining a small orange flower stitched with fine silk thread around her waist, which not only concealed the tear, but also added a touch of playful charm to her skirt. They had put in so much effort for her, yet she hadn't even offered a simple thank you. Alas, Let this be for the sake of the mouse tribe's dignity. The leader of the mouse tribe, Agma Resh, was delivering a speech from the platform. Below sat the elderly leader of the rabbit tribe, alongside a young male representative from the fox tribe. Suyin followed Ashley, observing the male from the fox clan. The fox clan is naturally endowed with alluring eyes and possesses a slender figure that, while not overly muscular, is remarkably well-proportioned. His golden red hair is intricately braided, with a strand cascading gently in front, making him quite handsome. But how does his talent measure up? No matter how exceptional it is, it pales in comparison to that of your kin. His aptitude lies in the yellow stage of wood affinity, and he seems to be the next candidate for the clan leader. He and Rona? Suyin contemplated Rona's robust figure, which appeared to be 2 sizes larger than the male fox before her, leading her to feel a certain incongruity. I believe Rona and our clan's Sophali make a rather fitting couple. Their physiques are quite similar, thus they are well matched. Indeed, Sophali ranks 4th in his family, with an older brother and younger siblings, so marrying into another clan poses no issue. His prowess at the peak of blue stage is commendable as well. At this moment, Shawa interjected eagerly. No, I want Sophali. Suyin was taken aback. Aren't you already with a beast husband? Shawa's cheeks flushed slightly. I have yet to conceive, so I wish to have another beast husband. Moreover, Sophie Lee and I grew up together. He also wishes to be with me. Then I wish you a swift conception. Suyin replied with a smile. Thank you, Sister Suyin. No need for thanks. Let nature take its course without pressure. Shawa felt a twinge of envy towards their fertility, as they could conceive at will, producing female offspring. In the tribe, female offspring were the most precious of young. Chief Agma began calling the participants of the demon hunting program to the stage, all of whom were males. Suyin cast her gaze over, and indeed, there were not many males present. Lin Lang and Zulu were evidently the focal figures, with those not called by name surrounding them in conversation. Zulu appeared somewhat languid, but suddenly turned his attention towards her direction, inadvertently locking eyes with her. In that moment, a smile graced his lips, with so many already captivated by him. His smile rendered him even more enchanting in an instant. Suyin, this is a wretched sorcerer, adept at ensnaring hearts. Shawa, too, found herself entranced and lost in his beguiling smile. Zulu Gu appears to have transformed from his former self. Suyin's heart skipped a beat. Oh, what is different? More handsome, more appealing. Shawa's envious gaze fell upon her. Suyin, my sister, tell me secretly, is Zulu equally impressive in that regard, just as he is in appearance? Upon hearing this, those around them perked up their ears, eager to listen. How should she respond? Suyin, a bit embarrassed, replied, Well, I did conceive in a single night. What do you think? All eyes turned in astonishment towards Zulu. Indeed, a male should be like Zulu. Ashley playfully nudged Shawa. What nonsense are you asking? It's time for your beast husband to take the stage and receive his award. Shawa grinned foolishly at Suyin. I just wanted to know, and my mouth blurted it out. Please don't hold it against me. It's all right, Suyin said, glancing at the stage where a man of medium build stood, possessing a rather handsome countenance. Is that your beast husband? Yes, his name is Lag, and he was part of Zulu's team during the demon hunt, earning quite a bit of currency. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to bring up the notion of a second beast husband. Does he agree? Of course, it was he who suggested I seek another. As long as you can coexist harmoniously, that's all that matters. As for mine, I doubt that will ever happen. With someone as formidable as Zulu, finding another male who can compare is nearly impossible, Shawa remarked with a smile. Moreover, Zulu might not even consent. In our clan, if a female wishes to take a second beast husband or more, the approval of the first is essential. Suyin nodded. Indeed. He did not seem like the type to readily agree. The genuine Zulu held her thoughts in high regard, but the false one certainly did not. By the way, Suyin, Lin Lang mentioned something to me this morning, but I was too preoccupied with my tasks to pay it much mind. It just dawned on me that Lin Lang dined at your home last night and expressed a great fondness for your younger son, wishing to establish a familial alliance with my daughter. How splendid! Suyin, however, was indifferent to whether her daughter-in-law possessed any talent. She only cared that her son was sufficiently gifted. Really? Ashley chuckled. Suyin nodded, affirming with sincerity. She suggested that her grandmother find an auspicious day to arrange a betrothal for the 2 children. Lin Lang and Ashley's daughter, born under her own careful guidance, was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a pair of sparkling, intelligent black eyes. I will discuss this further with Lin Lang. If all is agreeable, the engagement shall indeed be settled. Aside from my eldest, who inherited the Dara surname, A decision I dare not make. The other two can readily agree. Envy filled me, igniting a desire to bear a brood of my own. Shawa grew anxious. Ashley laughed heartily, but just as she was about to speak again, she noticed Lin Lang stepping onto the stage. The male from the Fox clan stood, addressing Lin Lang as Brother Lin Lang. Rain, Lin Lang responded with a smile. Do you know Agma? He inquired. I encountered Rain in the forest of beasts. He was wounded at the time, and I happened to pass by and lent him a small hand, Lin Lang recounted. A small hand. It was clearly a life-saving grace. Ah, I see. Lin Lang, you must extend a warm welcome to Rain, as he will be staying within our clan for several days. Shall we arrange for him to occupy the vacant bamboo house next to yours? Yes, Chief, Lin Lang replied. Agma nodded in satisfaction and then presented Lin Lang with the Demon Hunter's grand prize. For this demon hunt, you are awarded first place, 50 crystal coins, 20 pieces of superior beast skin, 15 barrels of fruit wine, 100 pounds of jerky, 10 baskets of fresh fruit, and a bamboo house. Thank you, Chief. Lin Lang responded, then turned to Rain, inviting him to share in a drink. Rain replied, certainly. Next to take the stage was Sophia, and Shawa gazed at her with bright, sparkling eyes. Suyin teased, so this is true love. Why didn't you marry her sooner and become the first beast husband? Ashley chuckled and replied, I'll go ahead for a moment and return later. Go on, go on. Having received so many rewards, you must treat us later. Your family will only have more. If anyone is to treat, it should be you first. With that, Ashley departed. Suyin cast her gaze upon Zulu, who was conversing with several male members of the rabbit clan. Among them was one who bore a striking resemblance to him, likely a fraternal brother. It is worth noting that his siblings had visited on several occasions, each time merely to glance at the young rabbits and mice, leaving behind a plethora of gifts before departing. Following this celebratory feast, she indeed ought to embrace her role as a wife and host a grand banquet. Before the arrival of their child, she intended to formally acknowledge Zulu's rightful name. After all, Zulu was her first beast husband. The Black Panther could merely be regarded as a lifeline. He had taken away what belonged to him, and thus, their accounts were settled. Once the child was born, the facade of this false Zulu would be brought to a definitive conclusion. Suyin's long, curled lashes gently closed, concealing the chill that lingered in her gaze. Zulu seemed to sense something amiss, directing his attention towards her, yet failing to catch sight of her presence. Second brother, I shall step away for a moment. If it is my turn, please take my place. I beg of you. Oh, how can this be? Where are you going? Zulu searched the surroundings for Suyin. Due to a sudden onset of hunger, Suyin departed from the observation area and ventured towards the food section in search of nourishment. Since her pregnancy, she had developed an aversion to jerky. However, there was no fresh meat available, leaving her with no choice but to gnaw on the tough jerky. Despite the rodent nature of the mouse clan, their teeth did not continuously grow like those of beastly rodents, but rather resembled human dentition, where baby teeth are replaced by permanent ones. How was she to consume this? Just then, Zulu approached, carrying a platter of fresh meat. Upon seeing the fresh meat, Suyin's eyes sparkled with delight. I succumbed to gluttony once more, and it seems I must trouble you to procure some exquisite treasures of nature. Speak not of inconvenience. Allow me to escort you home, where the meat is readily available and more reassuring to consume. Zulu's care for the child is nothing short of meticulous. Suyin nodded in agreement. Once she began eating, she lost track of time, realizing it was indeed unwise to linger here for too long. Zulu sought out Xiao Luo, instructing him to accompany Suyin home and ensure she was well fed, as he needed to make a trip to the beast forest. Upon hearing that Suyin's appetite had surged once again, Xiao Luo's expression changed dramatically. He quickly informed Oro and followed Suyin back. As Zulu departed, he heard Agma calling his name, summoning him to the stage to receive a reward. However, his mind was solely occupied with the precious delicacies Suyin desired, rendering the accolades utterly insignificant to him. My brother had to leave unexpectedly, so I, Jun-san, shall represent Zulu in receiving the awards, he replied courteously. The crowd below, brimming with anticipation, clamored for the presence of Zulu himself to accept the honors. Yet, with Zulu having departed, it was impossible to summon him back immediately, and thus, Jun-san collected a myriad of rewards on his behalf. The elder of the rabbit clan, witnessing his son's rising popularity, felt an increasing regret for having agreed to let him marry into the family. Yet, contemplating how Suyin had blessed the Daila family with 2 daughters and a son, he found himself torn. This daughter-in-law possessed remarkable fertility, According to his son, the youngest daughter was also exceptionally gifted, undeniably a treasure among females. Upon returning home, Su Yin found Xiao Luo emerging from the ice cellar, carrying a bucket of tender pork loin. This ice cellar had been specially prepared by Zulu for Su Yin, designed to store fresh meat without any concerns while also enhancing its flavor. The meat from home was undeniably more delectable. During the celebration feast, Zulu had somehow procured a platter of fresh meat, which was far from fresh. Su Yin savored it mouthful by mouthful, indulging in its freshness. Of course, Xiao Luo remarked, "This is the finest game selected by Brother Zulu, sourced from the best cuts, preserved with spices and ice, devoid of any fishy taste, only rich in sweetness. You should eat as well. I noticed you hardly touched anything at the feast." "I will just have a piece," Su Yin replied. Xiao Luo took a slice of the delicate meat, pondering what reward Zulu would receive from the chieftain. Whatever it is, let him take it, she thought. After finishing the meat in the bowl, Su Yin then embraced a barrel of milk, beginning to drink. She genuinely had no idea where all this sustenance was being digested. For regardless of how much she consumed, she always felt hungry, though her stomach was not particularly large. "I will buy a few more barrels," Xiao Luo observed, as she watched Su Yin drink as if she were a bottomless pit, immediately realizing that the 2 barrels in the ice cellar would soon be insufficient. Su Yin nodded and said, "Go ahead." Zulu had returned, and in his hands, he held not only a few 7-star red fruits but also a peculiar purple root-like substance. This was the purple mist fruit, a rare treasure of nature. When one's innate energy was severely depleted, consuming a single bite could restore it. "Try to see if you can eat it," Zulu suggested. He discerned that Su Yan's ability to give birth to exceptionally gifted offspring was significantly influenced by the nourishment she consumed during her pregnancy. Although the 7-star red fruit was also a precious treasure, he regarded it as little more than mere weeds. It was these spirit fruits, imbued with innate energy, that he deemed truly valuable. Su Yin first inquired with the system, "Xiaomei, it seems that the Zixiao fruit is not included in the materials you provided. Am I allowed to consume it?" "Yes," came Xiaomei's emotionless response, followed by the delivery of a comprehensive compendium of spiritual materials. Su Yin observed the Zixiao fruit, resembling a large sweet potato with its deep purple-black skin. When split open, it revealed a translucent, flower-scented flesh akin to purple crystal. How exquisite! Su Yin, who had a fondness for the color purple, felt a momentary reluctance to indulge in such beauty. The taste was delightful, crisp, and sweet. Zulu offered her half of the fruit. Let me try," Su Yin said as she accepted it. A single bite filled her mouth with a honeyed fragrance. It was utterly delectable. After finishing one half, she picked up the other, completely dismissing her earlier hesitations. "The banquet should still be ongoing. Do you wish to return?" Su Yin inquired, her mouth still savoring the Zixiao fruit with clarity. Zulu replied, "No need. I had no intention of going back." At that moment, Xiao Luo returned with a bucket of fresh milk. "It's the celebration banquet today, and all the milk has been taken there. This bucket is freshly squeezed. No, my gluttony is temporarily under control. Let us store this bucket in the ice cellar for now." After finishing the Zixiao fruit, Su Yin let out a loud burp. The promised upgrade for the little ones is ready and steaming hot. End of the chapter. Although Zulu had slain the most magical beasts in the demon hunting plan, the rewards bestowed upon him by Agama Resh were rather meager, even less than those received by Lin Lang. However, the old chieftain of the rabbit clan generously contributed a substantial sum. Upon seeing the pile of rewards resembling a small mountain, Su Yin felt speechless. This was undoubtedly a father's favoritism towards his son. Oro instructed Xiao Luo to categorize the items, then inquired about Su Yan's health. "Is the child all right?" "Yes, all is well," Su Yin replied, patting her flat stomach. "With such finicky tastes, it will be difficult to raise in the future. I shall check on my grandchild." "You should rest and take care of yourself," he advised. "Understood, father," Su Yin responded. Junsen and Zulu emerged from the ice cellar, carrying a bucket of fresh tenderloin. "Father will surely enjoy this," Zulu said with a smile. "Feel free to take some whenever you wish." Upon hearing this, Su Yin stepped forward and warmly invited, "Second brother, stay and indulge in the barbecued meat. Zulu's grilling is simply exquisite. Perhaps another time. I heard from third brother that you are expecting again, which is splendid news. When father learns of it, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Su Yin glanced down at her still flat abdomen, feeling a touch of guilt for causing the elders concern. "Perhaps on another day, I shall pay a visit with Zulu to offer my respects." It was still the third sister-in-law who was the most understanding. That scoundrel rolled up his bedding and left, never to return, such an ungrateful wretch. Junsen teased with a laugh. Zulu accepted the jest with grace, acknowledging, "Indeed. It is my fault." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jun-san took his leave. Su-yin and Zulu personally escorted him to the door, watching as he boarded an ox cart. "I wish to host a banquet to formally establish your title as the foremost beast husband," she declared. "Oh?" Zulu appeared somewhat taken aback, curious about the sudden desire for formal recognition. Previously, there was none. Others have held banquets for their formal titles. Ashley and Shawa have already done so. "Very well, I shall make the preparations," Zulu replied. Su-yin gazed at him and said, "If you do not wish to proceed, then let it be. It truly is quite a hassle. Regardless, the child is already born, and no one will utter a word. What others possess, you shall possess as well." Zulu held her hand, his eyes filled with adoration. On Su-yin's enchanting face, a joyful smile emerged as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Zulu." Zulu gently tightened his grip on her hand and gazed at her, asking, "If one day I were to vanish, what would you do?" Su-yin fell silent for a moment. Zulu took her hand and led her back, changing the subject. "My second brother informed me that Rhine from the Fox clan has rejected Rona." Su-yin was not the least bit surprised, for the two individuals truly seemed ill-suited for one another. What could be the reason? It was said that he could not afford her. Merely the dress that Rona wore was beyond his means. Haha, a mere excuse. He simply did not regard Rona with any interest. Yet, it was not all just pretense. The Fox clan had indeed come seeking a female for marriage. The Mouse clan was a notably affluent tribe. However, Rona's performance at the banquet yesterday might have left Rhine somewhat dissatisfied. Could it be due to the incident with her dress ripping? Was it not mended by you all afterward? Furthermore, her physique was not an issue among the beast tribes. The truth dawned upon me. Rona had been pursuing you relentlessly. It was evident to anyone with their wits about them that the male she desired was you. In the union of male and female, love is secondary, while fertility takes precedence. Yet, those untroubled by the prospect of marriage would first choose according to their preference. For instance, you, who were instantly captivated by my beauty, disregarding everything else, including my fertility. As Su-yin gazed upon his visage, a ripple of emotion began to stir within her heart. Warning to the host: do not develop romantic feelings for the male capable of fatherhood. The cold, unyielding voice of Shaman echoed. As the first rays of dawn shimmered, they were instantly dispersed, vanishing without a trace. Zulu observed her expression transform from a gradual obsession to a swift clarity. He inquired, "What is the matter?" Su-yin shook her head, assuring that everything was fine, expressing her desire to see the children. "All right," Zulu replied, taking her hand and leading her towards the nursery that Su-yin had specially prepared for childcare. Emma, cradling the second female rainmaster, was gently lulling her to sleep. Upon noticing Su-yin and Zulu's arrival, she promptly urged them to keep their voices down. Once she confirmed that the rainmaster in her arms had fallen into slumber, she set her down and gestured for them to come closer. 3 little fur balls nestled in the cradle, with the rainmaster curled up and the other 2 sprawled out, peacefully asleep. Su-yin cradled the little mouse, Sure. Among the 3 children, she lacked the talent of father and the prominence bestowed by Yuxian's surname. She was merely caught in the middle, easily overlooked. Gently stroking the small fur ball, Su-yin felt a surge of tenderness. Zulu remarked, "She is quite wonderful." "Indeed, I know." Su-yin replied, handing Sure to him. "She resembles me quite a bit. When she grows up, she should bear a closer likeness to me." Zulu gazed at the tiny creature nestled in his palm, its white and blue fur exquisite, and his expression softened gradually. "It is beautiful." "Yes," Su-yin affirmed, turning her attention to the plump and well-fed father, poking his round white belly. "Such a little glutton." At that moment, Oro approached, carrying a bag of jerky. "Emma, I brought you your favorite salty jerky." Emma hurried over, tugging at Oro to lead him outside. The children were all asleep, and Zulu and his partner were also present. "Oh," they both said, before departing together. Su-yin observed the 2 of them, lost in thought. Once they had walked a distance away, she whispered to Zulu, "Do you think my father is involved with Emma?" Zulu chuckled. "A few days ago, I saw Emma enter your father-in-law's room." "Is that so?" Su-yin's eyes widened in surprise. Zulu gently placed Sure back into the cradle and softly rocked the carriage, causing the 3 little fluff balls to sink even deeper into slumber. Even Sure's curled-up form gradually began to unfurl. Su-yin gently stroked the fluffy little head of Xiao Yuxuan and said, "Let us return now." "All right," replied Zulu, grasping her hand, his gaze lingering on her abdomen for a fleeting moment. That night, Su-yin was suddenly engulfed by a wave of heat. Her body instinctively sought a cool refuge. And it was only when she nestled against Zulu's embrace that she felt the comfort that lulled her back to sleep. Zulu held her, the warmth of her soft form pressing against him, enduring the temptation as he struggled to find slumber. The following morning, as Su Yin rose, she noticed Xiao Luo hastily returning from outside, a look of urgency etched on his face. What has happened? You seem quite flustered. Rona was violated by a wandering beast man last night. Before dawn, a patrol team from the tribe discovered her in a grass nest at the outskirts. What? Su Yin, still somewhat dazed from sleep, was jolted awake by this shocking news. A wandering beast man? Where did he come from? Su Yin found it hard to believe. From the Hu Chai tribe, he violated his own sister-in-law and was subsequently exiled from the tribe. He wandered aimlessly, having never committed any good deeds. Just yesterday, he stealthily infiltrated the celebration feast and set his sights on Rona. Later, he seized the opportunity when she was alone and abducted her. End of this chapter. Zulu returned from a stroll with 3 little cubs in his arms. Along the way, everyone who caught sight of the adorable little ones in his embrace could not help but feel a pang of envy and affection, especially for the plumpest of them, Phaser, who was adored by all. Seeing that Su Yin was already awake, Zulu smiled and said, I have spoken with some familiar members of the rabbit and mouse clans. In 6 days, we will host a banquet at the Beast God Temple to celebrate the children's full moon, and thus far, no one has declined the invitation. Su Yin blinked, her thoughts still lingering on the distressing news of Rona's assault. What's wrong? Zulu inquired. Oh, let us proceed as you suggested, Su Yin replied, moving closer to observe the 3 little cubs peacefully slumbering in his arms. Have you heard about Rona? I haven't paid much attention. Zulu responded with an air of indifference. Emma, having taken out the small quilt to air, approached eagerly upon seeing Zulu's return. I was just about to go look for you. It's time for them to eat. All right, Zulu said, handing the 3 fluffy little ones over to Emma, who cheerfully embraced them and walked away. She truly adores children. She doesn't find them bothersome at all, Su Yin remarked with a smile. Zulu nodded, acknowledging her good nature. Little Luo observed the 2 and felt somewhat superfluous. Well, I'll go make some boots. I've just taken on another order for 20 pairs today. Su Yin remarked, wait a moment. If you find it challenging to manage on your own, you may hire someone to assist you. There's no need to do everything by yourself. Xiao Luo pondered for a while and realized that many males, like himself, also lacked proficiency in hunting. Su Yin nodded, contemplating the possibility of finding them, securing a factory space, and arranging for a production line. They could produce a greater quantity of standard-sized leather boots and market them to other tribes. Thus, the venture could expand significantly. Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed quite feasible. Indeed, it was very much so. I will prepare a flowchart for you. Once you see it, everything will become clear. Upon observing Rona's dress, Su Yin realized just how backward the Western District was and how vast the potential for growth was. Unfortunately, she was bound to the childbirth system. Had it been an entrepreneurial system, this place would be a veritable goldmine. All right, I will start working on the leather boots. Please prepare the diagram for me. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Zulu gazed at her with a smile. Have you been to the Eastern District? The Eastern District? Su Yin shook her head. I haven't been. Some factories and workshops in the Eastern District are as you described, he remarked. Did your friend from the Peng tribe in the Eastern District mention this? Yes. I will grab a bite and then visit Ashley. Will you accompany me? Rona had been left alone and was now being targeted by someone. If you wish to go alone, I cannot consent to that. It was also an opportune moment to discuss the matter of utilizing the Beast God Temple for a banquet with the tribal shaman. Grom emerged from the delivery room with a grave expression. The chieftain's wife awaited anxiously outside. What happened? Is Rona all right? Grom sighed, expressing his regret. Her life has been spared, but the uterus has detached. She will no longer be able to bear children. The chieftain's wife turned pale and fainted. Grom instructed someone to assist her to a guest room for rest. Shortly thereafter, Ashley emerged from the delivery room, her face etched with concern. She has awakened, but she has been crying continuously. Sometimes, being too ostentatious can invite misfortune. At yesterday's celebration banquet, Rona donned a beautiful dress and flitted about like a flamboyant butterfly, drawing far too much attention. Su Yin and Zulu arrived. Upon seeing them, Grom's expression eased slightly. You have come, he said. Zulu replied. I have a small matter to trouble the clan shaman. Not a trouble at all. Come, let us step outside for a cup of tea. I have brewed a new blend, and I would appreciate your assistance in tasting it. Grom responded with a smile. Zulu replied with a gentle smile, "It is my honor." Suyin remained to converse with Ashley. Ashley glanced toward the delivery room, where Rona was situated. "She is in the delivery room?" Suyin exclaimed in astonishment. Ashley nodded, revealing that Rona had lost her womb. The savage beast man had inflicted such brutality that it had torn her womb asunder. My heavens! How much agony must she have endured? Suyan's eyes widened in horror. Yet, it was not surprising. Female members of the rat tribe were inherently frail, and Rona was among the stronger. Had it not been for this, she would not have survived the night and would have never made it to the patrol team. "Would you like to go in and see her?" Ashley inquired. "I shall refrain from entering. Given her current state, any emotional upheaval could prove detrimental." "Indeed. It may be best not to go in." Although she did not enter, Suyin activated the system map to ascertain Rona's condition. At that moment, another individual approached. Suyin glanced over and saw Jialyan Vardo. She hurried over, but upon seeing Suyin, a fleeting expression of regret and resentment crossed her eyes. With the system map activated, Suyin keenly detected the unusual glint in her gaze, though her face remained impassive. "Where is Sister Rona?" Jialyan inquired, her face etched with concern. "She is in the delivery room," Ashley replied. "You share a good relationship with her. Perhaps you should talk to her and avoid provoking her." "I understand. Go ahead," Jialyan said as she entered the delivery room. Rona had wept until her voice was hoarse. Hearing footsteps, she turned to see Jialyan and stifled her sobs. "What brings you here? To mock me?" Jialyan knelt beside the bed, her face filled with compassion, and even began to cry. "No matter what, you are still better off than I am. I am but a female in the birthing chamber. What sort of beasts have I not encountered? Because of my inferior fertility, they degrade me for their amusement, and I cannot fathom their cruelty." Rona's emotions stabilized slightly, and she remarked, "It seems I too shall have to accompany you. Without a womb, I am even less than a female with inferior fertility. That cannot be. Your father is the leader of the rat tribe. He will undoubtedly protect you." "Not at all. I know my father well. He dotes on me only because I am of use to him. Should I lose my value, he would abandon me without a second thought. Moreover, he has been urging the tribal shaman to find him a female with better fertility, wishing to take a new wife." Speaking of fertility, Suyin Mirad has also arrived and is conversing with Ashley. She appears quite pleased, as if she is once again with child. "What? She is pregnant again!" Rona exclaimed, her emotions surging. Jialyan, equally taken aback, was unaware that Suyin was truly expecting. Blood began to flow in torrents down Rona's legs. Upon witnessing this, Jialyan was filled with terror and urgently shouted outside, "Ashley, please come in quickly." Ashley frowned. "I'll go in and take a look," Suyin suggested. "Should I go as well?" But then reconsidered. "Never mind, please summon my grandmother." Ashley was well aware of the extent of Rona's jealousy towards Suyin. If Suyin were to enter, Rona could very well leap from her bed in a fit of rage, and the consequences would be dire. Suyin had been observing the two in the delivery room through the system map, fully aware that Jialyan had targeted Lana's vulnerable spot, mercilessly rubbing salt into the freshly torn wound. Wishing the little ones a joyous festival, may fortune abound, and indulge in sweets today. Little Schwanzi also has good news to share. The book has been recommended. For those with tickets, feel free to send them over. The advancement will continue to receive updates. Sending love and kisses. End of this chapter. There is an issue with Jialyan. Suyin sought out Grom, refraining from mentioning Rona's situation. As she had not entered the delivery room, she merely stated that Ashley had summoned her. Grom, reminiscing about Rona, expressed his regret, lamenting, "What a pity. Such a splendid female." He then declared, "I shall go and take a look. Zulu, if you wish to host a full moon banquet at the Beast God Temple, there is no issue." "Thank you, tribal shaman. We shall not intrude any longer and will return to prepare," Zulu replied. "Very well, let us reconvene for tea another day." "Certainly." Zulu took Suyan's hand and bid farewell to Grom. Grom watched them with great satisfaction, yet his thoughts drifted back to Rona, prompting another sigh. On the journey home, Suyin pondered Rona's tragic fate, as well as Jialyan's resentful demeanor towards her, and how she had provoked Rona, leading to her further deterioration due to blood loss. "Zulu, are you aware of Jialyan Valto?" "Indeed. She is the female most favored by the males in the den." "You seem quite knowledgeable," Suyin remarked, her tone tinged with discontent. Zulu chuckled. "Do not overthink it. I have never been there. It's merely that while hunting magical beasts in the beast forest, a group of us would gather and discuss various matters." Suyin, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what is the reputation of Jialyan among your males?" Zulu pondered for a moment before responding, Lag once mentioned that she has a penchant for exceptionally gifted males. Regardless of their character, as long as they possess talent, they can win her favor, even without wealth. Lag? Shao's beast husband? Suyin mused. Indeed. He must be a frequent visitor to Jiaoyan. Such disregard for marital fidelity. No man is worth trusting. You are no different, Zulu retorted. Once I bear your child, you will likely abandon us. Suyin recalled the Black Panther, who was solely interested in offspring. During her pregnancy, he lavished her with care. But once the child was born, he showed no interest whatsoever. Zulu tilted his head slightly, observing her. Do you truly care for me? Suyin halted her steps, raising her head with a dubious gaze fixed upon him. What does this mean? Are you leaving? Zulu glanced at her abdomen, contemplating that this possibility could indeed exist. Suyin forcefully shook off his hand, declaring, if that is the case, I shall most certainly forget you. In my heart, you shall leave no trace. Not even a grave. Even your death would be of no consequence. Zulu gazed at her with utmost seriousness, and after a moment, a sudden smile broke forth. Dazzling and enchanting, captivating the soul. Excellent, he exclaimed, patting her head. You are indeed my fine female. Remove your claws. Suyin shot him a glare, brushing aside his hand and striding forward with purpose. As Zulu observed her retreating figure, his smile gradually faded, and he lifted his gaze to the distant sky, contemplating. If it were possible, what harm would there be in holding on? Rona is dead. The shaman of the rabbit clan was summoned. Yet neither clan's shamans could stave off Rona's demise. Ultimately, she succumbed to excessive blood loss. A once budding, fertile female, now extinguished. Yet, in her final moments, she summoned all her strength to cry out, Suyin, it is you who has brought this upon me. I shall not spare you, even as a ghost. For reasons inexplicable, Suyin became the prime suspect in Rona's death. The clan leader, Agmaresh, directed his wrath towards Suyin, forbidding her from hosting a full moon banquet for the children in the beast god temple and even considering the expulsion of their millet clan. Had it not been for the clear-sightedness of the others, who urged the clan leader, and Grom's intercession, they might have been forced to relocate to the rabbit clan. Of course, the rabbit clan welcomed the millet family with open arms, especially the old clan leader, who eagerly wished for his grandchildren to return and grow by his side. What connection does Rona's death have with me? Suyin felt as wronged as snow falling in June, unjustly facing imprisonment despite not breaking any laws. Zulu gently patted her head, urging her not to be upset. If it comes to that, we can always move to the rabbit tribe. My father has already expanded the house and set aside a plot for Xiao Luo to build a factory, just as you wished. Oro, too, showed little opposition, for it was not uncommon for tribes to coexist. As long as they were not oppressed there, it was acceptable. We can leave. But not without clarifying this unfounded grievance first, Suyin retorted, her anger palpable. The wandering beastmen of the jackal tribe had been cruelly dismembered while still alive. Everyone in the mouse tribe was aware that this incident had nothing to do with her, so why dwell on the chieftain's words? Zulu massaged her back, helping her calm her emotions to prevent any stress from affecting the unborn child. Suyin's waist had begun to show signs of pregnancy, making Zulu increasingly anxious about her well-being. However, with the childbirth system safeguarding her, she felt no concern for the child's safety. Yet, this matter weighed heavily on her. She was determined to uncover the truth behind Rona's intense hatred towards her, even if Rona was jealous of her for not being able to have Zulu. It was unlikely she would harbor such bitterness without leaving any words for her loved ones. I must understand why Rona despises me so profoundly. While you are a contributing factor, I sense there is more to this story. Suyin felt she had overlooked some crucial clues. Ashley arrived with a basket of fresh fruits to visit Suyin. Upon seeing her slightly rounded waist, she was first taken aback, then exclaimed, Congratulations. Thank you. Come in and have a seat, Suyin replied, pulling her into the guest room. Ashley surveyed the refined and elegant guest room, especially admiring the exquisite furniture she had never seen before, asking, Who crafted these? I would love a set for myself. Shaluo and Zulu made them during their free time. I provided the designs, Suyin explained, inviting her to sit on the long bench adorned with animal skin and golden silk wood. As Ashley caressed the bench, admiring its smooth texture and beautiful wood grain, she inquired, How many crystal coins for this? I want one. No need for crystal coins. I will gift this to you later. Really? You would give it to me? My father and Xiao Luo have decided to move to the rabbit tribe. How sudden? Is it because of the chieftain? I can talk to my grandmother about it. Partially. The main reason is that the rabbit tribe has a highly fertile female whom Xiao Luo has fallen for at first sight. However, She does not wish to marry into the mouse tribe, so Xiao Luo has agreed to become a part of her family. My father proposed that any children they have must carry the millet surname, and the female agreed, sealing the decision to relocate. Alas, the chieftain has indeed gone too far. My father and the chieftain have had their disagreements. Is it because of your mother? Yes. We shall not dwell on the grievances of the previous generation. By the way, did you know that Jiaoyan was taken in by the chieftain after leaving the den? Is that so? Su Yin had been closely watched by Zulu these days. Not allowed to go outside, and thus was unaware of this news. Ashley nodded, explaining that although the chieftain had not formally recognized her, he pampered her greatly, buying her fine cotton dresses from the Eastern District and pearl necklaces, luxuries that were once reserved for Rona. Jiaoyan, yes, it is indeed Jiaoyan, Su Yin exclaimed. A moment of clarity washing over her, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sky. Was Jiaoyan present before Rona's death? Su Yin continued to inquire. Has she spoken with Rona? Surely they exchanged words. She has persistently advised Rona not to let her emotions overwhelm her, and I too have offered counsel, Ashley replied, shaking her head. Yet, none of it proved effective, and in the end, she uttered that fateful phrase. Ashley, ponder once more. During Jiaoyan's care for Rona, did she exhibit any other behaviors? What do you imply? Ashley's expression grew grave. Su Yin nodded, expressing a hint of skepticism. Consider this. When Jiaoyan first encountered Rona, her body experienced a sudden and severe hemorrhage. Did Rona truly do nothing at the moment of her demise? Ashley reflected for a moment, recalling that my grandmother and I had briefly stepped out of the delivery room to discuss treatment options, leaving Jiaoyan and Rona alone for just a short while. That was ample time if she intended to do something to Rona. However, what advantage would it bring Jiaoyan to harm Rona? Was it merely to secure the chieftain's favor? I find the wandering beast man to be rather suspicious as well. You should investigate whether he has had any contact with Jiaoyan, for she could easily interact with such individuals in the breeding den. Furthermore, gaining entry to the Beast God Temple's celebration banquet is no simple feat. Without an invitation leaf token, the guards would undoubtedly deny access. As for the leaf token, it was mentioned by Zulu during the preparations for the full moon feast. The same applies to the celebration banquet, which also requires a specially issued leaf-shaped wooden token from the Beast God Temple for entry. Ashley's expression grew increasingly grim. Very well, I shall ask Lag to inquire. It would be more convenient for the males to visit the breeding den. Lag, he is a frequent visitor of Jiaoyan. What? Ashley gasped, taken aback by this revelation. She had been unaware of this fact. Zulu mentioned that during their demon hunting, they would inevitably grow bored and discuss the secrets among males, particularly those regarding the breeding den. Lag claimed that Jiaoyan, in her quest for pregnancy, allowed exceptionally gifted males to partake of her body without the need for material offerings. This is madness. Jiaoyan must be out of her mind. No, I must investigate thoroughly. Wait for my news. Do not let her discover anything. Jiaoyan is certainly not as simple as we perceive her to be. If she is a venomous female, I shall not tolerate her presence. Indeed, I merely wish to ascertain the cause of Rona's death before relocating to the rabbit tribe. Since she called my name, I am inevitably entangled in this matter. Very well. Ashley hurriedly departed once more. Su Yin gently caressed her noticeably rounded belly and murmured, Jiaoyan, what on earth are you planning? Just then, Xiao Luo approached with a freshly prepared bowl of milk pudding. Ashley, do try some from my home, she said, only to realize, wait, where's Ashley? She had to leave for some urgent matter, Xiao Luo replied. And where is Zulu? Brother Zulu has gone to the rabbit clan. She explained. Before he left, he instructed me not to let you go outside and to take good care of the baby at home. It seemed he was in cahoots with the childbirth system, solely focused on the child. How many days until the baby is born? Su Yin inquired of the system, Shaman. After a brief pause, Shaman responded, 10 days, 7 hours, 34 minutes, and 53 seconds. No need for such precision, Su Yin replied. In 10 days, she would know exactly what sort of being Zulu was. The following day, Ashley returned to visit Su Yin once more, this time bearing a basket of bird eggs to nourish her. Yet, upon observing the dark circles under her eyes, it appeared as though she were the one in need of replenishment. Su Yin poured her a cup of tea brewed from the rare 7-star red fruit root. After Ashley took a sip, she immediately felt her body relax considerably. The tea was quite delightful. It was made from the elusive 7-star red fruit, which is notoriously difficult to harvest. Su Yin then presented Ashley with a dried specimen of the 7-star red fruit. Having seen it before, Ashley remarked, isn't this a poisonous plant? Su Yin replied, when the fruit turns red, its toxicity will dissipate. At that time, gathering it will pose no danger. I see, Ashley remarked, picking up the 7-star crimson fruit to examine it. Next time I encounter it, I shan't let it slip away. Indeed, these plants may appear unassuming, yet they possess an instinct for self-preservation, cloaking themselves in poison. Once they mature and seek to propagate, they will retract their toxins, allowing beasts to consume them or letting their seeds drift with the wind. How true that is, Ashley mused, growing increasingly fond of Su Yin. Engaging in conversation with her always yielded new insights. Is there no way for you to stay? Though I am the lady of the house, it is the elder gentlemen who wield the authority, and I merely acquiesce to their arrangements, Su Yin replied with a smile. What a pity. I truly wish to have your company more often. The rabbit clan is not far, it is merely a mountain away. Indeed, the tribal shamans frequently visit one another, and I shall undoubtedly venture to the rabbit clan, where I will seek you out for some amusement. That sounds splendid. Su Yin poured her another cup of tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Ashley's expression grew grave. As you suspected, Jiayan indeed knows that wandering beastman. Initially, the individuals from the den were reticent, but later, a female who was not on good terms with Jiayan revealed that the beastman had sought her out twice. Did Jiayan not attend the celebration banquet at the beast god temple? Indeed, the den claimed that Jiayan was unwell that day and returned home to rest. Does she possess an invitation card for the banquet? She does. With each revelation, Ashley's complexion paled further, and a chill ran down her spine. I shall immediately instruct my grandmother to capture her. Such a venomous female must not be allowed to remain. The wandering beastman is already deceased. Mere words are insufficient. We require evidence. However, obtaining evidence may prove challenging. She must have meticulously planned for every eventuality. What shall we do then? Let her confess. Surely, she would not admit to it. Su Yin gently caressed her abdomen, pondering the uncertainties. Zulu had returned from the beast forest, bearing 2 live deer and 4 purple mist fruits. Now, Su Yin had to consume a purple mist fruit every 2 days to nurture the innate needs of her unborn child. However, these treasures of heaven and earth were not easily found. Zulu spent his days immersed in the beast forest, searching for the elusive purple mist fruits. Oro took the live deer, noting that they were out of fresh meat. Early in the morning, Yen's appetite was robust. She devoured a bucket of meat and a purple mist fruit that you had gathered, and now she was blissfully asleep. Let me go check on her, Zulu said, his handsome and captivating visage adorned with a warm smile as he held the purple mist fruit, making his way to Su Yin. Yet, upon discovering a large pillow beneath the covers with no one else present, his expression turned as cold as ice. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Grom, in a remarkably good mood, brought Su Yin a cup of milk. He treated the pregnant female as if she were his own, saying, "Good child, drink plenty of this. It is beneficial for both you and the baby." Su Yin hurried to rise and express her gratitude, but a mere glance from Grom halted her. "Thank you, Clan Shaman. I came to speak with Ashley. There is nothing else of importance. She is currently attending to the examination of a pregnant female and will be here shortly." At that moment, someone entered the guest room and addressed Grom, saying, "Clan Shaman, the clan leader's wife has arrived, claiming to suffer from a headache and requesting your attention." "I shall attend to her at once," Grom replied. Su Yin remarked, "The clan shaman is preoccupied. I can wait by myself." "Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for assistance. There are people waiting outside." "Understood, clan shaman." After Grom departed, Su Yin sipped her milk and patiently awaited. Soon, another entered the guest room, and a smile graced Su Yin's face. "Ashley, are you busy, Jiayan?" Jiayan donned a striking crimson, low-cut, form-fitting long dress, accentuating her alluring figure, which, in turn, enhanced her otherwise ordinary visage. "It has been quite some time since I last saw you, Sister Su Yin," Jiayan smiled. However, upon noticing Su Yin's visibly rounded belly, her expression abruptly froze. "You are with child again." Su Yin gently caressed her belly and smiled, saying, "Indeed. In just a few days, I shall give birth. For the women of our mouse tribe, pregnancy is swift, and so is childbirth. I've heard that over in the Eastern District, some females have been pregnant for several years. Carrying a child for such an extended period must be quite exhausting." Jiayan could hardly hear Su Yan's words. Her gaze was fixated on Su Yan's belly, as if it were magnetically drawn to it, rendering her unable to look away. How could it be possible to conceive so quickly again? Even with exceptional fertility, a minimum interval of 6 months is required, is it not? "My fertility is such that I conceive with just a touch." Su Yin beamed with joy. "I believe, given my fertility, bearing 100 or so children while I'm still young wouldn't pose a problem." Jiayan's eyes brimmed with tears. particularly at the sight of Su Yin's radiant smile, which felt painfully bright. Why? Su Yin paused, confused. Why what? Why is it that you can conceive with just a touch, while I have sought out numerous males, including those with yellow tear talents? Yet I have not even caught a glimpse of pregnancy. Zhao Yin's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation. Su Yin gently caressed her increasingly rounded belly and smiled. The miracle of fertility is truly astonishing, yet the ease of conception brings its own burdens. Each day, I find myself consuming copious amounts of food. This morning, I even devoured a whole bucket of fresh meat. Why is it, I wonder, that you, devoid of any signs of fertility, can conceive time and again, while I, despite my relentless efforts, am met only with disappointment? Zhao Yin slowly approached Su Yin. Su Yin furrowed her brows, questioning, what do you intend to do? In Zhao Yin's eyes, a fierce blaze of resentment and hatred ignited, exclaiming, you should perish too. With such remarkable fertility, you ought not to live. What does your exceptional fertility have to do with me? Su Yin retorted, invoking the name of Rona. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yin appeared momentarily stunned. Su Yin caressed her abdomen once more, purposefully accentuating it to provoke Zhao Yin's emotions. Indeed, Zhao Yin became agitated once again, exclaiming, Rona was killed because of you. How could I have caused her death? Su Yin retorted, on the day of the celebration banquet, I left early. Who permitted you to leave so soon? If you hadn't departed, Rona would still be alive. Rona was my only friend. You are entirely to blame for this. It's all your fault. Zhao Yin's voice grew increasingly shrill, her hands reaching out as if to push Su Yin away. Su Yin swiftly evaded, asserting her independence, questioning the relevance of Rona to her. With your striking beauty, if you were present, Rona would stand no chance. Zhao Yin gazed upon Su Yin's visage, recalling the numerous male critiques she had overheard in the den, all praising the exquisite female mice, with Su Yin reigning supreme. Why would Rona ever have a chance? Su Yin inquired. Zhao Yin's eyes drifted down to her abdomen and her enchanting face, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. That Hu Zhao is after you. Why direct his ire towards me? I desire Zulu, his talents, and his offspring. I covet them all. But as long as you live, Zulu shall not look upon another female. With each word, Zhao Yin's emotions escalated, and she lunged at Su Yin once more, intent on ending her life. After all, she had taken lives before. In the den, those who had tormented her too severely would soon vanish, all victims of her wrath or sold to the wandering beastmen. Why return to the mice? Enticing Lin Lang to become infatuated with you, even forsaking childhood promises? Lin Lang's childhood promise? Su Yin was taken aback. He vowed to marry me and make me his female, but because of you, if it weren't for you, I would have been his choice. I truly apologize. Su Yin dodged Zhao Yin's advances. After all, childhood banter was hardly to be taken seriously. In my youth, I claimed I wanted the moon and to explore the cosmos. Should those whims manifest into reality? Moreover, your fertility scarcely matches Lin Lang's. Only Ashley is worthy of him. Indeed, my fertility is subpar. Yet, how do you conceive without any? It is solely due to Zulu's remarkable gifts. Zhao Yin seized a wooden stool from the corner and hurled it towards Su Yin. Su Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of trepidation crossing her face. The object she had thrown was remarkably precise, hurtling directly towards her head. Just as she prepared to expend her points to employ the teleportation technique, a tall and imposing figure suddenly materialized behind her, effortlessly grasping the wooden stool with one hand. Have you had your fun? Zulu's deep voice, laced with suppressed anger, resonated in the air. Su Yin instinctively shrank her neck in the face of danger, then smiled ingratiatingly at Zulu, pleading, enough. Let's go home. Zulu effortlessly lifted Su Yin into his arms, disregarding any resistance, and strode toward the door. The aura he had been suppressing suddenly surged forth. While Su Yin, nestled in his embrace, remained unaffected by his imposing presence, the nearby Zhao Yin broke into a cold sweat, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Trembling uncontrollably, her pallid complexion, contrasted by the crimson dress, rendered her akin to a spectral apparition. Upon hearing the sound of someone kneeling, Su Yin yearned to catch a glimpse of Zhao Yin. However, she was firmly held in Zulu's embrace, preventing her from seeing. Have you considered the consequences had you been struck just now? Su Yin immediately tucked her head into his embrace, her voice soft and pleading. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Hearing her concede, Zol's expression softened slightly, and his imposing demeanor diminished. Outside, the expressions of Chief Agma, the chief's wife, Grom, Lin Lang, Ashley's, and several familiar and unfamiliar members of the Rat clan were grim. None of them were fools. The guest room was not soundproof. and they could hear every word spoken within. Faced with the crowd, Su Yin felt quite embarrassed to be held by Zul and struggled a bit, requesting him to release her. Su Yin addressed Agma, saying, "Chief, the situation is as follows. To understand the specifics of how Jialyan colluded with that wandering orc to harm Rona, you may inquire with Jialyan herself." It was unexpected that Jialyan, who often appeared delicate and gentle, turned out to be a ruthless vixen. Agma must impose severe punishment. Grom trembled in anger. Ashley, having already investigated Jialyan, was nonetheless extremely furious. Had Lin Lang not been holding her back, she would have rushed in, determined not to let her escape. The chieftain's wife seethed with rage, wishing she could devour Jialyan. With a fierce glare directed at Agma, she exclaimed, "The true murderer of our daughter, and you have nurtured her, providing her with the finest." Overcome by her wrath, the chieftain's wife fainted once more. Agma, his face darkened, had served as chieftain for many years and was not one to easily display his emotions. Yet, the tempest of feelings swirling in his eyes revealed his struggle to maintain composure. "Bring in Jialyan and imprison her in the dungeon," Zulu said to Agma. "If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Agma's gaze fell upon Su Yan's round belly. "It was my fault before. You may remain with the Rat clan. And in the future, should you require anything within my means, I shall not refuse." For Agma to apologize was indeed a rare occurrence, and to offer a promise was unprecedented. Despite the Rat clan's relatively low status among the beast tribes in the Western District, they held their ground largely due to Agma's capabilities. Perhaps he had devoted too much energy to the tribe, resulting in a lack of offspring. Now, when he desired descendants, it was already too late. Thus, he lavished affection upon Rona. His patronage of Jialyan stemmed from her close relationship with Rona, allowing him to channel some of his paternal love towards her. Little did he know, the truth was such that he had raised a treacherous ingrate, which shattered his heart. "Thank you, Chief. The Rabbit clan is ready. We shall prepare to move tomorrow," Zulu replied. Agma recognized that his previous actions had been excessive, and though it was too late for amends, the two clans were not far apart, and they would always be welcome to return at any time. "Very well," Zulu said courteously, then turned to Lin Lang. "Will you come by tomorrow to assist?" "Certainly," Lin Lang nodded. Su Yin and Ashley embraced, with Su Yin inviting her to visit when she has free time, assuring her that everything at home is reserved for her. Ashley gently touched her belly and inquired about the number of children. It felt as though there was just one, moving consistently in the same spot. Su Yin chuckled, mentioning that the little one was somewhat lazy. Zulu, upon hearing this, glanced at her belly, unaware that there might be only one, considering her previous pregnancy had 3. Grom commented that one child would be easier to nurture, especially if it was unique and robust. Indeed, that one would be sufficient for her to care for. Su Yin remarked pointedly. Zulu had been frequenting the beast forest lately, eagerly anticipating the talents of this little creature and pondering how many points it might earn her. The following day, Ashley and Lin Lang arrived to assist Su Yin with her move. Ashley informed Su Yin that Jialyan had not managed to escape from the prison, being thrown out in the middle of the night without even a mat, buried directly. Only Agma knew what confessions had been made, but his expression was exceedingly grim. 4 ox carts were used as the Millet clan migrated to the Rabbit clan, with many from the Rat clan coming to bid farewell. Ashley wiped her tears, reluctant to part with Su Yin, promising to send a message once she settled down. It was too far, and she encouraged Su Yin to visit them when she had the chance. Su Yin dried her tears and handed her a prepared leather bag containing a small gift. "You already have enough furniture. You can't be sending me more," Ashley protested. "Such fine gifts. Truly you must accept," Su Yin teased, winking at her. Ashley hesitated before opening the leather bag, revealing an enchanting fragrance. "What is this?" she asked. "Perfume. It adds a touch of charm when worn," Su Yin grinned. Understanding her implication, Ashley's face turned crimson, yet she accepted it immediately. "Well, I must take my leave now. Once the child is born, I shall treat you to a feast. But do remember, rest assured, I am eagerly awaiting that gift," Su Yin replied. Su Yin smiled as she boarded an ox cart. Ashley watched the convoy of ox carts gradually receding into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. Lin Lang approached her side and took her hand, urging her to return. Ashley, taken aback, looked down at her hand clasped in his, and after a moment, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "Yes, we must go home. We cannot let Zulu win. We should strive to have another child soon." Lin Lang gazed at her with warmth in his eyes. Blushing, Ashley replied, "Whatever you say shall be." Su Yin savored the tangy sweetness of the fruits, leisurely admiring the scenery on either side of the road, as well as the distant beast forest. Surely, this journey will not lead us back to the Mouse Clan, she inquired of Aero. Aero replied, as long as you, Xiao Luo, and the grandchildren are well, it matters not where I am. Is that so? I believe it is father who yearns most to accompany Emma to the Rabbit Clan, she remarked. Emma had previously mentioned that life was more comfortable on the Rabbit Clan's side, a sentiment Aero had etched into his memory. Thus, when Su Yin expressed her desire to relocate to the Rabbit Clan, he readily acquiesced. Aero glanced at another cart where Emma was feeding the 3 little fur balls with meat paste. I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Xiao Luo is in agreement with me and Emma. What about you? Huh? You have never been one to hide your feelings, Su Yin chuckled. I too am in accord. A troop of mounted beast men approached their caravan. Zulu shouted from the front, it is second brother and the others, here to escort us. Su Yin busily arranged her clothes before disembarking from the ox cart. Soon, Junsen's horse team arrived before the ox cart, and upon seeing Su Yin's round belly, his smile broadened. Sister-in-law, has the journey been arduous? Not at all, she replied. The ox cart is inherently slow. I was nearly lulled to sleep by its gentle sway. Zulu noticed a morsel of fruit stuck at the corner of her mouth and kindly wiped it away, ensuring her safety on the cart. Indeed. By the way, third brother. The Fox Clan's Lane is set to marry the female of third aunt's family, and the arrangements are to be finalized in the coming days, Junsen informed Zulu. That sounds promising. I've heard from Lin Lang that Lane is quite a decent fellow, Zulu responded. Moreover, there is another matter. 3 members of our Rabbit Clan have gone missing in recent days, possibly due to the malice of magical beasts. Could you assist in investigating this? Second brother. I have yet to return to the clan, and you are already assigning me tasks, Zulu remarked. To those who are capable, more work is entrusted. As they traveled, laughter and chatter filled the air, and it felt as though they arrived at the Rabbit Clan's territory in no time. The old clan leader had been waiting at the entrance of their lands, eagerly anticipating their return. Upon seeing the scene, Su Yin couldn't help but be stirred by emotions. Was her mother also at home, eagerly anticipating her return? Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought they should have moved back sooner. Yet, it was not too late now. Zulu grasped her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Yes, Su Yin nodded vigorously. I will take good care of the child. This affirmation was meant for herself. The house prepared by the old chief was more than twice the size of the Mouse tribe's residence. Little Luo's factory had already begun to take shape. Upon learning of the feelings between Emma and Oro, the old chief directly allowed Emma to follow Oro, freeing her from the need to return to the beast god temple. Clearly, he approved of their union. Su Yin, with her prominent belly, returned and brought Zulu considerable pride. Initially, there were murmurs of discontent among the Rabbit tribe regarding Zulu's marriage into their family, but upon witnessing him return with both his beloved and their child, they suddenly realized the truth. Zulu was not merely marrying in, he was decisively uprooting his life and bringing everything back with him. When it comes to both intelligence and bravery, it is indeed their Rabbit tribe's Zulu who stands out. After the Millet clan settled within the Rabbit tribe, Su Yin, under the personal introduction of the old chief, became acquainted with Zulu's numerous aunts and uncles, all of his relatives. Naturally, her 3 little ones received generous blessings and gifts from these elders, particularly the 2 little females, who were especially adored. It turned out that female rabbits possessed 2 wombs, allowing them to conceive twins at once, and their fertility was generally above average, with very few being of lesser capability. Thus, female rabbits were highly sought after among the beastmen tribes. Su Yin gently caressed her belly. In recent days, it had grown increasingly round, heralding the imminent arrival of her child. Zulu had begun to frequently venture into the beast forest, searching for rare treasures of heaven and earth for her. As her due date approached, the demands of the unborn child grew ever more insistent. Su Yin found herself increasingly intolerant of her condition. Her slender physique had transformed into that of a mere wisp, save for her prominent belly. Meanwhile, Zulu spent ever-lengthening periods within the beastly forest. Yet, with each return, he brought with him precious treasures from nature for the unborn child nestled within Su Yin. On the day of her labor, however, Su Yin was suddenly devoid of hunger, feeling no desire even for a sip of water. Outside the delivery room, Zulu waited anxiously, his face etched with concern, wishing fervently that he could step in and bear the child for Su Yin. Su Yin felt the rhythmic movements of the life within her womb, accompanied by the gentle chimes of the system, Shaman, indicating that there were still more than 4 hours to go. She instructed Zulu, who was outside, to attend to other matters. However, Zulu insisted on waiting outside. The old chief, Zulu, hurriedly approached. What is the matter? he inquired. Your second brother, Zulu replied. Left early yesterday morning and has yet to return. Where could he have gone? He ventured into the Chingmu forest, having heard of the presence of magical beasts, and took a group to hunt. Zulu cast a glance towards the delivery room. The old chief anxiously declared, I will remain here, praying to the beast god for the safety and smooth delivery of my daughter-in-law. After a moment of hesitation, Zulu nodded in agreement and turned to Su Yin in the delivery room, saying, Your brother is missing. I shall go in search of him and return before nightfall. Su Yin glanced out the window, realizing it would be 3 or 4 hours before darkness enveloped the land. Go on, do take care. All right. Zulu cast a lingering gaze at the delivery room before departing. As dusk approached, Jun's son was carried back by his kin, his body soaked in blood. The old chief first examined Jun Sen's wounds. His shoulder had been severed by a beast's fang, yet he was not in mortal danger. What of Zulu? Jun Sen's pallid face, drained from blood loss, reflected anguish and regret. The old chief's heart sank, constricting in his throat. Quickly, tell me, what has happened to Zulu? He was devoured by a beast while saving me. Upon uttering those words, Jun Sen succumbed to unconsciousness. The old chief staggered back a step, nearly losing his balance, but was steadied by a supportive hand. How could this be? Zulu has slain so many beasts. How could he fall prey to one? Chief, we must send someone immediately to search for him. Go, and promptly inform the entire clan. Everyone who can must join the search. Su Yin suddenly let out a cry of pain. The old patriarch turned his gaze towards her, his face etched with guilt. He should not have allowed Zulu to seek out Jun's son, but had he refrained, Jun's son would undoubtedly have been lost. Both the palm and the back of his hand belonged to his son. How could he choose between them? Su Yin felt that she had entered the final stages of labor, and the sky outside had darkened. Has the tribal shaman, Zulu, returned? The shaman of the rabbit tribe had just finished bandaging Jun's son's wounds and was already aware of Zulu's tragic fate. At this moment, as Su Yin was giving birth, it was imperative that she remain unaware of the situation. Otherwise, complications could arise, leading to dire consequences that could not be borne. The elder chief had issued a decree to ensure Su Yin's safe delivery. In the event of an emergency, the priority was her survival. Not yet, the shaman replied truthfully. His heart heavy with sorrow. The remains were gone, never to return. Su Yin gazed at the time displayed in the system, noting that there were merely 10 minutes left until the child's birth. She opened the system's map, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zulu within 100 meters, as he placed great importance on this child and would undoubtedly want to witness its arrival. However, upon accessing the map, she was taken aback to see Jun's son, pale and frail, lying on the bed with his shoulder wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, clearly bearing severe injuries. My third brother perished to save me. From now on, his child shall be regarded as my own, and I will nurture it as if it were my own flesh and blood. It is indeed a noble thought. The matriarch lamented with profound sorrow. Suddenly, Su Yin felt the pain in her abdomen dissipate. Could it be that Zulu had perished? How could that be possible? He was so powerful, with exceptional talent, his demise seemed inconceivable. She never anticipated encountering a beast of such profound strength, one that surpassed their capabilities. If only her third brother had chosen to abandon her, he might have been able to escape unscathed. It was entirely her burden that had hindered him. As Jun Sen spoke, tears began to flow once more. Su Yan's heart sank directly into the abyss of the profound tier magical beasts. When magical beasts and orcs are of the same tier, it is commonly observed that the former possesses greater strength, as magical beasts devour the innate abilities of orcs, often assimilating more than one. To reach the profound tier, a magical beast must have consumed countless orcs and acquired an array of talents. Just a little more effort. The time is nigh, the clan shaman suddenly urged. Su Yin inhaled deeply, resolute that no matter what transpired, the child must be delivered. Just then, a voice outside shouted that the magical beasts were approaching. The clan shaman's expression shifted in alarm. Hastily covering Su Yin with an orc blanket and leading her to the underground passage. However, the tension was palpable. Su Yin was on the verge of bringing forth her child. Wait, just a moment. Outside, the magical beasts did not target the rabid orcs, but charged directly towards the delivery room where Su Yin was. All the orcs in their path were powerless to impede their swift advance. Some orcs recognized the imminent danger and rushed into the delivery room, urging, "Run." The magical beasts are after the child. Su Yin gazed at the ferocious horde of beasts depicted on the system map, her face paling in terror. Suddenly, A warm rush coursed through her legs, and darkness enveloped her vision as she slipped into a state of suspended animation following childbirth. Congratulations to the host on the arrival of the fifth offspring. Gender, female, beast form, ghostly phoenix bird, innate talent, fire elemental earth tier talent. Golden essence pill enhancing quasi-heavenly tier rule talent, paternal beast, ghostly phoenix bird, reward, points, a childbirth gift package, and a talent scroll for the maternal form. Su-Yin listened to the points, filled with disbelief. The voice of the system, Shaman, seemed to carry a gentle undertone, announcing that the offspring system had matured to level 47. Su-Yin hurriedly opened the data panel, fixating intently on her score. Rubbing her eyes, she continued to gaze. And indeed, it was 50,000. The exhilaration of accumulating such points was undeniable. Just one. I shall have him father 2 more litters. Are you planning to go to the Eastern District? The Eastern District? Yes. The male who sired the offspring has already departed for the Eastern District of the Beast Realm. You mean that false Zulu is still alive? Su-Yin suddenly recalled something and swiftly glanced at the information regarding her paternal beast. The ghost car phoenix bird? The host must spend 500 points to exchange for Zulu's whereabouts. Are you attempting to reclaim points now that you've seen me earn them? Su-Yin was quite displeased that she had to expend points for everything, wishing that some information could be given to her freely. If the host does not wish to exchange, you may temporarily exit the system now. Xiaomei paid no heed to her feelings whatsoever. Su-Yin exchanged. Were it not for the substantial points earned by the fifth child, she would not have relinquished them. Xiaomei deducted 500 points for the information fee and subsequently played a recorded video before her. A colossal serpent, adorned in shades of crimson and black, glided slowly through the forest, its scarlet eyes resembling those of a beast not of the orc race, but rather reminiscent of a magical beast. In an instant, the massive serpent transformed into a man clad in a dark robe, his visage obscured by a skull mask. His hair, a cascade of red and black, was bound by a silver chain of indeterminate material, and his crimson gaze, visible through the mask, exuded a languid malevolence. He tilted his ear toward a distant sound, then vanished in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he found Zulu entangled in a fierce struggle with a colossal ape-like magical beast. However, Zulu was clearly at a disadvantage. The beast unleashed a torrent of venomous ice arrows from its maw. Vegetation struck by the arrows disintegrated instantaneously. Zulu evaded the toxic projectiles with great difficulty, yet in his desperate bid to shield his kin, including Jun's son, he was regrettably pierced by several arrows. A flicker of despair crossed Zulu's face, mingled with profound reluctance, but recognizing the inevitability of his demise, he led the beast deeper into the forest, granting Junsen and the others a chance to flee. The man in the skull mask followed closely behind Zulu. In his final moments, Zulu managed to slay the beast. The masked figure then emerged, approaching Zulu and inquiring, "Do you harbor any regrets? You seem quite unwilling to perish in such a manner." Zulu regarded him warily at first, but soon reflected on his impending death, feeling a bitter resignation as he replied, "My wife is about to give birth. I had come to gather the 7-star crimson fruit and hunt deer for her. She must be starving at home. I can deliver a message for you." "I can assist with that," the masked man responded. Yet, the next instant, he realized that Zulu had breathed his last following those words. The masked figure gazed at him, pondering how enviable it was for a mere lowly orc to bequeath offspring so effortlessly. Subsequently, a wisp of silvery gray mist, tinged with red, emanated from his body. The masked form gradually transformed back into the colossal serpent, collapsing onto the ground before disintegrating into fine powder. The mist then entered Zulu's body. Not long after, Zulu opened his eyes. The video concluded at this juncture. The subsequent Zulu was but a mere imitation, his essence having been replaced. Yet, since it was Zulu's body, what manner of offspring would he produce? A ghostly phoenix? During their coupling, he had shifted into his true form, thus you were bearing his child. After their union, he reverted to Zulu. Is it truly possible? Su-Yin mused in disbelief. Where is Zulu's current body? It had already turned to ashes, much like Dongli Jun's. Dongli Jun. Wait, are you suggesting that the serpent in the video was the Serpent Clan's Dongli Jun? Not his true form. His true form is the ghostly phoenix, a creature of the avian race. What, then, is his real name? Ming Lin Yuan. Where did he take my daughter? To the eastern region of the beast world, where males with exceptional talents outnumber those in the western region. The host must venture to the eastern region. How? Is it not said that the distance between east and west is vast, with treacherous obstacles? For 1,000 points, the birthing system can transport the host to the eastern region. Still scheming to deduct my points. Xiaomei, you are too unscrupulous. Host, There is no such thing as a free lunch. I refuse to go. With that, Su Yan's consciousness withdrew from the system. However, upon emerging, she found herself ensnared in an abyss of darkness. She conjured a small fireball and discovered herself enclosed in a rectangular stone box. Her garments were finely crafted from delicate cotton, adorned with an array of agate and pearl jewelry, and beneath her lay a mound of crimson and crystal coins. She was, quite literally, lying amidst wealth. What is this? Though she found it hard to believe, it was highly probable that she had been interred in a coffin. Xiaomei, what is happening? After giving birth, the host enters a state of suspended animation, with life counting paused. This condition arises because the host's lifespan was excessively brief during their first childbirth, and the system generated it automatically, which cannot be rescinded. Upon the host's departure from the system, time will resume. So they believed I was truly dead, and thus buried me? Indeed. The host is currently situated 20 meters underground in the ancestral tomb of the rabbit clan. How do I ascend from 20 meters below? You may use points. 3 points will grant you freedom. However, the system recommends that the host directly proceed to the eastern region to nurture gifted offspring, thereby accruing more points to facilitate a swifter rebirth on Earth. Xiaomei again urged Su Yan to depart the western region and travel to the eastern region. Su Yan was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Yet, she still yearned to behold her 3 children with Zulu Shang. Just let me have a glance at the little ones before I depart, she implored. Of course, replied Xiaomei. As Su Yan's vision blurred momentarily, she found herself removed from the confines of the coffin. Once her sight cleared, she beheld 3 small, fluffy creatures nestled upon the bed, peacefully slumbering. Emma stood vigil beside them, diligently sewing a pair of unfinished leather boots, her demeanor serene and benevolent. In her current ethereal state, Su Yan was invisible to Emma. She gently caressed each of the tiny fur balls, memorizing their appearances at this moment, especially that of Phaser. Finally, she bent down to bestow a tender kiss upon them, her figure gradually fading away. In the beastly world, at the eastern edge of the continent, Su Yan, feeling dizzy and nauseous from the inter-regional teleportation, sat on the grass, perspiring profusely to alleviate her discomfort. Xiaomei, please give me a recovery pill. The exchange was completed. The childbirth system received a notification and entered an updating state, wishing the host a smooth childbirth. Before Su Yan could react, the entire childbirth system turned gray, indicating that it was temporarily unavailable due to the update. Su Yan was left speechless. Xiaomei? Why has the system been updated so suddenly? There was no response from Xiaomei. What was she supposed to do? What about the system space? She had so many belongings stored within. Space. Su Yan attempted to call out. Suddenly, a 10-cubic space materialized in her consciousness, brimming with her possessions. There were even 2 large gift bags for childbirth and several scrolls, all unopened. A member of the Red Fox tribe, an orc, passed by the grassy area where Su Yan sat. Noticing her dazed and motionless state, he cast a sly glance and unfastened a small pouch from his waist. He tossed the pouch into the air, which transformed into a large sack, swiftly ensnaring Su Yan and carrying her away. Su Yan's consciousness was meticulously inventorying supplies in the void, when suddenly she felt her body lifted off the ground, her head and feet inverted, as if she were being hoisted. The system map was rendered useless, leaving her utterly bewildered about the unfolding events. Ah, that wretched Xiaomei truly has a knack for timing. It couldn't have been updated earlier or later, but precisely when it was most critical. After approximately half an hour, during which Su Yan's head spun in confusion, the individual carrying her finally set her down. Su Yan refrained from taking any rash actions. Her innate talent was akin to a mere ember, and her physical stamina was lacking. Her greatest reliance lay with the system, which, at present, had ceased to function, leaving her to devise means of self-preservation. Alas, how careless she had been. Having grown accustomed to the leisurely life in the western district, surrounded by lush grasslands, forests, and wild beasts, her sense of urgency had dulled. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Su Yan listened to the sound. The quality of the door was quite good, possessing a metallic texture. As the door opened, a coarse, grating voice of an old woman emerged. What brings you here? To repay your debt. A young man's voice, clear and pleasant, responded with an air of flattery. Is it possible to settle the debt with goods? The woman's tone softened slightly. What do you have? The burlap sack was untied. Su Yan lay wide-eyed and motionless. Yet every fiber of her being, including her hair, remained vigilant, pondering ways to escape her predicament. Before her stood a corpulent old woman, her face marred with blemishes, wielding a whip stained with fresh crimson blood. At her side was a young man, possessing beguiling eyes and a sharply contoured face that exuded an air of cunning insincerity. The old woman scrutinized Su Yan's visage, unable to suppress her astonishment. How exquisite! The sly young man retracted the bag, reducing it to the size of a palm, securing it at his waist. What about this female? Could she possibly settle the debts I owe? Su Yan, initially as rigid as a piece of wood, stood upright. Upon hearing the seductive man's words, she let out a derisive laugh. On what grounds? I was simply resting on the grass. And you think you can kidnap me to settle a debt? The two who had presumed her to be a fool were suddenly taken aback. You are not a fool. You haven't lost your mind? It is you who has lost your mind. You are the true fools. Su Yan retorted, turning on her heel to leave. The old woman raised the whip in her hand and lashed it against the seductive man. You insolent wretch, daring to toy with me. Just watch as I make you pay dearly for this. Su Yan glanced back at the scurrying man with the fox-like charm, hastening her steps. At that moment, Bai Kaisen rushed towards her. Feeling apprehensive that he might pursue her once more, Su Yan spotted a restaurant by the roadside and swiftly entered. She called out to the attendant who was busy wiping the tables, I would like a meal. By directly requesting assistance, the attendant might hesitate. But expressing the desire to dine positioned her as a customer. With the prospect of a business relationship at stake, matters became more manageable. The attendant promptly set aside his cloth and responded, Certainly, esteemed guest, please have a seat. Bai Kaisen followed her inside. Upon noticing him, the attendant's expression darkened immediately. Bai Kaisen, you owe my family for your meals. When will you settle that? I will pay you later. Bai Kaisen quickly retorted before hastily exiting once again. Su Yan gazed at the disheartened Bai Kaisen, who resembled a cornered rat. His encounters with others merely a pretext to collect debts. It was no surprise that he had resorted to abduction. She herself had once been ensnared in a web of debt, courtesy of a deceitful friend from her university dormitory, entangled with a predatory lending organization. The debt collectors had stormed into her home, seizing her mother's entire savings, and in a cruel twist, they assaulted her mother, leaving her hospitalized. Anger bubbled within her. Yet she felt utterly powerless. In her vulnerable position, resistance was a distant dream. She realized that the man could never provide the peace and stability she yearned for. He was certainly not a suitable companion. However, the assault on her mother was a burden she could no longer bear. The only person capable of assisting her was him. On a day marked by torrential rain, she found herself standing before his vehicle. The door swung open from within, releasing a fragrant waft of fine tobacco mingled with his distinct scent, imprinting an indelible memory within her soul. Excuse me, may I inquire how much Bai Kaisen owes you? She asked. It's not much, merely 200 red coins, came the reply. Please, fetch him for me, and tell him I wish to treat him to a meal. Su Yan retrieved several red coins from her pocket and placed them on the table. Thank you, esteemed guest. Please enjoy some tea while I attend to this matter. The attendant responded, pocketing the coins before preparing her a pot of hot tea, then cheerfully departing to summon Bai Kaisen. Su Yan surveyed the restaurant, where an array of signature dishes adorned the walls. Thanks to the system's endowment of the languages of the beast world, she could comprehend the over 100 varieties displayed. The decor here was indeed worlds apart from that of the West District, where the inhabitants resided in caves and earthen dwellings, clad in animal skins. In stark contrast, this place boasted solid wooden floors, intricately carved ceilings, diamond-patterned windows embellished with enamel and glass, and delicate wind chimes that produced a melodious sound when gently stirred. The garments were exquisitely crafted from fine cotton, linen, and silk, adorned with intricate embroidery and precious embellishments. It felt as if she had leaped from the primitive epics of antiquity into the burgeoning civilization of a more recent age, traversing an immeasurable expanse of history. Sipping on the fermented red soup tea, albeit a touch bitter, she relished the fragrant essence of the brew. Indeed, the East District was quite remarkable. Soon, Bai Kaisen entered the restaurant, accompanied by a server. Su Yan pointed at the signature dishes displayed on the wall, selecting the 4 most expensive dishes along with a soup. The waiter became increasingly enthusiastic, his face adorned with a broad smile. However, upon glancing at Bai Kaisen, his expression immediately soured, and he warned. Speak respectfully to the esteemed guest. I shall refrain from hurrying you today. Yes, third brother, you are quite busy, Bai Kaisen replied, his tone submissive. Su Yan poured him a cup of steaming tea and gestured for him to sit. Bai Kaisen inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea, hesitating momentarily before taking a seat. I was in the wrong. Please forgive my transgressions this once. He added with a hint of desperation, I assure you I shall never repeat such actions again. It was evident that he, too, was driven to desperation by the weight of his debts, willing to resort to anything. A bittersweet smile crossed Bai Kaisen's face as he recounted. Initially, I was merely a peddler wandering the streets of Luhua town, where the locals sought my wares. My business was modest, yet it sufficed to support my family. However, when my mother fell ill, our savings were depleted, leaving me with an overwhelming burden of debt. Ultimately, I could not even retain her. Regardless of the veracity of his tale, it struck a chord within Su Yan, who was equally preoccupied with her mother's well-being. "How much do you owe?" she inquired, pushing her cup of tea towards him. Bai Kaisen gazed at her in astonishment, including interest. "It amounts to nearly 300,000 red coins. Would your life be worth that?" Su Yan asked casually. Bai Kaisen was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Just a casual inquiry," she replied, retrieving a handful of crystal coins from her space. The red coins and crystal coins of the Western continent had a conversion rate, and she was not entirely familiar with the Eastern district, but she was certain that crystal coins were of greater value. Indeed, Bai Kaisen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why you? Who are you to possess such wealth?" He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that they were indeed crystal coins. How could she explain? Should she say they were her burial offerings? "Do you have any family?" Su Yan continued her questioning. Bai Kaisen shook his head. "No, I am all alone." "What is your talent?" "Yellow tier wind affinity." "That is rather low," she remarked. "I apologize." "What is there to apologize for?" At that moment, a server entered with a dish, presenting a golden, succulent roasted goose. "Esteemed guest, please enjoy. This is our signature dish, golden roasted goose. Not only is it unique to Luhua town, but you would be hard-pressed to find anything of equal deliciousness within 1,000 miles. Upon noticing the crystal coins laid upon the table, the server nearly dropped the roasted goose in astonishment. "GG, great guest. Please indulge." "Thank you," Su Yan replied graciously. "The other dishes will be ready shortly." The server carefully placed the roasted goose on the table before hurriedly retreating to the kitchen. Su Yan tucked away the crystal coins. Bai Kaisen swallowed hard, unsure whether it was in response to the coins or the sumptuous roasted goose. Su Yan picked up the cloth napkin from the table to wipe her hands, then tore off a piece of duck leg and offered it to Bai Kaisen. "Here, eat up. It's on me." Bai Kaisen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Su Yan remarked, "There are no debts of gratitude or grievances between us, so let us eat." To which he replied, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Bai Kaisen did not accept the goose leg that Su Yan offered him, instead tearing off a substantial piece of the tougher meat from the breast and abdomen. Su Yan took a bite of the goose leg, savoring its tender and fragrant meat, which was indeed delightful. The next dish was braised fish. Even before it arrived at the table, its enticing aroma wafted through the air. This time, it was not a server bringing the dish, but rather a tall and handsome man, exuding an earthy charm, who approached with a confident demeanor. He placed the fish on the table, his gaze fixed on Su Yan's face, revealing a distinct look of admiration in his eyes. With a deep voice, he remarked, "Dear guest, wealth should not be flaunted." "Indeed, thank you for the reminder, kind sir," Su Yan replied with a smile. "May I inquire your name?" "Song Sui," he responded, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Kaisen, his brow slightly furrowing before he exited. Bai Kaisen stammered, clearly intimidated by Song Sui. Su Yan said, "I invited him. After all, there are so many dishes that I cannot possibly finish them all. He is a deceiver." Song Sui spoke candidly. Bai Kaisen's face flushed crimson, and she dared not retort. Su Yan picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of fish. "Is that so?" he said. "He borrowed money from many people to treat his mother. He has no mother. He is an orphan who grew up on the kindness of the townsfolk. It is true that he owes money. He deceived the people in town, claiming he was going to the imperial capital to attend the Divine Beast Academy, and they lent him money. In reality, that was a falsehood. He squandered the funds gambling. Not only did he lose everything, but he also owes a considerable sum to the casino, leaving him with no choice but to remain in Luhua town." "Oh, I see," Su Yan remarked as she gazed at Bai Kaisen. Bai Kaisen felt an overwhelming sense of shame under her scrutiny. "I initially won a great deal, but the casino employed trickery. I was duped." "Even if you were deceived by the casino, deceiving the townsfolk by claiming you were going to the Divine Beast Academy is still wrong, isn't it?" "That is indeed true, but halfway there. I heard that the academy was no longer enrolling students." "What kind of place is the Divine Beast Academy?" Su Yan inquired with curiosity. "In the entire Eastern District. Any beastman under 18 can participate in the entrance examination during the enrollment period. Those who pass can study at the academy. Upon graduation, with a certificate from the Divine Beast Academy, one can secure a position at the local beast god temple, thus ensuring a stable livelihood, Song Sui explained. Bai Kaisen hung his head. I will still attempt to go to the Divine Beast Academy this year. I just turned 18. I wonder if I can still attend? Su Yin expressed her keen interest in the academy, envisioning the presence of exceptionally talented males within its walls. Song Sui looked at her, noting her delicate frame, seemingly still in the bloom of youth, and asked with a hint of disbelief, "You are 18? Su Yin nodded. Indeed. They have already given birth to 3 litters. Bai Kaisen remarked, however, the Divine Beast Academy predominantly consists of males, with hardly any female students. Why is that? Su Yin inquired. Bai Kaisen gazed at her, falling silent. Speaking the truth might upset her, while fabricating a lie would be deceitful. Song Sui, unburdened by such scruples, responded with a smile. Even if females possess talent, it is often minimal, rendering them incapable of passing the entrance examination. Su Yin found herself increasingly eager to go. If I truly wish to attend, is there a way to gain entry into the Divine Beast Academy? Song Sui glanced at Bai Kaisen, then turned to Su Yin, and indeed, a method came to mind. Su Yin nodded. Song Sui remarked, this lad possesses a talent of the yellow rank in the wind element, neither exceptionally high nor low. If he performs adequately during the entrance examination, there is an 8 out of 10 chance he will gain admission, once accepted, by contributing a sponsorship fee to the academy. He can bring a companion along. If you were to act as his attendant, that would be the way to proceed. Su Yin decisively slammed her hand on the table. Both of them were taken aback by her audacity. Bai Kaisen felt as though he were in a dream, having abducted a female from the roadside. He never anticipated that it would so profoundly alter his fate. He had once believed that his life was at an end, destined to be beaten to death by thugs from the casino. As he sat in the carriage, dazed and bewildered, Bai Kaisen could hardly believe his circumstances. Every so often, he would pinch his own cheek to remind himself that he was not dreaming. Su Yin leaned against the door of the carriage, casting a glance at the distracted Bai Kaisen. She raised her hand and gently tapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, although I may appear to be your subordinate, I understand. Bai Kaisen immediately interjected, raising his hand in a solemn vow. I shall never command you. You are my master, and from now on, my life belongs to you. There's no need for such fervor. We must maintain a pretense, lest we arouse suspicion. All right, I shall heed Sister Su's guidance." Su Yin sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance where the forest lay. What place was that? It was the Tianyuan Beast Forest, the second-ranked beast forest on the Beast World continent, adjacent to the third-ranked Senyu Beast Forest. The mention of the Senyu Beast Forest reminded Su Yin of her first child, the golden-eyed Black Panther Beast. By the way, are you familiar with the golden-eyed Black Panther Beast? The golden-eyed Black Panther Beast? That belongs to the nobles of the imperial capital. Oh. A flicker of emotion stirred within Su Yin. How prestigious is that? It is one of the top 10 beast clans in the eastern region. It is said that the clan leader of the golden-eyed panther possesses a heavenly talent and has already reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Such talent is indeed formidable. He would be qualified to be the father of her child, but since she already has a cub from the golden-eyed Black Panther, it would be best not to provoke that clan. Bai Kaisen had harbored a question in her heart for some time and could no longer restrain herself. Sister Su, why do you wish to attend the Divine Beast Academy? Su Yin replied, I wish to witness the prodigies of this beast world and perhaps engage with one. Her intention was straightforward, to seek out talented males for the purpose of procreation. Bai Kaisen was left utterly speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally found his voice. How can that be possible? Why not? My own conditions are quite favorable, Su Yin responded, casting a glance at him. When the time comes, do assist me in scouting for some exceptionally gifted males, preferably those with pleasing appearances. Bai Kaisen was completely taken aback. It seemed that this sister was quite serious. After 3 days of travel, the carriage arrived at the imperial capital. Ever since Su Yin divulged her intentions to Bai Kaisen, he had been urging her to avoid attracting the attention of those highly gifted male students, warning that she would not even know how she met her end. Talent often stemmed from lineage, while the truly extraordinary were rare and not counted within the usual metrics. The highly gifted males were predominantly found among the various beast clans, such as the golden-eyed Black Panther. Those who gained admission to the Divine Beast Academy were typically direct heirs of prominent families, and it was inevitable that their future mates would be of equal standing, possessing excellent talents and exceptional fertility. The unremarkable Rat Clan member, Su Yin, was entirely overlooked by those esteemed families. To dare provoke their heirs would undoubtedly lead her to misfortune. Sister Su, heed my counsel, truly abandon that notion. Bai Kaisen implored earnestly. Are there any distinctive culinary delights in the imperial capital? Please enlighten me. Su Yin disregarded his entreaties as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Upon hearing the mention of food, Bai Kaisen's enthusiasm stirred, prompting him to swallow his continued advice. There is a renowned bun called the imperial capital's marvel that you simply must try. Come, let us go and enjoy some buns. The two inquired briefly before embarking in a carriage to seek out the bun shop. Unfortunately, upon their arrival, they discovered that the buns had just sold out. Su Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as Bai Kaisen was about to speak, someone handed a paper bag to Su Yin, inquiring if she would like to have some. Su Yin gazed at the paper bag before her, particularly fixating on the hand that clutched it, long, slender, and exquisitely beautiful. Her gaze instinctively followed the hand upward to a tall youth clad in a golden-threaded white garment, his flowing, ethereal light blue hair cascading elegantly. His ice blue eyes were cold yet profoundly clear, and his features were delicately sculpted like a work of art. Su Yin blinked her long, graceful lashes, pondering his innate talent. It was her first encounter with someone so audacious as to directly inquire about another's abilities, and she found herself captivated. The corners of his beautifully shaped lips curled slightly as he spoke in a melodious, clear voice. Would you like more buns? If your talent is exceptional, I could make them for you. Su Yin assessed his physique, which appeared somewhat slender. However, her intuition suggested that beneath his attire lay a remarkably appealing figure. Bai Kaisen's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly pulled Su Yin away, not forgetting to graciously accept the paper bag filled with buns from Yang Wu's hand. Thank you, young Master Yang. Su Yin was pulled by Bai Kaisen into a relatively secluded corner, where she whispered, Have you lost your mind? Su Yin replied, No. I am perfectly fine. My intuition tells me that he must be quite an exceptional male. Bai Kaisen took a deep breath and said, His name is Rona Wu, and his talent lies in the Earth-level water system. Is that so? Do you know him? Su Yin inquired. Bai Kaisen responded, How could I possibly know the heir of the Rona family? However, his striking blue eyes and blue hair are renowned. He is also quite handsome. The kind of face that is unforgettable. Su Yin contemplated Rona Wu's appearance, which indeed left a lasting impression. Stop thinking about it, Bai Kaisen advised. And then he retrieved a bun from the paper bag and asked, Would you like one? Su Yin took the bun, her heart stirred. Did he attend the Beast Master Academy? Surely, with such a background and innate talent, he must have gained admission without examination. Bai Kaisen, savoring the bun, spoke with a slight mumble, It's truly delicious, you should try it as well. Su Yin took a bite. The flavor was merely mediocre, far overshadowed by her interest in Rona Wu. The system was still updating its status, and without Xiao Mei's assistance for reference, it appeared that she would have to rely solely on herself this time. When will the examination commence? Su Yin inquired of Bai Kaisen. Bai Kaisen replied, It won't officially begin for another month. They will start enrolling then. Before the examination, I intend to find a place to work. Su Yin had already cleared her gambling debts, as well as the money owed to the townsfolk. Although she had promised to cover her schooling expenses, she realized that she could not continue to take advantage of others indefinitely. It was time to seek employment. During her time on Earth, Su Yin had engaged in various jobs across numerous fields. What would you like to do? She inquired. I possess no particular skills, so I can only seek out menial work, dishwashing in restaurants, cleaning in circuses, laboring as a porter, and so forth. At that moment, Su Yin pointed ahead. There lies an inn called Wanfang, which is currently up for sale. I shall purchase it, and you will take on the role of manager. Sister Su. What are you saying? Bai Kaisen was momentarily taken aback. Su Yin replied, Look, we need to find a place to stay anyway. Moreover, the enrollment season for the Divine Beast Academy is approaching, and there will certainly be numerous candidates coming to the imperial capital for examinations. Where there are people, there is business. This inn is bound to earn a handsome profit. Bai Kaisen listened with growing astonishment, especially at Su Yan's ideas. Sister Su, you are truly remarkable. Your financial acumen and your boldness in taking action are impressive, and not to mention your audacity to tease the males. Su Yin first inquired about the prices of nearby inns and gathered information regarding Wanfang, with a clear understanding of both her own situation and that of her counterpart. She felt a sense of assurance and, accompanied by Bai Kaisen, approached the inn and knocked on the door. The door was opened by a disheveled middle-aged man, whose appearance clearly suggested a life fraught with disappointments and troubles. Su Yin smiled politely and asked, Are you the owner of this inn? The middle-aged man gazed momentarily at Su Yan's stunningly beautiful face, momentarily lost in thought, before nodding in affirmation. Yes. Are you selling the inn? Su Yin continued her inquiry. The middle-aged man, understanding her intention, quickly tidied his disheveled hair and replied, "Indeed, indeed, esteemed guest, please come in." Su Yin surveyed the dimly lit and dust-laden inn, pondering whether a murder had indeed transpired here. The middle-aged man, who had just ignited a flicker of hope, was instantly engulfed by despair, his countenance paling to a shade of earth. Bai Kaisen pointed to a crack in the wall, cleaved by wind elemental prowess. A master of wind at the pinnacle level, and a novice of wood at the elementary stage. One perished, and one was injured. The calamity had befallen other guests, resulting in 7 fatalities. As he spoke of this, the middle-aged man wore an expression of utter desolation. Su Yin inquired, "What about the individual involved who is still alive?" "He has been exiled to the Blood Sand Sea. Although he is compensated for a portion of the losses, it is still far from sufficient to reimburse the guests. My wife has also left me for another. And now I am left here alone. Once I sell the inn, I shall wander aimlessly. Thus, esteemed guest, if you find something to your liking, feel free to offer any amount." The middle-aged man was entirely eager to rid himself of the burden of this inn, indifferent to the monetary value. 2 medium-grade crystal coins. Su Yin retrieved a pouch of coins from his space. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Bai Kaisen patted his shoulder and asked, "Boss, does this price work for you?" Su Yin inquired of Bai Kaisen regarding the crystalline and crimson coins in the eastern and western districts, noting that they are essentially equivalent. The crystalline coins are categorized into 3 grades: inferior, medium, and superior, although the exchange rates between the 2 districts exhibit slight variations. An inferior crystalline coin can be exchanged for 10,000 crimson coins, a medium crystalline coin for 100,000 crimson coins, and a superior crystalline coin for 10,000 crimson coins. Furthermore, in the eastern district of the Beast Realm, crystalline coins are in short supply due to the discovery that they can be refined. The refined crystalline coins, known as enhancement potions, provide those who have reached the pinnacle of their innate talent with an opportunity to transcend their limits. Consequently, the market is predominantly flooded with inferior crystalline coins, while medium ones are relatively rare and superior ones are priceless. Su Yin possesses a considerable number of medium and superior crystalline coins, but very few inferior ones. However, this is entirely feasible. Suddenly, the proprietor wept. In recent days, many had come to purchase the inn, yet they offered merely a few hundred or a few thousand crimson coins, treating it as though they were mere beggars, or even attempting to acquire the inn empty-handed. Su Yin's action involves 2 medium-grade crystal coins. It is simply excessive. Su Yin instructed Bai Kaisen to accompany the boss to complete the necessary formalities for the inn and, at the same time, to find a skilled decorator, as she intended to undertake a comprehensive renovation of the establishment. Aside from the dilapidated front hall, which bore the scars of recent altercations, the inn's backyard was quite charming, boasting a garden, a fish pond, and elegant pavilions. The 2 crystal coins spent were certainly worth it. Suddenly, she recalled Rona and the fact that a simple cotton dress had cost her an astonishing 200 crystal coins. If the orcs from the eastern district were to hear this, they would likely feign in disbelief. Once again, she lamented that she was not bound to an entrepreneurial system, otherwise, she would undoubtedly be reaping substantial rewards. If only there were a male capable of fulfilling her tasks in a single birth. Su Yin reclined on the cool lounge by the fish pond, gazing at the cerulean sky, and her thoughts drifted to the striking male, Rong Wu, with his blue hair and blue eyes. Bai Kaisen returned, having located an orc decorator who was currently assessing the damage to the inn and formulating a renovation plan. Su Yin noticed that he was holding a paper bag. "What is it?" she inquired. "Desserts," Bai Kaisen replied, offering her the bag. "Females tend to have a fondness for sweets, so I thought Sister Su might enjoy them as well." "Thank you," Su Yin said as she accepted the bag, extracting a flower-shaped pastry. She took a bite. It was a bit too sweet, yet she continued to savor it. "I heard from the renovation worker that it will take at least half a month to repair the inn. Therefore, I was considering using this time to seek temporary work at other inns to familiarize myself with the workflow," she explained. "All right, pursue whatever you wish," he encouraged. Su Yin responded, "I want to enter a period of seclusion to enhance my abilities." Bai Kaisen looked at her in disbelief. "You possess abilities?" "Yes. Didn't I mention it before?" Su Yin's fingertips ignited with a small fireball. The tiny fireball floated away from her fingertip, soaring towards the thicket on the opposite bank of the fish pond. In no time, the underbrush was incinerated, leaving only a thin layer of ash. "Fire affinity," Bai Kaisen exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Su Yin continued to enjoy her pastry. "Oh my, Then you can participate in the entrance examination. Bai Kaisen exclaimed in surprise. Su Yin shook her head, stating that she was merely at the green tier. Even if she were at the red tier, she would still navigate through obstacles with ease. It had been 5 years since the Beast Academy had seen a student specializing in fire elements. Bai Kaisen had inquired extensively to gain admission to the Beast Academy. If that is the case, shall we take the examination together? Su Yin smiled, adding that if she were to fail, she could still serve as Bai Kaisen's attendant, an assurance of preparedness, a double safety net. Sister Su's talent is truly remarkable. Bai Kaisen then turned her gaze towards the scorched patch of grass. The support from the beloved fans is much appreciated. Xiaoxian is diligently typing away. End of chapter. Su Yin retrieved a long, black wooden box from the system space. Inside lay a scroll, a gift bestowed upon her after childbirth. A talent scroll exclusively for her use. Upon giving birth to the little Black Panther, she had received a green-tier fire-based talent from the childbirth system's rewards. However, she was uncertain of the potential talents this new scroll might confer. Upon unfurling the scroll, she discovered it contained another fire-based talent. Yet this one was of the yellow tier, 2 tiers superior to the green. Deep down, she yearned for a different talent altogether, perhaps one related to water. With such a talent, she would no longer need to labor over washing her hands and face. A simple purification spell would suffice to keep her refreshed and clean. As the system was currently undergoing an update, Su Yin realized that even though she was aware of the yellow tier talent within the scroll, she would have to wait for Shaman to recover before she could enhance it, given that she required the system's assistance for her cultivation as well. There seemed little point in wasting time in seclusion. Thus, she exited her room to take a leisurely stroll. Her first stop was to observe the progress of the renovation team. At her request, they had stripped down and were renovating the walls, floors, and ceilings of the entire inn, and the workers were bustling with fervor. The owner of the renovation team was a stout, short-statured beastman from the Bull clan. Known for his meticulous and diligent work ethic, Su Yin discussed the details of the renovation and her new ideas with him, entrusting him with full responsibility. Afterwards, she visited the tea shop opposite the inn, ordered some pastries and tea, and delivered them to the renovation team. It was rumored that the beloved little princess of the Beast Emperor would be entering the Divine Beast Academy this year. Was the little princess gifted? That had not been heard before. However, her attendance at the Divine Beast Academy was undoubtedly not for the purpose of study. If she wished to learn, there were naturally various court tutors available. Her choice was to select a beast husband. This year's admission examination would certainly be lively. The little princess had already been tested for fertility, and the results were outstanding. Perhaps I should give it a try as well. I've only grown a couple of years older. It should be no problem. I am merely a year older. Su Yin sat by the window, listening to their conversation. The princess is also going to the Beast Master Academy to choose a beast husband? That certainly makes her a rival. Don't let it escape. Someone, quickly, help stop it. A voice urgently called out. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to look. Su Yin was just about to take a look when suddenly darkness enveloped her vision, and something sticky adhered to her face. A youthful and exuberant cry resonated against her cheek. As Su Yin was about to scold, she found the sound unexpectedly endearing, causing her to pause momentarily. She raised her hands to gently detach the creature from her face. At that moment, a man hurriedly approached, apologizing profusely. I am terribly sorry. This little Black Panther was just received at our pet shop and is still in the adjustment phase. It seems it startled you, and we are more than willing to apologize and offer compensation. Su Yin gazed at the plump little Black Panther in her hands. Its round head and adorable features accentuated by a pair of exquisite golden vertical pupils, radiating an innocent purity characteristic of young beasts. How can you prove that this little Black Panther belongs to your pet shop? She inquired, refraining from hastily handing it over to him. The man appeared taken aback, glancing around at the onlookers. This is indeed from my shop, the pet store at number 11 East District. Has anyone here been there? I am Xiaoming, a staff member. I recognize you, she replied. However, this little Black Panther seems rather extraordinary. Just look at its eyes. Those golden vertical pupils resemble the mythical golden-eyed Black Panther beast, don't they? The golden-eyed Black Panther beast? It does bear a resemblance. Yet the pure blood lineage is now limited to their chieftain, who has always secluded himself for cultivation. I have never heard of him taking a wife, much less having offspring. No. Everyone need not speculate wildly. This is merely an ordinary little Black Panther, Shaman insisted, shaking his head emphatically. Besides, why would I dare to provoke the golden-eyed Black Panther clan? That would be courting death. The crowd seemed to concur, and submerged Su Yin to return the little Black Panther to Xiaoming. Meanwhile, the little panther nestled in Su Yan's arms, playfully wriggling, eager for her touch. Su Yan gently caressed its plump, round belly and the satin-smooth fur. The more she gazed, the more she adored it. "Who sold it to you?" she inquired. "I cannot disclose the customer's privacy," Xiaoming replied, feeling troubled. Su Yan remarked, "If you wish to take the little black panther back, it is not impossible. However, I require the individual who sold it to you to come and collect it in person." In truth, her intention was merely to buy some time, for she had grown quite fond of the little creature and wished to indulge in its company a while longer. Xiaoming pondered for a moment before conceding. "Very well. I shall seek him out." "Go ahead," she replied. "I shall be here awaiting your return, if by chance I am not. You may find me at the Wanfang Inn across the street, for I am now the proprietor of Wanfang." Su Yan playfully teased the little black panther, scratching its back and massaging its fluffy, pudgy paws. With no other option, Xiaoming reluctantly set off to find the person in question. While some onlookers expressed curiosity as to why Su Yan had chosen to purchase a notorious inn associated with a criminal case, Su Yan candidly remarked, "It's cheap." This left one at a loss for words. Indeed, the former owner of Wanfang once claimed it could be sold for 30,000 red coins. Yet no one ever made a purchase. Su Yan cradled the small black leopard as she departed from the tea house and returned to the Wanfang Inn. Upon entering, she noticed Bai Kaisen directing the workers in their tasks. "Bai Kaisen, please procure some fresh meat," she requested. Bai Kaisen, taken aback, then caught sight of the small black leopard in her arms and understood. "Is this your pet?" "It is not mine. It leaped into my arms on its own," Su Yan replied, continuing her way towards the backyard. "Do hurry," she urged. "Understood," Bai Kaisen responded. "I shall." Su Yan returned to her residence with the little black leopard. Just as she was about to set it down, it clung tightly to her clothing, refusing to let go, insisting on remaining nestled in her embrace. The little creature was quite affectionate. Su Yan smiled gently and said, "Shall I give you a fragrant bath?" The little black leopard tilted its head to regard her, ensuring she had no intention of abandoning it, before slowly releasing its grip. The tender sound it emitted resonated deeply, evoking a profound softness within. Su Yan retrieved a bottle of specialized shampoo for young beasts, a towel, and a small bathtub from the system space. She filled the small bathtub with a bucket of cool water and infused it with some fire elemental energy. Before long, the temperature of the water rose pleasantly. "Come in." Su Yan beckoned to the little black panther. With a playful yelp, the little black panther leaped into the water, splashing droplets in all directions. Su Yan chuckled softly, finding it quite amusing. Bai Kaisen had returned with fresh meat and noticed a man clad in a dark robe standing at the entrance of the inn. After giving the little black panther a bath, Su Yan fed it some vitamins to enhance its immunity, along with supplementary canned food. These were all items from the maternity gift package, a hodgepodge of essentials specifically designed for mothers and infants. Once the little black panther finished eating, it settled down to sleep soundly, purring softly. Su Yan gazed at the little black panther sprawled on her bed, its forepaws in the air, utterly oblivious to its surroundings. A gentle smile graced her lips. "If the pet store personnel were to arrive, would it be agreeable for me to purchase you?" The offspring of beast men, prior to their transformation, bear a striking resemblance to ordinary wild animal cubs. Thus, Su Yan found herself uncertain whether this little black panther was a beastman cub or merely a wild creature. However, given its remarkable intelligence, the likelihood of it being a beastman cub seemed considerably higher. As she caressed the chubby head of the little panther, memories of her first child flooded her mind. She had been unable to catch a glimpse of it before it was taken away, and a sense of regret washed over her. She wondered where it might be now, perhaps still within the vast expanse of the forest of Senyu. This forest sprawled extensively, bridging the western and eastern districts. To traverse from one end to the other would require a year of travel, even at a pace of 1,000 miles a day. Furthermore, with numerous natural obstacles, the great black panther could hardly move swiftly while carrying its young. Hence, she had never entertained the thought that this little black panther might be her child. Yet, in appearance, there must be some resemblance, as they both belonged to the leopard lineage. Su Yan retrieved a book on massage techniques for young creatures from the system space and, following the acupoint instructions within, began to massage the little black panther. The delightful creature, immersed in comfort, softly murmured in its dreams. Su Yan smiled at it, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. When she later gives birth to her little ones, she intends to apply this technique to provide them with massages. Although due to her maternal responsibilities, it is destined that she cannot nurture each baby adequately during the limited time they share, she still wishes to bestow upon them her pure and unadulterated love. The little black panther slept soundly, its eyes even curving with delight. Suyin gently tugged at its whiskers, affectionately remarking, "How adorable you are." Meanwhile, Bai Kaisen stood at the doorway, softly tapping and calling out in a hushed tone, "Sister Su." Suyin turned her gaze and noticed Bai Kaisen had returned. "Have you brought back the fresh meat?" she inquired. Indeed, it had been procured, yet Bai Kaisen's attention was fixed upon her bed. For the family of the little black panther had arrived. "Oh." A wave of reluctance surged within Suyin. Bai Kaisen assisted her in pushing open the window, allowing her to look down. A massive black panther, as colossal as an elephant, stood in the courtyard of the small building, its golden, sun-like vertical pupils gazing deeply at her. Were it not for its immense size and the inopportune timing, Suyin would have almost believed it to be him. "What is your relation to the little black panther?" Suyin queried. The father beast came the thunderous response, reverberating like a clap of thunder from the heavens. Suyin's eardrum quivered slightly as she raised her hand to halt further speech. She inquired of Bai Kaisen, "What is the matter?" Bai Kaisen replied, according to him, his child ventured out alone and was spotted by a beast dealer while running on the street. After being captured, the child was sold to a pet shop. Suyin glanced back at the enormous black panther, particularly struck by its formidable physique, which was truly terrifying and not to be trifled with. Turning back to the bedside, she cradled the little black panther in her arms, feeling a pang of reluctance to part with it. The little creature was adorably plump and utterly delightful. Bai Kaisen, filled with overwhelming excitement, couldn't he help but reach out to touch it. After all, this was a cub of the legendary golden-eyed black panther. Such beings are rarely seen by ordinary folk, let alone touched. This particular breed is fiercely protective, and it is unheard of for cubs to be revealed before their coming-of-age ceremony. One can only imagine the grim fate that befell that beast trader. "It feels wonderful, doesn't it?" Suyin remarked. "Indeed." Bai Kaisen nodded enthusiastically, brimming with joy. Outside, the colossal black panther could hear the voices within the room and could even envision their actions, causing it to grow increasingly agitated. It began to pace, its massive form causing the ground to tremble with each step, akin to the vibrations of an earthquake. Suyin understood that he was urging her, despite her reluctance. She cradled the little black panther and stepped outside. Observing the small creature nestled in her arms, peacefully sleeping and unscathed, the black panther finally calmed down. Gradually lowering its head, it signaled to Suyin to place the little black panther atop its head. Suyin, rather inexplicably, reached out and gave his impressive head a casual stroke. "Black panther, Suyin, hee, the texture feels delightful, even better than your son." The black panther opened its mouth and gently took the little black panther from her embrace. Then, seemingly from nowhere, it produced a plump pouch filled with coins and tossed it to her. Finally, it departed with the little black panther in tow. Suyin gazed at the purse in her hand and opened it. Gene coins. There must be at least 100. In the beast world, due to the inherent fragility of females, they require the protection and support of males. Even in their absence, the financial support remains indispensable. This is the price males must pay for the privilege of having offspring with females throughout their lives. After the Black Panther departed from the Wanfang Inn with the little Black Panther, he glanced back before continuing on his way. The Wanfang Inn finally opened its doors 3 days before the Divine Beast Academy commenced enrollment. During the renovation period, Suyin kept herself busy and developed good relations with the neighbors. Thus, on the day of the grand opening, everyone came to show their support and join in the festivities. Suyin prepared a splendid banquet to entertain her guests. She also ordered dozens of floral arrangements, elegantly displayed at the entrance to capture the attention of passers-by, alongside the distribution of small gifts to commemorate the opening, each adorned with an advertisement for Wanfang Inn. Word spread rapidly, and soon an increasing number of individuals arrived to claim their complimentary tokens. The tea house across the street also basked in the glow of Wanfang Inn's success, with every table occupied. In the windowed private room directly facing Wanfang Inn, a small Black Panther clung to the window, casting a forlorn gaze at Suyin, who was distributing gifts at the entrance. Meanwhile, their table was already piled high with a colorful array of gift boxes. The little Black Panther let out a call towards Suyin. Hearing the panther's cry while handing out gifts, Suyin picked up another small gift box and approached, saying, "If you desire one, then I shall grant you another." Suyin tossed the small gift box towards the window. The little Black Panther did not catch it, for another slender arm extended out. A pale blue hand with distinctly defined joints effortlessly grasping the small box. Suyin called out to the man whose face was obscured, urging, "Open it. Inside there is jerky for him to eat." The man remained silent. Meanwhile, the little black panther repeatedly attempted to escape, yet hesitated, anxiously pawing at the window. Suyin smiled at the little black panther, saying, "Once I have finished my tasks, I shall play with you." With that, she did not linger any longer and returned to the inn. Bai Kaisen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Sister Su, all the rooms are fully booked." "Indeed. Let's distribute the remaining small gift boxes and then call it a day," she replied. "Allow me to handle it, Sister Su. You should take a moment to rest in the back." "I cannot rest. There are so many guests," Su Yin insisted. "I'll go check on things. Once you're finished, let Xiao Xinzi tidy up." Xiao Xinzi was an employee hired by Su Yin, a spirited water element canine beastman, with a cheerful disposition and diligent work ethic. He complemented Bai Kaisen-'s temperament perfectly, making them an effective duo in their endeavors. As Su Yin entered the inn, the little black panther immediately drooped its ears, losing all its vitality. A slender, moon-white hand scooped it into an embrace, gently caressing it. "She failed to recognize you and implored you not to sneak in again." The little black panther, with a sense of grievance, curled up in her arms, its ears completely flattened. It was only after attending to all the guests that Su Yin recalled something she had forgotten. "Oh no, I promised to play with the little black panther." With that thought, she lifted the hem of her skirt and dashed towards the tea house across the street. "I'm looking for someone," she said to the attendant at the tea house. The attendant responded with a smile, "Miss Su, it's in the private room upstairs." "Thank you," Su Yin said, hurrying up the stairs. As she reached the landing of the second floor, a shadow clad in dark hues flashed before her eyes. Su Yin abruptly halted her steps and lifted her gaze. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down to her waist, framing her golden eyes, which were elegantly tilted at the corners. Her long, dark lashes were thick and alluring, adding to her enigmatic allure. His face, chiseled with striking handsomeness, was impeccably flawless, while his thin lips pressed into a straight line, revealing a hint of inscrutable emotion. For a fleeting moment, Su Yan's mind went blank, stammering, I don't recall." The man, noticing her expression as though she were a stranger, furrowed his brow deeply and inquired, "You do not remember me?" Su Yan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. A man as strikingly handsome as the radiant sun would certainly be unforgettable to her. Regrettably, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I have matters to attend to, so please excuse me." With that, Su Yin gracefully circumvented him and proceeded to seek out the little black panther. The little black panther was curled up on the soft chair in the elegant room, resembling a forlorn creature that had been abandoned. In an instant, Su Yan's heart melted as she exclaimed, "Here it comes, here it comes. Your sister has come to play with you." Upon hearing her voice, the little black panther sprang to its feet, wagging its long tail with uncontainable joy. Such exuberance! Su Yin scooped it up, caressing its silk-like, smooth fur, and she couldn't help but smile, the day's tension and busyness dissipating in that moment. The little black panther nestled in her arms, playfully licking her fingers with a clear intent to charm. The man standing behind her observed the tender scene between her and the little black panther and remarked, "His name is Pei Yunyang, affectionately known as Xiao Hao." Su Yin turned around and saw the man she encountered at the staircase. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am his father, Pei Xian," replied the man as he approached her side. He then addressed the little black panther. "It is time for us to return." The little black panther let out a mournful howl, reluctant to part from Su Yin. Su Yin gently stroked its round, adorable head. "Go back with your father. I have much work to attend to. We shall play another day. We reside at number 1 Wangbi Street." Pei Xian reached out to take the little black panther from her hands. As the little black panther was snugly nestled in Su Yan's embrace, it inevitably brushed against a particularly soft and sensitive area. Su Yan's face flushed instantly. Pei Xian also displayed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly masked it, responding with nonchalance, "If you wish to see it, you may come at any time." "Very well," Su Yin replied gently, clasping her hands behind her back. Pei Xian could discern that she likely would not make the visit. Contemplating further, he added, "Come to play with it on the 1st of every month, and I shall offer you 10 crystal coins." "What?" Su Yin was taken aback. Pei Xian continued, "If you find that insufficient, feel free to propose your own price." No, you needn't offer me crystal coins," Su Yin said, gazing at the little black panther nestled in his arms, its hopeful eyes fixed upon her. "I can accompany it, of course, provided I have the time." "Very well," Pei Xian replied, cradling the little black panther, and turned to leave. Su Yin hurriedly said, "Wait a moment." She retrieved a bottle of vitamins from the system space and handed it to Pei Xian, advising, "One a day, beneficial for bone development." The little black panther recognized it, letting out a playful yip as it grasped the vitamin bottle in its mouth. Xiao Hao, take care and listen to your father. Do not wander off. There are many dangerous people outside. Do you understand? Su Yin gently patted its head. Pei Xian gazed at her face, framed by her elegantly styled white hair, which was neatly arranged into a round bun. Tomorrow would be the first of the month. Oh? Su Yin paused. But having already made a commitment, she would not refuse. All right, I shall go to number 1, Wang Bi Street tomorrow. Yes, number 1, Wang Bi Street. Xiao Hao. Shall we meet tomorrow, then? The little panther joyfully barked in response. Su Yin gently stroked its head, truly obedient. Bai Kaisen, so busy that he barely had time to eat, finally collapsed after attending to all the guests. Xiao Xianzi handed him a bowl of braised meat rice, ordered by a guest, which had been declined. The payment had already been made, no need for waste. Bai Kaisen accepted the bowl and began to eat heartily. Xiao Xianzi glanced towards the tea house across the way, wondering why Sister Su frequented it so often. The tea at our inn is superior to theirs. To conduct business more effectively in the imperial capital, one must cultivate relationships with the influential. Within the tea house, there resides a powerful figure beyond your imagination. As morning broke, Su Yin awoke feeling drowsy and weary. The excitement of yesterday's grand opening had kept her from feeling fatigued. Initially, she had anticipated only a handful of guests. Yet to her surprise, the inn was fully booked. Some guests were even redirected to the neighboring inn, thus securing both goodwill and profit. She had been occupied until the early hours of the morning before finally lying down to rest. Today, she had promised Little Black Panther to spend the day with it. She could not break her word. Her principle was to never go back on a promise. Even if she could not fulfill it, she would strive with all her might. Bai Kaisen was still asleep in his room. Xiao Xianzi had risen early to begin his duties, first employing a water-based cleansing spell to tidy up the inn, making it look rejuvenated, and then preparing a variety of breakfast options for the guests. Surprised to see Su Yin up so early, Xiao Xianzi asked if she wouldn't take a moment to rest. No, I must go out today. Could you please call for a carriage? Of course. Su Yin rubbed her slightly aching forehead, feeling a profound longing for the return yuan pill. Just a single grain would suffice to dispel all ailments. Xiao Mei, has the system update been completed? She called out as part of her daily routine. Xiao Mei remained aloof and silent, offering no response. Alas, the speed of this system update is excruciatingly slow. Could it be that the connection has been lost? Su Yin was lost in thought when Xiao Xianzi returned from outside. Sister Su, the carriage has arrived. Would you like me to ask him to wait a while for you to finish your breakfast? No need. I'm not hungry. Su Yin replied, stretching lazily. Please tell Bai Kaisen that I might not return until after dark. Will you be gone for so long? I'm not entirely sure. I might come back early, she said as she departed. Su Yin raised her hand and waved at Xiao Xianzi before exiting the inn. Xiao Xianzi recalled what Bai Kaisen had mentioned. Su Yin's original intention in opening this inn was merely to find a place to stay, along with providing him with a means of livelihood. Yet, such a simple notion had significantly altered the course of their lives. He, once a destitute beggar on the streets, had lost everything due to the treachery of a friend. Just as he was about to leap into the river to end his life, she appeared before him with Bai Kaisen and said, "Since you no longer wish to live, why not sell this worthless life to me?" At number 1 Wangshu Street. Su Yin found the coachman perplexed, for that area was known as a district for the affluent, and his carriage could not traverse it. Is that so? Su Yin replied, regaining her composure. Then please take me to the nearest place to Wangshu Street. That is certainly feasible, the coachman responded, cracking his whip. The carriage began to move slowly. The ride was so smooth that Su Yin soon fell asleep again. It was not until the coachman roused her that she awoke, bleary-eyed. The coachman regarded her with a curious glance. We have arrived at number 1 Wangshu Street. Did you not say we could not enter that district? Su Yin yawned, covering her mouth. There are individuals specifically waiting at the entrance to guide the way, hence the carriage was permitted to enter, the coachman replied. Su Yin suddenly realized that it must have been Pei Xian who sent someone over. He was indeed quite meticulous. After disembarking from the carriage, Su Yin addressed the coachman, saying, "Please return to the inn and settle the bill with Xiao Xian." Understood, the coachman replied as he drove away with the carriage. Su Yin glanced around, surveying Wangshu Street. The name of the street sounded formidable, and indeed, the thoroughfare lived up to its reputation. It was a spacious and flat avenue wide enough to accommodate at least 12 vehicles side by side, impeccably clean and unblemished. The greenery on either side flourished vibrantly, devoid of any stray weeds or withered leaves. This street would undoubtedly be a contender for the title of the best sanitary street of the year. As Su Yin was contemplating, the imposing black metallic door swung open. A streak of black lightning surged towards her, nearly knocking her off her feet. "Xiao Hao!" Su Yin exclaimed, embracing it. "How did you know I was here?" Pei Xian followed closely behind, observing Su Yin with keen intuition. "That is quite impressive," she remarked. Holding on to Xiao Hao, Su Yin turned her gaze towards Pei Xian. "Do you have any plans for today, Mr. Pei?" "Mr. Pei?" He chuckled. "If you find that unappealing, I can certainly address you differently. Just call me Pei Xian." "Very well. I am Su Yin. You may refer to me as Sister Su, if you prefer. It's merely a formality." "Indeed. I have no arrangements for today." Su Yin was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was responding to the previous question. It seemed that Xiao Hao was quite intrigued by the outside world. Otherwise, he wouldn't repeatedly rush out. "How about we?" Su Yin suddenly had a brilliant idea and said, "How about visiting the Beast Academy? I am set to take the entrance examination for the academy tomorrow. So today would be a perfect opportunity to familiarize myself with the surroundings." "You are taking the entrance exam for the Beast Academy?" Pei Xian replied, quite taken aback. Su Yin nodded affirmatively. "What talents do you possess?" inquired Pei Xian. Su Yin cradled Xiao Hao's hindquarters with one hand, allowing its front paws to rest upon her shoulder, while freeing her other hand. Suddenly, a fireball emerged at her fingertips, embodying the essence of fire. Pei Xian narrowed his golden eyes slightly, questioning the level of her innate talent. "Not high," Su Yin replied. "It's at the green tier." The principles of fire magic typically do not reject candidates unless there are inherent issues with the student. Pei Xian regarded her with a hint of confusion, seemingly perplexed by her aptitude. "Was it a talent awakened from childhood?" he inquired. "No," Su Yin responded. "It was merely a fortuitous occurrence." Unfazed by the flames, Xiao Hao extended its fluffy black paw to swat at the fire, only to soon emit the scent of singed fur wafting from its paw. Su Yin let out a soft giggle, and Pei Xian could not help but chuckle as well. Today, the esteemed dean of the Divine Beast Academy is set to pay a visit. If you wish to meet him, it would be wise to wait a while. Is that so? How delightful. I could seize the opportunity to make a good impression. If I happen to fail the examination, I might still seek some favor from the Dane. On Earth, sometimes connections hold greater significance than sheer strength. I imagine such unwritten rules may also exist here. Su Yin gently patted Xiao Hao's head and said, "Well then, may I take a tour of your esteemed residence?" "It would be my utmost honor," Pei Xian replied, ushering Su Yin inside. Upon entering the grand entrance, the first sight that greeted her was a vividly realistic mural of mountains and rivers adorning the wall. As she circumnavigated the mural, her eyes were met with a vast expanse of a magnificent lake. Its surface adorned with blooming flowers and vibrant koi, fish swimming gracefully beneath the water. Following the smooth path of bluestone for about 100 meters, she encountered a series of dozens of steps. Ascending these steps led her to a platform where she beheld a landscape identical to that depicted on the mural, an enchanting forest of mountains and rivers, within which stood towering and majestic edifices. Suddenly, Su Yin began to comprehend why Pei Xian's true form was so immense. This dwelling was exceedingly spacious. Surely, it is not just you and Xiao Hao residing here? For now, that is indeed the case. Pei Xian cast his gaze toward the lake, which served as Xiao Hao's bathing pool, drawing forth the vibrant waters of the earth's veins. Su Yin glanced at the little one in her arms. Ever since he had leaped into her embrace, the little fellow had remained utterly compliant, showing no intention of departing. "If you wish to reside here, you may. There are plenty of vacant rooms." Without waiting for Su Yin's response, Pei Xian continued forward, fully anticipating her reply. "I have an inn. I have no shortage of places to stay. By the way, where is your wife?" Pei Xian halted, turning back to look at her. Su Yin noticed the complexity in his gaze and assumed there was something on her face. She raised her hand to wipe it away. "What is it?" "After a male bears offspring, the female who bore his young becomes his wife. Unless she passes away or explicitly states that she does not require him to be her mate, he shall never take another female throughout his life." Su Yin was taken aback. Was there truly such a regulation? Her words suddenly faltered. She had birthed 3 litters with 3 males, which meant she had 3 beastly husbands. Aside from the deceased Zulu, the remaining 2 would, after she gave birth, likely enter a state of apparent death, leading them to believe she had perished. With her assumed demise, they would no longer cling to her branch of wild trees. Reflecting on this, Su Yin felt fortunate for the system's provision of this faux death setting. In the future, after giving birth, she could feign death for a while. As long as she wasn't burned and was buried whole, she could escape her predicament without burdening the males with her offspring selection. As for the children, they could take them if they wished, but she could also raise them herself. However, in the beastly world, males typically cared for the young. They were not mere encumbrances but rather a source of pride. Males without offspring were often looked down upon, perceived as lacking certain abilities. Conversely, if a female were to tend to the young, it could be seen as a humiliation to the male and his lineage. For instance, after Ashley gave birth, she entrusted all the care to Lin Lang, bearing no burden, and would boast to anyone that Lin Lang was nurturing the cubs into robust and healthy beings. Lin Lang, in turn, garnered immense envy from his kin. "What is the matter?" Pei Xian inquired, noticing her silence. Su Yin shook her head, casting aside the thoughts that swirled within her mind, and smiled. "It's nothing. What about Xiao Hao's mother?" Pei Xian glanced at her once more, then silently continued onward. Xiao Hao let out a playful cry, wrapping his arms around her neck and indulging in a fit of endearing coaxing. Pei Xian, however, did not receive such affection. And upon hearing Xiao Hao's charming whines, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "She's gone." Su Yan's expression faltered, a hint of regret crossing her features. "It's all right. She likely wouldn't mind." Pei Xian led her to the edge of a precipice. To reach the opulent mansion nestled within the forest, one must first scale the cliff. Su Yan was at a loss for words. Although her true form was that of a small mouse, she was not incapable of climbing. It merely required a considerable effort. Pei Xian extended his hand towards Su Yan, offering, "Allow me to assist you." "Thank you." Su Yan sighed with relief, placing her hand into his warm palm. The heat radiating from his hand sent an electric sensation coursing through her body. "What about your innate talent?" The question slipped from her lips instinctively, devoid of any forethought. The reproductive system within her incessantly urged her to procreate. Whenever she encountered a suitable male, her body would involuntarily shift into task execution mode. Pei Xian gazed at her, responding, "My talent lies in the semi-spiritual realm." "Half-spiritual realm? What is that?" Su Yan had never encountered the term before. She was accustomed to the elemental classifications of heaven, earth, and the 5 colors. Pei Xian continued, "Beyond the heavenly tier lies the spiritual tier. The semi-spiritual realm represents the initial stage of the spiritual tier." Su Yan's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. Goodness, why would she even consider going to the Beast Academy? Before her stood a most suitable male, one of a higher spiritual tier than even the celestial level. A voice, cold and unyielding, echoed in Su Yan's mind, warning her, "The offspring system for common beasts has not evolved to the spiritual beast level. One must not conceive across tiers." This proclamation extinguished the excitement she had just felt, leaving no trace behind. Su Yan had not heard Xiao Mei's voice for quite some time and found herself longing for it. "Has the system been updated?" "Yes, host. The breeding system is now fully operational," Xiao Mei replied. "The male before you cannot be used for breeding at this moment. Please reserve him as a backup and continue your search for other male beings of the mortal tier. It is truly a pity that such a fine specimen of male resources cannot be utilized." Su Yan sighed softly, holding Xiao Hao close. Xiao Mei turned to Su Yan and remarked, "There are new items in the system shop. The host should take a look." The fact that Xiao Mei specifically reminded her indicated that there must be something valuable within the system shop, prompting her to eagerly open it. Among the new offerings was a beast cultivation pill, capable of randomly enhancing the talents of juvenile beasts, aged 0 to 1, with a maximum of 3 uses, priced at 1 point. Upon seeing the new items in the system shop, Su Yan promptly exchanged for one. As her consciousness emerged from the system, she realized she was nestled in Pei Xian's embrace, being carried up the mountain with effortless grace. Xiao Hao was asleep in her arms. Pei Xian glanced down at her. His thin lips pressed together as he said, "I apologize for the imposition. It's quite all right. After all, my talents are lacking, and so is my true form." Su Yan replied, her gaze softening as she looked at the sleeping Xiao Hao. "I have a gift for him. I wonder if you would be willing." "As long as he likes it, I have no objections," Pei Xian replied. Su Yan lifted her gaze to meet his golden, dazzling eyes. Momentarily entranced, she finally spoke, "It is food." However, Pei Xian remained unopposed. Su Yan smiled gently, "Unafraid that I might poison your precious son." Pei Xian gazed at her and replied, "You wouldn't. Thank you very much for your trust." "What is his talent?" Su Yan inquired. "It is of the Xian rank and belongs to the thunder element." Pei Xian responded. Su Yan was taken aback. This was akin to her little black panther. She glanced down at Xiao Hao, then at Pei Xian, and suddenly a thought flickered in her mind. However, this notion swiftly dissipated. Pei Xian's talent was of the spiritual level. and she could not bear a progeny of such caliber. Upon reaching the mountain, Pei Xian set her down. Xiao Hao had also awakened. Su Yin retrieved the beast-nurturing pill from the system space, a treasure capable of enhancing the innate talents of young beasts. This potion is intended for the consumption of juvenile creatures, and its effectiveness is, of course, largely dependent on fortune. In my haste upon arrival, I neglected to bring a gift. Thus, I shall present this to little Hao. Pei Xian's expression immediately turned grave. Can it truly enhance the talents of a young beast? He inquired. Indeed, the results are significantly influenced by luck. Su Yin handed him the wooden box containing the pill. Little Hao is your beloved. Whether he consumes it or not rests in your hands. Do you wish for him to take it? Me? That question surely cannot be directed at her, he chuckled softly. As the giver, I naturally wish for him to partake. As little Hao nestled in Su Yan's embrace, his head resting on the soft pillow in a drowsy stupor, he was suddenly lifted by the scruff of his neck by his father. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, a round, sweet morsel slid down his throat. Subsequently, a violent surge of thunderous energy erupted from within him. Su Yin was taken aback and hurriedly inquired of Xiaomei what was amiss. Xiaomei did not respond immediately, taking a moment before saying, "The talent is advancing. The cub is in no danger." Su Yin remarked, "Why does it seem that after this update, the speed is even slower than before?" Xiaomei chose not to engage with her. Since it was an advancement, there was no need for her to worry. She would simply wait and observe the final outcome. Pei Xian, however, was deeply concerned. This was his only lifeline. In the beast world, males with higher talents found it increasingly challenging to sire offspring. Moreover, Pei Xian cast a glance at Su Yan, uncertain if she would even wish to bear him a second child. 7 months prior, in the sinew beast forest, the sky was gray, and dark clouds gathered swiftly. Pei Xian, restless, licked the newly born black panther until it was spotless before making his way towards Su Yan. How had she met her demise? Was childbirth truly such a perilous endeavor? Su Yan lay motionless as he gently licked her delicate face and slender neck. Her fingertips, stained a verdant green from grasping the soft grass, beckoned tenderly as if to rouse her from slumber. Yet, Su Yan remained unresponsive. The ominous clouds above were on the verge of converging, the thunder rumbling like a death knell, ready to strike at any moment. This marked the final tribulation he must endure to transcend from a mere beast to a spirit creature. Having withstood 99 trials, he could not falter now at the last hurdle. Wait for me here for a moment. Once I have braved this tribulation, I shall come to find you. I will devise a means to bring you back to life, even if it requires a pact with the deity of death. Pei Xian enveloped Su Yin in a barrier of lightning, before finally scooping up the newborn black panther, which needed warmth to survive. The dark tempest followed him as he swiftly ventured into the depths of the forest of beasts. There, the skies roared with thunder, interspersed with the furious howls of king-level beasts and the striking of divine punishment. Within the forest, numerous magical and wild beasts, fearing the impending doom, fled in all directions to seek refuge. A profound-tier magical beast caught sight of Su Yin, salivating as it crept closer. However, just a few steps away, the lightning barrier erupted into action, launching an attack. The beast, tempted by Su Yin, refused to retreat, engaging the barrier in a fierce contest. Ultimately, the barrier exploded with a force akin to Pei Xian's full strength. The beast attempted to flee, but it was too late. The final burst of the barrier reduced it to ashes, leaving behind only a grayish-brown high-grade crystal coin. Su Yin awoke, her eyes fluttering open as she surveyed her surroundings. A look of regret and melancholy etched upon her visage as she departed. After her exit, Pei Xian, having successfully evolved into a spirit beast of a higher tier, returned with the little black panther. Yet, upon the ground, there remained nothing but a singular high-grade crystal stone. He gently set down the little black panther, allowing it to explore the earth for a while he reclined in the spot where Su Yin had lain. Approximately 2 days later, a great black panther, accompanied by its small counterpart, dashed through the depths of the sinew beast forest. During their exhilarating romp, a fiery crimson nine-tailed phoenix soared overhead, prompting the great black panther to glance skyward. In an instant, it seized the little black panther in its jaws and vanished into thin air. Su Yin gazed at the young Hao, enveloped in a cocoon of lightning. With Xiao Mei's assurance, she felt no trepidation. After observing for a moment, Pei Xian discerned that the young Hao was unharmed. On the contrary, his innate talent was rapidly ascending. Where did you obtain this elixir? Pei Xian inquired, pondering the potential it could unlock if administered to other juvenile beasts. Su Yin replied, it was acquired by chance. In fact, The usage of this elixir comes with an additional stipulation. It is exclusively for the offspring of the protagonist herself. The system shop did not indicate this on the product. Yet in the description of the exchange area, it is inscribed in yellow, stating that items worth 1 point and free items are solely for the host and her progeny. Su-Yin retrieved 2 wooden boxes containing enough provisions for juvenile beasts under 1 year old, allowing them to consume no more than 3 pellets each. Beyond that, the supply dwindled. Such resources were to be exchanged for points, and she dared not squander them. Were it not for the serendipitous bond with the little Black Panther, she would not have expended her precious points. The affairs of others held no significance for her, nor would she engage in commerce with such items. Not to mention, her current financial situation was stable. Even if she were in need, she would not resort to using her points. Those substantial gift packages remained largely untouched, each item capable of being converted into currency. Pei Xian understood her intentions. This matter was to remain a secret between them. Should others become aware of her possession of such a potent elixir capable of enhancing innate abilities, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, surrounded by peril. He had once caused her demise. Although the mystery of her resurrection eluded him, he would not allow her to perish a second time under his watch. The lightning coursing through Xiao Hao gradually dissipated. Su-Yin inquired of Xiao Mei about the current talent of Xiao Hao. Xiao Mei refrained from responding to her question, as someone else had already provided the answer. Earth rank. Pei Xian was genuinely astonished, and then, without hesitation, administered the contents of the other 2 wooden boxes to Xiao Hao. A more intense surge of lightning flickered around Xiao Hao once again. Su-Yin inquired, "Aren't you concerned that he might overindulge? Giving him 3 is not akin to expecting him to consume all the jelly beans in one go." Pei Xian, however, remained unperturbed. The elixir was exceptionally gentle for him, as though it had been meticulously crafted to suit his needs. As Su-Yin listened to his words, a peculiar feeling arose within her. She opened the system shop and scrutinized the description of the beast nurturing pill, even examining the recipe in detail. Yet, she had utterly neglected to review the update notes of the system shop. Suddenly, Pei Xian turned to Su-Yin with utmost seriousness and declared, "I owe you a significant favor." Su-Yin snapped back to reality from the system shop, smiling as she said, "No need for thanks. This elixir is a gift for Xiao Hao and has nothing to do with you. He is my son, my only offspring, and his gratitude is akin to my own. It is truly insignificant." She turned to Xiao Hao and continued, "To be honest, I have a son who is a little Black Panther. Yet, I have never laid eyes upon him. I imagine he bears some resemblance to Xiao Hao, which is why I find myself reminiscing about my own child through him." Pei Xian's gaze upon her deepened with each passing moment, transforming into a profound and intricate perplexity. It seemed that he yearned to unveil something, yet a certain trepidation held him back from doing so. Xiao Hao's talent ultimately crystallized into the celestial tier, with his lightning affinity evolving into purple gold lightning. The might of a purple gold lightning pillar is at least tenfold that of a regular lightning pillar. Pei Xian was genuinely astonished and bowed respectfully to Su-Yin, saying, "From now on, I am at your service." It is truly no trouble at all. However, I may need to impose upon you for a small favor. Would you be so kind as to bear me a child?" Su-Yin scrutinized him, increasingly convinced that he was quite an admirable specimen of masculinity. "It's settled then," Pei Xian declared to Su-Yin. "Indeed, it's settled." Little Hao, having advanced due to his innate talent, was left in a deep slumber due to the significant exhaustion of his energy. Su-Yin embraced him and said to Pei Xian, "I came here today to keep him company. Since he is asleep, I shall rest alongside him for a while." "Very well, I shall escort you to his chamber." From a distance, the cluster of buildings nestled within the mountains and forests appeared quite magnificent. As one approached, the emerald tiles and vermilion eaves of the palatial structures revealed an exquisite beauty. The lacquered and gilded pillars, adorned with intricate cloud and insect motifs, along with the lavish furnishings, were all crafted with remarkable precision and artistry. "This residence must have cost a fortune," Su-Yin remarked, having recently renovated an inn. Giving her some understanding of such matters, Pei Xian replied, "This is our ancestral home. Since I inherited the title of clan leader, it has remained largely untouched." "Clan leader? What clan leader?" Su-Yin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Pei Xian gazed at her, falling into a moment of silence. Su-Yin blinked, feeling at a loss for words. "The golden-eyed Black Panther clan," Pei Xian replied. At this moment, Su-Yin found herself speechless. After all, he was the chieftain of her son's clan. She had just been contemplating the prospect of bearing his child, but it seemed that such aspirations were now dashed. It was indeed somewhat regrettable. However, She did not wish to complicate what could remain a simple relationship, and thus had to relinquish her noble goal of procreation. Just then, someone entered and announced, "Chieftain, the headmaster of the Divine Beast Academy has arrived, accompanied by the young master of the Rong family, Rong Wu." Rong Wu. Su Yan's eyes brightened. Ever since their last encounter at the bun shop, he had occupied her thoughts. As a beast of the earth tier, he was precisely the target she needed to upgrade her childbearing system. Pei Xian observed her reaction, and his expression shifted slightly. "Do you know him?" Su Yan replied. "I do not know him now, but I wish to make his acquaintance. So, would you like to accompany me to meet him?" Pei Xian continued to inquire, his tone subtly laced with a hint of probing curiosity. Su Yan contemplated going out, but as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xiaohao in her arms, she noticed her own ordinary attire for the day, devoid of makeup, and her hair carelessly arranged. Perhaps it would be best to stay and accompany Xiaohao for now. She could consider her plans later. Upon hearing her words, Pei Xian's expression softened somewhat. "Yes, the dean of the academy must be seeking my presence as a guest lecturer. A teacher? I had consistently declined such offers, yet now I find myself intrigued. Indeed, imparting knowledge holds great significance. Alas, I am not of the lightning element. Otherwise, I could have benefited from this opportunity." Su Yan responded with a playful wink. Pei Xian looked into her eyes and said, "If you require anything, feel free to seek me out. All right, please attend to your guests. I shall rest with Xiaohao for a while. What do you fancy to eat? I shall instruct the chef to prepare it. Anything will suffice. I am indifferent to my meal." Pei Xian then arranged for attendants to ensure that Su Yan and Xiaohao could sleep comfortably. "I shall take my leave for now. You both rest well." Su Yan nodded and urged him to proceed to the meeting room. Rong Wu stood anxiously behind the dean, Lin Fu, who was also his uncle. He had come with the intention of meeting the fabled half-spiritual realm, curious to see what it entailed. However, he was unexpectedly scrutinized upon entering. Pei Xian's gaze was truly unnerving, invoking an instinctive response of danger and terror within him. "How old are you this year?" Pei Xian inquired of Rong Wu. With utmost respect, Rong Wu replied, "I am 17 years of age, by nominal count." Pei Xian observed his youthful visage, particularly that pair of strikingly clear, ice-blue eyes, which seemed to align with her preferences. After a brief pause, he continued, "Do you prefer females older than yourself, or those younger?" Rong Wu was at a loss for how to respond, casting a pleading glance towards Lin Fu for assistance. Lin Fu, with a smile, interjected to alleviate his nephew's predicament. "Old Pei, why are you still so interested in the romantic affairs of the youth?" Pei Xian frowned slightly. "I am merely 22 this year, hardly ancient." "Ah?" Lin Fu was taken aback, realizing it was the first time he had learned Pei Xian's true age. "Pray tell, how old are you?" 22, Pei Xian replied. Lin Fu remarked, "Did you not inherit the position of clan leader at a young age?" 16 years ago, I was merely 6 years old. At that time, I consumed a particular elixir that accelerated growth within a short span. My true age has never been disclosed to the public. Quite ruthless. I have heard of such a potion, and when its effects wear off, one experiences excruciating pain as if their very bones have been shattered. Fortunately, Su Yan slept soundly until the afternoon, rubbing her drowsy eyes as she noticed Xiaohao still asleep. Her consciousness drifted into the system. Xiaomei. Xiaohao consumed 3 beast-nurturing pills in one go. Is he all right? Perfectly normal. His body is merely adjusting to the changes in his talents. He will awaken by tomorrow at the latest. As long as it's normal, please provide me with a recovery pill. The slumber had left her mind slightly foggy. Exchange complete. The recovery pill has been placed in the system space. Does the host have any further needs? What about Rong Wu, the male? Does the host wish to conceive with Rong Wu? I do have that intention, but I wonder if his talent meets the system's requirements. A water-based talent at the earth level is barely acceptable. It is advisable for the host to seek a male with a talent at the heaven level. Heavenly talent. Do you think males with heaven-level talents are as common as roadside vegetables, easily obtainable in bulk? I believe my encounter with Rong Wu was indeed fortuitous. If you give birth to a child with quasi-rule talents, the system assumes you can produce offspring of the same caliber. Wait a moment, what are quasi-rule talents? When did I give birth to such a child? Darkness, light, death, fate, space, life. Quasi-rule talents are not complete rules, but with cultivation or through certain celestial treasures, they can achieve completeness. My goodness, which child did I give birth to that possesses such remarkable talents? The last one. That would be the child conceived with Ming Lin Yuan. It seems there was indeed a mention of quasi-rule talents at that time, though I did not pay it any heed. It was precisely the birth of a child with quasi-rule talents that prompted the system's upgrade. The The system can now serve the host more effectively. Clearly, I am the one serving you. My existence is solely to assist the host in achieving a successful pregnancy. Very well, since you are here to serve me, tell me, where can I find a male with heaven-level talents? Where should I go? The Divine Beast Academy. That is rather obvious. I am about to enter the school gates. Wishing the host a fruitful journey. Thank you. Suyin stretched lazily, utterly spoiled. She had become so accustomed to indulging in the heavenly delicacies of the celestial tier that anything less was simply unacceptable. Given this circumstance, she had no choice but to set aside Rongwu for the time being and focus on seeking out male companions of the celestial tier. However, it seemed rather fortuitous that she could consistently encounter creatures born of such exquisite standards. Suyin gently caressed little Hao, her fondness for him growing with each glance. And she found herself yearning to discreetly take him away. Pei Xian had prepared a lavish feast to entertain Suyin, nearly 100 exquisite dishes, which left her somewhat embarrassed. Upon her arrival, she had done little more than cuddle with little Hao and indulge in a delightful nap. Yet such a sumptuous spread had been laid out for her. It was excessively courteous. Suyin picked up her chopsticks and took a generous bite of the steamed fish. Observing her relish in the fish, Pei Xian was reminded of their time in Sinuous Beast Forest, where she had also shown a great fondness for fish. Back then, despite her diminutive size, she had devoured half a fish, displaying an astonishing appetite. What is your true form? Pei Xian inquired, feigning ignorance. Suyin took a sip of the fragrant meat broth, pondering about the mouse, the rodent clan. Indeed, it was the diminutive kind. She then picked up a piece of stewed rib to savor. Just as she was about to take a bite, a delicate, melodious voice interrupted, Xian Gich. I have come to play with little Hao. Suyin was momentarily taken aback. Pei Xian observed Suyin as she indulged in her meal, discreetly noting her culinary preferences. This was, after all, the primary motivation behind his elaborate array of dishes. He sought to discern what she yearned for most. Upon noticing Suyin pause her dining due to the arrival of guests, a wave of displeasure washed over him. Please continue your meal. I shall return shortly. Pei Xian signaled to the attendant nearby to ensure she was well taken care of before he stepped outside. Suyin continued to gnaw on the rib, pondering who had arrived. Observing the chieftain's countenance, it seemed rather grim. The attendant replied, it is the chieftain's cousin, a hybrid beast of leopard and fox lineage. A hybrid beast? Suyin cast a glance towards the entrance. I recall someone mentioning that the golden-eyed Black Panther beast had only one pure-blood member among you, the chieftain. Now, there is a young sub-chieftain, thus there is more than one. The golden-eyed Black Panther beast possesses an innate talent, being born at the celestial tier, making procreation exceedingly challenging. Even the most fertile female finds it immensely difficult to conceive. The chieftain was a result of the elder chieftain sacrificing his life. Sacrificed his life? How did that come to be? In the beast god temple, he offered his remaining lifespan and the blood of the beast emperor, making a sacrifice to the god of life's rules in exchange for offspring. Such a steep price. Is it truly that arduous to bear a child? Suyin was taken aback, questioning the difficulty of childbirth. And that young Hao, is he not the chieftain's? Not at all. The young sub-chieftain was brought back by the chieftain 6 months ago during his travels. He is not a hybrid beast, but a pure-blood golden-eyed Black Panther. The attendant's face lit up with genuine joy and aspiration. Most importantly, the chieftain did not sacrifice himself. 15 years ago, following the elder chieftain's passing, the Black Panther clan faced oppression and was on the brink of leaving the imperial city. Thus, the clan members were deeply concerned that the chieftain might undertake drastic measures for the sake of offspring. Suyin picked up a piece of steamed fish and took a bite. Was it merely a coincidence that it reminded her of the forest of beasts from 6 months ago? Suyin picked up another meat bun and savored it slowly, her mind returning to the system. Xiaomei, may I inquire if Xiao Hao is my first child? As the question escaped her lips, her heart leaped to her throat. Xiaomei swiftly provided her response. Indeed, the meat bun in Suyan's hand slipped and fell onto the table. It is no wonder that Pei Xian inquired about her during their encounter at the tea house. Yet, she had truly never laid eyes upon his visage. In that moment of urgency, he had suffered disfigurement. To be precise, his upper body was a gruesome sight, drenched in blood and flesh. Had it not been for her desperate desire to conceive and preserve her life, she would never have engaged with him. However, wasn't he endowed with the talent of the half-spiritual realm? How then could they have given birth to Xiao Hao together? Suyin posed the question to Xiaomei, who responded, at that time, he was injured due to a tribulation. His cultivation was suppressed around the Xian level, which allowed the host to bear a child of the same level. After successfully overcoming the tribulation, he evolved to the half-spiritual realm. Su Yin sighed, realizing that if he had been at the half-spiritual level then, it was likely she would not have conceived, nor would she have had a chance of survival. Once again, she opened the system store and finally noticed the explanation at the bottom. Products priced at 0 and 1 point were exclusively available for the host and their offspring. Xiao Hao was not merely a resemblance. He was indeed her child, which explained their profound bond. Pei Xian must have known, and he had likely recognized her long ago, yet chose not to disclose this information. Why? Was he afraid that she would compete with him for their child? Su Yin, disregarding her meal, hurried back to the room where Xiao Hao was sleeping. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering child, she embraced him tenderly, planting a kiss upon his forehead. And in the next moment, she placed him into the system's space designed specifically for children. It was a perfect opportunity to utilize that feature. Subsequently, she transformed into a small white mouse, navigating through the intricate and secluded nooks of the system's map. By the time Pei Xian concluded his engagements with his cousin and sought out Su Yin, she had already departed from Wangbi Street. If he could stealthily take the child away, then so could she. Let him experience the pangs of losing a child. Su Yin, accompanied by the little Hao, did not return to the inn. Instead, they wandered leisurely outside the imperial city. A diminutive white mouse scurried along the path, unnoticed by passers-by. Suddenly, she came to a halt. From her spatial realm, she summoned the freshly awakened little Hao. This adorable creature, with his innate talent elevated to the celestial tier, exuded an exuberant spirit. His large, beautiful golden eyes sparkled, interspersed with flickers of purple-gold lightning, emanating an awe-inspiring celestial pressure from his bloodline. Little Hao shook his plump body and let out a joyful cry, wagging his tail with delight as he playfully circled around Su Yin's beastly form, brimming with curiosity. Su Yin, what is this rascal up to? He can't possibly be thinking of devouring his mother, can he? Mother, you seem so diminutive. Xiao Hao speaks with such audacity. Su Yin was astonished. You can speak now? Oh, indeed. How is it that I can articulate human language? Xiao Hao also expressed his curiosity. Su Yin inquired of Xiao Mei, why? Xiao Mei replied, this is one of the traits of the celestial tear cubs. As soon as it speaks in the presence of others, everyone recognizes its innate celestial talent. Is that good or bad? Xiao Mei fell silent once more. Su Yin was concerned that Xiao Hao might attract unwanted attention. Previously, he had been sold by a beast trafficker, and if he were to speak again, it would only draw the eyes of nefarious individuals. Lie down, Su Yin instructed Xiao Hao. He immediately complied, asking, Mother, what is your command? You are standing too tall. It makes it difficult for me to look up, she added. Observing the once diminutive Xiao Hao, now grown to an unimaginable size, she cautioned. You must pretend to be mute in front of others, do you understand? If malicious people discover you are a celestial tier young beast, they will capture you. And then you will never find your mother again. Xiao Hao, alarmed, sprang to his feet, anxiously wagging his tail and pacing restlessly. No, I want mother. I want mother. Do not leave me. Su Yin busied herself with soothing words. What I meant was to be cautious in the future. If you remain silent, no one will notice. All right, from now on, I shall only converse with mother. Good boy. Su Yin stood upright, patted her sturdy legs, and declared, let us meander through the beast forest. The Divine Beast Academy was set to commence tomorrow, and she had initially intended to enter the academy early. If entry proved elusive, she would still have time to devise alternative plans. However, her urgency had dissipated. She would first deal with that individual who had abandoned her and taken the child away without consent. Moreover, since he was a guest lecturer at the academy, securing a spot for a student should be a trivial matter. There is a splendid place. Let us go see it, my son. Xiao Hao lay down, allowing his mother to mount his back. Excellent. My dear son is truly considerate. Su Yin climbed onto Xiao Hao's back. Let us set forth. She gently patted his round head. Mother is securely seated. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Hao vanished from the spot like a bolt of lightning. Su Yin and her son had vanished without a trace, and Pei Xian found it difficult to dissociate the two events. Had she taken the child away? Yet, he promptly dismissed this notion. Even if she had transformed into a creature difficult to detect, how could little Hao have disappeared? Moreover, there were numerous protective barriers in place. Should little Hao have left, he would have been the first to notice. Or was it possible that someone had abducted them both? Pei Xian's expression darkened, for this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. To have spirited them away silently beneath his very nose. There were only two individuals capable within the entire imperial city. One was the Beast Emperor, and the other his ever-present aide, Shi Yan. Xian possessed half-spiritual realm cultivation, albeit having attained it a few years prior. Meanwhile, the Beast Emperor had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. Without hesitation, Pei Xian set off towards the Beast Emperor's palace in search of him. Su Yin tightly grasped Xiaohao's fur, her face pale with anxiety. This little fellow ran with astonishing speed. Her eyes could hardly keep up. Xiaohao, at this pace, you could traverse thousands of miles in a day. Father possesses the ability to teleport, moving from one location to another in the blink of an eye. His profound mastery is remarkable, and in the future, our little Xiaohao will surely achieve the same. Su Yin surveyed her surroundings. It was a dense forest. Upon opening the system map, she discovered that aside from herself and Xiaohao, there were no other living beings present. Consequently, she retrieved a white lace, high-waisted, ankle-length maternity dress from her spatial storage and draped it over her head. With a swift movement, she stretched her body and transformed back into her human form. On her feet, she wore a pair of athletic shoes suitable for traversing the jungle. Xiaohao nuzzled against Su Yan's calf, exclaiming, "Mother, you are truly beautiful." His sweet little voice hinted that he would have no trouble finding a partner in the future. Su Yan bent down to lift him, glancing around and pondering their location. The forest sea garden of the Beast King. The Beast King? Then this place must be a forbidden zone. If they had trespassed, would they be captured? Su Yan glanced around warily before finally picking him up and gently stroking his fluffy head. "Good boy, perhaps we should take our leave. It is unwise to intrude upon a territory that belongs to others." "It's just ahead, mother," Xiaohao exclaimed as he leaped from Su Yan's embrace, leading her forward with a cheerful wag of his tail. Su Yan observed his familiarity with the surroundings and inquired, "Do you frequent this place?" Xiaohao replied, "My father often brings me here for bathing." "Bathing in the Beast Emperor's garden, your father certainly can." Su Yan was rendered speechless. However, after glancing at the location Xiaohao mentioned, she understood why they frequented it. A natural hot spring lake, shrouded in a gentle mist, with crystal-clear waters that beckoned one to plunge in and relieve their fatigue. Xiaohao leapt into the water with enthusiasm, frolicking with delight. Seeing his joy, Su Yan realized that they would not be leaving anytime soon, so she opened the system map to check for any nearby presence. However, upon doing so, her body went rigid, a wave of paralysis washing over her. Just behind her, within a mere 3 steps, stood a living person, towering in stature, clad in a dark, understated bathrobe. His deep purple hair glistened slightly with moisture, a strand falling across his chest while the rest cascaded down his back. His enchanting visage was so striking that had it not been for the exposed male chest, one might mistake him for an exquisite, statuesque beauty. His captivating, violet eyes were fixed upon her with intense curiosity. Despite his breathtaking appearance, Su Yan could not shake off the fear elicited by his ghostly presence. The system map was visible only to her, leaving him unaware that she had already discovered him. Su Yan cast a glance filled with trepidation toward the little Hao, who was still splashing in the water. The young lad, blessed with exceptional talent, was utterly oblivious to the presence behind her. It was no wonder he had fallen prey to the nefarious beast traffickers. It seemed imperative that she cultivate his sense of vigilance. "Little Hao, wait for your mother," she urged, striving to suppress the rising panic within her and maintain a semblance of composure. Meanwhile, little Hao frolicked in the water, calling out, "Mother, come quickly." In his innocent perception, there was nothing but emptiness behind her. He was completely unaware of the lurking danger. Su Yan took a bold step forward, noticing that the person behind her remained still. Without hesitation, she stepped directly into the water. As the splashes erupted around her, she swiftly swam toward Xiaohao, seizing him and promptly placing him within her system space before teleporting alongside Xiaomei. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from the hot spring pool. Where there had been only air, a figure suddenly materialized, none other than the one Su Yan had observed on the map. Had she been discovered? The curiosity that had once flickered in her eyes now intensified into a fervent intrigue. Ziki, Pei Xian descended from the heavens, landing beside him. However, he quickly caught the scent of Su Yan and Xiaohao lingering in the air, causing his eyes to blaze crimson in an instant. "Hand them over." Ziki crossed his arms, observing Pei Xian's frantic, bloodshot gaze with an expression of amused contemplation. "Is he your son? First, enlighten me on how his talent has suddenly transformed into a heavenly grade." Pei Xian's countenance darkened ominously. "Do not compel me to take action." Ziki lowered his hands, a subtle smile gracing his striking features. In an instant, the vibrant colors of the surrounding flora faded, providing a perfect opportunity to witness the extent of your evolution. Meanwhile, Su Yan, drenched and standing on a grassy knoll, gazed at the distant Linhai garden. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars, accompanied by flashes of lightning, erupted densely in the skies above Linhai garden. Su Yin instinctively shrank her neck, realizing the danger she had narrowly escaped. Lowering her head to inspect her attire, she utilized her fire elemental power to dry her clothes before continuing her journey towards the Tianyuan beast forest. She aimed to provide special training for her little companion. As for the events transpiring within the Linhai garden, Su Yin, who adhered to the principle of a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, felt no curiosity whatsoever. Bai Kaisen carried a bucket of water to tend to the flower basket placed at the inn's entrance. Observing this, Xiao Xinzi approached, offering, "Let me assist you, Brother Bai." "No need, no need." Bai Kaisen waved his hand dismissively. "I merely had a moment of leisure and wanted to see when Sister Su would return. You go about your business. By the way, Brother Bai, tomorrow is the entrance examination for the academy. Aren't you going to prepare?" "No need for preparation, and honestly, I am not overly concerned about whether I can enter the Divine Beast Academy." "Why is that?" "My talent and comprehension of the essence are rather average. Moreover, Sister Su's in requires management." "That is true. I can handle the cleaning and other chores, but as for management, I am not adept at it. Therefore, tomorrow I shall take a chance. If I am accepted, I will attend school. If not, I will diligently manage the inn. With you around, Brother Bai, I feel reassured." As dusk fell, Su Yin had yet to return. Feeling a twinge of worry, Bai Kaisen decided to check on Wang Bi's street. However, before he could step outside, Pei Xin arrived. His aura was overwhelming, causing even those who knew him to refrain from speaking. Bai Kaisen was so frightened that his tail nearly revealed itself. "The clan leader has arrived. Please come inside." "Where is your boss?" His tone carried an implicit thunderous weight, instilling fear in all. With a gulp of courage, Bai Kaisen replied, "Isn't she at Wang Bi's street? She hasn't returned yet. May I check her room?" Although Pei Xian posed the question, he did not pause. Striding directly towards the inn's backyard, knowing precisely where Su Yan's room was located. "That is not permissible." Xiao Xinzi hastily attempted to intervene, but Bai Kaisen grasped him and covered his mouth. No, clan leader, please feel free to look. When the boss returns, I will inform her." Pei Xian proceeded straight to the small building where Su Yin resided. The room was imbued with a captivating floral fragrance, reminiscent of her presence. The bedding lay in disarray, indicating her hasty departure that morning. On the dressing table by the window rested an array of exquisite cosmetics. Opening the wardrobe revealed several dresses and 3 pairs of brand new shoes, all of styles he had never seen before. Bai Kaisen entered with a cup of tea. "Please enjoy some tea, clan leader." Has she mentioned any places of interest, or anywhere she wished to explore? Pei Xian's golden gaze fixed intently upon Bai Kaisen. Any hint of deceit would be perceptible to him. Bai Kaisen, feeling the weight of honesty, reflected on his experiences with Su Yin along the way. It seemed she expressed a keen interest in the Tianyuan beast forest. Had we not been concerned about delaying the Academy's enrollment, we would have ventured there. Without further hesitation, Pei Xian departed. Bai Kaisen hurried after him. "Clan leader, where is Sister Su?" "I will locate them," Pei Xian replied, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Such was the prowess of the teleportation ability, triggered only at the celestial stage. "Alas, I shall not fathom that in this lifetime," Bai Kaisen lamented, a sense of regret flooding him. "No, wait." His expression abruptly changed. "Clan leader, what do you mean by Sister Su?" Meanwhile, a small figure, Xiao Hao, scampered along, exclaiming, "Mother, help! Save me!" A small black panther, over a foot long, was being pursued by a fearsome, claw-bearing monstrous spider, its thick, bluish-green legs adorned with bristle-like steel needles. Su Yin perched high upon a branch, savoring a cluster of wild fruits while completely ignoring the dire predicament of her eldest son, who was being pursued by a monstrous spider. Instead, she engaged in lively conversation with the system, Shaman. "Shaman, do you think my eldest son can further enhance his talents? It requires self-cultivation or the acquisition of new elixirs from the marketplace that may aid in the development of a cub's abilities," Shaman replied. What kind of talent does this giant spider possess?" "It is of the Xiantier earth element." "What?" Su Yin straightened in alarm. "Surely my son will be all right." Regardless of talent, if one does not cultivate the profound truths, it is akin to a steel spear devoid of ammunition. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "I must descend to assist my son." As Su Yin prepared to climb down, Xiaomei interjected, "Since the master wishes to train him, why not allow him to attempt to resolve this on his own?" Su Yin declared, "That is my own son. How could I allow him to face life-threatening dangers? Xiao Mei fell silent, but soon, a system shop interface materialized before Su Yan, revealing a substitute talisman capable of shielding the host's young from a fatal attack. The cost, 100 points. Su Yan gazed at the price of the substitute talisman, genuinely finding it hard to accept. It seemed excessively expensive, typically for younglings. ISNT at just a single point? This is a substitute talisman, essentially granting an additional life. The host's decision on whether to provide the youngling with another chance at life rests solely on them. I shall ponder this further. The substitute talisman can be returned at any time before activation. However, once it is activated, no returns will be accepted. I see. May I inquire about the circumstances surrounding its use? Additionally, if he encounters danger, does it possess the ability to teleport, allowing for a swift escape from peril? Teleportation can be added to the system space, but it requires an additional 50 points. System space? Is that the area where I store items? Indeed. It is a one-stop solution. The host's youngling will undoubtedly receive the utmost protection. That sounds excellent. May I obtain a substitute talisman for each child? No problem at all. Very well. I shall procure a substitute talisman for all my children. After all, if they are not utilized, they can be returned at any time. If used, it equates to a life. The young ones, having been so painstakingly brought into the world, must be safeguarded. 5 substitute talismans amount to a total of 750 points, and the host still possesses remaining points. After exchanging for the talismans, Su Yin turned her attention to Xiao Hao, her worries completely dissipated as she continued to calmly enjoy her fruit. Xiao Hao, too, found himself cornered with no avenue for escape. At last, he came to a halt. He bared his teeth in a menacing display at the black spider beast, unleashing his innate talent as a celestial tier being. Yet, the spider beast showed no fear. After all, Xiao Hao was merely a youngling. If it devoured him, it would have the chance to ascend to the celestial tier, a golden opportunity it could not afford to forfeit. It charged toward Xiao Hao with lethal intent. A thin layer of purple gold lightning enveloped Xiao Hao. Lightning is the nemesis of all beasts. In battles of equal rank, the lightning-type beastmen are vastly superior. Although Xiao Hao lacked combat experience, he possessed innate talent and a primal fighting instinct stemming from his lineage. With a fierce snarl, revealing his milk-white, sharp fangs, he surged forward to confront the spider beast. Although Su Yin harbored no concerns regarding his safety, she was nonetheless apprehensive about the possibility of his injury. Her heart in a state of turmoil. Despite his diminutive stature, Xiao Hao exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly leaping onto the spider's form. The purple gold lightning possessed a paralyzing effect, causing the spider's reactions to slow considerably in the areas he traversed. Pei Xian's semi-spiritual aura remained unrestrained, prompting all creatures, whether beasts or magical beasts, to retreat in his presence. The stark disparity in strength instilled a profound fear in these creatures, rendering them hesitant to approach. A father beast, bereft of its offspring, could be terrifying, and even the Beast King would not dare to confront such fury head-on. The two engaged in combat until the sky darkened, leaving the forest in disarray. It was only then that Ziki, filled with deep sorrow, proposed a truce. Ultimately, it was revealed that a female from the rodent clan had instantaneously transported Xiao Hao away. However, the female possessed only green-tier aptitude, raising questions about her ability to wield the art of teleportation. Pei Xian was aware that Su Yin harbored certain secrets, such as how she had miraculously survived despite her apparent demise, along with her possession of elixirs capable of enhancing the innate talents of her offspring. Yet he refrained from divulging these matters to the Beast King. "Let you chase me, let you bully me. Just wait until I make you regret it," Xiao Hao exclaimed, unleashing the purple gold lightning while specifically targeting the joints of his adversary. The magical spider realized it had underestimated the situation, but it was too late for regrets. The differences in innate abilities and the constraints of the techniques made escape exceedingly difficult. Su Yin remarked to Xiao Mei about the prowess of her eldest son, stating that even the Xian-level magical beasts are no match for him now. Xiao Mei responded, suggesting that the host should contemplate having more children, as the offspring system for ordinary beasts pales in comparison to that of spirit-level males. Once I gain admission to the Divine Beast Academy, I shall seek a suitable partner for procreation. For now, my focus is on educating my child, Su Yin expressed with a hint of impatience. Xiao Mei fell silent thereafter. Su Yin was evidently exhibiting a certain lethargy, possessing nearly 50,000 points. Even if converted into lifespan, she could enjoy over a century of life. However, The childbirth system would not allow her to remain so leisurely, especially after discovering the existence of a male at the spirit level. If the host failed to conceive and give birth within 3 consecutive months, the system would assume that the host was resisting childbirth, and the Rebirth on Earth program would be terminated. Xiaomei spoke in a chilling tone. Su Yan's expression darkened slightly. I never stated that I would not give birth. Is 3 months not a tad too harsh? Xiaomei reminded the host that this condition was part of the agreement made prior to binding with the childbirth system. Su Yan suddenly recalled that she had indeed mentioned it at that time. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged the truth. As she spoke, she felt a blur before her eyes, and in an instant, she vanished from the branch of the tree. Just after her departure, Pei Xian arrived. He sensed the aura of the purple gold thunder from Xiao Hao from a distance, prompting him to rush to this location. Upon witnessing Xiao Hao unleash a column of purple gold thunder, the size of a finger, which penetrated the body of the beast spider, he was astounded. The beast spider became utterly motionless. Crack! Xiao Hao, with his youthful voice, commanded. The seemingly impenetrable limbs of the beast spider began to rapidly fissure, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Pei Xian, watching his son slay a profound-level magical beast, was rendered speechless in shock. Xiao Hao, with his fluffy little paws, rummaged through the fragments of the beast spider and ultimately discovered a soil-colored high-grade crystal coin. He then looked up towards the branch where Su Yan had been seated, calling out, Mother, I earned some money. Where's Mother? The branch was empty. No trace of Su Yan remained. Xiao Hao, Pei Xian spoke at the right moment. Xiao Hao turned to see Pei Xian and immediately picked up the high-grade crystal coin, presenting it to him. Father, I killed a magical beast. This is my trophy. Pei Xian embraced him tightly, the joy of having found his son again alleviating the anxious turmoil in his heart. Good son, I witnessed you slay a magical beast. You are truly remarkable. Yes, I am quite impressive. Xiao Hao glanced around. Where is Mother? Upon hearing him mention Su Yan, Pei Xian's expression darkened slightly. She has likely returned to the inn. Tomorrow is the start of the Divine Beast Academy, and your mother must attend the entrance examination. Pei Xian fabricated an explanation for his son. Xiao Hao, still young, was easily soothed by a few words. Pei Xian transformed into his beast form, placing the little black panther on his back. Would you like to accompany father to hunt more magical beasts? Sure. Mother said she wants to buy a dress, which is very expensive. I want to earn money to buy a dress for Mother. Xiao Hao nestled securely on Pei Xian's broad back, feeling utterly safe and free from the worry of being pursued by beasts. Pei Xian carried him deeper into the beast forest. All right. Wanfang in. Su Yan stood in her room, her expression exceedingly grim. Xiaomei, what have you done? This time, the instantaneous teleportation was initiated by Xiaomei without consent. Yet her points were still deducted. Xiaomei explained that by taking the cub, she had provoked the paternal beast's murderous intent. The system detected the malevolent aura emanating from the paternal beast, and in order to ensure the host's safety, it activated an emergency teleportation to evade danger. Su Yan furrowed her brows. Are you saying that Pei Xian wants to kill me? But he is my son. Xiaomei, to a paternal beast. The female who bears offspring is merely a vessel for procreation. They are the true instruments of reproduction. Su Yan suddenly erupted in anger. Although this was a rather cold and heartless truth, their mutual existence was merely that of tools. Xiaomei suddenly detected a significant fluctuation in the host's emotions and initiated the emotional cache clearance. The next moment, Su Yan was taken aback. An indescribable sorrow surged within her, only to vanish almost immediately. The following morning, Bai Kaisen donned a fresh set of garments, exuding vitality as he exited the inn. Outside, a carriage awaited, with Su Yan already seated inside, waiting for him. Xiao Bai, get in, Su Yan called with a smile. Sister Su, when did you return? Bai Kaisen exclaimed with immense joy as he boarded the carriage, before briefly recounting the events of the previous day. Su Yan paid no mind, and simply stated that she would no longer visit number 1 Beast King Street. The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Divine Beast Academy, where a long queue of students had already formed. Bai Kaisen alighted first and dashed towards the end of the line, saying, Sister Su, I'm going to queue up. All right, I'll go buy some drinks. Su Yan replied leisurely as she descended from the carriage and instructed the coachman to settle the bill at the inn before making her way to a nearby beverage shop. The atmosphere was lively, filled with chatter about this year's entrance examination. It was well known that the little princess was not the biological daughter of the Beast Emperor, but rather the posthumous child of the Emperor's brother. This had long been established. The Beast Emperor, due to his exceptional talents, was unable to father offspring. Despite the countless beauties in his harem, none of whom could bear even a single daughter or son. All right, you can discuss these matters privately. But do be cautious in public. Watch out for the Academy's patrol team. They might overhear and bar you from participating in the entrance examination. The owner of the beverage shop kindly cautioned. Suyin ordered a cup of tea and a glass of juice. As the proprietor handed her the beverages, he noticed the registration tag on her wrist and inquired, "Are you here to participate in the examination as well?" Upon noticing his gaze fixed upon her registration card, Suyin realized that it was the same card Bai Kaisen had obtained during their recent enrollment at the academy. Preoccupied with matters at the inn, she had asked him to assist with the registration. Indeed, she pondered what important aspects one should consider regarding the entrance examination. The proprietor, observing her curiosity, replied with a smile, "Before participating in the entrance exam, females must undergo a fertility assessment or present proof of fertility from another institution in order to proceed with the aptitude test." "What if one lacks fertility?" she inquired, recalling her own test results, which indicated no response from the female stone. A female without fertility? The proprietor seemed taken aback, as it was presumed that all females possess some degree of fertility, albeit varying in levels. Suyin nodded and inquired whether the academy was still accepting students. The proprietor chuckled and explained, "This year's enrollment regulations stipulate that for females wishing to enter the Divine Beast Academy, 2 criteria are considered: reproductive capability and innate talent. Thus, if one lacks reproductive ability or possesses a level below average, admission will heavily depend on their aptitude." "Thank you, boss," Suyin replied, gracefully carrying her drink as she departed. "It seems that the Beast Emperor has even altered the rules for the sake of the little princess." The proprietor warmly called out, "Enjoy your drink and feel free to return." Bai Kaisen stood in line, waving her hand to catch Su Yan's attention. "Sister Su, over here." Su Yan promptly approached and inquired, "Tea or juice, which would you prefer?" "Tea," came the reply. Bai Kaisen made a bit of room, allowing Su Yan to join the queue. The strikingly beautiful female's sudden appearance in the line stirred a certain excitement among the males both ahead and behind her, especially the sweet and alluring aura that enveloped her, which incessantly tempted them to contemplate the matters of procreation. Suyin sipped her juice and said to Bai Kaisen, "I must first undergo a fertility test." "A fertility test?" The surrounding males perked up their ears, eager to witness it. Bai Kaisen noticed their agitation and understood their curiosity. She reassured Suyin, "Sister Su, do not worry. The level of fertility is of no consequence. We rely on our innate talents and profound mysteries." Suyin nodded. Then she recalled that she had yet to utilize her talent scroll and said to Shaman, "I wish to enhance my talent, specifically the yellow tier fire attribute scroll." "Understood, host. The enhancement is complete," Shaman replied. Suyin opened her shoulder bag and retrieved 2 pieces of jerky, offering one to Bai Kaisen to pass the time while they waited. As Bai Kaisen savored the delicious jerky, she inquired, "Did Sister Su make this herself?" "I wanted to practice my skills, so I prepared some jerky." "How does it taste?" Suyin asked. "It's delightful. You could sell it at the inn," Bai Kaisen replied, her eyes sparkling at the thought of making money. Suyin nodded, affirming that she had plenty more. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 majestic unicorns, came to a halt at the entrance of the academy. The horses were truly exquisite. Suyin gazed at the white steeds, reminiscent of celestial steeds depicted in films, and she found them delightful. Each horse was valued at 100 mid-grade crystal coins. A rather steep price. Bai Kaisen clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Help me find 2 of them later," Suyin said, for she possessed an abundance of crystal coins. Not to mention the bag given to her by Pei Xian, her burial crystal coins were more than sufficient for lavish spending. She later contemplated that the mouse and rabbit clans likely could not bestow upon her such a fortune. It was highly probable that it was all from Ming Linyuan, stemming from her guilt for having perished while bearing his child. Bai Kaisen was aware of Su Yan's wealth, yet he noted that these unicorns, while visually stunning, were less durable than ordinary horses. "Sister Su, this is far too expensive." A male standing in front of Bai Kaisen retorted, "As a male, one must satisfy all the needs of a female. How can you call it expensive?" Bai Kaisen replied, "This is my boss. Is it wrong to save money for the boss?" Suyin chuckled, exclaiming, "Well said. May I inquire your esteemed surname and your innate talent?" "I am Cui Zi, possessing a yellow-grade affinity for wood." "I expected something more impressive. It seems we are quite similar," she replied with a slight pout. "I am of yellow-grade talent in the wind element." At that moment, a woman descended from the carriage, adorned with a veil and dressed in a flowing gown of white sheer fabric and pink cloud pattern brocade. All eyes were drawn to her captivating presence. Su-yin cast a glance at her attire, then turned her gaze upon herself, clad in a simple coarse cloth dress, typically worn by the impoverished females of the Eastern District. Yet, in the Western District, it was considered quite splendid. The disparity between the two regions was indeed striking, akin to a chasm between day and night. Who is she? Su-yin inquired of Chui Zi, recognizing him as someone well-versed in local gossip. Chui Zi's face flushed with excitement as he replied, "She is a noble hybrid of leopard and fox, Sun Manru, the cousin of the clan leader." Bai Kaisen added succinctly. Su-yin suddenly realized it was indeed her who sought out Pei Xian during mealtime, allowing her the chance to take away Xiao Hao. An exceptional fertility. Chui Zi continued. Whoever could win her over would not have to worry about how many children they wished to have. Su-yan's lips twitched slightly, and she refrained from saying anything further. Meanwhile, Bai Kaisen discreetly nudged Chui Zi, admonishing him for his reckless words. What are you babbling about? If someone overhears, you'll be charged with the crime of offending a female. Do you still wish to enroll? Indeed, it is my indiscretion. I appreciate your reminder, Brother Bai. Chui Zi quickly covered his mouth, lowering his voice. Su-yin observed that Sun Manru did not queue and directly entered the academy, furrowing her brows in confusion. Why isn't she waiting in line? She wondered. The fertility test does not require queuing, Chui Zi replied. Su-yin and Bai Kaisen exchanged glances, and then Bai Kaisen, looking rather embarrassed, said, Sister Su, I am at a loss. Su-yin smiled and said, It's nothing. You aren't female, so how could you possibly understand this? Well, I shall go test my fertility first. I'll be back shortly, so please continue to keep the queue organized for me. All right, Su-jia, you go ahead. It will still take some time here. With that, Su-yin stepped out of the line and entered the grand gates of the academy. However, as soon as she crossed the threshold, she was intercepted by 2 guards from the academy. Su-yin courteously remarked, I am a student here to participate in the entrance examination. This is my registration card. This year, there seems to be an abundance of female candidates, as 6 noble ladies have already arrived. However, upon observing Su-yan's attire, which was merely that of a commoner, the guard swallowed back the words noble lady. Let us proceed to assess your fertility, he continued, his tone somewhat indifferent. This year, the regulations have changed, and we no longer recognize fertility test results from other locations. Very well. Could you kindly direct me? Su-yin replied with a smile, unperturbed by his demeanor. The guard gestured towards a small 2-story building not far away. It is inside there. Thank you, Su-yin said as she made her way to the building. Upon arriving at the entrance, she overheard a questioning exclamation from within. Impossible. I clearly possess superior fertility. How has it been downgraded to just average? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It must be Sun Manru. Lady Sun, if you have doubts, you may seek testing elsewhere, but the Divine Beast Academy only acknowledges this result. You, Manru. A melodious voice chimed in. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Shall we proceed to the registration desk? Very well, Your Highness, please take care. As Su-yin stepped through the door, she beheld 2 young maidens, their faces veiled, gracefully descending the staircase. The one in the rear was Sun Manru, whom she had recently encountered, while the one in front, adorned in a flowing gown of delicate phoenix embroidery and a soft apricot hue, must be the princess of the Beast Emperor, known as Zichao. As mentioned by Bai Kaisen and others, few have had the privilege of witnessing the true visage of this young princess, yet those who have seem utterly captivated, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Presently, one could observe that her figure possessed a subtly rounded fullness, which, by the standards of the Western District, is deemed highly suitable for childbearing. The 2 maidens also noticed Su-yin. Upon seeing her exquisite and radiant beauty, a flicker of trepidation arose within them. However, their apprehension quickly dissipated as they perceived her slender frame, clad in coarse, unrefined garments, particularly noting the dust that clung to the hem of her skirt. Consequently, they cast her aside from their thoughts. The offspring of impoverished families, with mixed bloodlines, are often deemed to possess diminished fertility and are, therefore, unlikely to gain admission to the Divine Beast Academy. Regarding innate talent, those below the yellow rank are barred from entry. A female with yellow rank talent is, in essence, comparable to a male with heavenly rank potential, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Su-yin watched as the 2 of them passed by, especially Sun Manru, who cast a disdainful glance her way, as if she were nothing more than a piece of spoiled refuse. Su-yin gently pressed her lips together and walked towards the staircase. Once outside, Zichu turned to Sun Manru and inquired, Who was that female just now? Sun Manra replied, I don't know her, nor have I heard of her. She might be from some remote valley, judging by her rather shabby attire. However, her face is quite appealing. Ziqiao glanced up at the second-floor room designated for fertility testing. Not as beautiful as Her Highness the Princess, she remarked. No. She is not worthy of comparison to Her Highness, Sun Manru disdainfully retorted. Ziqiao chuckled. Oh, your words. Come now. Princess, which department will you choose? Brother Ron Wu is from the water department. I shall join the water department. What about you? As for me, I will undoubtedly choose the thunder department, as my cousin is a teacher there. But I heard from father that your cousin has taken his son on a journey and it's uncertain when he will return. As blood dripped onto the stone showed no reaction whatsoever. Su Yin mused to herself. Indeed, she is a silent shell, devoid of fertility. The testing teacher, a refined and gentle middle-aged man, courteously addressed Su Yin. This situation is quite unprecedented, wouldn't you agree? In my hometown, we encountered similar outcomes. Su Yin replied, I concur. The teacher inquired, what talents do you possess? Although it is rare for females to exhibit exceptional abilities, it is not entirely impossible. Moreover, given her awareness of her own infertility, her decision to apply nonetheless suggests she must have some form of assurance. Su Yin replied, well? As she summoned the fiery essence within her body, and a brilliantly radiant and searing fireball emerged from her fingertips. The instructor's eyes widened in astonishment. Fire element. Su Yin nodded, pondering the notion of having relatively low talent. The testing instructor remained silent for quite some time. Su Yin called out once more, Teacher? I am Professor Zong, an instructor of the earth element. Please follow me. Professor Zong promptly rose to his feet. Su Yin had no choice but to follow him. Although Pei Xian had stated that as long as it was related to the fire element, she would likely pass. The absence of a definitive acceptance from the academy left her feeling uneasy. Teacher Zong led Su Yin to the hall designated for talent assessment. Inside the hall, a lengthy queue was formed, with no fewer than 50 individuals waiting. Su Yin glanced at the endless queue stretching before her and mused, how long will this take? Perhaps I should leverage Pei Xian's connections. Just as she was contemplating this, she heard Teacher Zong address the testing instructor, saying, Old Huang, hold on a moment. I have a student here. You may test her first. Upon hearing this, Su Yin realized that she was about to cut in line and promptly approached with enthusiasm. Greeting the teacher. Teacher Huang glanced at Su Yin and, noting her femininity, inquired of Teacher Zong about the situation. Please conduct a preliminary assessment, was the only response from Teacher Zong. Although Teacher Huang disapproved of such connections that allowed for queue jumping, a sense of camaraderie prevailed due to their professional relationship. And thus she acquiesced. This would be a singular exception, after all, as many more would follow. Teacher Zong instructed Su Yin to take a seat for the assessment. The candidates who had been waiting, initially displeased at being usurped, had been queuing since the previous day at the academy's entrance, eagerly anticipating their turn. However, upon realizing that the one who had cut in was a strikingly beautiful young woman, their irritation dissipated, replaced by a rush of warmth that colored their ears and filled their nostrils. Rather than expressing resentment, they willingly relinquished their positions. Su Yin apologized to the examinee who had been cut in line, saying, I sincerely apologize. I will expedite the process and ensure that you do not have to wait long. The other party hurriedly shook their head and gestured, No, it's quite all right. Please take your time. As Su Yin gracefully settled into her seat, her smile captivated those around her, leaving them spellbound. Accompanied by several males who could not help but swallow hard, Teacher Zong cleared his throat, urging the males to compose themselves as if they had never encountered a female before. Indeed, a female with such stunning beauty was a rarity. Placing her hand upon the talent pillar, she began to unleash her innate elemental energy. The pillar would illuminate in succession from the lowest to the highest tiers: red, green, blue, yellow, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly. All right. Thank you, Teacher Zong, Su Yin said, as she placed her hand upon the testing pillar and gradually released her fire elemental energy. The crimson flames danced upward along the pillar. Initially, it registered at the red tier, but it swiftly transcended that level. Next came the green tier, which too was soon surpassed. As the brilliance of her talent ascended, all the candidates within the testing hall bore witness to the flames flickering on the talent pillar. A hushed astonishment filled the air, as if a pin drop could be heard. Then, an uproar ensued, with murmurs echoing throughout the hall. My goodness, it's fire elemental. It has been years since such a phenomenon has occurred. When was the last time the Academy had a fire elemental student? It has surpassed the blue tier. It's reached the yellow tier. A yellow tier fire elemental. Who is she? Which prestigious family does she belong to? Teacher Huang was equally astonished, seizing Teacher Zong's arm. Where did you find her? What do you mean by found? She came to test on her own, Teacher Zong replied, observing as the flames reached the peak of the yellow tier. Teacher Huang was overwhelmed with excitement, declaring, this year's enrollment has certainly been worthwhile. Su Yin realized that she had likely passed the test, and she exhaled in relief, withdrawing her hand from the talent pillar. What should I do now? Report in? Indeed. Indeed. I shall escort you to report. Teacher Zong was now personally guiding the candidates. Teacher Huang gazed enviously at Teacher Zong and Su Yin as they left the testing hall, addressing the candidates in line. Did you see that? Fire element. Whoever possesses the fire element, I shall ensure their direct admission. No candidate uttered a word. Yellow rank, fire element, lacking reproductive capacity, Teacher Zong remarked with a chuckle. Perhaps I was born in the wrong gender, Su Yin replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. Teacher Zong regarded her with eager anticipation. Your innate talent, if not fire element, would necessitate 2 additional tests. 2 more tests? Yes. This year the Beast Emperor has instituted new regulations. Females with above-average reproductive capacity are eligible for admission. Among the 6 females preceding you, 1 was exceptional, 3 were above average, and 2 were above average, all were admitted. Due to your unique talent, you may utilize the green channel, exempting you from the latter 2 tests. I see. What are the subsequent 2 tests? 1 is a written examination. The Academy will provide a set of materials for candidates to study independently within 7 days, followed by a written test, essentially a preliminary assessment. As long as the scores are not abysmally low, all should pass. The other, however, is of utmost importance, the practical examination. Practical examination? All candidates who have passed the talent tests will be escorted by Academy teachers and senior students to the Tianyuan Beast Forest, where they will complete testing tasks over a span of 10 days. Will there be any danger? Indeed, Teacher Zong's expression turned grave. Su Yin suddenly felt a sense of relief regarding her inherent abilities, which allowed her to evade participation in practical missions. I suggest the host engage in a field trial. Xiaomei's voice suddenly echoed. Su Yin was beset by an ominous premonition. Why? Xiaomei, the host, needed to conceive without delay. As among the newborns was a gifted male of celestial rank, an opportunity not to be missed. The stakes were perilously high. Hadn't she heard? The birthing system provided comprehensive protection for the host. Any imminent danger was anticipated by the system, ensuring the safety of the host. Could she truly not refuse? Wishing the host a bountiful pregnancy, Su Yin let out a helpless sigh and said to Teacher Zong, since I have passed the test based on my talent, I would like to continue participating in the subsequent 2 assessments. I do not wish to give others any reason to gossip. Teacher Zong halted in his tracks, taken aback. This was a direct path to guaranteed admission. Well, I have made my decision to participate in the tests, Su Yin replied, though inwardly she cursed her predicament. For she detested being in precarious situations. All right, I understand your intention, Teacher Zong remarked, increasingly admiring the determination reflected in her eyes. Su Yin respectfully bowed to Teacher Zong, expressing her regret for disappointing him. I am truly sorry. No, there is no need for such formalities. Since you are to participate in the upcoming tests, I shall introduce you to my most esteemed student. You can rely on him for your safety. Teacher Zong's esteemed student? Well, he is currently not at the academy, but he will return once the practical tests commence. Thank you, Teacher Zong. You are most welcome. It is quite rare for me to encounter a female of your caliber. I look forward to witnessing your growth. The student felt a sense of shame. I am truly embarrassed. She is merely here at the academy to find a partner for procreation. As dusk approached, Bai Kaisen emerged from the aptitude testing hall, dejected. Upon seeing Su Yin standing beneath a tree, surrounded by numerous male onlookers, she hurried over. Sister Su, how did it go? Su Yin greeted her with a wave. Bai Kaisen lowered her head. I'm sorry, Sister Su. My talent is at the lowest tier of the yellow rank, while the minimum entry requirement is upper yellow rank. I fell short. Su Yin approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, it may not be such a bad thing. Come. Let us return to the inn and celebrate my advancement to the 2nd stage of the entrance examination. 2nd stage? Bai Kaisen, unaware that the tests were divided into 3 stages, felt a twinge of anxiety due to his inadequate talent. He had not been informed of the subsequent assessments. As they walked, the 2 made their way out of the academy. Outside, a carriage awaited to be hailed, and Su Yin called for one. Bai Kaisen looked at her with deep concern. Sister Su, this is too dangerous. Perhaps we should reconsider attending the Divine Beast Academy. We've come this far. How can we give up? Besides, Teacher Zong mentioned he would introduce me to his esteemed students. Bai Kaisen lamented, it is frustrating that my talent is so lacking. Do not fret. With you at the inn, I feel reassured. Indeed, Sister Su, you should focus wholeheartedly on the tests. I will take care of the inn. In truth, you possess a natural aptitude for business. I enjoy the thrill of earning, he confessed. To be honest, while queuing outside the academy today, I considered leaving countless times. Everyone's talent was remarkable. Even the person ahead of me, Chui Zi, possessed exceptional yellow-grade talent. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. It is futile to compare one's shortcomings with another's strengths. As the saying goes, comparing oneself to others can lead to despair. You are right, Sister Su. I shall remember that. Bai Kaisen's face broke into a radiant smile, one that stemmed from a newfound sense of relief. Su Yan beheld his slender and enchanting fox-like eyes, along with his sharply contoured chin, revealing that he was indeed a remarkably handsome youth. In the evening, Bai Kaisen extended an invitation to the guests of the inn to partake in a barbecue, celebrating Su Yan's successful passage through the first hurdle of the Divine Beast Academy's entrance aptitude test, as if she herself had triumphed. Su Yan also indulged in quite a bit of wine, ultimately being assisted by Bai Kaisen to her room for rest. As she listened to the sound of the door closing behind Bai Kaisen, her hazy, intoxicated gaze gradually cleared. Rising from her bed, she walked to the window, pushed it open, and leaned against the frame, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. Among poetry and verses, the moon is the most evocative of homesickness. As if its radiance could transform into a bridge, allowing the wanderer to reach the distant shore of their homeland. Su Yan restrained her nostalgic emotions and asked, Xiao Mei, is it truly possible for me to return to Earth? 100 million points. How can I possibly earn that? After a brief pause, Xiao Mei replied, as long as the host remains composed and diligently upgrades the system, a return to Earth is assured. Upon reincarnation, the system can select the desired moment for rebirth. I wish to be reborn in the second year of junior high, to study earnestly and prepare thoroughly for the high school entrance examination. That is feasible. Xiao Mei. At times, you can be quite insufferable, so businesslike that it feels utterly cold-hearted. I sincerely apologize if I have caused any distress to the host. Enough with the formalities. Let us get practical. Could you provide me with a pack of cigarettes? Certainly. In the system space, a pack of cigarettes indeed materialized. Su Yan was taken aback, not expecting to truly receive it. She retrieved a box, ignited a stick with her fire elemental energy, and took a deep breath, feeling as though her entire being relaxed. Indeed, there are times when matters are more efficiently addressed through official channels. Long live understanding. Host. Please take care to rest early and maintain your health for the nurturing of offspring. Su Yan lay in bed, taking a considerable time to finally drift into slumber. 3 days later, she returned to the Beast Academy. The first round of aptitude tests had been completed, with a total of 865 students registered for the examination. However, only 510 students met the aptitude criteria, nearly half having been eliminated. In previous years, all these students would have been admitted, but due to changes in enrollment regulations this year, they were now about to enter the second round of practical testing, where the risks to life could be significant. Like Su Yan, there were others who were aware of the specific content of the test in advance, knowing that this round would take them into the Tianyuan Beast Forest. She had donned a garment in a withered leaf color, suitable for blending into the forest, and carried a bulging backpack filled with supplies. Su Yan had made little preparation. Within her system space lay a substantial gift package for motherhood, ensuring she lacked for nothing in terms of food, clothing, or necessities. Should there be any deficiency, she could simply barter with Xiao Mei. Teacher Zong approached Su Yan and escorted her into the teaching building. Inside the faculty office, several teachers were present, all of whom had heard the news. The first round of testing had unveiled an exceptionally rare female talent with a Huang-level fire affinity, igniting their curiosity. However, upon seeing her in person, slender and delicate, with exquisitely refined features and skin as soft and pale as jade, she appeared utterly frail, hardly resembling someone endowed with extraordinary abilities. At Teacher Zong's workstation sat a young man nonchalantly crossing his legs. His vibrant red hair contrasted strikingly with silver earrings, while a slender silver necklace adorned his neck, accentuating his sharply defined features and distinctive charm. His tall and athletic physique was clad in a blue student uniform typical of upperclassmen at the Divine Beast Academy, reminiscent of a Zhongshan suit. The buttons on his chest lay unfastened, revealing a glimpse of a white undershirt and a hint of a soft honey-toned neckline. Host. His talent is of the pinnacle celestial tier. Xiaomei's voice resonated with a hint of excitement in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan comprehended her implication, to take him down? Xiaomei wholeheartedly agreed, deeming it entirely feasible. Among my students, the one with the highest innate talent is Zhong Silai. Su Yan. This is a new student of this year. Please make her acquaintance, Zhong Laoshe remarked with a smile. Zhong Silai cast a fleeting glance at Su Yan, his expression questioning the notion of him mentoring her. She specializes in fire magic. Will it be appropriate for me to take her under my wing? Zhong Laoshe continued. Zhong Silai gradually straightened his posture, scrutinizing Su Yan, assessing her capabilities. Apologies for the offense, Senior Silai. Su Yan said as she conjured a fireball and hurled it towards him. In response, Zhong Silai unleashed his own profound technique, ensnaring the fireball within a cage of wooden vines. Su Yan severed her control over the fiery orb, allowing it to vanish within the confines of the vine cage. Zhong Silai also retracted the vine cage and addressed Teacher Zhong, stating, I will take it. Thank you, Senior Silai, Su Yan replied courteously, bowing slightly. Zhong Silai nodded and stepped out from his workstation, urging, let us go. Thank you, Teacher Zhong. Su Yan expressed her gratitude with another bow before following Zhong Silai. Teacher Zhong observed the two departing figures, a suspicious smile gracing his lips. Teacher Huang approached him, a cup of tea in hand, and inquired, what does this mean? Are you attempting to matchmake them? Not entirely, Teacher Zhong replied. My son possesses extraordinary talent, having already grazed the threshold of the semi-spiritual realm. With but a single opportunity, he could transcend. How boastful, Teacher Huang retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Not at all. You are aware that the greater the talent, the more challenging it is to bear offspring. As for Su Yan, despite her rare fire affinity, her fertility is quite limited. What? Teacher Huang exclaimed, astonished. Her reproductive capabilities have been accurately reported in her student records. You must not have seen them. Indeed, I have yet to review them. The recent talent assessments have nearly exhausted me. By the way, where does she hail from? Luhua Town, a rather remote locale. Accompanying her was a Fox Clan member of Yellow Rank, who was regrettably rejected due to being slightly below the qualification threshold. Such low talent is often suppressed within the academy. The sky darkened ominously, as if a sudden downpour were imminent. Zhong Silai glanced back at Su Yan, her waist length, snow-white hair cascading behind her. She possessed an innate allure, with enchanting peach blossom-like eyes, her lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, seemingly capable of ensnaring the very souls of onlookers. Her exquisitely petite face, no larger than his hand, radiated a flawless, porcelain-like beauty, imbued with a delicate blush. How old are you? I shan't tell you, and it is quite impolite to inquire about a girl's age, she replied playfully. It appears rain is forthcoming. Perhaps you should fetch an umbrella from the dormitory, Zhong Silai suggested, glancing at the sky, with the boys' dormitory just ahead. Su Yan nodded, very well. Could you kindly procure a red umbrella for me, Senior Seeley? Understood. With that, his figure suddenly vanished, a manifestation of the exclusive teleportation of Tianjie. The corners of Su Yan's lips, as lovely as cherry blossoms, curled into a faint smile. Xiaomei, if I manage to win him over, how much will your system enhance? Utilizing the golden essence pill to augment the offspring's innate abilities, at least 80. What is his beast form? The host will discover it upon giving birth. What does it matter to tell me? It is an inevitable revelation. Zhong Seeley returned, holding two umbrellas, one black and one red. He handed the red umbrella to Su Yan, explaining, typically, new students undergo training in the beast forest after enrollment. This year, it's merely been expedited, so there's no need for undue anxiety. Su Yan accepted the umbrella, unfurling it to reveal a vivid red base adorned with charming white lilies of the valley, a truly exquisite umbrella. Zhong Seeley displayed a hint of discomfort, stating, as long as it can shield from the rain, that suffices. Since Su Yan had requested a red umbrella, he had modified the umbrella's base color, the white lilies of the valley genuinely being imprints of real flowers. Su Yan held the umbrella firmly, seemingly indifferent to the absence of rain, unwilling to close it. Zhong Seeley glanced back at her. Beneath the crimson canopy, her playful smile imbued her already enchanting visage with an additional allure. For a fleeting moment, his gaze wandered, but he quickly turned away. How about we have a baby? Su Yan suddenly proposed to Zhong Seeley. His body stiffened instantaneously, his limbs betraying him. What did you say? I want to have a child with you. A flush crept across Zhong Seeley's cheeks. Her casual demeanor belied a startling innocence. He was likely encountering such unabashed directness for the first time, with her brazenly suggesting they procreate. Take your time to consider it. After the second round of tests, provide me with your answer. Though I would prefer if you responded through your actions, Su Yin said, as she advanced with the umbrella. This left Zhongzili rooted in place, in a state of bewilderment for an extended period. Within the Beast Academy, there exists a grand teleportation array that directly connects to the Tianyuan Beast Forest. It has the capacity to transport up to 500 individuals at once, with each student required to present a single low-grade crystal coin. However, ultimately, only 10 individuals would remain, and these 10 would be responsible for sharing the cost of 500 low-grade crystal coins. This translates to each person contributing 50 low-grade crystal coins or 5 mid-grade crystal coins. Given such a significant disparity in costs, everyone aspired to secure a place within the 500-strong teleportation group. Su Yin and Zhongzili arrived late and were unable to join the group of 500, relegated instead to a team of 10. Among this small group, there was someone Su Yin recognized, Rona Wu. His striking blue hair was simply too captivating to overlook. She approached him, taking the initiative to greet him. Rong Xiao, long time no see. Rong Wu looked up at her, recalling that this was the female who had brazenly declared on the street her intent to bear his children. Is it truly you? He inquired. Indeed, it is I. I am a candidate at the Divine Beast Academy this year, admitted based on my innate talent. What sort of talent can a female possess? Merely a breeding tool. A vessel for procreation, Rong Wu scoffed, adding with derision, it remains uncertain whether you could even produce offspring. Su Yan's expression shifted slightly as she declared to Xiao Mei, I shall let him understand the prowess of this tool. The host may proceed at their discretion, and Xiao Mei offered her unwavering support. Su Yin, ablaze with fury, momentarily disregarded the presence of the esteemed Zhongzili. Suddenly, she seized Rong Wu's delicate chin, drawing her closer. Articulating each word with clarity, I am relying on my innate fire affinity of the yellow rank, with utmost integrity. Before she could finish her statement, Su Yin felt a firm grip on her other hand, pulling her towards the teleportation array, which was about to activate. Zhongzili's voice resonated with a hint of displeasure. Suddenly, Su Yin composed herself. Her first target was Senior Sealy. As for Rong Xiao, he showed a lack of respect towards others, and she yearned to teach him a lesson. He must be deranged, just like you, she retorted. Zhongzili pulled her into the teleportation array. Deranged? Su Yin glanced at Rong Wu, who was also approaching the array, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. The dark clouds overhead finally released their burden, and rain began to fall swiftly. Zhongzili held a red umbrella above Su Yan's head, securing it in place. Oh, Su Yan murmured, shielding herself with the umbrella while continuing to observe Rong Wu. Zhongzili took a step forward, blocking her line of sight. I promise you. Promise me what? Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Mei urged, you must take care of it quickly. He is about to enter the semi-spiritual realm, and once he does, it will be too late. Su Yan suddenly shivered, grasping Zhongzili's arm. Very well, we shall not venture into the Tianyuan Beast Forest. Zhongzili's words had merely slipped from his lips in irritation, as he had been fixated on Rong Wu, which left him feeling perturbed. Let us first complete the assessment. It merely entails capturing a few magical beasts. I shall assist you. The remaining moments saw Zhongzili's neck flush with embarrassment. Su Yin, with her twinkling eyes, gazed at him with anticipation. What was that? Zhongzili directly handed a high-quality crystal coin to the teacher in charge of the teleportation array, expressing his gratitude for the assistance. The teacher, oblivious to their little exchange, activated the teleportation array once all the participants had arrived. After a familiar bout of dizziness, Su Yin found herself back in the Beast Origin Forest. Once all 10 examinees had gathered, their testing instructor began to announce the details of the second stage of the assessment. The magical beasts are the common adversary of all beast clans on the Beast World continent. They hail from the other side of the continent, known as the Dark Continent, which constantly seeks to engulf the beast world. These magical beasts devour beastmen, acquiring the innate talents bestowed upon us by the beast god, thus necessitating our pursuit of their extermination. Historically, no matter how high the rank of a magical beast, they were incapable of human speech or transformation into human form. However, recently, a new breed of magical beasts capable of metamorphosing into human-like shapes has emerged within the forest. They are cunning and cold-blooded, devoid of humanity, and possess the ability to mimic our speech. These creatures are referred to as illusionary beasts. Methods for identifying illusionary beasts have been developed. The first involves the use of crystal coins, which resonate with the magical beast's essence when infused with elemental energy. If any magical or illusionary beasts are nearby, the coins will tremble and emit light. Should one lack a crystal coin, a second method exists, the exorcism spell. The testing instructor provided envelopes containing the exorcism spell to the senior students, who then distributed them to the examinees. Su Yin took the envelope containing the exorcism spell from Zhong Silin's hands and opened it without hesitation. Inside was a passage. With the linguistic talent bestowed upon her by Shaman, she quickly read the exorcism spell aloud in a whisper. Zhong Silin, who was distributing envelopes to other candidates, heard her and looked at her in astonishment. Su Yin was oblivious to Zhong Sili's gaze, and within her consciousness, she inquired of Shaman, the illusory beasts. Can you see it? No problem, Shaman assured confidently. Su Yin felt a sense of relief, as long as there were no opposing views regarding childbirth. Everything else was negotiable. Once the exorcism incantation had been dispensed, the instructor commenced teaching the candidates how to recite it. The pronunciation was challenging and convoluted, leaving many to struggle through a dozen attempts without achieving fluency. Su Yin had already acquired the skill, yet since she intended to have a child with Zhong Silin, it was essential to cultivate some mutual understanding first. Thus, she approached Zhong Silin, who was instructing other candidates in the exorcism spell. Senior, may I have another lesson with you? Zhong Silin regarded her with a gaze that bore a hint of complexity. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Do you truly not know it? Indeed, Su Yin replied, her demeanor betraying not the slightest hint of deception. Zhong Silin took the exorcism spell parchment from her grasp, cast another glance in her direction, and began to teach her, enunciating each word with care. Su Yin leaned closer to him, learning word by word. However, as she practiced, she began to mispronounce the incantation, prompting Zhong Sili to correct her. By the end of the lesson, Zhong Sili found himself questioning the authenticity of her earlier recitation of the exorcism spell. The 10-day trial for hunting the illusory beast had commenced. Any illusory beast, whether it be the crystal core left behind after death or a captured live specimen, would count towards passing the test. In the absence of any illusory beasts, successfully hunting 10 regular beasts would suffice. The crystal cores of the illusory beast were gray, distinct from those of ordinary beasts, allowing for immediate recognition. Additionally, during the testing period, both the gray crystal cores of the illusory beasts and the coins from ordinary beasts would belong to the individual hunter. Su Yin retrieved 10 crystal coins from her space and softly inquired of Zhong Zili. Shall we forego hunting the illusionary beasts and instead seek a place to conceive a child? According to Shaman, she wished to conceive Zhong Zili's offspring as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he entered the semi-spiritual realm, he would pursue different aspirations. Zhong Zili was taken aback by her urgency, stammering, Are you perhaps in heat? In heat? She pondered, questioning if she possessed such a trait. While normal beastmen experience a mating season, the host did not. Shaman provided clarification. However, since he had mentioned it, she decided to seize the opportunity. Yes, I desire it. Can you provide it for me? Zhong Zili's face instantly flushed crimson, stuttering, First, we must complete the testing mission. With that, he fled in disarray. Su Yin sighed, realizing that impatience would not serve her well. Host, I have medicine here. Indeed, there were those far more anxious than she. The Tianyuan beast forest was vast, home to more than 2,500 examinees, who quickly dispersed, forming small teams or embarking on solitary journeys. Many had wished to team up with Zhong Sili, but he gently declined their offers, choosing instead to accompany the sole female among this cohort of gifted candidates. Such fortune was indeed the envy of others. Yet Zhong Sili found himself in a predicament, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. It was clear that she had entered her estrus period. However, within this forest of beasts, there existed no means to suppress the reproductive cycle of the female. To make matters worse, he found her scent exceedingly sweet and enticing. Damn it, he was likely stirred by the long-suppressed instincts of his own male desires. I am hungry. Su Yin plopped down onto a gnarled tree stump, feeling parched as well. Here, Zhong Sili opened his spatial pocket, retrieving a box filled with an assortment of food, fresh fruits, cooked meats, flatbreads, vegetables, and more. Su Yin blinked her eyes and asked, Where did you obtain that? Aside from my affinity for wood magic, I also possess spatial arcana, which I inadvertently activated not long ago. What of it? Su Yin comprehended why Shaman was so anxious for her to secure Zhong Sili. Such exceptional talent for cultivation, particularly in spatial arcana, is undoubtedly rare and invaluable, akin to the essence of fundamental principles. If she were to conceive a child endowed with spatial abilities, coupled with the boundless resources within the system, that child would undoubtedly possess extraordinary potential in the future. Su Yin picked up a tangy, sweet fruit and opened the system map. Within a radius of 100 meters, apart from a few small animals, there were only the two of them, along with a rather concealed cave to the left front. Shaman, pass me the medicine. He is on the verge of breaking through to the semi-spiritual realm. Host, please seize the moment. Su Yin retrieved a white pill from the confines of the system space, casting it into a jug of wine before presenting it to Zhongzili. You should take a sip as well. Once I have satisfied my hunger, we shall seek out the illusory beasts. Very well. Observing her emotions returning to a state of tranquility, Zhongzili felt a quiet relief and casually accepted the jug of wine. Cheers. Su Yin also took a jug of wine, consuming it in one swift motion. Zhongzili initially hesitated to partake, but seeing her finish her drink, he reluctantly removed the cork from the jug and took 2 generous swigs. Su Yin smiled and said, I've finished it all. I've truly emptied my glass. Surely, my capacity for alcohol exceeds that of a mere female. It was a pure form of provocation, which Zhongzili saw through at a glance, yet he continued to drain his cup. Su Yin urged him to put away the food, suggesting they proceed. As there seemed to be some movement in the leftward direction, naturally, Zhongzili acquiesced. The two continued their advance and soon discovered a concealed cave. With determination, Su Yin stepped directly into the depths of the cave. Zhongzili, detecting no trace of magical beasts, concluded that it was likely devoid of any threats. Su Yin remained silent. She was acutely aware that this was merely a void. The system map clearly indicated that apart from a few insects and scattered stones, there was nothing else within. Moreover, there were no dangers within 100 miles. Even if there were, the eager Shaman, intent on ensuring her pregnancy, would assist in clearing them away. For Shaman, upgrading the system was of paramount importance. Upon witnessing her enter the cave, Zhongzili also refrained from speaking, merely following her lead. Was there something unusual? Su Yin came to a halt. As he approached her, she abruptly turned around and wrapped her arms around his waist. What a resilient waist it was. She sensed that this would be yet another arduous yet exhilarating experience. At the moment she embraced him, Zhongzili understood her true intention for coming here. Her mating season had arrived. Fearing that he might refuse to assist her, she had lured him step by step. Are you truly prepared? Zhongzili's voice was unusually husky, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Su Yin's body sensed something, shuddering involuntarily. It was not merely the strain and thrill, perhaps it was also terrifying. Yet, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. She could only brace herself and forge ahead. If she couldn't endure, she might as well savor whatever fleeting pleasure there was. But that pleasure lasted less than a second, as her exquisitely soft lips were besieged by fervent ones. The ground, once strewn with numerous jagged stones, had mysteriously transformed, now adorned with soft, comfortable bedding and luxurious tapestries. You shall come to know whether I am capable or not. The young lad, enamored by recklessness, found it hard to bring his indulgence to a close after a moment of ecstasy. For a full 3 days and nights, Su Yin remained ensconced within the cave. Su Yin found herself in a state of both pain and joy, utterly at a loss regarding how to navigate this revelry. Meanwhile, Shaman had long since muted the system. She would not acknowledge Su Yin until she had concluded this affair and confirmed her pregnancy. In a certain light, one could say Shaman exhibited a commendable sense of integrity, although Su Yin remained uncertain whether she might be secretly observing. On the 5th day, as Zhongzili continued to pursue Su Yin, he was compelled to pause. His innate abilities had suddenly surged. He transcended from the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, breaking through a barrier he had previously believed would take a decade or more to surpass, entering the semi-spiritual realm. The world around him instantaneously transformed, suffused with vibrant spiritual energy that eagerly sought to infiltrate his being, invigorating him immensely. He opened all the meridians within his body, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, immersing himself in the celestial realm, ravenously absorbing the spiritual essence. Although Su Yin could not perceive the spiritual energy, it was evident from his demeanor that something significant had transpired. Seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied with his cultivation, she retrieved the conception pill and the golden essence pill from the system store, consuming them in succession. The vitality of youth was indeed formidable, even with her experience. She found it overwhelming. Had it not been for the recovery pill, she might have been in dire straits. Nonetheless, she successfully conceived a child. As dusk descended outside, Zhongzili remained in silent meditation, while Su Yin stifled a yawn and resolved to take a nap. Before succumbing to slumber, she glanced at the system map. Noting that aside from a few small creatures, There were no anomalies in the vicinity. Once she drifted into deep sleep, Zhongzili gradually concluded his practice. His cultivation had stabilized at the semi-spiritual realm, marking his transformation from a mere mortal beast to an evolved spiritual beast. Without delving into further details, his lifespan had dramatically increased from the heavenly tier's maximum of 150 years to an impressive 700 years. Turning to gaze at Su Yan, who lay peacefully ensconced in her blanket, his eyes reflected a mixture of shyness and an indescribable warmth and joy, as if he felt he could do anything for her in that moment. Even the thought of sacrificing himself held no fear for him. Was this what harmony felt like? No wonder Tiao Zi and the others reveled in it so. He found himself unable to restrain his emotions. Had she not been asleep, he might have indulged once more. Su Yan was awakened by hunger. The golden core pill greatly benefits the innate talents of the fetus, yet it proves rather demanding on the mother's body. Particularly in terms of appetite, it compels the mother to seek nourishment, craving anything that is nutritious. I am famished, she declared. Zhongzili, who was idly sweeping the cave, immediately turned at her words. What did you say? I am hungry. Su Yan gently caressed her growling stomach. Do you have any rare herbs or treasures? Zhongzili retrieved all the edible items from his spatial realm. However, as he rarely consumed food, the collection was rather meager. Su Yan deemed it insufficient and urged. You should go hunting. If you happen to come across any rare herbs, please bring some back for me. Zhongzili, assuming she yearned for fresh meat, promptly responded, certainly. I shall go at once. I have placed an illusionary array around this cave, preventing outsiders from entering. Should anyone attempt to breach it, I will be alerted immediately. You should rest a little longer. Your considerations are thorough. Go ahead. Su Yan nodded, thoroughly satisfied, and then picked up a piece of braised meat to eat. Zhongzili instantly teleported away. After consuming all that Zhongzili had left behind, Su Yan still felt hungry and began to eat the provisions from the system's space. Soon, the food in the system's space was depleted as well. Su Yan felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at her, realizing that the golden essence pill was truly a torment. As she rubbed her aching belly, she sensed that this pregnancy would be far from easy, perhaps even more arduous than her first with Ming Linyuan. While pondering her previous experience, she was suddenly struck by the presence of an unexpected object in her spatial realm, a featherless, disemboweled chick. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Yan abruptly grasped the reality. This was her own offspring. Su Yan hurriedly retrieved the little one from the system space. Upon witnessing her pitiful state, a fury surged within her, reaching an unbearable peak. Who dares to harm my child? Shaman, who had been in a state of slumber, suddenly sensed the host's escalating anger and promptly initiated the program to assess the situation. It was the ghostly car phoenix bird, the host's fifth offspring. I am aware. I have given birth to a mere bird. Her name is Ming Yuzhen, female, with the beast form of the ghostly car phoenix bird, possessing a terrestrial-level talent in the fire element and a quasi-heavenly level talent in the dark quasi-rules. Su Yan's hands trembled slightly as she cradled the pitiable little creature. Uncertain of its fate, tears streamed down her cheeks as she cautiously inquired, is she still alive? The substitute talisman prepared by the host for the offspring had taken effect. She was indeed alive, though the reason for her disembowelment was the theft of her innate soul pearl. What? Su Yan's voice escalated to a sharp pitch. The anguish of losing a child rendered her momentarily unhinged. After a brief pause, the host, Shaman, continued. The host can use points to restore the stolen innate soul pearl of the offspring. I want to restore it. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yan assented. Very well, host. Shaman replied. Su Yan gazed at her tragically disfigured daughter, whose hollow chest now harbored a flicker of warm, gentle light. Gradually, this solitary point of illumination began to multiply into countless others, ultimately enveloping the fragile form. This entire process unfolded over the span of a single day. Su Yan pressed her face against her daughter's body, her heart aching as if it were being twisted, remaining motionless for a long time. If you cannot nurture the child, Ming Linyuan, then do not attempt to. Ultimately, Su Yan withdrew her daughter into the system space, her expression as frigid as if it had been coated in frost. Chilling to the core, I must uncover who has inflicted harm upon her. Please hold for a moment, host. Shortly thereafter, Shaman played a video for Su Yan. The scene unfolded in a warmly and intricately arranged room. On a spacious, luxurious round bed lay a recently hatched, fluffy gray chick, curled up in slumber. Suddenly, the chick awoke, its dark eyes filled with vigilance as it gazed towards the door. A figure shrouded in a gray hooded cloak entered, wielding a bloody black dagger, emanating an aura of a beast. Without hesitation, the figure seized the chick. A coarse voice resonated, speaking of the dark principles of the arcane. though incomplete. Its value lay in its recent emergence, rendering it susceptible to theft. Sensing the peril to its life, the chick opened its beak and expelled a fireball. Calling out in distress, the fireball struck the gray-clad figure on the head, singeing the edge of the hood and revealing half of a face marked with a multitude of intricate blue tattoos. Suyin exclaimed, "Pause, enlarge." The video halted, magnifying the face of the figure clad in gray. The inscriptions upon the visage resembled some form of incantation. Suyin inquired, "Can you translate the characters on the face?" "This is a type of rune from the Dark Continent. The pigment is derived from the tainted soil of the 10,000 Demons Mountain, combined with the blood of the malevolent beast, the Taogu. The fusion of these two elements upon the face amplifies the rune's magical potency. If the host harbors an interest in such spells, the system possesses a comprehensive grimoire of runes available for merely 5 points. Purchase. Very well. It has been placed in the host's space, accessible at any time. Is this individual a beast from the Dark Continent? He is a hybrid of beast and orc, commonly referred to as a phantom beast in modern terminology. No wonder he can assume human form and speak. The video resumed. The gray-clad figure gazed in astonishment at the fledgling bird, astonished that it possessed a fire affinity. Ming Lin Yuan, oh Ming Lin Yuan. I did not anticipate that you not only had offspring, but that their talent would be so prodigious. What a pity, destined to become the royal bride's gown. With a swift motion, he severed the downy feathers from the fledgling, and with another stroke, he split open her chest, revealing a radiant orb exuding golden-red light. Greed ignited in the gray figure's eyes, the talon's soul orb. He extended a hand akin to the talons of a fierce raptor, with sharp black armor, and plucked the luminous orb away. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyin felt as though her heart was bleeding. My poor daughter. The fledgling emitted a feeble, mournful cry, succumbing to the embrace of death. The figure clad in gray gazed upon the lifeless body of the fledgling with a sinister grin, retrieving a black vial from his sleeve, from which an aura of malevolence seeped. He uncorked the vial and let a drop of viscous black liquid fall upon the fledgling's corpse. In an instant, the body transformed into a small pool of crimson liquid. The gray-clad man, with eyes glinting with avarice, admired the gifted soul pearl for a moment longer before dissipating into a wisp of dark energy. Once he departed, the blood that had once been the fledgling morphed into a silvery talisman. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the talisman to dissolve into sparkling dust. As the video concluded, Suyin found herself in turmoil. Who is that man in gray? I want him dead. Host, the progeny system cannot be utilized as a tool for revenge. Then who is he? The third Demon King's left envoy of the Dark Continent, Galadis Bud Balru. Can you transport me to his side? I wish to exact vengeance upon him. The host is already with child. Cross-continental teleportation is temporarily unfeasible. Damn it, Suyin seethed. What about my daughter's gifted soul pearl? Is it recoverable? The host has expended points to replicate a gifted soul pearl for the offspring. The original gifted soul pearl can also be retrieved. When the time comes, the two pearls will merge, uniting the dark rules in perfect harmony. Zhong Zili returned. Noticing Suyin's pallor and evident fury, he felt a pang of concern. Suyin, what has happened? I wish to slay the phantasmal beast. Since I cannot currently reach the Dark Continent to confront Galadis Bud Balru, I shall annihilate the phantasmal beast, leaving not a trace behind. Bring him here. Zhong Zili assumed she was worried about the test. I have resolved that matter. From an alternate dimension, he retrieved a gray crystal core and a sizable portion of meticulously prepared venison. Suyin fixed her gaze intently on the gray crystal core, tearing off a morsel of tender flesh and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing vigorously. In the Western District, indulging in raw meat was customary, and her cravings for fresh meat had intensified since her pregnancy. In contrast, the Eastern District predominantly favored cooked dishes. Consequently, Zhong Zili was taken aback as he witnessed Suyin directly consume the meat, still tinged with crimson blood. Would you prefer if I roasted it for you? He inquired. No, this is quite delectable as it is, she replied. The physique of the beastmen allowed them to digest raw meat more easily than cooked, and Xiao Mei had also encouraged her to indulge in more raw fare. Zhong Zili watched her as she finished devouring an entire deer, wiping the blood from the corners of her mouth. Do you want more? He asked in astonishment at her hearty appetite. Well, I shall go hunting right away. It won't take long. Are there any rare treasures? Indeed, I stumbled upon a millennium ginseng and 2 9-petal lotuses. Suyin urged him to set it aside and encouraged him to continue hunting. However, Zhong Zili felt a twinge of unease. Was this truly a normal situation for Suyin? Perhaps it would be wise to return to the academy and consult with Elder Zhong. After all, The journey was swift with the teleportation array, and he could conveniently bring back some delicacies for her. Without further ado, Zhong Silai made his way towards the teleportation array. Su Yin began to consume the treasures of heaven and earth. The millennium-old ginseng, regarded as a spiritual herb, was devoured by her as if it were a mere radish. That insatiable hunger finally found some relief. Subsequently, she indulged in the 9-petal lotus. The lotus was exquisite, crisp, sweet, and refreshingly delicious, imbued with the enchanting fragrance of the flower. After finishing her meal, she finally let out a satisfied burp. Excellent. With her hunger sated, it was time to engage in some activity. Xiaomei, I'm going out to hunt the phantom beasts, and you must assist me. After all, my daughter has grown under your watchful eye since her birth. She cannot simply be subjected to the tyranny of these beasts without a fight. Rest assured, host, the system will ensure your safety. Very well, let us set forth. Su Yin opened the system map and exited the cave. As she departed, she glanced back at the cavern, only to be met with a swath of overgrown grass. The entrance perfectly concealed by the illusion set by Zhong Zili. She hoped that this pregnancy would enable her child to ascend directly. Su Yin raised her hand to caress her still flat abdomen. Suddenly, her gaze narrowed as a figure appeared on her map. A normal orc emerged as a green dot, which expanded into a distinct image with her intention. However, this particular figure was marked by a red dot. Upon magnification, it revealed an orc that appeared quite ordinary. At that moment, Xiaomei informed Su Yin that the system would actively identify illusory beasts for the host, with red dots indicating magical creatures, green for orcs, and golden for spirit beasts. Thank you, Xiaomei. Su Yin expressed her genuine gratitude, as this information was beyond the scope of the childbirth service. Xiaomei reassured her that if faced with mortal peril, the system would prioritize the host's relocation. Good. Su Yin was consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, repeatedly chanting an exorcism incantation. Simultaneously, she accessed the system store to search for weapons. However, each weapon bore an exorbitant price. A handgun required 500 points, while a grenade cost 50 points. There were even formidable missiles available, naturally priced in 5 digits. Suddenly, the system store unveiled a special offer on the AK-12. Available for just 10 points, complete with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, there was a Tang Dao available for merely 3 points. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Well done, Xiaomei. You're welcome, Xiaomei replied. During the tumultuous dark ages of Earth, the F-Hrer decreed that all students in universities must undergo formal military trainings, engaging in rigorous exercises with real weapons. Although Su Yan's performance in military training was merely average during her college years, she was proficient in the use of firearms and blades. Thus, when she received the firearm components from the system store, she swiftly assembled them. Illusion beasts. I shall not rest until I have vanquished you completely. Only then will my heart find peace. With 3 resounding gunshots, countless birds took flight from the forest. Rong Wu was in search of the illusion beasts when she suddenly heard a deafening blast, akin to thunder. Momentarily stunned, she quickly followed the sound. Su Yin gazed at the map, observing the phantom beast that had succumbed to its fate, now a darkened silhouette. She stowed her firearm and swiftly approached. Upon arrival, she discovered the beast's carcass still intact, oozing rust-colored blood. Extracting a sharp Tang Dao from her system space, she first severed the creature's head to prevent any further transformations, then cleaved open its chest to reveal a gray crystal core nestled where the heart once resided. With the tip of her blade, she extracted the gray crystal core. Xiaomei, what purpose does this serve? Carrying the phantom beast's crystal core into the dark continent would allow her to evade recognition as an orc, and it could also be exchanged for currency in the market. Then I shall accumulate more. Su Yin tucked the gray crystal core away and continued her search for phantom beasts. One cannot help but acknowledge that the system map was, in essence, a game-breaking advantage during the hunt for phantom beasts. An hour later, she had vanquished 5 such creatures, employing both her firearm and the Tang Dao to catch them off guard and behead them. The bloodshed coursing through her veins had been ignited by the tragic loss of her daughter. Her eyes, devoid of light, radiated an aura of murderous intent, her entire being enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Rong Wu stood beside a tree, observing Su Yan's demeanor in silence and with a cold detachment. It was not until Su Yan passed by him, ignoring his presence entirely, that he finally spoke. Are you still Su Yan? Of course I am. But are you still Rong Wu? Su Yan retorted before continuing on her path. Rong Wu lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time, until he suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound laced with deep mockery. He has seen through you. No one responded to his words. He chose not to linger by the tree any longer, instead making his way in the direction of Su Yan. Upon encountering the slain phantom beast, an exceedingly enigmatic smile spread across his face. This female, I find her intriguing. Su Yan roamed the Tianyuan beast forest, relentlessly hunting the phantasmic beasts. Occasionally, she encountered phantasmic creatures disguised as candidates, mingling among other examinees. Without hesitation, she would swiftly behead them, leaving the other candidates petrified with fear. Once they realized that the figure beside them was indeed a phantasmic beast, their terror intensified. The testing instructor learned of a candidate who exhibited remarkable precision in slaying these beasts. Initially, he presumed this individual to be exceptionally gifted and approached with intentions of commendation. However, upon discovering that she was the only rare female among the candidates, he found himself momentarily stunned. Moreover, she wielded not a mystical ability, but rather an exquisitely sharp, bloodstained blade. Where are the phantasmic beasts? Su Yan's voice resonated like frost. The instructor, momentarily taken aback, replied, "You have successfully passed the assessment. You may return to the academy to rest." "Thank you, instructor, but I wish to continue hunting the phantasmic beasts. Such hybrids of human and demon must be eradicated, otherwise they pose endless repercussions." With her Tang Dao in tow, Su Yan pressed deeper into the Tianyuan beast forest. The instructor was left astonished by her words. Hybrids of human and demon, phantasmic beasts. Zhong Silin returned, and the testing instructor promptly informed him of Su Yan's situation. Naturally, those he brought were under his responsibility, and his innate prowess was currently the highest within the forest. Zhong Silin immediately set out to find Su Yan, who was then standing before a cave emanating dark, ominous energy. In her hand, the Tang Dao had been replaced with a firearm. The system map indicated that this cave extended downward for 100 meters, where a spatial rift was releasing the beasts. "Shaman, I wish to enter the dark continent through that rift." "You cannot. This rift exists unidirectionally, allowing entry solely from the dark continent into the beast realm. Attempting to reverse course would result in being torn apart by a spatial vortex. Is there a spatial rift that allows entry from the beast realm to the dark continent?" "Yes, there is one." "Where?" "Within the Sinew Beast Forest, there exists a unidirectional rift leading to the dark continent. Wait until I give birth." "Host, be cautious. A phantasmic beast is emerging. Charge in. Reload the firearm with a full magazine." "Host is very brave. To survive, one must fight. I have grown up at the very bottom. Had I not encountered that individual who gradually stripped away my protective spines, you might not have been able to bind me. Thus, your desire for rebirth on Earth is indeed related to him. It cannot be denied. I wish to live again, devoid of his existence." A fierce barrage of gunfire decimated the beasts emerging from the cave, causing those that followed to become markedly more cautious. Su Yan donned the gray crystal core, emanating the aura of an illusionary beast as she ventured into the cavern. An illusionary creature detected her presence and approached, having been commanded to eliminate the students from the Divine Beast Academy. Outside, formidable forces were at play. Su Yan spoke in a hesitant manner, feigning the demeanor of a newly transformed and timid illusionary beast. "I shall go and meet them," declared the creature before advancing forward. Su Yan held her breath and focused, silently extracting the Tang Dao from the system space. A chilling flash of light swept through, and the head of the illusory demon beast fell from its neck. Su Yan swiftly extracted his crystal core, sheathed the Tang Dao, and continued onward. Whenever she encountered a solitary phantom beast, she wielded her Tang Dao, while groups of 3 to 5 were swiftly dispatched with machine gun fire. As she traversed deeper into the cavern, the terrain began to slope downward. Here, the phantom beasts grew increasingly abundant, yet with Xiaomei by her side, Su Yan felt no fear. She cut her way through, slaying more and more, some foes even falling before she could claim their crystal cores. Consumed by the thrill of battle, Su Yan's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Ultimately, she arrived before a spatial rift, over a meter wide and towering more than 2 zhang, through which a colossal azure beast was forcing its way out. Su Yan immediately unleashed a barrage from her machine gun. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the creature as if they were mere copper pellets striking a solid rock, inflicting little to no damage. She stowed the weapon and drew her Tang Dao once more. Her gaze shifted, and she noticed a surviving phantom beast. Approaching it, she crouched down and inquired, "What is this ghastly entity that is about to emerge?" "The behemoth." The phantom beast expelled a spray of rust-colored blood, destined to be obliterated. In a swift motion, the blade of her sword flashed, and the head of the phantom beast arced gracefully through the air, landing a short distance away. The host prepared to teleport. Shaman also recognized that Su Yin was not a match for the behemoth. For the safety of herself and her offspring, she chose to retreat. As Su Yin was about to speak, she noticed an additional green dot on the system map, swiftly approaching her location. Upon discerning the identity of the visitor, she turned to Xiaomei and said, "Let us go." The newcomer was Zhongxilian, who had already entered the semi-spiritual realm. Specializing in the essence of space, this colossal beast was perfectly suited for him to hone his skills. The figure of Su Yin swiftly vanished. When Zhongxilian arrived before the spatial rift, he found no trace of the one who had slain the phantom demon beast. Only a behemoth on the verge of emerging from the fissure. His expression suddenly turned grave. The behemoth. How did this creature come to be here? Upon emerging from the cave, Su Yin discovered that Xiaomei had directly transported her to the inn's small building. This place was indeed quite secure. Su Yin felt somewhat at a loss. She had actually wished to continue hunting the illusory beasts. However, it was evident that something unusual was occurring in the Tianyuan beast forest, and the crisis was unpredictable. Retreating, while perhaps exposing her to danger, was a wise act of self-preservation. The system fully comprehended the host's protective instincts, yet emphasized that her safety and that of her unborn child now took precedence. Indeed, she had been a bit impulsive earlier, and given that she was also fatigued, it was prudent to rest for a while. After becoming pregnant, the recovery pill had lost its efficacy. It could only be consumed after the child was born. Thus, having previously vanquished numerous illusory beasts fueled by her pent-up frustration, she now found herself utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to lift her arms. She simply lay down on the bed and succumbed to slumber. This sleep lasted an entire day and night. Upon awakening, she noticed someone seated by her bedside, engrossed in a book. It was Zhongxilian, who looked at her with surprise. "How did you end up here?" he inquired. "There has been an incident in the beast forest, and all the examinees were returned first. I could not locate you in the forest, so I returned to the academy to retrieve your belongings." Su Yin shook her head, expressing her desire for milk. "All right." Zhongxilian procured a jug of milk from another dimension. After finishing her meal, Su Yin was beset by a wave of hunger. Helplessly, she gazed at him and expressed her desire for the 9-petal lotus. Zhongxilian paused momentarily, then retrieved 4 vividly colored 9-petal lotuses from a different dimension. "Its texture is crisp and sweet. I assumed you would enjoy it, so I sought out a few more in the beast forest." "Thank you." Su Yin accepted the 9-petal lotus, savoring it piece by piece. Noticing Zhongxilian's unwavering gaze upon her, she hesitated and asked, "Do you wish to have some as well?" No, I don't eat," he replied hastily. "It's just that this item seems to be quite nourishing. Are you sure consuming so much poses no risk to you?" "It is precisely because it is so nourishing that I must indulge," Su Yin said, patting her belly. "I am pregnant, and you must take responsibility for the offspring." Zhongxilian was taken aback. "I am quite certain," she reiterated while continuing to eat the 9-petal lotus. For the sake of future treasures, she felt it necessary to inform him. "Really? But I heard from the old master that you lack the ability to bear children." "Indeed, if I weren't pregnant, consuming such a plethora of heavenly treasures would surely be detrimental to my health." She even consumed the stems of the 9-petal lotus. "By the way, what are the roots? Aren't they even more nutritious?" "Yes, but while the flower's medicinal properties are relatively mild, the roots are considerably more potent." Zhongxilian's expression reflected his confusion. The old master had once mentioned that due to his innate talent being at the celestial tier from birth, Zhongxilian had long reconciled himself to the possibility of never having grandchildren. This was true not just for him, but even the beast emperor lacked progeny. Only through sacrificing one's life in exchange for the beast emperors could one hope to attain offspring. Yet none would willingly make such a trade before their time was up. Now that he had entered the semi-spiritual realm, the old master had not rejoiced upon learning this. For the higher his talent, the more elusive the prospect of grandchildren became. Preparing oneself for such a reality was one thing, coming to terms with it was quite another. "Fetch me some roots," Su Yin implored. "I am not yet full. I simply feel less famished now." In a daze, Zhongxilian teleported away, returning moments later bearing a large, damp bag. Inside lay golden, 9-petal lotus roots. "This is something even I can only manage a bite of. Are you certain you wish to consume this?" Zhongxilian harbored concerns for her well-being. Su Yin was utterly convinced and tossed a gray little chick into his hands. "This is my daughter Man. From now on, she will call you father." While Zhongxilian went to gather the roots of the 9-petal lotus, she released her little daughter, the ghostly phoenix bird, who had already regained her innate soul pearl from the system space. The little one was named Mingyu, a name she retained. but affectionately referred to as Man-Man. The little chick was quite perceptive, playfully snuggling in his palm, clearly regarding him as her true father. Although she was a quasi-heavenly level talent and unable to articulate human speech, her lively eyes belied her status as an ordinary bird. As Zongsilin gazed at the little chick nestled in his arms, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes, quickly followed by a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. That is, Yin Yin is a ghostly phoenix bird, a pure blood with quasi-heavenly level talent, and most importantly, she is female. A female of heavenly class, unheard of. Where did you get her? What do you mean get her? I am her mother. I carried her for a month. She is my flesh and blood. Su Yin, with drool escaping her lips, bit into a piece of golden lotus root, noticing Man eyeing her with longing. She broke off a tender, golden piece of lotus tip and offered it to her. Darling, try this. Your father picked it himself. Zongsilin felt his mind was not quite able to grasp the situation. How could this be possible? She can truly give birth? Before coming here, his father told him that Su Yin had no reproductive ability and could not conceive. Yet here she was, not only claiming to be pregnant with his child, but also gifting him a heavenly class phoenix bird daughter. Surely, he wouldn't be hunted by the ghostly phoenix clan. Cheap. Man quickly devoured the lotus tip. Su Yin observed her eating without any issues and then picked up a longer piece of lotus root. Man munched on it, chirping with delight, clearly relishing every bite. Su Yin addressed the still-dazed Zongsilin, saying, "Of course, you have the right to refuse. I shall not hold it against you." No. I am willing to be her father. The key question is, does her biological father agree? Humph. He no longer possesses the qualifications. What do you mean? Is that true? The ghostly chariot and the phoenix bird possess an exceptionally vengeful nature, ranking among the top 3 in the beast world continent. I shan't delve into the reasons. In any case, that girl shall not belong to him. The custody now rests with me. As for the little one within me, should you choose not to accept it, I can manage on my own. Su Yin took large bites of lotus root, her mouth filled with the fragrant, crisp sweetness of the lotus fibers. Delicious. This tastes infinitely better than fresh meat. Zongsilin hurriedly replied, Yes, regardless of whose child you carry. I shall embrace it. Whether or not it was his own offspring, having a child conferred significant status among males. Yet, with his exceptional talents, he could only assume the role of a doting father. It was no wonder she had been so forthright in her intentions upon meeting him. As for her father's claim of lacking fertility, perhaps it was merely a dysfunction of the female stone that had gone untested. Nevertheless, having embarked on this path, he accepted the situation. He wholeheartedly welcomed the prospect of a daughter of the heavenly tier, even one yet to be born. It's yours. After 4 days and 3 nights, the child's father seems to have gained some confidence, and I too eagerly anticipate this child. Shaman had informed her that this pregnancy was still a single birth, and the talent remained in a state of chaos. She was advised to consume more to foster its development. Very well, all of them are my children. Zongsilin gazed upon her with a gentle and forgiving expression. Su Yin cast him a fleeting glance, then chose to disregard him entirely. What kind of gaze was that? The child she bore, although fathered by a different beast, would certainly not be treated carelessly. Each child belonged to their rightful parent, unless the other party proved unworthy of the title of father. After satisfying her hunger, Man nestled into Zongzili's embrace and fell asleep, exhibiting a profound dependence. I must return to the academy and, while I'm at it, retrieve the examination materials for the 3rd round. The 2nd round was interrupted due to some issues in the beast forest, and everyone passed. Zongzili gently stroked Man's soft gray down, noting that she must have just hatched not long ago. My father has considerable knowledge of avian tribes. I wish for him to examine Man and advise on her upbringing. Your father? You mean the old patriarch who brought you before me? He is indeed my father. Ah, so you are father and son. Yes, I shall return swiftly. Is there anything else you wish to eat? Not necessary. The roots of these 9-petal lotuses are sufficient. Su Yin replied, Should I formally pay a visit to my uncle? If you desire to go, I shall accompany you later. Very well. Su Yin gently caressed her belly, reassured by the presence of a grandfather who was a teacher. Her education would pose no problem. Zongzili remarked, he is bound to be quite fond of her, regardless of whether she is his biological granddaughter. He has been eagerly anticipating her arrival day in and day out. After satisfying her hunger, Su Yin lay down on the bed and drifted into slumber. For her, indulging in a hearty meal followed by rest was the optimal way to nurture her unborn child. Shaman wholeheartedly concurred. Zongsilin tucked her in and stayed by her side for a while, casting a protective illusion before departing with Man. Zhong Laoshi sat in the dean's office, his expression laden with melancholy. Dean Ziyuan, a cousin of the Beast Emperor Ziki, had a modest fertility rate and, despite marrying several beastly husbands, remained childless. Her ascent to the position of dean was attributed not only to her familial connections but also to her exceptional management skills and her keen insight into crises. Old Zhong. Why the long face? Did Shally upset you? It was only he who could provoke such discontent. He could have waited a bit longer. Entering the semi-spiritual realm at such a young age could spell the end for our Zhong clan. He is just 20. He has 600 to 700 years ahead of him. There is still time. Perhaps he could still have one female and half a male. I simply wish to hold a grandchild. He could conjure one for me, and I would gladly call him father. You can now. A polite knock interrupted. Zhong Laoshi's eyes widened in surprise. Unfilial child, you'd better conjure one for me first. Zhong Silin produced a slumbering little girl from his pocket. Behold, your granddaughter. Zhong Laoshi frowned at the tiny creature. What is this? Ziyuan suddenly narrowed her eyes. Is that a young chick or a phoenix chick? Only the dean could identify it so swiftly. Can you guess its lineage? Zhong Silin approached Ziyuan's desk and placed the sleeping child, who had just finished her lotus root, gently on the table. Ziyuan shook her head. I lack the talent to discern, but young phoenix chicks do resemble chicks. It's normal for some not to recognize the difference. Beside them, Zhong Laoshi appeared awkward. Despite his studies in avian species, he had never encountered a young phoenix. Ziyuan recalled attending the full moon celebration of the Qinghuan clan alongside the Beast Emperor, which gave her some familiarity with phoenix chicks. Where did you acquire this? Ziyuan inquired. If the Phoenix clan discovers a young phoenix chick, it could incite trouble with the beast clans of the continent. Zhong Silin understood her concern, but replied, well, she is my daughter now. Both were taken aback. What lineage does she belong to? Zhong Laoshi pressed. With a talent surpassing the heavenly tier. Her true form can be easily discerned. Ziyuan's gaze remained fixed on the sleeping child. She belongs to the Fire Phoenix clan, a clan not to be trifled with. Zhong Silin conceded. Indeed, it could be troublesome. Wait, Zhong Laoshi interjected. You just said she is your daughter? Explain. Su Yan. Zhong Silin met his father's gaze. Man is her child. Since she has been following me in the beast forest, her daughter naturally becomes mine. Who gave birth to her? Zhong Laoshi asked, cupping his ear. Repeat that. Su Yan, Zhong Silin reiterated. Zhong Laoshi understood but remained perplexed. Isn't she infertile? She even stated that during her fertility assessment in her homeland. The female stone showed no response. Perhaps her constitution renders her undetectable by the female stone, Zhong Silin suggested. Noticing that Man was stirring in her sleep and reaching out to lift her, Ziyuan stopped him. Wait, this child must be reported to His Majesty for his decree. Zhong Silin vehemently refused. That may not be feasible. The child belongs to Su Yan, and even if His Majesty wishes to see her, it must be with her consent. He could discern Man's talent. The Beast Emperor would undoubtedly perceive it with even greater clarity. A female of near heavenly tier would be a tremendous allure for any male without offspring, especially those of exceptionally high talent. The absence of offspring among highly talented males often stemmed from the females lacking in talent, or if they possessed any, it was typically of low quality, resulting in diminished fertility. Females of the Phoenix clan were exceedingly rare, yet their fertility was nearly unparalleled. Should nothing unforeseen occur, Man's future fertility would likely be exceptional. And with her near heavenly talent, with further cultivation, she might even reach true heavenly tier or spiritual realm. The Beast Emperor is utterly unscrupulous. It is plausible that he may entertain the idea of nurturing Man for himself. Are you certain she is hers? Ziyuan, having perused Su Yan's records, questioned. Lack of fertility is one thing, but she is also a rodent clan beastman, even with a yellow tier talent. It is improbable she could capture the attention of the top-tier avian clan, the Ghost Car Phoenix. Zhong Silin too felt uncertain. The union of two different species made the guarantee of pure blood quite difficult. A rodent and a phoenix, indeed a rare possibility. Yet Su Yan's tone had been resolute, and Man's innate affection for her was undeniable. I trust her, Zhong Silin affirmed. Ziyuan turned to Zhong Laoshi. What do you think? Zhong Laoshi gazed at Man. I wish to meet Su Yan again. Very well. She also wishes to pay you a visit. Zhong Silin gathered Man. Please provide me with the materials for the third level. Certainly. Follow me. Zhong Laoshi exchanged pleasantries with the dean before escorting Zhong Silin from the office. Ziyuan pondered briefly before rising to leave as well. Zhong Laoshi handed several books to Zhong Silin and accompanied him out of the teaching building. The father and son strolled along a relatively secluded path. "Father, let us speak candidly. What is the true nature of this ghost car phoenix?" "I speak only the truth." Suyin claims this is her daughter and wishes for me to acknowledge her. I have acquiesced. Bringing her to the academy is merely to allow you to see her and inquire about her care. There's nothing particularly unusual. Young phoenixes tend to sleep a lot. Their diet consists mainly of fresh raw meat and a rare fruit that takes a long time to mature, accompanied by pure mountain spring water. As long as she eats and drinks normally, there should be no issues. Furthermore, phoenixes have an extensive maturation period, reaching adulthood in a century, while purebloods may take 200 to 500 years. Suyin entrusted her to you, perhaps out of consideration for her circumstances. She belongs to the mouse clan, whose lifespan seldom exceeds 80 years. Generally, they begin to perish around the age of 60, with females living even shorter lives, often not reaching 50. Thus, she may have feared that she wouldn't be able to see Man grow up, which is why she entrusted her to you. 60, 50, such fleeting lifespans. Suddenly, Zhong Zili felt a constriction in his chest. The cycle of life and death is a natural part of existence. One should strive to live without accumulating too many regrets. Lao Zong patted his shoulder, assuring him that he could bring her home at any time. How's the investigation into the Tianyuan beast forest progressing? Was it truly Su Yin who entered the cave to slay the illusion demon beast? At that time, there were candidates who witnessed her wielding a long knife to vanquish the illusion demon beast. Inside the cave, aside from an unfamiliar explosive dark weapon, there was the same knife technique. Hence, after eliminating all other possibilities, it can only be her. I initially thought that even if she possessed talent, she would be a delicate female. I never anticipated that her martial prowess would be so formidable. You might inquire about that dark weapon from her. If she is reluctant to speak, I will not press her. There's no need to force her. It is ultimately our male responsibility to slay the illusion demon beast. How could we allow her, a female, to take the lead? I understand. I shall head to the inn first. Wait a moment. Let me take another look at the fledglings of the Ghost Car Phoenix clan. These creatures are exceedingly rare. Can they truly become my granddaughter? Su Yin suspected that the fetus growing within her might possess an aversion to studying. The materials brought back by Zhong Silai rendered her drowsy after merely a glance, leading her to succumb to slumber. Upon awakening, she would first gnaw on the root lotus, known as Jiuban Lian, before resuming her readings, only to drift back into sleep, thus ensnared in a remarkably predictable cycle. 7 days later, stifling a yawn, Su Yin prepared to take her examination at the academy. Eager to assess the fruits of her recent seclusion and diligent study, Zhong Silai suggested, "Perhaps I should take the exam for you." "Wouldn't that be cheating?" "The academy would never allow it," she replied, shaking her head. "I must face the examination myself." "I fear you might doze off again." Zhong Silai chuckled in response. Man, perched nearby, enthusiastically echoed her father's sentiments, clearly in agreement. Zhong Silai gently stroked her soft fur, asking, "Shall we pay a visit to grandfather today? He surely has prepared some delightful treats for you." Man nuzzled his fingers affectionately. Ever since the elder Zhong had met Man, he had insisted that Zhong Silai return to the academy frequently, always with Man in tow. Su Yin gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, pondering whether her pregnancy was already apparent. "Is it noticeable?" she inquired. "Not at all," replied Zhong Silin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although the child was not his by blood, he vowed to nurture it as if it were his own. "Oh, that's a relief. I wouldn't want to appear with a prominent belly during exams." Su Yin yawned. "You may leave. I need to change my clothes." Zhong Silin escorted Man out of the room. As fate would have it, they encountered Bai Kaisen ascending the staircase, ledger in hand. "Give it to me," Zhong Silin requested. The mere sight of reference books made him drowsy, and glancing at the ledger confirmed that there would be no exams today. Bai Kaisen was aware that Zhong Silin was Su Yan's beast husband. Although their relationship had yet to be publicly acknowledged, they spent nearly every day together, particularly at night when their activities elicited quite the primal commotion. Recently, he had been avoiding the backyard as much as possible, for the atmosphere was simply too restless. "Shall I create a cage for her?" Bai Kaisen suggested, gazing at Man perched on Zhong Silin's shoulder. "A cage?" Zhong Silin turned to look at Man. In an instant, Man became enraged, unleashing a fireball that hurtled toward Bai Kaisen. Initially, Bai Kaisen assumed she was merely an ordinary avian chick, unaware of her beast lineage or her innate fire abilities. He hastily dodged, only to witness the fireball obliterate part of the stair railing upon impact. Had it struck him, he would have surely returned to the embrace of the beast god. What a monstrous creature! Bai Kaisen exclaimed in terror, watching as Man prepared to unleash another attack, prompting him to flee. The ledger, Zhong Silin called out. Bai Kaisen, utilizing his wind elemental power, enveloped the ledger and tossed it to Zhong Silin before sprinting away in haste. Don't be mischievous, Zhong Silin chided, gently tapping Man's soft yellow beak. Instantly, she fluffed her feathers in contentment, settling comfortably. Zhong Silin opened the ledger, leafing through its pages with intent. Su Yan adorned herself in an exquisitely crafted long dress of exquisite brocade, a gift from Zhong Silin. The delicate hue of rosy gold, embellished with patterns of auspicious clouds and floral motifs, featured a charming lotus leaf hem that exuded beauty. It was meticulously stitched with golden threads and lined with soft, pale blue satin that caressed her skin, providing a refreshing comfort. Originally, the dress was complemented by a waist belt adorned with golden threads and jade, accentuating her slender waist. However, now that she was a mother, she chose not to wear it. Her cascading, snow-white hair was elegantly styled into a simple yet neat bun, secured with a hairpin embedded with red crystals and gold. This revealed her long, graceful neck and her flawlessly stunning visage. As the door opened, Zhong Silin's gaze shifted from the ledger to her, rendering him momentarily speechless. Su Yin, graceful and dignified, smiled gently. What's the matter? Is the outfit I purchased not to your liking? Zhong Zili's face suddenly flushed. No, you look splendid in it. Higi, my belt isn't cinched properly. It does lack a touch of elegance. However, circumstances do not permit, so there's little I can do. It's unnecessary to cinch it. I simply failed to consider all aspects when I bought it. It looks quite nice. Su Yin observed his attire still clad in school uniform, which clashed with her own outfit. Why don't you change as well? I won't, as I have to supervise the examination today. Over 2,000 students, and the teachers are overwhelmed. Oh. Su Yin then reached over to take Mar from his shoulder. The little one, who had been sleeping soundly, was instantly roused. Upon recognizing his mother, he promptly began to chirp affectionately. Su Yin furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, she recalled Xiaohao, who, despite his initial inability to speak, gained the ability to do so after consuming the beast nurturing pill and advancing to the celestial level. Wait a moment. I shall retrieve something, she said as she turned back towards the house. Xiaomei, can Man utilize the beast nurturing pill? She inquired. Yes, host. It is advisable to pair it with the true fire pill, as it will enhance her affinity for fire-based mysteries. True fire pill? How many points does it require? 1 point. Purchase. When Su Yin emerged from her room, she found Man in a deep slumber. Yet, in the eyes of Zhong Zili, Man's sleep was nothing short of astonishing, for her innate talent was undergoing a transformation, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the true celestial level. I fed her some fine delicacies. Once she awakens, she shall be able to speak, Su Yin mused, feeling slightly overwhelmed by her incessant chirping these past few days. What fine delicacies? Zhong Zili asked, taking the little creature from her hands, concern etched on his face. Could I possibly harm her? I must take my leave. Su Yin replied. She had no desire to divulge any information regarding the system to anyone. Perhaps certain elements had unexpectedly manifested in her possession, shrouded in mystery and lacking clear origins. Yet, she felt no obligation to clarify matters for them. Moreover, a woman ought to maintain an air of mystery, as it enhances her allure and charm. As Su Yin approached, she hastily sought solace in her reference materials. Zhong Silin, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected. You need not concern yourself further. Your admission to the academy is assured. Really? Su Yin replied with surprise. I had no knowledge of this. I facilitated your enrollment. He explained. With a flick of her wrist, Su Yin tossed the reference book aside, exclaiming, had I known sooner. My eyes are nearly strained from reading. At the entrance of the Wanfeng Inn, Bai Kaisen's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed Su Yin boarding the carriage alongside Zhong Silin, destined for the Divine Beast Academy. Beside her, Xiao Xinzi marveled. Sister Su is truly stunning. No wonder women's attire is so costly, it is undeniably exquisite. Yet, a simple change of garments has elevated her beauty to an entirely new level. Bai Kaisen, with utmost seriousness, declared, From the very first moment I laid eyes on Sister Su, I recognized her unparalleled beauty. As if she could make fish sink and birds fall, her magnificence is unmatched throughout history. This flattery reached new heights as Su Yin, seated within the carriage, barely caught the extravagant praises of the two. Do you have something you wish to ask me? Su Yin inquired of Zhong Silin, sensing his hesitation. With a gentle stroke over the small creature nestled in his palm, Zhong Silin replied, The illusionary beast in the cave, did you slay it? This query had lingered on his mind, but he feared her reaction. To his surprise, Suyin readily affirmed, "Indeed, I was the one who killed it." Zhong Silin was momentarily taken aback by her candor and continued, "What of the explosive projectile? What was it?" "A firearm, exclusively for my own use." "Understood." Zhong Silin refrained from probing further, stating, "I have dealt with the bi-monster, and the spatial rift has been thoroughly repaired." "And the illusionary beast? Was it eradicated?" "Perhaps not entirely," she replied. "Such creatures can blend seamlessly into crowds, as long as they do not bleed. It is nigh impossible to discern whether they are demon or human." Suddenly, Zhong Silin fell silent, his thoughts trailing off. Suyin gazed at him, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Zhong Silai replied, "It resembles the spatial rifts found in the Tianyuan beast forest, which have emerged in various locations across the beast world continent." "Are you implying that the illusory demon beasts have launched a widespread invasion of the beast world continent?" Indeed, Zhong Silai's expression was notably grave. Su Yan's hatred towards the illusion beast remained unabated, even with the restoration of Mammon as talent soul bead. In fact, the mere thought of Mamman's plight in the video ignited a fierce blaze of resentment within her. As for Mamman, although she had enlisted Xiaomei's help to temporarily forget that harrowing experience, the memories lingered. They were indelible. At times, she would suffer from nightmares, waking in terror from her slumber. Each time she recalled these events, her loathing deepened. She opened the system map, expanding the view as much as possible. The system map proved to be incredibly convenient in her quest for the illusion beasts. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and an uncontrollable aura of murderous intent surged forth from within her. Zhong Zili gazed at her in astonishment. "Yin Yin?" Su Yin retrieved a gun from the compartment and pushed open the rear door of the vehicle. She then beheld a somewhat portly businessman, holding a bag, who was glancing around as if scrutinizing his surroundings. Su Yin aimed at his head. With the crack of a gunshot, the merchant's skull exploded, rust-colored blood gushing into the air. Zhong Zili was still reeling from the sudden appearance of the gun in her hand when, in the blink of an eye, he witnessed her slay a phantasmagoric beast. "Yin Yin, phantasmagoric beast, do not even think of escaping my sight alive." Su Yin radiated an aura of lethal intent. Although Zhong Zili was unaware of the events that had transpired between her and the beast, he was certain of one fact: the phantasmagoric creature was her nemesis. Moreover, her pursuit of the beast was remarkably precise, showing no concern for the possibility of mistakenly harming an orc. The gunshot that felled the phantasmagoric beast incited panic among the onlookers. However, it was not long before the security forces responsible for the capital's safety arrived, taking away the beast's lifeless body. Zhong Zili dismounted from the carriage and exchanged a few words with the guards, who then saluted him with grave expressions before departing. After Su Yin regained her composure, she reflected on her impulsiveness. However, she bore no regrets about slaying the illusionary demon beast. "I apologize for the trouble I caused you," she said to Zhong Silai. Zhong Silai regarded her for a moment before replying, "I have told them that I was the one who killed the illusionary beast. In the future, if I am by your side, feel free to share anything with me." "Very well," Su Yin replied, admiring his gallant nature. Zhong Silai's face flushed a deep crimson. Had the circumstances permitted, he certainly would have acted upon his feelings. Su Yin seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his innermost thoughts. With her enchanting gaze, she playfully flirted, her delicate form gracefully enveloping him. Her slender arm draped over his shoulder, and under his astonished and flustered gaze, she boldly pressed her crimson lips to his earlobe adorned with a silver earring, her nimble tongue teasingly seeking to pluck it away. Zhong Silin felt entirely rigid, utterly ensnared in her grasp. At the entrance of the Divine Beast Academy, the anxious old Zhong paced back and forth. Numerous students greeted him, yet he scarcely acknowledged their pleasantries. Ziyuan, accompanied by her niece Ziqiao, descended from a carriage. Ziyuan was not one to seek the limelight. Her carriage was merely larger than the ordinary, exuding a simple elegance. "Old Zhong, what brings you here? Aren't the exams about to commence?" "Oh, I am here to fetch my daughter-in-law. She is at my examination venue and may not find her way." Old Zhong replied with a jovial smile, then placed his left hand over his heart, performing a courtly bow, a gesture befitting royal esteem. Ziyuan remarked, "I have already approved Su Yan's enrollment. What need is there for an examination? My daughter-in-law wishes to take the test. She desires to enter the academy on her own merit," Old Zhong declared proudly. Ziyuan chuckled. "Let her show off, then. Will the little princess also be participating in the examination?" Old Zhong turned his gaze towards Ziqiao, who still wore a veil, her extraordinary fertility stirring considerable excitement among the noble males within the academy. Ziyuan responded. She will not be taking the test. She merely wishes to observe and see the dormitory she will soon inhabit, to ascertain if there is anything she needs to prepare. Ah, then you should hurry inside. I shall wait here for them, old Zong said, his eyes drifting back to the ceaseless parade of carriages approaching. Zichu followed closely beside Ziyuan and whispered, Does Brother Silen have a female companion now? Ziyuan turned back to observe old Zong's eager and excited expression, feeling a twinge of envy. She and old Zong were of similar age, yet he had a wonderful son, while she possessed nothing. Indeed, not only does he have a daughter-in-law, but also a granddaughter. Zichio's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that Brother Silen would find it difficult to have offspring? Ziyuan understood her thoughts. Originally, Zichio harbored affections for Zong Silen. However, due to his exceptional talents, he could not provide her with children, prompting her to settle for the more modestly gifted Rongwu. Not by blood. Even if not by blood, it was a source of genuine envy and jealousy. It was not until just before the examination was to begin that Su Yan's carriage finally arrived at the academy's entrance. Old Zong was nearly transformed into a stone of longing for his grandchildren. Indeed, while he claimed to be waiting for his daughter-in-law, his true anticipation was for the little one, whom he adored immensely, finding his eyes unable to satiate their desire to behold her. Su Yan's cheeks were tinged with the hues of dawn, her beautiful peach blossom-like eyes glimmering with a watery sheen. She had donned a new dress in shades of blue and pink as she stepped out of the carriage. Zong Silen, clad in a more casual attire that exuded a sense of maturity, was missing one of the silver earrings that had once adorned his earlobe. He lifted Su Yan with grace, leaping lightly down from the carriage, landing with not a tremor to be felt. Su Yan struggled for a moment at the entrance of the academy, urging, Please, put me down. However, Zong Zili held her tightly, showing no intention of releasing her. Teasingly inquiring, Did you not claim your legs had turned to jelly? Lao Zong, observing the pair with a smile, exhibited no trace of annoyance at the wait. Seemingly delighted by their affectionate display. Just carry her inside. It's perfectly fine, he instructed Zong Zili. Despite her thick skin, Su Yan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his words, burying her face in Zong Zili's embrace, pouting playfully, This is all your fault. Zong Zili, thoroughly satisfied, replied, Indeed, it is my fault. He then proceeded to carry Su Yan into the academy, even placing her in the examination room seat, thereby publicly declaring his claim and showering those around with an overwhelming display of affection. Su Yan was the cherished female of the sect's ceremonial master, and none dared to harbor ulterior motives towards her. Yet, she longed to escape the examination room. The sensation of being scrutinized like a giant panda in a zoo was exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, the elder arrived just in time with the examination papers, alleviating the discomfort of the situation. This was the test for the third stage, and there was no need for anxiety. As long as one had reviewed the materials provided in advance, passing was nearly assured. Even if one struggled, it mattered not, for the instructors would take responsibility for guiding them. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Su Yan also chuckled softly. The old master raised his hand, signaling everyone to maintain silence. All right, the front row may come forward to collect the examination papers and then pass them back. Upon receiving the examination paper, Su Yan took one and passed it to the candidate seated behind her. Sister Su, you looked incredibly striking when Senior Seely carried you in. Chui Zi whispered to Su Yan. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Su Yan then realized that the person behind her was Chui Zi, a fellow candidate she had queued with for the talent assessment. Is Bai Kaisen doing well? He inquired. He hasn't passed the first stage and is currently at the inn. Silence, please, Lao Zong cheerfully reminded Su Yan. Su Yan, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, stuck out her tongue and quickly wished Chui Zi, May you pass every exam with flying colors and achieve great success. Thank you, Sister Su. I wish you the same, Chui Zi replied, his face lighting up with a broad smile. Once all the examinees received their test papers, the old master announced the commencement of the examination. He then took a seat and began to doze off. Meanwhile, many candidates, armed with cheat sheets, fervently scribbled their answers. Su Yan had not prepared any cheat sheets, but she had her system, Shaman, which had already scanned all the reference materials for her. However, upon examining the questions on the exam paper, she felt that there was no need to resort to cheating. They were all multiple-choice questions. Just writing down an answer would suffice. Moreover, most of the questions pertained to common knowledge. For instance, where do fish live? Options: 1. In water. 2. In soil. 3. In the air. 4. In fire. 5. in a pot. With ease and delight, Su-Yin completed the entire test and was the first to submit her paper. She truly wondered why so many reference materials were distributed. It seemed merely a tactic to intimidate, as the entire exam contained hardly 2 difficult questions. Old Zong smiled and nodded. Student Su, you were truly exceptional. Su-Yin felt utterly embarrassed. If she could not achieve a perfect score on this exam, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace to her intellect. Upon exiting the examination hall, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Indeed, it was a splendid day. You are Su-Yin, aren't you? Approached a woman of regal bearing, exuding an air of elegance and voluptuous charm. Her face adorned with a warm and approachable smile. Su-Yin had never encountered her. But Zong Silin had mentioned that the Dean of the Beast Academy was the sister of the Beast Emperor and the only female member of the Academy's leadership. Good day, Dean. Su-Yin bowed respectfully. You know me? Ziyuan asked, somewhat astonished. Su-Yin remarked. There should be no other females in the academy who possess the same grace and demeanor as the principal. Ziyuan chuckled as she assessed her, appreciating her eloquence. Come, let me show you to the dormitory. Su-Yinsi, reflecting on her pregnant state, inquired, Director, may I attend classes as a day student? Ziyuan, taken aback, responded, Day student? Su-Yin nodded, acknowledging her responsibilities as a hostel manager. Ziyuan contemplated for a moment before responding. Students enrolled after the commencement of the academic year are required to reside on campus. However, if one truly desires to be a day student, it is not entirely out of the question. Her words implied, albeit subtly, that she was reluctant to make an exception for Su-Yin. Understanding her intention, Su-Yin proposed. How about I return to the hostel every other day, or every 2 days? A blend of residency and day student status, perhaps? Ziyuan mused to herself. Recognizing Su-Yin's astuteness in handling matters with Zong Sili, very well, she conceded. You may stay on campus for a day and be permitted to be a day student for 2 days. Thank you, Dean, Su-Yin replied, bowing respectfully once more. It is nothing. You may leave now, Ziyuan gestured, moving ahead. Su-Yin followed closely behind her. Previously, the Divine Beast Academy lacked female dormitories. The current female dormitory is a newly constructed building, situated between the male dormitory and a spacious playground, which also houses the library. The playground is equipped with various sports facilities. Ziyuan led Su-Yin for a casual exploration before they proceeded to the library. Inside the library, which is even larger than the playground, countless bookshelves are densely packed with an array of volumes, particularly abundant in topics concerning talents and profound mysteries. Noticing Su-Yin wandering among the shelves with an expression of keen interest, Ziyuan inquired, Do you enjoy this place? Su-Yin smiled and remarked, Learning enhances one's charm. Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile and nodded, affirming her statement as most excellent. The dean humbly praised her. It was merely a spontaneous observation. Zong Si Li is an ardent learner, often seen engrossed in books, possessing a wealth of knowledge that seems limitless, which I find incredibly appealing. Xiaoli is a child of remarkable talent, having watched him grow up. Yet, ironically, his exceptional gifts afford him very few choices. Ziyuan sighed softly. Su-Yin understood that her extraordinary talent rendered her unable to find a female counterpart worthy of him. You should be a bit kinder to Xiaoli, Ziyuan remarked as she strolled towards the exit of the library. Su-Yin smiled slightly. It depends on the nature of the request. She could bear him offspring. One would suffice, but she could provide several if desired. As for anything else, that she could not offer. The dormitory comprises 7 rooms, corresponding to 7 female students. Su-Yin was the last to arrive at the dormitory, leaving her with no choice but to occupy a small bedroom with inadequate lighting. Ziyuan appeared somewhat dissatisfied and immediately intended to summon someone to renovate the room. The director hurriedly approached, breathless, exclaiming that an incident had occurred. Upon recognizing that the visitor was from the security department, Ziyuan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. After taking a few steps, she paused and advised Su-Yin to acclimate to her surroundings, assuring her that she would arrange for a different dormitory assignment. It's all right, Director. Please attend to your matters, Su-Yin replied with a respectful bow. Ziyuan nodded slightly and departed with her team. Su-Yin cast a glance around the desolate dormitory, a dimly lit room that exuded a sense of oppression. It contained nothing but a simple, worn-out bed, and the furniture was equally antiquated, bearing the marks of long-standing stains. It was evident that someone intended to provoke her, to show her their true colors. But who could it be? Su-Yin glanced towards the dormitory entrance as footsteps approached. Su-Yin retrieved a soft, cushiony pregnancy chair from the system space and settled comfortably into it. She absent-mindedly caressed her slightly hungry belly and took a bite of a 9-petal lotus root, crunching away while paying no heed to her surroundings. During her time on Earth, she had been by that person's side, witnessing all manner of intense power struggles. She had long since mastered the art of intrigue. As footsteps approached, Su Yin crossed her legs, adopting an increasingly languid and nonchalant posture. The newcomer was a young girl with unremarkable features, clad in a pale pink dress. With a somewhat unfriendly tone, she inquired, "Are you Su Yin?" Su Yin replied, "Before inquiring about another's name, is it not customary to introduce oneself first?" When Isin lifted her chin, casting a haughty and disdainful glance at Su Yin. "Humph, you are not worthy of knowing my name. All you need to understand is that I am the fiancé of Brother Silai. From now on, keep your distance from him, or else do not expect your end to continue operating." After delivering her threat, the individual turned to leave. Su Yin let out a light laugh. "Your claim of being his fiancé is merely a figment of your imagination." She continued, "Zhong Silai has never mentioned having a fiancé, and besides, our encounter was his first. You. When Isin's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, culminating in a fit of anger. "You are utterly shameless." Her outburst was filled with such intensity that it stirred a desire to possess her completely. Su Yin, undeterred, continued to tease this naive girl who had become a pawn in the hands of others. "Do you know where he is most sensitive? It is truly exquisite," she purred, her voice dripping with seduction. When Isin's face turned crimson, and suddenly her lips quivered in distress. "Wow, Su Yin, you are bullying me. I will tell Brother Silai." With that, she bolted away in a state of disarray. Su Yin took another bite of lotus root, beckoning for someone to come out. After a brief moment, a somewhat pallid female figure emerged from the side of the door. She possessed a fragile beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, with delicate features that swayed gently like a willow in the breeze, and her innocent, pure doe-like eyes evoked a sense of tenderness and compassion. Su Yin smiled gently. Those who appear delicate may not be so fragile after all, their schemes often running deep, and their methods quite ruthless. "Hello, I am Su Yin," she introduced herself. "The one who just left is Wen Isin, the cousin of Sir Li." As Dongfang Yin entered the dormitory, she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settling on Su Yin, particularly her exquisitely perfect face. "Are you using your beauty to entice Sir Li?" she teased. "It seems I have stumbled into the lair of Sir Li's admirers." Su Yin adjusted her posture for greater comfort, unwilling to dismiss the allure of her own charm. "Beauty serves to captivate, yet it can wither away," Dongfang Yin remarked. Su Yin curled the corner of her lips, her exquisite visage revealing a fleeting glimpse of an enchanting and seductive mischief that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, you were left without even the slightest chance to serve her. Dongfang Yan's face turned ashen, akin to a sheet of paper. "I possess superior fertility," she declared. "I have heard that you lack such capabilities. The essence of femininity does not dictate all outcomes." Su Yin rose gracefully from her seat, stretching languidly. Approaching the window, she flung it open, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in. As Dongfang Yin observed her leaning against the windowsill, a flicker of deep malice flashed in her doe-like eyes as she slowly approached Su Yin. Su Yin opened the system map, observing Dongfang Yin approach her. She stood still, motionless. Just as Dongfang Yin reached behind her and extended her hand to push her, Su Yin leisurely stepped aside. Dongfang Yin, taken aback by Su Yin's unexpected evasion, initially found it hard to believe. Then, as she realized she had missed her target, her body lost its balance and began to tumble towards the window. Upon hearing the sound of a heavy object falling, followed by a delicate cry, Su Yin fell into silence. Glancing at the map, she saw the unconscious Dongfang Yin and murmured, "How fortunate that beneath my window lies a grassy terrace, otherwise you would have perished by your own folly." However, her expression abruptly shifted. Within her system map, a rift in space rapidly opened, precisely where Dongfang Yin had plummeted. Emerging from this rift was an illusionary beast. It approached the unconscious Dongfang Yin and tested her breath. Confirming her survival, it seized her, intending to return through the rift. Without so much as a word of warning, it sought to take her away. Su Yin leaped from the window. The illusionary beast regarded her with an impassive gaze, stating, "You possess no reproductive capacity." Su Yin was taken aback. "How did you perceive that?" The illusory beast set Dongfang Yin down, and its hands suddenly transformed into 2 vine blades, charging towards Su Yin with lethal intent. Su Yin drew a tang knife from the system space, wielding it to parry and strike. In her other hand, She held a gun, unleashing a barrage of shots at the illusion demon beast. Suddenly, the creature's body hardened, effectively blocking the bullets. Su-Yan's heart raced as she swiftly turned her hand to strike again, yet she still failed to inflict any harm upon him. A warning echoed in her mind. Host. Teleport immediately. Su-Yan realized she was in a precarious situation and chose not to linger. Grasping the unconscious Dongfang Yin from the ground, she instantly teleported away. Shortly after her departure, Zhong Zili arrived, having heard the gunfire from Su-Yan and teleporting directly from the examination hall. Upon his arrival, he found no trace of Su-Yan, only the phantom beast and a spatial rift that was gradually closing. The phantom beast, spotting Zhong Zili, opted to retreat into the rift. Had it been anyone else, the phantom beast might have successfully escaped through the rift. However, it was Zhong Zili, a master of spatial principles. With a deft application of the spatial cage technique, he solidified the rift, trapping the phantom beast within. Following that, a spatial collapse ensued, obliterating the beast into irretrievable fragments. Ziyuan soon arrived with her team. Upon witnessing the phantom beast had already been vanquished by Zhong Zili, she inquired, what transpired? He had emerged suddenly from the rift. Zhong Zili gazed at the nearly vanishing spatial rift, contemplating whether to investigate further. That would be prudent. Exercise utmost caution, Ziyuan advised. Zhong Zili nodded and entered the rift. Although he did not find Su-Yan upon his arrival, he was not overly concerned. He understood that Su-Yan harbored secrets. Her true capabilities were far beyond mere talent at the yellow rank, and even he could not discern the depths of her strength. Given the existence of a bidirectional spatial rift, it was an opportune moment to investigate, ensuring no future threats would arise. Su-Yan instantly returned to the inn, leaving Dongfang Yin in Bai Kaisen's care. Sister Su, why did you bring back a female? How did the exam go? Bai Kaisen inquired. I am absolutely confident of a perfect score. Su-Yan replied with a radiant smile. Bai Kaisen looked at her with admiration. You truly are remarkable, Sister Su. Xiao Xinzi glanced at Dongfang Yin and remarked, isn't this the esteemed female from the Dongfang residence? Do you know her? Su-Yan asked Xiao Xinzi. He responded, I once worked at the Dongfang residence and have encountered this esteemed female. She is quite frail, and despite possessing exceptional fertility, no male has sought her hand in marriage or as a concubine. Since you are acquainted, you shall return her to the Dongfang residence. You may concoct any excuse you deem fit, Su-Yan stated, as she simply wished to avoid leaving her in the clutches of the illusionary beasts. Not wanting to attract any trouble, Xiao Xinzi and Bai Kaisen then set off together to return Dongfang Yin to her home. Su-Yan was organizing the accounts in the inn's lobby when she suddenly sensed that Man-Man in the system space had awakened. This little creature certainly had a remarkable ability to digest the beast cultivation pill. Upon releasing her from the system space, Su-Yan noticed that in just half a day's time, Man-Man had grown significantly. She was now roughly the size of a quail. With a golden crest sprouting from the top of her head, Su-Yan gazed at the tuft of feathers, unable to suppress a chuckle, finding it utterly amusing. Xiao Man-Man first let out a call, then, in a sweet and innocent voice, asked, what did Mother say? Su-Yan, upon hearing her able to articulate words, realized that the beast nurturing elixir had indeed succeeded in enhancing her talents. It's nothing. I am simply delighted that you can speak, she said, gently smoothing the golden tuft atop her head. Man-Man lightly pecked Su-Yan's finger and inquired, Mother, where has Father gone? Your father, Su-Yan pondered, recalling the moment she had fired at the phantasmal beast. Surely, Zhong Zili must have heard the sound. With his swiftness, he would arrive shortly. Engaged in the act of vanquishing the wicked. What is a wicked being? Man-Man asked. They are the phantasmal beasts, Su-Yan replied, lovingly cradling Man-Man in her arms. My precious little darling, no one shall dare to bully you without facing dire consequences, even excruciating ones. And what must I pay if I lose my daughter? A man stood at the inn's entrance, having lingered there for an indeterminate time, his voice hoarse, laden with sorrow and remorse. Su-Yan cradled Man-Man in her arms and planted a gentle kiss on her adorable tuft of hair. My precious, shall we return and take a little nap? Man-Man chirped in response, yearning to turn her head and see who had arrived, but was swiftly enveloped into Su-Yan's system space. Su-Yan picked up the registration book on the table. Are you here to stay? Yes, Ming Linyuan replied, advancing to the counter, his gaze piercing as if he sought to penetrate the depths of her soul. You clearly died. How have you returned? And what of this daughter? Were you not pregnant at that time? I have heard that the Mouse clan possesses females with dual wombs, one for gestation and the other for storing sperm. Are you one of those? Did you conceive 2 children, one after the other? A barrage of inquiries left Su Yan's ears ringing. She lifted her eyes to scrutinize the tall, slender young man before her, clad entirely in black. His appearance was far from pristine. His silver hair was tousled and matted, clearly neglected for some time. The stubble on his face and the sharply defined jawline, coupled with his silver eyes, though dimmer now, still shimmered with an exquisite nobility. It was evident that at his peak, he would have been a rare beauty in this world. As she appraised him once more, her lips curled into a smile that barely reached her eyes, exuding an air of aloofness tinged with an enticing charm. Ming Linyuan, who had once reveled in her allure, found himself momentarily entranced, his thoughts in disarray. Apologies, but we are fully booked. Su Yin suddenly withdrew her emotions, closing the registration book with an icy demeanor. Bai Kaisen returned merrily, laden with numerous gifts from the Dongfang residence. Upon her arrival at Dongfang Manor, Dongfang Yan had awakened, completely oblivious to her past, experiencing intermittent amnesia. To protect Dongfang Yan's reputation, the manor had offered Bai Kaisen a substantial sum to keep her silence, which she happily accepted. Noticing a disheveled man hesitating at the entrance, Bai Kaisen courteously inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Xiao Xianzi, carrying several items, suddenly recalled something. "You are here to apply for a job, aren't you?" Bai Kaisen, realizing her oversight, exclaimed, "Yes, I completely forgot. I posted a job advertisement yesterday, and I have no idea where it disappeared to. Are you here for the position?" Ming Linyuan regarded the two of them before glancing at the inn. "Who are you?" "I am Bai Kaisen, a partner at Wanfang Inn, responsible for managing the establishment, including front desk operations and room assignments. This is Xiao Xianzi, who oversees the dining and cleaning services. He basically does everything," she explained. "What can you do?" "I can cook." Ming Linyuan hesitated before responding. "A chef?" Bai Kaisen and Xiao Xianzi exchanged glances, then broke into smiles. "Wonderful. Our inn is in dire need of a head cook. Please, follow me." Bai Kaisen promptly led Ming Linyuan into the inn. Su Yin has now returned to the small building in the backyard to rest. Her pregnant body is prone to fatigue, and the sight of Ming Linyuan has dampened her spirits. She had initially thought that upon seeing him again, she would at least be able to converse with him calmly, treating him as a familiar stranger. In reality, this person still affects her emotions, having once shared such intimacy. How could it be possible to pretend as if nothing had ever transpired? The host exhibits abnormal emotional fluctuations, prompting an immediate initiation of emotional cash clearance. Xiaomei issues an irresistible and absolute command. Soon, Su Yan's heart settles into tranquility. Even if the illusion beast were to appear before her, it would hardly stir any reaction. "Well done, Xiaomei." Su Yan sighed wistfully, then closed her eyes, quickly succumbing to slumber, and before long, she entered a deep sleep. The following morning, Su Yan rose to freshen up. After consuming the last segment of the 9-petal lotus root, she decided to venture into the Tianyuan beast forest to seek some rare materials herself. If Song Silin were present, she would naturally have him procure food. But with him occupied with the illusion beast, she resolved to handle this minor issue on her own. Bai Kaisen arrived with food. "Sister Su, the new chef has prepared some delightful dishes. Would you like to sample them?" "No, thank you. I shall be going out for a while. The inn is in your capable hands." "Sure, rest assured, Sister Su." Bai Kaisen left with the food. Ming Linyuan altered his appearance to that of an ordinary person, even changing his silver hair and eyes to an unremarkable amber hue. When he noticed Bai Kaisen returning with food, a sense of unease washed over him. "What is it? Is the food not to your liking?" "Not at all. It's just that Sister Su hasn't had much appetite lately. She will be leaving shortly, likely heading to the academy. So there's no need to worry about her." Bai Kaisen began to eat, praising the food with delight. "This is truly delicious. Where did you learn to cook like this?" Ming Linyuan did not respond. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he hurried toward the backyard. Chirp, chirp, the fluffy little wings of Man fluttered as it trembled in the air. Su Yin nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Yes, indeed, that is precisely the case. Man, you are exceptional, like a phoenix destined to dominate the skies. You must never allow outsiders to encroach upon your realm, so it is imperative that you begin your flight practice as soon as possible." "I understand, Mother." Man exerted all her strength, flapping her small wings energetically. Ming Linyuan observed from a distance, his heart aching for her. She had yet to fully grow her feathers, and yet she was striving so hard to fly, she might get hurt. Yet he dared not approach, fearing she would discover him and send him away again. "All right. Let us conclude today's practice here. We must head to the academy now." "Mother, who is that person over there?" Man inquired, glancing in Ming Linyuan's direction. What person? Suyin followed her gaze, but saw nothing. Man tilted her little head, her tufty hair swaying gently as she declared, "He is gone." Suyin dismissed it, thinking it was perhaps just a guest at the inn. Suyin arrived at the academy with Man, exchanging a gray crystal core for a portal to the Tianyuan Beast Forest. As she departed, Ming Linyuan arrived shortly thereafter. After revealing his identity and presenting the Continental Passage token bestowed upon him by the Beast Emperor, he learned of Su Yan's destination. There was no need for a portal. He simply teleported directly to the Tianyuan Beast Forest. The portal administrator, upon witnessing his departure without utilizing the portal, was not surprised. This heir of the Ghost Car Phoenix clan had recently entered the spirit realm, and the distance from the academy to the Tianyuan Beast Forest was merely a thought away for someone of his caliber. Su Yan wandered aimlessly through the Tianyuan Beast Forest with Man by her side. The system map was unable to identify rare treasures, leaving her to rely solely on her keen eyesight. Had she known earlier, she would have inquired with her father about the whereabouts of the 9-petal lotus. Su Yan remarked to Man, who was perched on her shoulder. Man, too, desired to partake, eagerly chiming in, Yes, let us search for the 9-petal lotus." Su Yan suddenly halted her steps, gazing at a stranger who had appeared on the map, confirming that he was indeed an orc and not a phantom beast. She approached him. Ming Lingyuan had once again transformed his appearance. One of the innate abilities of the Gui Che Feng clan was to change forms. Unless one possessed a talent superior to his, it was nearly impossible to discern his true identity. This time, he had assumed the guise of an ordinary orc, hunting in the beastly woods. "Excuse me," Suyin called out to him. Ming Lingyuan immediately came to a stop. "Is there something you need? I would like to inquire if you are familiar with the 9-petal lotus. What do you seek the 9-petal lotus for?" Ming Lingyuan was well aware of what the 9-petal lotus was. Considering that she might urgently require rare herbs under certain circumstances, his gaze instinctively drifted to her abdomen. With that glance, he couldn't help but wonder if it was merely his suspicion, but it appeared to have rounded more than usual, somewhat incongruous with her slender waist. "Could it be?" Su Yan replied. "There is someone at home in need of recuperation. Do you know where I might find it?" After speaking, she produced 2 low-grade crystal coins, not hesitating to ask. Ming Linyuan did not take the coins but responded, "I can guide you there. It is somewhat distant." "That is of no consequence. I came specifically to seek it. If I can find it, the distance is trivial." "Then follow me," he said. Ming Linyuan was certain that she must be pregnant again. "Is it his?" He glanced at the creature resting on her shoulder, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaojinjin. The creature, Man, looked back at him, her eyes filled with confusion. "Father, why does your face look different again?" Upon hearing Man's words, Su Yan turned her gaze toward him. Ming Linyuan felt a sudden rush of panic, his face betraying a look of astonishment. How could she speak? "Stop pretending." Su Yan held no doubts regarding Man's instinct about blood relations, for children are incapable of deceit. Ming Linyuan was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke with genuine remorse. Yin, I am sorry. You have not wronged me. Rather, it is Man whom you have wronged." With Shaman having cleared away the entanglements of love and sorrow, she remained remarkably composed at this moment, her judgment unclouded by emotion, solely weighing the pros and cons. Ming Linyuan directed his gaze toward the little phoenix, who continued to observe him with unabated curiosity. Su Yan took 2 steps closer to him. Ming Linyuan, upon noticing her proximity, felt his heart skip a beat. Man is indeed Ming Yushin. Ming Linyuan was momentarily stunned. It took him quite a while to respond. "What did you just say? Xiaojinjin and Man?" Su Yan nodded in affirmation. In an instant, Ming Linyuan's gaze towards Man shifted to one of guilt, regret, and a tinge of relief. "How did she come to be with you?" he inquired. "I have my own methods," came the reply. "But I wish to understand why you left the newly hatched Man alone in the room. Do you comprehend what she has endured?" Ming Linyuan lamented. At that moment, I suddenly ascended to the spirit realm. He was filled with self-loathing, wishing he could remain at the celestial tier forever rather than lose his daughter. Su Yan was somewhat taken aback. "You have also entered the spiritual realm? What is happening? Everyone who has had any connection with her has ascended." "No, wait." She suddenly recalled Zulu, and a dull ache flickered across her heart. "I would rather remain at my current level for eternity." In that fleeting moment, Ming Linyuan's once proud shoulders seemed to sag, revealing a vulnerability that was previously concealed. Su Yan felt a pang of reluctance. Yet she revealed to him that he had indeed lost her once. With that, she grasped his shoulder, leaned closer, and delicately kissed his lips. "Xiaomei, show him that video," Su Yan instructed. Sharing memories with others required a payment of 100 points. Services unrelated to the child were invariably costly. Yet this was something he needed to know. Just then, Ming Lingyuan was about to respond to Su Yan's initiative when unexpected scenes from unforgettable memories flooded his mind. It was his little Jinjin. Once the memories concluded, Ming Lingyuan transformed into a different persona. He shed his disguise, revealing silver hair crowned with a phoenix, piercing silver eyes emanating an imposing aura, clad in a black cloak adorned with silver phoenix patterns and intricate runes. His tall and robust figure towering nearly 2 heads above Su Yan. Jialias Baoru. His voice held a sense of opulence and grandeur. Yet the emotion conveyed was one of a fervent desire to flay the very owner of that name. He must have known of your advancement and seized the opportunity to invade the Phoenix Palace to steal Man-Man's soul gem, which represented an indelible pain for her. I will retrieve Man-Man's soul gem, Ming Lingyuan declared, his head bowed in a deep sense of guilt and shame. Man-Man fluttered to his shoulder, gently pecking at his hair. Father, do not cry. Upon hearing Man-Man's words, Su Yan gazed at him in astonishment. He wept. Suddenly, a dark gray mist emanated from Ming Lingyuan's body. But it quickly dissipated. He gently lifted Man-Man from his shoulder and handed her to Su Yan, instructing, take good care of her. I am no longer worthy of possessing her. Su Yan fell silent. Ming Lingyuan's gaze rested upon her abdomen, and he posed one final question. Whose child resides within you? After a moment of silence, Su Yan finally spoke. I possess but a womb, incapable of storing essence. This child belongs to Zhongsili. I am familiar with him. He is currently the youngest spiritual realm master on the Beast World continent. When he was with me, he was merely at the celestial stage. It seems he advanced after you. She smiled softly. Our yin-yin is quite favorable for husbands. Ming Lingyuan gazed at Su Yan, as if he wished to etch her into his very bones. If I do not return, let Man-Man inherit the Ghost Car Phoenix clan. What do you intend to do? Su Yan furrowed her brow, urging him against foolish actions. Man-Man, with her chubby little wings, flew back onto Ming Lingyuan's shoulder. Father, find delicious food for me and mother. The little one was quite practical, and ever since she consumed the beast nurturing pill, her appetite had greatly increased, devouring food more swiftly than Su Yan. Otherwise, Zhongsili would not have finished all those 9-petal lotus roots so quickly. Ming Lingyuan cradled her, his eyes filled with an overwhelming tenderness. I will ensure you both have ample sustenance. Su Yan gazed at him, understanding that his love for Man-Man was unparalleled. Previously, when Man-Man was harmed, his reaction was somewhat justifiable. The escalation of events was an uncontrollable fate, fleeting and elusive. If missed, one might never again grasp the opportunity to enter that pinnacle of excellence. To avenge Man-Man and reclaim her rightful soul pearl, I shall grant you custody. Ming Lingyuan's body trembled suddenly, as if he had heard an incredulous revelation. His eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Good words seldom come in repetition. Su Yan snatched Man-Man from his grasp and continued walking forward. Hurry and leave. I might regret this decision soon. Women, after all, are the most capricious. Ming Lingyuan observed her retreating figure, a faint yet profound smile gracing his handsome face. Very well. His silhouette gradually faded away. Su Yan, accompanied by Man-Man, wandered through the Tianyuan Beast Forest in search of rare treasures. Perhaps it was an ill fortune that plagued them, for they found nothing of value. Eventually, hunger drove Man-Man to gnaw on dried meat while sipping on milk powder, and Su Yan managed only a few bites of the compressed biscuits provided by the system. It became evident that relying solely on their own efforts was futile. Suddenly, Su Yan tapped her forehead as a thought struck her. She could simply purchase what she needed. Why insist on searching herself? Different professions possess their own expertise. Hiring those adept at locating rare materials would be a more prudent course of action. With that realization, she resolved to leave the forest with Man-Man. At that moment, Ming Lingyuan reappeared, one hand grasping a large white fish with an impressively long beard, weighing no less than 50 pounds, while the other hand held a 9-petal lotus along with its root, accompanied by various unfamiliar herbs. I visited the Southern and Northern Merchants Association. He stated, starting tomorrow, they will deliver spiritual materials to the Wanfang Inn, so you and the child need not venture out into danger. This was indeed a thoughtful gesture on his part. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate your needs. The Southern and Northern Merchants Association is under my purview. Su Yan was taken aback, glancing at Man-Man perched on her shoulder. Did you hear that? You're a rich second generation. What is a rich second generation? Man-Man inquired, confusion evident in her eyes. Su Yan replied, it is simply because your father is wealthy that you benefit from it effortlessly. Suddenly, Yan Yan approached Su Yin with an air of intimacy. Su Yin did not pull away, raising her eyes to gaze at him. Mo Lin Yuan embraced her, initially tentatively loosening his hold. Observing her lack of resistance, he gradually tightened his grip, ultimately as if desiring to meld her into his very being. Su Yin relaxed her body, allowing him to embrace her tightly. The scent that filled her nostrils was reminiscent of the fondest memories shared with him, enveloping her heart. If given the chance, we could bring another bird into existence, Su Yin murmured almost to herself. She had thought he would not hear her, yet to her surprise, he instantly released her, his silver eyes shining with startling intensity. Really? Su Yin mused. This ear is quite perceptive. She contemplated the potential of giving birth to a multitude of ethereal offspring once the birthing system underwent its upgrade. With suitable males readily available, she felt no inclination to seek elsewhere. Host, please consume nourishment promptly to sustain the energy required for the fetal evolutionary abilities, chimed Xiao Mei's voice, ringing like a clarion call, shattering the tender feelings that had just begun to blossom within Su Yin. Su Yin pointed to the fish that had yet to be cleaned on the ground. What is this? She inquired. This is dragon whisker whitefish, which is delightful whether consumed raw or cooked. I will prepare it for you both right away. Ming Lin Yuan seemed to radiate vitality, effortlessly changing into a suitable outfit of azure work attire. Su Yin gazed at him with envy. Is it so easy for you to change your attire? The transformation technique of the Ghost Car Phoenix clan. Once Man transformed into a human, she too would awaken this remarkable gift. That would be quite splendid. One need not worry about clothing as their daughter matures. Su Yin cast a glance at Man, who was fixated on the dragon whisker whitefish, clearly oblivious to their conversation. Hurry up, your daughter is hungry, Su Yin urged Ming Lin Yuan. Ming Lin Yuan nodded and began to prepare the fish. He first selected a piece of tender meat that melted in the mouth for Man, followed by a firmer yet more flavorful portion for Su Yin. The mother and daughter savored each bite, feeding one another, and soon, the exquisite flesh of the large fish was completely devoured. All that remained was the sizable fish head, which Ming Lin Yuan efficiently consumed without wasting a morsel. For him, it was the most delightful fish head he had ever tasted. After satisfying her hunger, Su Yin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Man, on the other hand, sprawled atop Ming Lin Yuan's head, her legs in the air as she succumbed to slumber. It was the first time Su Yin witnessed Man's peaceful sleep. Any lingering resentment she harbored towards Ming Lin Yuan dissipated in that moment. Perhaps, for Man, Ming Lin Yuan was indeed the finest companion for her growth. I shall escort you both back, Ming Lin Yuan declared. Su Yin nodded, nestling in his embrace. The weariness of her pregnancy, coupled with the familiar scent of his body, soon lulled her into slumber. Ming Lin Yuan escorted Su Yin back to the quaint inn, where he lingered for an extended period, from dawn until dusk, and from dusk until the darkness before dawn. He remained seated by the window, cradling Man in his hands, his mind replaying the memories Su Yin had shared with him. Although the origin of those memories remained a mystery, they felt as vivid as if she had been present at each moment. Their authenticity was undeniable. He gently brushed aside the fur at Man's chest, revealing a faint scar that still lingered. The third demon king, Qi Mingsha, perhaps you have forgotten that I possess half of my bloodline from the Dark Continent. An uncontrollable grayish-black mist began to emanate from him. Man seemed to sense the impending danger, curling up defensively. Ming Lin Yuan hastily reined in his aura, placing Man carefully on Su Yin's chest, vowing, Father will reclaim what is yours and avenge you. As he spoke, a spatial rift appeared behind him, allowing passage through which the grayish-black mist floated, mirroring the aura he had just subdued, as if it were its source. Early in the morning, Lu Hui, the president of the North-South Chamber of Commerce, arrived at the Wanfang Inn, bringing several boxes with him. Bai Kaisen yawned, brandishing a broom as he opened the door, ready to sweep the entrance. Good morning, Boss Bai, Lu Hui greeted, bowing slightly with a smile that betrayed a hint of flattery. Bai Kaisen paused mid-sweep. And you are? Looking for accommodation? No. I am Lu Hui, the president of the North-South Chamber of Commerce, here specifically to pay a visit to Boss Bai and Boss Su. Oh, you're looking for Sister Su, Bai Kaisen replied. Though Bai Kaisen was a partner at the inn and was often referred to as Boss Bai, it was well understood that the true proprietor was none other than Su Yin. Su Yin gazed into the box, filled with an array of rare treasures from heaven and earth. Several of these were items noted in the materials provided by Xiaomei, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. How many crystal coins are these worth, Chairman Lu? No need for that, he replied. These have been sent by my master. And Su Boss need not pay a single red coin. These are the existing treasures in our trading association, and we will increase our purchasing efforts, delivering new items daily. Very well, let us proceed as such. Su Yin glanced at the little creature perched on her shoulder, drooling in anticipation. That should be enough for your young lady. Upon hearing that food was offered, the creature, Man, immediately lunged forward, seizing a snow-white silkworm. It chewed and swiftly swallowed it, then grabbed another, devouring it whole. Lu Hui was left utterly astonished. That is the eternal ice snow cicada. It's worth a high-grade crystal coin each. Su Yin observed as Man quickly finished an entire box of eternal ice snow cicadas, letting out a satisfied burp in the end. Lu Hui's face turned pale. This can't be good for its stomach, can it? Su Yin replied, it's nothing. As long as there is food, everything is fine. Mother, please put these things away. Man flapped her little wings, exhibiting a slight penchant for treasures. Su Yin smiled and said, very well. Lu Hui, taken aback by her eloquence, was increasingly astonished. Is she truly the daughter of Ming Linyuan? He pondered. Indeed, her words had inadvertently revealed the truth. Su Yin instructed Bai Kaisen to put away the boxes. It is only natural for Ming Linyuan to care for his own daughter. Earlier, Miss Su mentioned that this young lady is my family's eldest daughter? Yes. She is indeed Ming Linyuan's biological daughter, without a doubt. Oh my! Lu Hui exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement. This is wonderful news. I must write a letter to the old patriarch and share this joyous tidings. Please do, Su Yin replied with a smile. By the way, remember to bring me the good items. It is perfectly fine to purchase them with flower crystal coins. No, there's no need for any expenditure. If Boss Su is willing to accept, I shall gladly comply. Lu Hui immediately bowed respectfully to Su Yin before hurriedly departing with his entourage. Bai Kaisen, somewhat perplexed, remarked, Sister Su, President Lu is exceedingly courteous towards you. Su Yin curled her lips into a smile, her gaze directed towards the lively Man, who was playfully bouncing atop the box. As the cherished pet of President Lu, how could one possibly be impolite? Let us move everything over to my place. I reckon it will be nearly consumed by tomorrow. Bai Kaisen, though oblivious to the significance of the rare treasures, recognized their exorbitant value. Suddenly, Man opened her mouth and unleashed a fireball. Su Yin was taken aback, for the fireball unleashed by Man was unlike any she had encountered before. It radiated a brilliant golden light, both dim within and bright without. The box struck by her fireball was instantly reduced to ashes. What it originally contained remained a mystery. But now, all that was left was a heap of gray remnants, devoid of any substance. Su Yin, Bai Kaisen immediately felt the urge to unleash the fiery wrath of this little ancestor. Oh dear, I simply cannot restrain myself. An overwhelming desire to conjure a fireball has suddenly surged within me. The little one appears to be quite remorseful. Yet, this fireball is undoubtedly lethal. Su Yin gazed at the pile of ashes and first comforted Man, assuring her that it was merely a matter of missing a single bite. Xiao Xinzi approached with a booklet in hand and presented it to Su Yin, saying, Sister Su, there is an egg in that box, possibly belonging to the three-headed dog. Su Yin was taken aback. A three-headed dog? A canine species? The three-headed dog was not a beast man. It was an oviparous creature that would grow 3 pairs of wings upon maturity, enabling it to soar through the skies. It was a rare and precious guardian beast. Each of its 3 heads possessed unique talents. Su Yin quickly glanced towards the pile of ashes. This fireball had caused significant trouble. Suddenly, the ashes stirred. A small 3-headed puppy, the size of a soccer ball and singed in fur, leaped out from the remnants. Woof, 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 woof. Each had emitted its distinct sound. Su Yin was rendered speechless. Curious, Man flew onto the back of the 3-headed hound and inhaled its scent, which bore a hint of barbecued smokiness. Su Yin was rendered speechless. The 3-headed dog had become Man's steed, often seen perched upon its back, directing it to gallivant aimlessly about. Su Yin observed them, one eager to ride, the other keen to run, and decided it was best not to interfere. Zhongzili had returned. His youthful, tall figure had grown even leaner, lending him an air of maturity and composure. He brought delightful treats, including a fruit resembling a fig, which Su Yin adored. You have lost weight. You should nourish yourself, she said as she offered the fruit to Zhongzili. He accepted it but did not eat it immediately. Instead, he gazed at her and said, Yin, I encountered someone in the Dark Continent. You went to the Dark Continent? Su Yin had believed he was engaged in hunting the illusory beasts. Since the Divine Beast Academy had not issued any notices following the written examination in the 3rd phase, she remained at the inn, focusing on her pregnancy, and was unaware of his absence from the academy. Zhongzili nodded, explaining that he went to the Dark Continent to investigate the frequent spatial rifts occurring in the beast world. Did you uncover anything? Suyin inquired as she continued to eat. Zhongzili's gaze shifted to her abdomen, revealing that the Dark Continent was capturing female beasts from the beast world, especially those with strong reproductive capabilities. Suddenly, Suyin recalled the phantom beast that sought to capture Dongfang Yin. Upon seeing her, it directly proclaimed that she possessed no reproductive capabilities. She hurriedly conveyed this matter to Zhongzili. Zhongzili responded, stating that they captured females in order to propagate the phantom beasts. An unexpected offspring demigod had emerged from the Dark Continent. As long as a female mated with it, she would conceive, and each pregnancy would yield no fewer than 10 offspring, with some litters exceeding 100. Suyin paused in her eating. The breeder demon god? To the Dark Continent. Xiaomei's voice suddenly rang out. Why? Didn't you say I couldn't go? Suyin squinted slightly. The breeder demon god is a virus that escaped from the breeder system. It must be exterminated. You only need to go. I will handle the extermination. Every female, after giving birth to a phantom beast, meets her demise. Zhongzili witnessed with his own eyes a vast pit filled entirely with the lifeless bodies of female orcs who perished after childbirth. Suyin gently caressed her abdomen, the signs of pregnancy now evident. She knew that after giving birth, she would meet her demise, albeit a fabricated death. Previously, she had been given a grand burial by Mingling Yuan. This time, she needed to inform Zhongzili in advance. If I were to perish after giving birth, Zhongzili's complexion turned ashen in an instant. No, I would rather not have the child. Suyin raised her hand, indicating that she wished to finish her thoughts. What I mean is, if I were to die, do not bury me just yet. Wait until I revive on my own. After giving birth, there should be a period resembling death. This occurred during my last childbirth with Man, and as a result, I was interred by Ming Lin Yuan. I encountered Ming Lin Yuan in the Dark Continent. Zhongzili gazed at her with a look of complex emotions. Yes, I am aware he has gone to avenge Man and retrieve her innate soul jewel. During my journey into the Dark Continent, I encountered 2 demon lords, fortunately. He arrived just in time, granting me the opportunity to escape. However, Zhongzili was uncertain whether he should reveal this to Suyin. Continue, Suyin urged, observing his expression and feeling a flicker of unease within her. He is a demon lord, despite Zhongzili's reluctance to believe it. The reality was that Ming Lin Yuan was conversing amiably with the first and second demon lords of the Dark Continent, developing a close bond, referring to them as elder brother and second brother, while he himself was the 4th brother. A demon lord? Suyin shook her head, dismissing the notion. Man is doing well. Genes cannot deceive. It is indeed difficult to fathom, yet the aura emanating from him undeniably exudes the dark energy of the continent. Host. Hurry to the Dark Continent, or more females will fall victim to the virus, Xiaomei urged Suyin. Suyin raised her eyes to glance at Zhongzili. If she were to tell him that she intended to venture into the Dark Continent, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Xiaomei, you wish to go to the Dark Continent, do you not? If you were to harness the power of the system without deducting my points, I would consent to accompany you on this journey. That is not feasible. The virus would detect my presence and flee in concealment. Then what shall we do? Suddenly, an idea flickered through Suyin's mind. Indeed, there was a method. I once heard a rumor that I initially dismissed as mere jest, but in retrospect, it may not be without merit. What rumor? Is it concerning Ming Lin Yuan? Indeed. It is said that the elder chieftain of the Gui Che Feng clan, who happens to be Ming Lin Yuan's mother, once traveled to the Dark Continent. Upon her return, she married a non-pureblood male of the Bai Feng clan. Shortly after their union, the elder chieftain became pregnant. The male of the Bai Feng clan, indulgent and restless, fathered illegitimate offspring with other avian females. The elder chieftain, however, did not impose any difficulties and allowed him to depart. A century later, the elder chieftain gave birth to Ming Lin Yuan, retreating from the world and entrusting all clan affairs to a few elders until Ming Lin Yuan came of age to assume the chieftaincy. Ming Lin Yuan inadvertently revealed an ability beyond the wood element, devouring. Devouring? Isn't that characteristic of magical beasts? Suyin's expression changed dramatically. Precisely. Which led to suspicions that the elder chieftain was not bearing the offspring of the Bai Feng clan, but rather that of the high-ranking dark magical beings from the Dark Continent. Yet, the elder chieftain vehemently denied this. And with Ming Lin Yuan possessing the unique shape-shifting abilities of the pure-blood Gui Che Feng clan, this rumor ultimately fell apart. Suyin recalled Man, her exceptional innate ability, which encompassed not only fire but also a formidable aspect of shadowy darkness. Since it was merely a rumor, she decided to listen without concern. Her daughter was in fine form, which indicated that there were no issues at hand. Losing her appetite, Suyin offered the remaining half of the fruit to Zhongxilin. Refusing to let it go to waste, Zhongxilin opened his mouth to receive it, and in doing so, his lips inevitably brushed against Su Yan's fingers. Su Yan's heart quivered slightly, and in the next moment, she gently probed her fingers between his lips. The night was draped in darkness. Su Yan was utterly exhausted. After indulging with Zhongxilin several times, her strength had waned, and she felt disinclined to move. However, Xiaomei, ever diligent, urged her to hasten towards the Dark Continent, assuring her of protection, particularly concerning the safety of her unborn child. Su Yan finally agreed to make the journey. Zhongxilin had already returned to the academy, having gathered a wealth of information from the expedition to the Dark Continent, which would undoubtedly keep him occupied for quite some time. Su Yan advised him to refrain from seeking her out for the time being, as he should first address matters pertaining to the Dark Continent. In truth, she too intended to venture to the Dark Continent, rendering his efforts to find her futile. After securing the restless Mayaman within the confines of the system space, she changed into a light-colored maternity dress that accentuated her waist and rounded belly. Xiaomei, is there a reward for this undertaking? Aside from points, what does the host desire? I merely wish for points. Apologies, host. You may peruse the items within the system store and select any one item. 10 items. At most. 2 items. 9 items. 2 items. 8 items. 2 items. 3 items. It cannot be any less. Otherwise, I shall refuse to proceed. 3 items. Xiaomei acquiesced. I will choose when I have the time. The host may select at their convenience. Su Yan exited the inn and strolled down the street. She activated the system map to observe the individuals appearing on it. After a short distance, a red dot suddenly materialized on the map. It was quite close, situated in the alley ahead. Moreover, adjacent to the red dot, there was a spatial rift. Su Yan, with her prominent belly, hurriedly made her way forward. Her plan was to seek out the phantom beast that had intended to abduct Dongfang Yan that day. She intended to have the phantom beast transport her to the Dark Continent, and perhaps even to the system virus itself. This approach was not only time-efficient and labor-saving, but it also promised a swift encounter with the elusive system virus. Su Yan, with her prominent pregnancy, turned into an alley. A man, whose gaze was vacant and whose limbs appeared somewhat rigid, looked toward her. Initially, he seemed perplexed. However, upon noticing her pronounced belly, his once-dazed eyes suddenly lost their scare, transforming into an abyss of darkness. He surged towards Su Yan with the swiftness of the wind. Su Yan was genuinely frightened and turned to flee, not merely pretending. She was indeed terrified. The speed of the phantom beast was even swifter. Su Yan had barely taken a few steps before she was apprehended. A swift strike landed on her carotid artery, nearly claiming her life, but fortunately, Xiaomei was there to shield her. The illusory beast cradled Su Yan and entered the spatial rift. Su Yan expressed her thoughts on this idea to Xiaomei. The host is exceptionally intelligent, truly deserving of being chosen by this system. A moment of self-praise was not forgotten. Su Yan smiled, reminiscent of the old adage about the seller of melons praising his own wares. The beast world and the Dark Continent exist in stark contrast, akin to the realms of light and shadow. In the realm of light, life flourishes and thrives, while in the realm of darkness, existence decays and withers. The Dark Continent, devoid of life, is inhabited by magical beasts that are born from the very essence of death. They consume all that the beast world has to offer, yearning to transform into the light and darkness of the living realm. Thus, there has never been a moment when the Dark Continent did not covet the dominion of the beast world. The war has never ceased, even for an instant. Su Yan found herself being carried shoulder-high by the illusory beast, its head dangling downwards. Her swollen belly was pressed against it, and she truly owed her gratitude to Xiaomei. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently harmed her child. The air of the Dark Continent made her dizzy and nauseous, making it difficult to breathe. The host could consume an antidote pill, rendering her immune to all toxins. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? This certainly cannot be counted towards my points. Very well, I shall gift it to the host free of charge. Now, that is more acceptable. Su Yan consumed the detoxification elixir, finally feeling a sense of relief that allowed her to observe her surroundings thoroughly. Grateful for the unwavering support of her beloved companions, she embraced each one with affectionate kisses. Today, the adorable little pet is excited to embark on an adventure to the Dark Continent with Mama and Annie Mae. What joy and exhilaration! Anime reassured her, "Rest assured, I will keep you safe." Suyin. End of this chapter. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and the air was permeated with a nauseating stench of decay. Suyin, sensitive to odors due to her pregnancy, immediately began to retch. "What is that smell?" she inquired. Shaman responded, "The Dark Continent, one of the ancient burial grounds of the primordial gods. The very essence of this realm is saturated with the aura of death. No living creature can ultimately endure here. This is the scent of mortality." The phantom beast released Suyin, standing rigidly beside her. Only then did Suyin notice that he was in line, and before them, there were already numerous illusory beasts, each accompanied by a female, their gazes vacant, as if they had lost their very souls. Immediately, she mimicked that state. The illusory beast cast a glance at her abdomen, its eyes filled with darkness. Upon glancing at the females ahead, she observed that their all-black forms had transformed into a mixture of black and white. Suyin comprehended that their eyes possessed a function akin to that of a fertility stone, enabling them to discern at a glance whether a female was capable of reproduction. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she observed a female 2 spaces ahead. Was that not Pei Xian's cousin, known as Sun Manru? She too had been captured. Suyin recalled that she was of superior fertility. Just then, a phantom beast approached, pointing at Sun Manru. The latter obediently followed it away. Suyin yearned a glimpse into the past, yet mindful of her objective to eradicate the system virus, she believed that vanquishing it would ensure their salvation. Stealing her resolve, she proceeded alongside the female contingent. Sun Manru was guided by the illusionary beast into a magnificent palace. Inside, a troupe of dancers performed gracefully, accompanied by musicians, while the delectable cuisine of the beast realm and the fragrant nectar filled the air with an intoxicating aroma. Numerous beast guards, drawn by the enticing scents wafting from within, gazed longingly into the hall. Initially dazed, Sun Manru gradually regained her senses, and in a moment of disorientation, she imagined she had arrived at the Beast Emperor's palace. However, upon discerning the figures atop the high seats, she realized they included beasts, humanoid illusionary beasts, and some high-ranking demon races that bore no distinction from the beastmen. With a sudden shriek, she bolted toward the palace exit. The dancers and musicians, startled by her outcry, halted their performance and knelt in terror, pleading for mercy from the male demon lord who rested with closed eyes at the pinnacle of the hall. The male demon lord slowly opened his alluring silver eyes, shimmering with a crimson glow, and fixed his gaze upon the obstructed Sun Manru. Amidst her frantic cries, she declared, "My brother is Pei Xian, the chieftain of the golden-eyed Black Panther clan. Dare you lay a hand on me, and you shall await your destruction." "Pei Xian's sister?" the male demon lord uttered, his voice low and languid. Sun Manru paused, momentarily entranced by the sound, before looking up at the elevated platform. Upon meeting his gaze, something within her seemed to explode. A wave of warmth surged through her, her throat parched, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Were the demons of the Dark Continent not known for their grotesqueness? Why did he possess such striking beauty, akin to a deity? "Who are you? Do you know my brother?" Ming Linyuan regarded Sun Manru without answering, instead inquiring, "Do you know a female named Suyin?" Her disdain was palpable as she retorted, "Her? That wretched female from the filthy gutter, utterly devoid of reproductive capability." The mere mention of Suyin caused Sun Manru to seethe with indignation. How could a lowly rodent, emerging from the sewers, coexist with them, noble females blessed with superior fertility? It was an affront that she had garnered the attention of the most exceptional male disciple at the Divine Beast Academy, even engaging in mating. It was nothing short of provocation and humiliation towards them. Devoid of reproductive capability? Ming Lin Yuan rose from his seat, the resplendent phoenix-patterned robe he donned shimmering with every movement, rendering the opulent palace dim by comparison. He approached Sun Manru and queried, "What is your reproductive capability?" "Superlative," Sun Manru proclaimed with immense pride. Instantly, the surrounding beasts buzzed with excitement. "At least 50, I'd wager." The last superlative capability gave birth to 109, though she appears less robust. 80 should be feasible. I bet on 80. Then I shall wager 95. I bet 103. Physique is lacking. I'll guess 46. They took note of these figures. Sun Manru, bewildered by their intentions, felt an unsettling anxiety and edged closer to Ming Linyuan. "What is this place? Can you take me home? My parents will reward you handsomely." A sinister, mocking laughter echoed. "Oh, fourth, your skin is quite deceiving. This little beast woman has taken quite a liking to you. Indeed, if second brother were to don a different guise, he would garner even more attention from the females." Ming Linyuan remarked, turning toward the side hall where a towering door, over 3 zhang high, loomed. A colossal beast, grotesque with horns and standing no less than 2 zhang tall, thundered into the banquet hall. All present prostrated themselves. Ming Linyuan also bowed respectfully, addressing the beast as elder brother. The immense creature was the first demon king, Othas Shah, the strongest entity of the Dark Continent, yet it was mute. Sun Manru, upon witnessing Othas Shah, felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Are you all in cahoots? Following the massive beast, a demon resembling a monkey emerged, grinning mischievously. You are the revered mother beast of the reproductive demon god. We invited you merely for a game, to guess how many children you can bear for the demon god. The last wager I lost to fourth, forfeiting a treasure. This time, I must win back my stake. Tell me, how many can you bear for the demon god? No. I refuse. Absolutely not. Please, save me. Sun Manra beseeched, grasping Ming Linyuan's garment, kneeling in a pitiful display. I can bear children for you. Please, save me. You have uttered a grave mistake, Ming Linyuan coldly replied, casting a disdainful glance at her. Moreover, you are unworthy of bearing my offspring. He withdrew his garment from her grasp, surrendering her to the reproductive demon god. The illusionary beast that had escorted Sun Manra earlier approached, hoisting her onto its shoulder. Despite her desperate struggles, she was but a frail female, and even with all her might, she could not compel the beast to relent. Release me, you fiends. You shall inevitably meet your demise. I curse you with the beast goddess wrath. May you be childless and without heirs. Her voice faded into silence beyond the hall. The monkey-like demon, the second demon king, Holkisha, mockingly remarked to Ming Linyuan. Fourth, I thought you would keep her as a warm bed slave. Second brother jests. Ming Linyuan replied to the demon beside him. Fubai, prepare seats for elder brother and second brother. Yes, master, Fubai acknowledged, retreating. Soon, 2 additional seats were added to the hall, positioned at the same elevation as Ming Linyuan. Upon seeing Sun Manra return, Su Yin noticed her perpetually vacant expression. A visage that seemed devoid of spirit, marred only by the distinct traces of tears upon her cheeks. With a furrowed brow, she inquired about the whereabouts of the virus, insisting that it must not become wary or aware of her presence, urging instead for a gradual and patient approach. Xiaomei advised Su Yin against hastening into action. Su Yin replied, then the female ahead must be suffering, right? She contemplated releasing the map, but was halted by Xiaomei. Losses are inevitable. Xiaomei remained unfazed. Su Yin sighed, pondering the origins of the virus. During the last update, the system had detected its presence, having remained hidden within its depths. All others had been eradicated. Yet this one had mutated, escaping the confines of the system, unexpectedly arriving in the Dark Continent. It was no wonder that the updates had persisted for so long. Su Yin suddenly recalled the tumultuous day when she gave birth to Man, as the ferocious beasts of the Aokigahara forest violently invaded the tribe, charging directly towards her. In that moment, after bringing Man into the world, she succumbed to a feigned death, leaving her unaware of the events that unfolded thereafter. Perhaps Ming Linyuan possesses the knowledge of it all. Yet, Zhong Silai had declared him to be the Demon King. Now, with the resurgence of the system virus wreaking havoc in the Dark Continent, one must ponder whether there exists a connection between the 2 occurrences. Could it be that Ming Linyuan was the harbinger of the virus that plagued the Dark Continent? Is Ming Linyuan a demon or a beastman? Su Yin inquired of Xiaomei. What is your lineage? A pure-blood phoenix, Xiaomei replied. Then why is he referred to as the Demon King? Su Yin questioned. The host may pose the inquiry directly to him, Xiaomei responded. Su Yin, it seems there are matters unknown to you. Indeed. Xiaomei readily concedes that as the system evolves, its capabilities become increasingly formidable. Is this a form of indirect encouragement? The quantity of children matters less than their inherent talent. Only with talent can the system truly advance. Oh, what of the one within me? How is its talent? Will it enable your evolution? Until it is born, none can ascertain. Yet, does it not reveal whether it is a boy or a girl? Both are of equal significance. As Su Yin conversed with Xiaomei, she followed the procession forward. Why did these individuals wear such vacant expressions? The miasma of the Dark Continent is toxic, capable of rendering living beings into a state of paralysis. It indeed bore a resemblance to zombies. With so many females present, it appeared that the Dark Continent intended to drive the beast world to extinction. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate the breeding virus. Otherwise, once these females proliferated, the illusory beasts would invade the beast world, consuming countless lives, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. How could this possibly be? In the beast world, there were indeed formidable beastmen. Yet, Compared to the demon race, they fell significantly short. However, the magical beasts had never vanished from the beast forest, and even the cores within them served as a medium of exchange in the marketplace. After a moment of silence, Shaman addressed Su Yin. The number of magical beasts exceeds that of the beast men by 1,000-fold. The Dark Continent cannot sustain this multitude of magical beasts and has chosen to exile them to the 10 beast forests, where spatial rifts randomly appear. The Western District was once as powerful as the Eastern District, but due to the overwhelming number of magical beasts, high-level demon races emerged, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the Western District. Just as the Eastern District faced impending doom, several gifted rule beastmen awakened, entering the Dark Continent to significantly reduce the magical beast population. They even established a rule that only low-level magical beasts below the green tier could enter the beast world and could only roam within the beast forest. This served to hone the skills of the beastmen in the beast world using low-tier magical beasts. However, now, due to the breeding virus, new complications have arisen. Therefore, to restore everything to its rightful course, the primary objective must be to eliminate the breeding virus. Understanding dawned upon Su Yin, igniting a flame within her, a firm belief in the imminent battle and assured victory. Shaman added, "As long as the host brings me before the breeding virus, I shall take care of it. This is my responsibility. I don't need to do anything." The notion of not having to exert herself was indeed welcome. She was pregnant, after all, and needed no such exertions. The illusory beast, responsible for the final assessment, had directly deemed Su Yin, the illusion beast that brought her here, immediately engaged in combat with the opponent. She possesses the ability to conceive. However, she is already with child, and the Dark Lord has no need for pregnant females. She must be eliminated at once. She possesses the ability to conceive. The illusion beast accompanying Su Yin is quite obstinate, insisting on offering her to the god of procreation. Su Yin thought to herself, "Well, this is quite impressive." Shaman remained silent, yet all system data began to activate, seemingly adjusting to a new state. Su Yin cast a glance at the numerical value concerning evolution 47. Let it be taken forth, allowing the Lord of the Demons to make the decision. Another phantasmal beast approached to intervene. Su Yin let out a sigh of relief, her large belly allowing her to finally move forward. Deep within the pitch-black cave, where visibility was utterly obscured, lay the domain of the childbirth demon. The air inside was foul and suffocating, reminiscent of the stench of a landfill. Su Yin often felt the urge to cover her nose with her hand. Yet she feared such an action might arouse suspicion, so she fought to suppress it. A woman's weeping resonated in the air, sounding somewhat familiar. It must be Sun Manru. Her cries were laden with fear, evoking a deep sense of dread. The illusion beast led Su Yin into an immense cavern. Within, luminous magical insects clung to the cave walls, illuminating the space. Although the light remained somewhat dim, Su Yin discerned several female figures sprawled on the ground, one of whom was indeed Sun Manru. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards Su Yin, and upon recognizing her, she erupted into a frenzied laughter. "You have come too." Yet her laughter abruptly ceased when she noticed Su Yin's pronounced belly, round and unmistakably indicative of pregnancy. "You are with child?" Su Yin could not respond. Her gaze remained vacantly fixed on the illusion beast. Sun Manru clutched her belly, suddenly groaning in agony. My stomach." After receiving the magical seed from the childbearing demon god, the seed would soon hatch, consuming the mother's body to develop. The illusion beast spoke to the dazed Su Yin, seemingly indifferent to whether she could comprehend, merely engaging in soliloquy. Su Yin caught a glimpse of Sun Manru from the corner of her eye. Her body was gradually becoming emaciated. However, her gaze was filled with venomous intent, as if she were eager to witness the impending tragic fate that awaited her. Another female had been dragged out by the illusionary beast. Her garments were tattered, stained with blood between her legs, and her soul appeared to have vanished entirely, her eyes reflecting an abyss of desolation. Virgins, the favored prey of the demon lord, would have their souls devoured, eternally indulging in ecstasy. The illusionary beast continued to murmur to itself. Inside Su Yin's heart, a furious blaze raged. "Shaman, are you ready?" "Yes," Shaman replied. A waft of enchanting fragrance enveloped her, and Su Yin was suddenly immersed in a vibrant world filled with a flurry of blossoms. Shaman's voice echoed, "Host, this is an illusion. Do not lose yourself." "Understood." In the dark, stench-filled cavern, how could there possibly be flowers? Furthermore, this was the Dark Continent, where such flora could not exist. "As long as the host remains conscious, I must temporarily depart from your body. You may leave the cave and ensure your safety." Su Yin felt an unexpected heaviness enveloping her body, particularly in her abdomen, accompanied by a profound sense of weightiness. It dawned on her that Xiaomei had always been alleviating the discomfort brought on by her pregnancy. Moreover, in Xiaomei's presence, she had never feared danger. Yet, at this very moment, an unfamiliar and long-forgotten terror, one that threatened her very existence, surged within her. Her fingertips were icy. Anxiously, she cradled her belly, and the vibrant blossoms before her suddenly vanished. A female figure lay sprawled in a pool of blood, directly at her feet. The soles of her shoes were stained with the crimson essence. Su Yin took a fearful step back. In that moment, the illusory beast turned its gaze towards her. Realizing that her consciousness had been restored, it was initially taken aback, but then it unleashed an arrow forged from magical energy, aimed directly at her. Su Yin swiftly evaded, one hand shielding her abdomen while the other conjured several fireballs that soared toward the illusionary beast. The beast was caught off guard by her innate talent as a female, particularly as a fire element wielder. The fire element was, after all, the natural nemesis of dark energy. The flames ignited by Su Ran resembled a conflagration fueled by natural gas, instantly transforming the surroundings into a blazing inferno. Being of the fire element, she found herself in a realm of safety amidst the flames. However, they were not so fortunate. One by one, they were engulfed by the fire, reduced to charred figures that swiftly turned to ash. Such efficacy? Su Yin promptly released Man from her spatial confines. My dear, unleash the fire. Initially bewildered by the situation, having been in slumber within the space, Man soon grasped the scenario. Upon witnessing the fiery landscape, her excitement ignited, and she opened her mouth to unleash a massive fireball. The fireballs conjured by Su Yin were mere flickers of flame. In stark contrast, the fireballs unleashed by Man were on an entirely different echelon, accompanied by a relentless cacophony of explosions that prompted Su Yin to cover her ears. The cave itself bore the brunt of the chaos, erupting with a gaping hole in its ceiling. Alas, she had completely forgotten about them. In her moment of fiery exhilaration, Su Yin had overlooked Sun Manru and her companion. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was met with a disheartening sight. Nothing remained but the charred remnants of the duo, reduced to the form of human-shaped ashes. What a calamity! Su Yin gazed at Man, who flapped her wings in the air, playfully breathing fire. It was understandable. The child was young and lacked awareness, and she accepted the responsibility. Moreover, they were burdened with a belly full of magical beast offspring, destined for demise sooner or later. The sooner they departed, the sooner they could be reborn. Su Yin turned her gaze once more towards the depths of the cave, where the place of the birth demon was presumed to be. Presently, only a massive toad-shaped figure of charcoal gray remained. Could it be that the birth demon took the form of a gigantic toad? If so, it was evidently scorched to death by fire. Yet, Xiaomei had not returned. Su Yin glanced around once more and called out Xiaomei. Ming Lin Yuan suddenly rose from his seat and leapt out of the palace. In the distance, a towering inferno erupted into the sky. Fire? Where did that fire come from? Polki gasped in shock. The towering figure of Otis, massive and imposing, moved like a small mountain, thundering towards the source of the flames. Ming Lin Yuan recalled something, not daring to hesitate, and swiftly followed Otis. At that very moment, a colossal rift in space tore open in the sky. A man with striking purple hair and violet eyes, exuding an air of supreme nobility and unparalleled beauty, emerged from the fissure, accompanied by a group of individuals, gracefully descending amidst ethereal light. Directly below him lay the inferno engulfing Su Yin. Su Yin and Man, both embodiments of the fire element, remained unscathed at the heart of the flames. However, out of an instinctive desire to shield Man from prying eyes, she swiftly withdrew her into the confines of the system space. Man, being small and drab, blended seamlessly into the surroundings, rendering her disappearance unnoticed. Su Yin gazed upwards, her eyes drawn to a group of individuals emerging from the rift in space. Among them, the foremost man was familiar to her. She had encountered him at the hot spring lake in Linhai Garden. At that moment, he had appeared behind her like a wraith, startling her before he vanished in an instant, cradling Xiaohao. Now, she surmised with great reluctance that he was none other than the one she least wished to identify, the Beast Emperor, Ziqi. To his left stood Pei Xian, who held Xiaohao close in his arms. Ever since the incident where she lost her son, he had made it a point to take him wherever he went. At this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on Su Yin, particularly on her noticeably rounded belly. Su Yin raised her hand to him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Hello, my precious Xiaohao, have you missed your mother? Upon seeing Su Yin, Xiao was equally exhilarated, scratching his head in excitement. Mother, mother, please come out of the fire. Su Yan raised her hand and conjured another fireball, hurling it into the barren area devoid of flames. Boom. Instantly, the demonic energy was shattered into a myriad of sparkling fragments, resembling a stunning display of fireworks. Xiaohao's eyes widened in awe, exclaiming, "Amazing! Truly remarkable!" Su Yan mused to herself, "Your sister is truly adept at playing with fire. In the future, she will master the essence of the fire element." She playfully inquired, "Is that due to our mother's prowess or our father's?" For a brief moment, Pei Xian's expression turned rigid. However, little Hao remained undeterred, exclaiming, "Mother is amazing. I want to learn how to create sparks from her." Ziki Jing, with her profound violet eyes, cast a teasing glance at Pei Xian and the little one in his arms. "Oh? In what way is your mother remarkable? Do share with your godfather." "Your Majesty." Pei Xian abruptly interrupted their exchange, his gaze urging her to notice the approaching shadows of malevolence. From the rift in space, another figure emerged, Zhong Xilian. In a mere instant, he teleported to Su Yan's side, lifting her effortlessly and guiding her out of the inferno. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "You have arrived." Zhong Zili immediately examined her entire body, ultimately confirming that she was unscathed, and that the child within her was safe. It was only after ascertaining that not a single strand of her hair had been singed that he breathed a sigh of relief. "I went looking for you and found that you had vanished." Su Yan nodded, stating that she had been captured by the illusion beast and brought to the Dark Continent, assuring them that she was quite well. Zi Qi, with a hint of amusement, turned to Pei Xian and declared, "You are finished." Pei Xian remained expressionless, revealing no signs of joy or anger, not even glancing at Su Yan, but fixating intently on the approaching shadows of several demons. Zhong Xili held Su Yan protectively in his embrace, remaining vigilant. As the shadows halted, their forms became discernible, and a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. At the forefront stood the Dark Continent's foremost demon king, Ulta Sha, with the second demon king, Hulky Sha, perched on his shoulder, alongside a towering demon shrouded in a dark cloak. The identity of the cloaked figure was obscured, making it difficult to ascertain. Yet standing alongside the two prominent figures indicated that he was of considerable stature himself. Su Yan was held in the embrace of Zhong Xili, her gaze fixed upon the figure clad in a black cloak. Just moments ago, this individual had cast a glance in her direction, eliciting an involuntary shiver that coursed through her entire being, filling her with trepidation. The demon emperor had sired 7 offspring, yet only 3 had appeared. Where were the remaining 4? Zichi clasped his hands within his sleeves, displaying a complete disregard for the 3 demonic figures before him. Among them, the cloaked entity spoke in a voice that was both gruff and ambiguous, oscillating between masculine and feminine, a sound utterly unpleasant to the ears. "The offspring of the demon god is deceased. You may retreat with the remaining females. The Dark Continent shall cease its incursions into the beast realm for 100 years. What say you?" Upon hearing these words, Odoras and Hulky turned their attention to him. "Mono, what are you saying? Are we to fear them?" Hulky bellowed, his body radiating with combat energy, clearly eager for a confrontation. Odoras stamped his foot in agreement, signaling his readiness for battle. "But we face the Beast Emperor," Mono replied. "His strength is at the pinnacle of the spirit realm." The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes drawn to the seemingly innocuous figure across from them, a man whose alluring beauty was almost tempting. "What is there to fear? Let us confront him together," Hulky declared. "Ming Lin Yuan," Su Yan suddenly shouted. The cloaked demon remained unmoved. Hulky, noticing Su Yan, was momentarily captivated by the sight of a heavily pregnant beast woman, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. "But does she carry the child of a demon god?" Su Yan's lips curled slightly. "I apologize, but your demon god has been incinerated by my flames." Hulky's simian visage instantly contorted into a grotesque expression. "You set the fire?" "Indeed," she replied. "Now I comprehend why there are so few practitioners of the fire element on this continent. It seems fire proves exceptionally effective against your demon kin. If there were more fire element beastmen, your kind would find no refuge." After speaking, Su Yan unleashed several fireballs that erupted like dazzling fireworks. "Mono, eliminate her," Hulky shrieked. Yet, Mono remained immobile, even taking a step back to signify his disinterest in engaging in battle. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, with cascading raven curls flowing down her back, an alluringly statuesque figure, and a radiant chocolate-hued complexion. She possessed voluptuous curves that threatened to burst their confines and a waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Gilia, even more enchanting than before. Polky's eyes shimmered with avarice. As Gilia approached him, each step accentuated the tremors of her enticing form. Cousin, you seem to have grown increasingly lecherous. Suyin lowered her gaze to her figure, noticing her pronounced belly and lack of a waist, though her breasts had rounded due to pregnancy. They paled in comparison to Gilia's. Particularly striking were Gilia's enchanting, voluminous waves of hair, which even made Su Yan's heart flutter. She playfully raised her hand to cover Zhong Zili's eyes, declaring, "You must not look. You can only see me." Zhong Zili couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Of course. In my heart, you are the most beautiful, the one and only." Su Yan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Pei Xian, the ceremonial officer, cast a cold glance at her, his expression growing even more indifferent. Little Hao, oblivious to the complexities of adult relationships, felt a twinge of jealousy at the closeness between Su Yan and the ceremonial officer. "Mother, hug little Hao," he said. "All right," Su Yan replied with a smile, opening her arms wide. Little Hao leapt from Pei Xian's embrace and swiftly ran into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan, addressing the somewhat bewildered Zhong Zili, remarked, "This one is also mine. He is named Xiao Hao." Zhong Zili found it difficult to believe, as she appeared quite youthful, unless she had conceived multiple times in quick succession, each time giving birth to a prodigy of remarkable talent. "What about Man-Man?" she inquired. "She is safe," cradling Xiao Hao. Su Yan's gaze fell upon the enigmatic figure of the cloaked sorcerer, Mono. She suspected he might be Ming Linyuan, yet his obscured visage left her uncertain. Upon hearing her words, Mono blurred his presence, retreating into the shadow of Othis. Ziki scrutinized Su Yan, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. Pei Xian furrowed his brow slightly, issuing a subtle warning, "Do not provoke her." With a chuckle, Ziki's gaze shifted to the female sorceress across from him. "Princess Gilia of the Third Demon King, Rizal." "Indeed," he replied. Gilia, accentuating her slender waist, took a few steps closer, striking a pose that emphasized her figure. "Your Majesty, the Beast Emperor, has graced us with your presence. Allow us to extend our hospitality." "Very well. I must address the grievous plight of thousands of our female kin abducted to the Dark Continent, subjected to unspeakable atrocities. There is no need to go elsewhere. Let us converse here, in the presence of your progenitor of demonic offspring." With a gesture, the Beast Emperor summoned a long table and several chairs, positioning them before the enormous, toad-like figure of charcoal. This was to be the venue for their negotiations. The few demons present found themselves momentarily stunned by the Beast Emperor's display. Ziki turned to Mono, who was on the verge of retreating, and beckoned. "Fourth Demon King Mono Sha, please take a seat. We also request the presence of the other absent Demon Kings, as the forthcoming negotiations will require the consensus of all 7 of you, in the absence of the Demon Emperor." Since Su Yan became aware of Gilia's true identity, she found herself in a constant state of tension. The precious soul orb belonging to Man-Man, could it possibly be in her possession? If so, today she must, by any means necessary, compel her to relinquish it. As for Mono Sha, being the 4th-ranked demon lord, it must be Ming Linyuan. His paternal affection for Man-Man is beyond doubt, and his reluctance to act thus far suggests he harbors certain reservations. "Host, please evacuate the Dark Continent promptly. The virus is dead, but it has embedded an explosive program within the newly reborn Phantom Beast, and there are only 10 seconds remaining." The voice of Xiaomei suddenly echoed in Su Yan's mind. Initially, when she learned of Xiaomei's existence, she felt a profound aversion, as no woman wishes to be merely a vessel for childbirth. Even without the need for emotional investment, regarding those men as mere tools was something she resisted vehemently. Her upbringing instilled in her the belief that children should be the fruit of love, a lifelong bond between 2 souls. To bear children for the sake of procreation alone, especially with multiple males, felt like a degradation, a challenge to her values. Yet, her desire for rebirth and to live anew was overwhelming. She had so many unfulfilled wishes. She missed her mother. She longed to return home. However, to fulfill her own aspirations, she must first assist the system in achieving its objectives. Xiaomei had mentioned that previous hosts had faced various degrees of failure, often due to emotional entanglements. Thus, the system had introduced a function to cleanse emotional caches. She hoped for success, not just for her own sake, but for Xiaomei as well. If she were to fail again, the consequence would be formatting, and their current system world would collapse and be utterly erased. She did not possess lofty ideals or bear the burden of so-called redemption. She had merely contracted to accept this task and was determined to give her utmost effort. This was her principle, and she would not turn back. Childbearing was imperative. Moreover, these male tools were quite pleasing to the eye, perfectly satisfying her desires. She relished in intimacy and found joy in it, a delightful experience, unencumbered by concerns. After all, why do people often say that amidst the hustle and bustle, with interests exchanged and challenges faced, it is enough to simply be happy? What could be accomplished in 10 seconds? Suyin held Xiaohao tightly while tugging at Zhong Silai. Hurry, let us return to the inn. What is the matter? Zhong Silai inquired. A battle against the demon clan is imminent here. The so-called negotiations are merely an excuse to summon the other demon lords. Su Yan's mind sparked with inspiration, and she let out a piercing scream. Ah, I am about to give birth. Hurry back. These 6 words were more impactful than the sky collapsing. Zhong Silin immediately embraced Su Yan, along with the little Hao in her arms, and they instantaneously transported to the front of the spatial rift. As they approached, Su Yan realized that this was not merely a rift. It could very well be described as a grand portal. Moreover, on the other side of the portal, an army of orcs stood in formation, ready and waiting. Su Yan comprehended that the orcs intended to wage war rather than engage in negotiation. However, this was not an opportune moment for conflict. For every illusionary beast inhabiting the Dark Continent, there existed an equal number of bombs. The progenitor virus had severely afflicted the Dark Continent. Upon witnessing his son being taken away, Pei Xian promptly followed suit. The Beast Emperor, Ziqi, observed Su Yin and her companion swiftly vanishing into the rift in space. Clicking his tongue, seemingly having never witnessed a female giving birth, he promptly addressed the members of the demon clan, stating, I shall return shortly. You should gather the other demon kings in my absence. After delivering his command, he hastened after Su Yin and her group. Ming Linyuan removed the black cloak enveloping him and turned to Jilia. Jilia, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Are you seeking to reclaim the talent soul pearl? Uncle Four? Regrettably, I have already absorbed it. Consider it a grand gift for my niece. Boom, boom, boom. The illusionary beasts exploded one after another. Everyone stood in shock at this abrupt turn of events, while Ming Linyuan, undeterred, took advantage of the distraction caused by the beast's self-detonation to teleport beside Jilia. With a hand transformed into a blade, he pierced through Jilia's chest. Yet, in the next instant, his expression soured dramatically. Jilia let out a playful laugh. Uncle Four, this is my decoy. I anticipated you would come to seize the talent soul pearl and consider this decoy a payment for your daughter's life. From now on, we owe each other nothing, ha 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 ha. Jilia's body transformed into a swirling mass of dark magic before dissipating into thin air. Ming Li Yuan's silver eyes turned a fierce crimson, as a torrent of potent magic surged forth from him. However, Holki remained unconcerned by these developments, demanding, Old Four, what is the meaning of these illusionary beasts? Inquire with Old Three. The toad he brought back has spawned these calamities. I am off to reclaim my daughter's talent soul pearl. With that, Ming Li Yuan's figure gradually faded from sight. The explosions continued to erupt around them, claiming the lives of several beasts. Othas and Holki found themselves caught in the chaos. Particularly Othas, whose gargantuan form rendered him incapable of teleportation, forcing him to flee on foot. Holki could teleport but was unwilling to abandon Othas. The 2 demon kings dodged amidst the blasts. Although Othas was unafraid of the explosions, the sheer number of beasts gradually inflicted wounds upon him. By the time they escaped the blast radius, he had lost an arm and a leg. Though he quickly restored himself with magic, he emerged disheveled and battered. As for Holki, he had never endured such humiliation, gritting his teeth and declaring, Let us find Old Three. Su Yin emerged from the rift in space and found the surrounding environment somewhat familiar. Is this Linhai Garden? Indeed. This place is designated as a forbidden area due to the presence of a portal leading to the Dark Continent. The distant sounds of explosions from the Dark Continent echoed through the rift. As Su Yin listened to the voice, she couldn't help but sigh over Xiaomei. Has the virus truly been eradicated? Why has it taken such a long time? I let it into the system tunnel, where it found no escape, ultimately leading to its complete destruction. So there is no virus within the system now? Currently, there is none. The virus is born from the negative emotions of its former host. As long as the host maintains a positive mindset, the system will naturally function normally. Pei Xin emerged from the fissure, snatching Xiaohao from Su Yan's arms. He is mine. Then he teleported away, distancing himself from Su Yan. Su Yan, he is also my son. The illusionary beasts are not confined to the Dark Continent. They also inhabit the beast world, albeit in limited numbers. Nonetheless, the explosions have caused considerable turmoil. The Beast Emperor returned from the Dark Continent, closely following Su Yin and her companions, only to be met with the sound of explosions ringing out. However, what piqued his curiosity even more was Su Yan's condition. There are midwives in the palace. I shall take you there. Su Yin expressed her gratitude to the emperor, stating that her stomach no longer ached and that it was likely a false alarm. She suggested that the shaman should take a look. The recent onslaught against the female members of her beast clan from the Dark Continent had caused significant turmoil, and it was imperative that the life of the youngling within her be safeguarded. The beast emperor then addressed the ceremonial officer, saying, I hereby appoint you as the deputy of the exorcism division. Immediately gather your team to quell the disturbances caused by the illusionary beasts. After delivering his decree, he tossed a royal token to the ceremonial officer and urged him to proceed. Under ordinary circumstances, the ceremonial officer would have complied without hesitation. However, given Su Yan's current condition, he felt unable to depart. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I cannot accept your command at this moment. The emperor reassured him. I understand your concerns, but do you truly believe there exists a place safer than the palace at this time? Your Majesty, Su Yan interjected. I am capable of accompanying the ceremonial officer in executing your orders. My condition has improved significantly. She feigned a gesture of reassurance, patting her belly. Yet, the beast emperor swiftly grasped her hand to halt her motion, suggesting that she could remain in the palace to await the arrival of her child. In the next instant, Su Yin found herself in an unfamiliar realm, where the air was fragrant with blossoms and vibrant flowers adorned the landscape. A few ladies were indulging in afternoon tea, exuding an aura of tranquility as if they had stepped into an alternate world. The sounds of explosions from outside were entirely muffled and isolated from this serene setting. Su Yin gazed upon the women, her eyes drawn to one whose features seemed familiar. Was it not Zi Qiaoer, the little princess of the Beast Emperor, who was, in fact, the Emperor's niece? Should the Beast Emperor remain without an heir, the future successor to the throne would undoubtedly be the little princess or her progeny. However, for the Beast Emperor, who had attained the pinnacle of the spirit realm, living for several more centuries posed no challenge. Thus the question of an heir was of little concern in the present moment. Yet, as a male, the Beast Emperor harbored a profound desire for offspring, a testament to his prowess in certain realms. Moreover, the inherent male instinct for procreation, over time, could evolve into an all-consuming obsession. Su Yan raised her gaze, admiring the Beast Emperor's exquisitely handsome yet enchanting visage, and smiled. Your Majesty, I comprehend your intentions clearly. You wish for me to bear your offspring, do you not? Zichi raised an eyebrow, his noble and captivating amethyst eyes resting upon her abdomen. Can you conceive? Indeed, but not at this moment. With her delicate fingers, Su Yin playfully entwined themselves around the Beast Emperor's belt, suggesting with great implication, Your Majesty, you have always been within my grasp. As these words escaped her lips, Su Yin discerned a shift in his gaze. It transformed from calm to a wild, almost predatory fervor. Host, you must not bear offspring beyond your level. Xiaomei cautioned Su Yin. Su Yin declared her awareness and instantly teleported back to the inn. Excellent. Xiaomei could hardly contain her eagerness for Su Yin to remain far from the Beast Emperor. Although the information regarding the Beast Emperor resided within Xiaomei's database, Su Yin's current attributes did not align with the Emperor's standards. Forcing a mating would jeopardize the host's integrity. As the Beast Emperor reached out, placing his hand on Su Yan's waist, he suddenly felt an emptiness beneath him. Su Yan has vanished. Zi Qiaoer turned her gaze, exclaiming with delight, Father, you have returned? However, Zichi paid her no heed, instead narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the electrifying sensation that had just coursed through his hand. It was the first time he had experienced such a feeling since he had taken a woman of his own. That sensation was truly exquisite. He desired it. Upon returning to the inn, Su Yin collapsed onto the bed, remaining utterly still. She patted the spot touched by the Beast Emperor, disregarding the chilling sensation that lingered, and inquired of Xiaomei whether this Beast Emperor genuinely desired her to bear his offspring. Indeed, it would only be feasible after the system undergoes an upgrade. However, I initially had no intention of such a thing. It simply feels as though he is not quite suitable. The host should merely seek out a male with whom she feels a connection. Are you not going to pressure me? You are unlike previous hosts. There is no need for me to intervene excessively. How many hosts have you had before? 19. You are the 20th host. Suddenly, a booming explosion resonated from the direction of the inn's guest room. Su Yin immediately rose to her feet and dashed towards the door. Bai Kaisen and Xiao Xinzi had already arrived, accompanied by an unfamiliar male figure whom Su Yin did not recognize. Su Yin inquired anxiously, what happened? I am uncertain as well. Sister Su has returned, Bai Kaisen responded. Su Yin nodded, and then turned her gaze towards the unfamiliar male figure. Who is he? A chef. The previous cook at the inn had suddenly vanished, prompting the search for another. He possesses a yellow tear talent and is of the earth element. Like Sister Sue. He belongs to the Rat clan. What a coincidence. Su Yin scrutinized him. His keen eyes, average height, and pleasingly attractive features lent him a charming presence. What is your name? Lu Ping. Very well. I shall call you Xiao Lu. Work diligently, and there will be rewards. Thank you, Sister Sue. The room that had exploded was situated at the corner, with an empty room adjacent, so no other guests were harmed, as long as no one was injured. The issue was not significant. Lu Ping, being adept in the earth element, promptly set about repairing the room. Su Yin said to Bai Kaisen with delight. This innate ability is exceedingly practical. Remember to distribute the bonuses at the end of the month. Of course, Sister Sue, Bai Kaisen wholeheartedly agreed. Xiao Xinzi examined the cause of the explosion and remarked, Sister Sue, it appears to be a self-detonation. There are charred fragments of beast bodies scattered everywhere. Su Yin replied. Indeed, a phantasmic beast resides here. The explosions within the imperial capital are indeed instigated by this creature. The virulent offspring virus is exceedingly ruthless. Now, it seems the Dark Continent will suffer considerable damage. However, the beast realm is also facing misfortune, having lost a significant number of fertile females of medium rank and above. Females are already scarce on the continent, and those of medium rank and above are exceedingly rare. This effectively threatens the continuity of their lineage. According to the Beast King's strategy, he previously led a group to the Dark Continent, intent on annihilating the demon race, specifically the higher-tier demons. Although the self-detonation of the phantasmic beast has forced him to pause his plans, once the explosions cease, he will undoubtedly resume his campaign. Driven by the vengeance for the stolen females, a grievance that all males of the continent cannot endure. Sister Sue, look outside. Bai Kaisen opened the window, allowing Su Yin to gaze out. A squadron of armored imperial guards patrolled the streets, led by Pei Xian, who cradled a small black panther in his arms. Su Yin furrowed her brow slightly, noticing that Xiao Hao was also present. She called out, Pei Xian, hand me your son. Upon hearing her voice, Pei Xian immediately turned his gaze in her direction. Xiao Hao, eager to be with Su Yin, struggled and exclaimed, Mother, embrace me. Su Yin felt a pang of sorrow. Her voice involuntarily tinged with reproach. Pei Xian, why are you bringing our son along while attending to your official duties? In the face of danger, can you truly protect him? He is safer with me, Pei Xian insisted, firmly restraining their son from seeking out Su Yin. Su Yin was instantly furious. Hands on her hips glaring at him, immediately. Right now, hand over my son to me, and once you have completed your official duties, I shall return him to you. If you refuse at this moment, do you believe I am capable of whisking him away like last time, leaving you utterly oblivious to his absence? You would find it impossible to locate him. Pei Xian fell silent, for Su Yin indeed possessed such power. She had the uncanny ability to resurrect from death itself. Ultimately, he bowed his head and released their son. Xiao Hao, without a backward glance, dashed towards the inn, completely disregarding his father. After a brief moment of silence, Pei Xian lifted his gaze to Su Yin and said, I shall come to fetch him later. Go on, Su Yin waved her hand, urging him to depart swiftly. Xiao Hao had already bounded into her embrace, leaping with grace, and began to affectionately lick her cheek, demonstrating his fondness. After observing this tender scene for a while, Pei Xian finally took his leave with his companions. Su Yin released Man from the system space, introducing the two to each other. This is your fifth sister. Her nickname is Man, and her full name is Ming Yuzhen. Man, this is your elder brother. His nickname is Xiao Hao, and his full name is Pei Yinyao. Elder brother? Man's tuft of hair tilted playfully as she gazed at Xiao Hao with curiosity. Xiao Hao raised his paw and gently ruffled the tuft atop her head, saying, From now on, elder brother will take care of you. Oh, thank you, elder brother, Man replied, nuzzling against Xiao Hao affectionately. In an instant, Xiao Hao fell to the ground, exposing his soft belly. Man pounced on him eagerly, pecking and jumping on his abdomen, utterly delighted. Su Yin gazed at the sibling duo, suddenly yearning for the 3 children in the West District, pondering how they had grown. Among them, one shared her essence. Belonging to the Mouse Clan, she wished for their safety, hoping they did not need to be extraordinary or exceptionally gifted. All she desired was for them to be healthy and happy. These 3 children were nurtured with her heartfelt anticipation, embodying the bloodline of Zol. The mere thought of her would evoke a dull ache in Zol's heart, akin to the persistent emotional residue that even Xiao Mei could not erase despite her repeated efforts. Perhaps there were limitations to the system, much like the indelible marks left by death. As twilight deepened, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Suyin prepared fried meatballs for Man Man and Xiaohao. The two little ones indulged heartily, their bellies round and full, ultimately collapsing onto Suyan's bed for a deep slumber. Pei Xin arrived, holding some spiritual materials in his hand. "I have come to fetch Xiaohao," he said, handing the materials to Suyin. Suyin took over the dish and inquired, "Have you eaten? There are some meatballs left. Would you like some?" Pei Xin replied as he settled down. "I apologize for the trouble." "It is no trouble at all. They are leftovers from your son." Suyin smiled, placing half a plate of meatballs before him, accompanied by a bowl of porridge made from 9-petal lotus root. Pei Xin bowed his head and began to eat in silence. Suyin rested her chin on one hand, gazing at his handsome features and the genteel elegance of his dining manners, a smile curling delightfully at the corners of his lips. "You are the first man I have encountered in this world." Suyin suddenly revealed her own secrets. Pei Xin choked on a mouthful of porridge, struggling to suppress his discomfort. "Xiaohao is incredibly important to me. He is my first child. Both you and your father hold a uniquely special place in my heart." Suyin remarked with a smile. "Am I your first beast husband?" Pei Xin was taken aback. She was entirely different from other females, elusive in her thoughts. And the act of mating left no impression on him, yet it had bestowed upon him the most significant offspring. "No, there is no concept of a first beast husband. To me, you are not husbands, merely the fathers of my children. The status of a first beast husband is exceedingly special, akin to that of an emperor's empress. She might flirt with them, but only to facilitate childbirth, ensuring that the act of mating is more harmonious. There are no profound romantic feelings between her and them. Any hint of such sentiments has been eradicated by Xiaomei. Thus, she should maintain a relationship with them that is both deeply intimate, yet superficially distant." Pei Xin suddenly smiled, his already handsome face lighting up like the moon breaking through the mist, captivatingly enchanting. "I understand now." After Pei Xin finished the remaining meatballs and porridge, I took Xiaohao back home. "If you have official duties tomorrow, you may bring him along. Do not worry that I will abscond with him. If I truly wished to take him away, you would never find him. Yes, and you should rest early. With child, it is best not to wander too far." Man Man nestled on Xiaohao's belly, peacefully asleep, the bond between the siblings being remarkably close. Suyin gently lifted Man Man to the side, the little one curling up its neck and continuing to slumber. Xiaohao was cradled in Pei Xian's arms. "And thus I shall take him back." Suyin nodded slightly, advising him to be cautious on the road. Pei Xian cast a lingering glance at her before vanishing in an instant. Suyin climbed into bed, tucking Man Man away in the system space to slumber, while she herself transformed into a small white mouse nestled in the corner of the bed. In such extraordinary times, caution was paramount. Just as she drifted into sleep, another figure entered the room. Zhong Silin, clad in a black military uniform, bore the soot of ash upon him. His finely chiseled jawline and fiery short hair framed a pair of eyes that shone like obsidian, burning with intensity as they fixated on the small, round-bodied mouse in the corner. This was his first encounter with her beastly form, and he was astonished by how diminutive it was. Gently, Zhong Silin cupped her in his palm, his voice imbued with tenderness as he remarked, "How adorable." Suyin was in a deep slumber, entirely unaware that she was being cradled. Her round, ample belly was gently prodded by a fingertip. Could it be my child? The gaze of Zhong Zili was so tender it could melt into water. Suyin instinctively cradled her abdomen, lifting her leg to kick his fingers away. She then turned over and resumed her slumber. Zhong Silin gazed at Suyin for a long, long time, until a whistle echoed from outside. Reluctantly, he set her down and said, "I must make a trip to the sinew beast forest, await my return." In the depths of her slumber, Suyin was suddenly engulfed by a sense of unease. Abruptly, she struggled and awoke. The day had already dawned outside. She lay in bed, enveloped by a quilt, its corners meticulously arranged, devoid of any creases. Yet, she distinctly recalled that the quilt had been in disarray prior to her slumber, and she had been nestled inconspicuously in the corner of the bed. Now, she found herself at its very center. She inhaled the air, detecting the fragrance of 9-petal lotus. Following the scent, she discovered a large bag placed on the cabinet by the door, from which the aroma emanated. "Your father must have returned," Suyin thought. Placing a hand on her belly, and recalling Zhong Zili, an involuntary sweetness blossomed within her heart. "Xiaomei, I desire this child to be born amidst such warmth and tenderness. The concerns can wait." The stirrings of affection truly occurred in an instant, and in that moment, she relished and savored the sensation. After a brief silence, Xiaomei responded, "All right. This, too, affirmed that Su Yin had indeed developed a fondness for Zhong Zili. It may not yet have blossomed into love, but it certainly had the potential to cultivate it. Su Yin transformed back into her human form and gently caressed her slightly enlarged abdomen. Shaman reminded Su Yin that her innate abilities had yet to fully evolve, and the host needed to consume more food that could catalyze her talents. Indeed, after finishing her bath, Su Yin changed into a delicate beige lace maternity dress, exuding an elegant charm and a gentle warmth. She then proceeded to open the large bag left by Zhong Zili. Inside, besides the 9-petal lotus, there were several unfamiliar spiritual materials, including 3 emerald green gourds. "What are these?" she inquired. "It is recommended that the host consume them. These are wind system spiritual fruits, Qingyuan gourds, which will aid the fetus in evolving the essence of wind. Then I shall partake of them first." Su Yin recalled that Man was still within the system space, so she released her, presenting her with a green gourd. "What about elder brother?" Man pecked at the gourd, her thoughts still lingering on Xiao Hao. Su Yin replied, "I am uncertain whether he will come today. If his father is not preoccupied, he probably will not be sent." "Oh, what about my father? Why is it that neither of our fathers has come to see me?" Man's hair tuft drooped sadly, reflecting her melancholy mood. Su Yin hurriedly comforted. "Do you not like having your mother with you, Man?" "I do, but I also wish to have my father," replied Man, flapping her wings. She fluttered towards the window, perched on the ledge, and chirped a few times into the outside world. The 3-headed dog responded with a series of barks. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Su Yin listened to the barking of the 3-headed dog and found it quite amusing, possessing a certain rhythmic quality. "Sister Su, President Liu has sent something over," came the voice from below her small building. Upon seeing her standing by the window, a gourd in hand, she replied, "You all can take care of it. I shall not go down." She then bit into the green gourd, its texture rather unremarkable, somewhat woody and lacking sweetness. It was no wonder that the gluttonous Man had only taken a few bites before losing interest. An elderly lady had also arrived, expressing her desire to meet Sister Su. "Oh?" Su Yin mused as she realized she did not know any elderly ladies in the East District. "Then I shall go and take a look." In the guest hall of the inn, which catered to esteemed visitors, sat a regal-looking elderly lady with a head of silver hair, supported by a purple wisteria cane. She had been quietly seated when suddenly the chirping sounds of birds were followed by the barking of dogs. The lady opened her eyes and inquired of her companion. "By Kaisen, what is that bird sound?" "Oh, that is Sister Su's daughter, affectionately known as Man. It seems she has something on her mind," Bai Kaisen replied, not having discerned any concern in Man's cheerful barks alongside the 3-headed dog. "They appear to be playing," he added, moving to the window to gaze into the backyard. Just then, he observed Man perched atop the 3-headed dog, directing it to run forward. The 3-headed dog, fearful of her fiery breath, obediently followed her commands. "Look," he said, turning back to the elderly lady. However, upon turning, he discovered her standing right behind him, her silver-gray eyes fixed intently on Man. As Su Yin descended the stairs, she beheld Man driving away the 3-headed dog and gently chided, Man, do not bully the large dogs, Xiao Er and Xiao San. You haven't been unkind, have you?" Man, with flames swirling from her mouth, seemed to assert her innocence. Meanwhile, the 3-headed dog barked in a flurry. Woof, 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 woof. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh aloud, even resorting to a bit of teasing. "Mother has gone to entertain a guest. You and the 3-headed dog should have some fun." "Understood, Mother." Man stood atop the small second head of the 3-headed dog and pointed towards the pond. "Catch fish." The 3-headed dog barked and dashed towards the water with her. The old lady watched Man intently, her eyes unwilling to blink. Bai Kaisen, noticing this, chuckled, "Old lady, do you miss your grandson?" "I have no grandson, but I do have a granddaughter," the old lady replied with a smile directed at Man. Though her age had rendered her frail, her benevolent smile captivated all who beheld it. Bai Kaisen mused to himself that the old lady must have been a great beauty in her youth. Su Yin, with her prominent belly, entered the VIP lounge and noticed that only a simple assortment of tea was laid out on the table. She cheerfully addressed Bai Kaisen. "Please prepare some fresh tea and bring out some pastries. This is Sister Su, and this is the esteemed old Madam Ming. You may converse at your leisure." With that, Bai Kaisen departed. Upon catching sight of the elderly matriarch, Su Yin instantly recognized her as the mother of Ming Ling Yuan, for their eyes bore an uncanny resemblance. "I am Su Yin. Please, take a seat, Madam Ming." "No need," she replied. "I wish merely to observe my granddaughter." The venerable lady stood by the window. Su-yin approached and called out to Man-Man, "Man-Man, come here for a moment." Immediately, Man-Man flapped her wings and struggled to fly over. Upon arrival, she spotted the elderly Lady Ming, whose hair stood on end in surprise. Lady Ming's eyes shimmered with tears as she said, "You were calling for Man-Man, are you not? I am your grandmother." "What is a grandmother?" Man-Man tilted her little head, curiously inquiring of Su-yin. Su-yin smiled and said, "Your father's mother." "Oh, grandmother, greetings. I am Man-Man, officially known as Ming Yuzhen. My father is Ming Lin Yuan, and my mother is Su-yin. I also have another father figure named Zong Silu, whom I adore the most. Furthermore, I met my elder brother just yesterday. He is a magnificent golden-eyed Black Panther beast, strikingly handsome. Like my elder brother, I too have a penchant for meat." The little ones seemed to have revealed the entirety of their family's secrets. Su-yin was momentarily speechless. Old Madame Ming appeared unfazed, as if she had known all along, kindly gazing at Man-Man. "Now you have another grandmother. Do you like that?" "I do." Man-Man flapped her wings excitedly, her small eyes sparkling. "Does that grandmother have any gifts for me?" Su-yin inwardly lamented the situation. The little girl was truly indiscreet, rather audacious. She then turned to the elderly Lady Ming and apologized. "I regret the child's impoliteness. I shall ensure she is properly disciplined in the future. The child is delightful, without any faults." Lady Ming scrutinized the charming Man-Man, remarking, "You are the most exquisite young phoenix I have ever encountered." This sentiment was tantamount to declaring that her own child was the most beautiful, far surpassing others. Lady Ming removed a golden circlet from her wrist. For a grandmother naturally had gifts prepared for Man-Man, all contained within this wind sacrifice bracelet. Simply drop a drop of your blood, and you shall unlock the bracelet, allowing you to take whatever treasures you desire. Man-Man gazed at her tiny paw, exclaiming, "Mother, let me bleed." Man-Man wishes for the treasures. Su-yin, whence comes this avaricious nature? Her father does not seem to possess such a trait. Su-yin, in a state of exasperation, retrieved a needle from her spatial realm. A flicker of flame danced at her fingertip, and after a brief moment of incandescence, she gently pricked the tip of Man-Man's claw, eliciting a droplet of crimson gold blood. The elderly matriarch hurriedly extended the bracelet, urging, "Quickly, the child is in pain." "Su-yin, it's nothing. This girl is quite resilient." Indeed, throughout the entire process of needle insertion and blood extraction, the little one didn't even blink. The golden bracelet absorbed the droplets of blood, erupting in a blinding radiance, within which a phantom of a phoenix emerged, producing a melodious and resounding phoenix song. Upon witnessing this scene, the tension on the face of the elder Madame Jean finally eased, breaking into a smile. The Feng Chia bracelet is a treasured heirloom of the Gui Che Feng clan, a symbol of the chieftain's legacy, which can only be unlocked by pure blood. From now on, Man-Man shall be the next chieftain of our Gui Che Feng clan. Su-yin was taken aback and inquired of the old matriarch, "And what of Ming Lin Yuan? He merely acts on behalf of the clan leader to manage clan affairs. He is not the clan leader himself. Moreover, Feng Shi's bracelet has never acknowledged him as its master." Su-yin refrained from inquiring further. Ming Lin Yuan, being the fourth son of the Demon Emperor, implied that the esteemed matriarch Ming bore him with the Demon Emperor rather than with the Baifeng clan. Naturally, Ming Lin Yuan, who possesses the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, is not acknowledged by the ancestral treasures. Upon gaining clarity, Su-yin once again gazed at the wind charm bracelet adorning Man-Man's tiny paw. At this moment, it had transformed into a charming little golden ring, quite delightful indeed. Man-Man, do express your gratitude to grandmother," Su-yin instructed, regardless of the circumstances. This welcoming gift was undeniably substantial, instantly bequeathing the position of clan leader. Those who covet power and engage in cutthroat competition for rank would undoubtedly be envious. This was the chosen heir, born with a crown in her bloodline. Man-Man glanced down at her petite paw, shaking the little golden ring, noting that it did not possess the allure of Zong Pei's earrings. "Your father's earring is a defensive treasure," Su-yin remarked with a smile, "similar to yours. He had gifted her one as well." In truth, the childbearing system proved far more advantageous than any earring for her. Nevertheless, since it was a gift from him, she felt it inappropriate to decline. With her new treasure in hand, Man-Man, brimming with pride, fluttered her chubby, fluffy wings and scampered off to play with the three-headed dog. Meanwhile, Bai Kaisen entered with freshly brewed tea and pastries. Su-yin personally served tea to the elderly Lady Ming. This visit was not solely to see Man-Man. Did she have other matters at hand? As children grow, it is time for them to marry. You and Man-Man's father have already welcomed one child and are expecting another. It is only fitting that a wedding be arranged. When do you plan to hold it? You may express any desires you have. A marriage proposal? How utterly unexpected. However, I fear I cannot comply. I apologize, Lady Ming, but the child I carry does not share the bloodline of Ming Linyuan, and I have no intention of marrying him. Lady Ming furrowed her brow slightly, then gazed at her belly, smiling as she said, "Ah, matters concerning the youth are not for an old woman like me to meddle in. There is but one request I hope you will acquiesce to." "What is it?" Lady Ming? Su Yin inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt. Lady Ming turned her gaze toward the window, where Man was still playing with the three-headed dog. She is the sole pureblood of the Ghost Chariot Phoenix clan, and even more precious as a female. Therefore, I wish to take Man back to the Ghost Chariot Phoenix clan to teach her the profound heritage of our lineage. Of course, if she longs for you, I shall return her. Whether Man is willing is paramount. I earnestly hope she embraces the opportunity to learn our heritage. Please speak with her. I shall come to fetch her tomorrow. Am I to tell her? Has she been ensnared? Man is still a child and will naturally listen to you and Lin Yuan. There is no need for concern on Lin Yuan's side. The heritage is something he could never learn, while Man can, and he will undoubtedly agree. Besides, you are soon to give birth and may not have the energy to care for her. In truth, she has the energy, if worst comes to worst. You could leave her with Shaman, who excels at looking after children, being a child-rearing system herself. I understand your intent, lady. I do not oppose Man going to the Ghost Chariot Phoenix clan, but I have a condition. If you can fulfill it, I would even personally escort Man to the clan. Speak, Lady Ming. If it is within my power, I shall comply. Could it be that Lady Ming has perceived Man's potential? Su Yin picked up an orange fruit from the platter, peeling away its greenish-yellow skin to reveal the vibrant orange flesh within. She broke off half of the succulent fruit and offered it to Lady Ming. Lady Ming accepted it, raising her hand to cast a soundproof barrier, ensuring their conversation remained confidential, and gravely stated, "I must admit, you possess an extraordinary ability to bear children. Your heavenly tier fire affinity talent, coupled with an impending dark talent, is remarkable. Should this talent become known, you would find it impossible to protect her. The demons of the Dark Continent would eagerly seek to claim her." "Indeed," Su Yin replied, finishing the orange and wiping her hands with a cloth. "It was quite sweet. Lady Ming should sample it as well." Lady Ming took a bite, but having lived so long, she had tasted countless rare delicacies and found it unremarkable. Though she politely praised, "Not bad." "Then indulge a bit more." Su Yin placed another orange in front of Lady Ming. "As for me, besides my fire affinity, I possess another ability related to progeny, known as maternal connection." "Maternal connection?" "To elaborate, if my offspring were to encounter misfortune, I would receive visions of their final moments. Additionally, I can share my life force with my children. I possess 9 lives by birthright, allowing me to divide them among my progeny. Even if they perish, I can revive them. It is essential to reconcile the matter of Man's death and rebirth." Lady Ming seemed to realize the significance of what Su Yin was about to reveal. "Lady, place your hand in mine. I shall show you a vision." Su Yin extended her delicate, fair hand, palm up. Lady Ming hesitated momentarily before placing her hand in Su Yin's. Su Yin gazed at her hands, which belied the age of her countenance. In truth, they were youthful, slender, and exquisitely delicate, reflecting on Ming Linyuan's shape-shifting abilities. It occurred to her that the current appearance of the elderly matron might indeed be a deliberate transformation. Ming Linyuan had also witnessed this scene, which is why he now finds himself in the Dark Continent. Su Yin instructed Xiaomei to show the video of Man's tragic incident to old Madame Ming. With age comes wisdom, and old Madame Ming managed to maintain her composure after viewing the footage. However, the sudden appearance of crimson lines on the back of her hand betrayed the tempestuous emotions raging within her. "My condition is simple, the retrieval of Man's gifted soul pearl. If not, she shall remain by my side as my intimate companion until she reaches adulthood. As for her life thereafter, she may choose her own path." Old Madame Ming rose to her feet, sealing the agreement with her declaration. Su Yin's face radiated an expression of eager anticipation. "Very well, I shall await the good news from the matriarch." Ming Linyuan had yet to return, and it was highly likely that he had encountered formidable obstacles. The matriarch Ming was the venerable leader of the Ghost Car Phoenix clan, a woman who had once triumphed over the Demon Emperor in the Dark Continent. With her support, the chances of reclaiming the talent Soul Pearl would undoubtedly be enhanced. After bidding farewell to old Madame Ming, Su Yin proceeded to a nearby tea house for a moment of repose. The attendants at the tea house, upon noticing her pronouncedly rounded belly, were filled with trepidation, fearing that she might stumble while walking. Consequently, they forbade her from ascending to the upper floor. Su-yin had no choice but to find a cozy seat by the window in the hall. A pregnant female is regarded as extraordinarily sacred in the eyes of males. Moreover, with the phantom beasts having captured numerous females, the sight of a pregnant female out and about is indeed a rarity more precious than anything else. The glances of the males, both overt and covert, were all fixed upon Su-yin. Su-yin paid no heed to the gazes directed her way. She summoned a servant, requesting a pot of tea and a fruit platter. "Not so fast, Miss Su," the servant interjected. "You cannot indulge in tea at the moment. Shall I bring you some sheep's milk instead?" The servant declined to serve her tea. Su-yin smiled, saying there was no need to be so cautious. "That won't do. Your health is now precious," the attendant remarked without exaggeration. "Even the beast emperor himself would yield the way for you." Su-yin was left speechless and had no choice but to concede, saying, "All right, just bring me a glass of milk." The attendant cheerfully went off to prepare it for her. "Is it really you, Sister Su?" Chui Zi approached her table, his expression one of disbelief. "You're pregnant?" "Yes. I'm close to giving birth," Su-yin replied with a smile. "Could it be Senior Zong Zili's?" "It is indeed his." Su-yin invited him to sit down and take a rest. Amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding males, Chui Zi sat at the same table as Su-yin, his heart brimming with excitement. "How could you become pregnant so quickly? It's not even a month since we started our tests. For us mice, a month is considered a full term," she explained. "That's remarkable. The gestation period for mice is relatively short. The same goes for rabbits. Around 1.5 to 2 months. Alas, I can't even think about it. My fate is destined to be that of a bachelor. This time, the illusion beast has truly eradicated our future generations. Not only did they capture females, but they also killed many, which is utterly infuriating. Now everyone is awaiting the Emperor's command to march to the Dark Continent and annihilate the demon race. Indeed, the illusion beast's self-detonation was far too lenient on them. I've heard that chaos has erupted in the Dark Continent as well, with the demon Emperor's sons embroiled in internal strife, fighting fiercely. Upon hearing this, Su-yin became intrigued. "Do tell me more." As dusk approached, Su-yin returned to her inn from the tea house. She had consumed quite a bit of milk and felt slightly full. Moreover, she had gathered considerable information regarding current events. The last time the Beast Emperor led an army to the Dark Continent, the unexpected self-detonation of the illusion beast had temporarily halted their advance. However, a small elite unit had still been dispatched to the Dark Continent for reconnaissance, which included Zong Zili and Pei Xian. Considering the current turmoil in the Dark Continent, it was likely that this elite team had made significant contributions. Unfortunately, given her condition, she wished she could go and see for herself. With the new semester of the Divine Beast Academy approaching, Su-yin, due to her impending delivery, could not attend and thus asked Bai Kaisen to request maternity leave on her behalf. To her surprise, not only was she granted 3 months of leave, but she also received a substantial amount of financial support, which truly astonished her. With all arrangements in place, she awaited the arrival of her child in peace. Su-yin remained composed. After all, this was her 6th child, making it difficult not to be. In contrast, Bai Kaisen and the others were quite anxious, living in a state of constant trepidation and uncertainty. Su-yin observed their demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle, as it seemed as though they were the ones giving birth, rather than her. "Sister Su, do you really not need to find a midwife?" Bai Kaisen remarked, counting on her fingers. "Tomorrow is the final day. It would be wise to invite a midwife to the inn, ready to assist you with the delivery at any moment." Su-yin smiled and said, "No need for that. This is not my first child. I can manage it myself." Shortly after her words, 3 shamans arrived at the inn, personally arranged by the Beast Emperor. The trio, tall, short, and stout, donned robes befitting their mystical profession. Su-yin donned a loose-fitting green maternity gown, reminiscent of surgical attire on Earth, capable of concealing bloodstains without being glaring. She reclined on the bed, observing the bustling shamans as they prepared their offerings. "Does His Majesty have any further instructions?" she inquired. "In the event of extraordinary circumstances, prioritize the preservation of the larger over the smaller," the stout shaman replied curtly. Su-yin's expression stiffened slightly. "As per my own will, we shall heed your Majesty's commands." The stout witch replied solemnly, "Moreover, fertile females are of greater value. Indeed, please have the pregnant female consume this elixir that facilitates a smooth delivery." The diminutive witch handed Su-yin a cup of water along with a pill. Su-yin gazed at the elixir and water, smiling as she replied, "No, thank you. The expression on the short witch's face darkened. Does the pregnant maiden have objections to my offspring elixir? Not at all. I simply do not wish to partake. Aside from the offspring system's elixir, Su Yin harbored skepticism towards all other medicinal concoctions. Then please, the pregnant maiden may drink the water. The short witch withdrew the offspring elixir. Su Yin found it increasingly difficult to refuse, and indeed, the process of childbirth necessitated copious amounts of water. As the onset approached, swallowing would become quite challenging. She took the water cup, had a sip, and noticed the peculiar taste of the water, casting a glance at the diminutive shaman. The little shaman was busy preparing the newborn's swaddling and other items, exhibiting no signs of concern. The high shaman inquired, "Is there something amiss with the pregnant female? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" "Oh, it's nothing. Could you please take the cup for me?" Su Yin handed the cup to the high shaman. "Certainly," the high shaman replied. Accepting the cup, Su Yin lay on the bed, closing her eyes. "How much longer until I can speak with Xiaomei?" she inquired. "If you hadn't taken that dose of the induction medication earlier, you would have had about 10 hours left. Having consumed it, labor is expected to commence within an hour, with the possibility of uterine rupture." Su Yin abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at the diminutive witch. She noticed the witch pouring out the remaining water from earlier through the window. With the system in place, the host could rest assured. Xiaomei comforted Su Yin, encouraging her to focus on giving birth. "I know that your presence brings me solace, yet why does she wish to harm me?" 500 points, host. "Do you wish to uncover the reason?" "Xiaomei, your business acumen is impressive. I will inevitably become your unpaid labor." "Absolutely not," the system assures the host. As long as the host can fulfill the childbirth task, there awaits not only a rebirth on Earth but also a significant reward for the host to anticipate. Yet again, you dangle empty promises before me. Su Yin was not swayed by her words. "Take your 500 points, and also relieve me of that labor-inducing potion's effects. I will not permit any mishap to befall my child." "Understood, host. The potion's effects have been neutralized. Please receive the video." Xiaomei's voice resonated with evident delight. Su Yin was rendered speechless. At last, she understood whom Man had taken after. "Someone like you, Xiaomei." "Xiaomei, what an absurd accusation." In the Beast Emperor's palace, an exquisitely magnificent edifice, a diminutive which knelt reverently upon the ground. Before her, seated upon a lofty throne, was a strikingly beautiful young lady, none other than the Beast Emperor's precious daughter, Princess Ziqiao. With an air of noble indifference, she addressed the little witch. "Are you to assist Su Yin in her delivery?" "Indeed, Your Highness," the little witch replied with utmost respect. "I have heard that during childbirth, females are prone to unexpected calamities, such as severe hemorrhaging." The little witch's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon Ziqiao. Ziqiao toyed with the lovely floral patterns adorning her fingertips, stating coolly, "I do not wish for her to survive. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. In return, the witch's debts at the gambling den would be entirely absolved." Cold sweat beaded upon the little witch's brow. How could the princess possibly know of my debts to the gambling den? What of His Majesty? "I have intercepted the information. My father is unaware." It was, in fact, her deliberate act to conceal the truth and manipulate the records of other witches, orchestrating the little witch's advancement. "Thank you, Your Highness. I understand what must be done. I await the good news from you." Su Yin lay on her side with her eyes closed. After the 3 shamanic priests had prepared everything, they found themselves in a state of idle anticipation, as Su Yin had yet to show any signs of labor. Throughout this time, the diminutive shaman repeatedly inquired whether there were any indications of impending birth. Yet, Su Yin remained unresponsive, indulging in her meals, drinks, and slumber as if today were not her due date. Su Yin had been quietly observing the diminutive witch, who was truly ruthless. Noticing that her cup of water had been tampered with, she realized that the subsequent meals had also been compromised. It seemed that the intent was to eliminate her. "Ziqiao. Oh, Ziqiao, I bear you no grudge. Why then do you wish me such harm? Do you perceive me as an easy target?" Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her. 10 hours had elapsed, and she began to enter the throes of labor. Yet, she could not place her trust in the diminutive witch. It was unthinkable to leave a ticking bomb at her most vulnerable moment, just as she prepared to summon Bai Kaisen to escort the witch away. A man with fiery red hair abruptly appeared in the delivery room. His urgency was palpable, as his tattered black military uniform emanated an unmistakable aura of menace. And a gory, crusted wound marred his face. Su Yin was so startled by his sudden appearance that the pain of contractions vanished entirely. "Zongzili, why are you back? Isn't today the day for the childbirth?" Zongzili dared not approach the bed. He was acutely aware of how dire his condition was and feared it might adversely affect Su Yin. Suddenly, Su Yin smiled, suggesting that he should wash up first. In a moment, you shall assist me in delivering the young ones, sparing the 3 shamanic priests from the task. Very well. The gaze of Zong Silai shifted to the 3 shamans. Having just returned from the battlefield of the Dark Continent, their eyes, filled with a chilling aura of bloodlust, made even the most guiltless of souls tremble. The short shaman, burdened by her own misdeeds, could hardly bear the weight of her conscience and stepped back, pale and uneasy. In an instant, Zong Silai discerned something amiss with her. Without uttering a word, he seized her by the throat and dragged her away. The other 2 shamans, too fearful to intervene, fell to their knees with a thud, their foreheads pressed to the ground. They had sensed the short shaman's treachery but understood that her actions were likely directed by someone else. To avoid offending that unseen force, they chose to feign ignorance. Leave now, Su Yin instructed the 2 of them. Please, matron, spare us. We know nothing. The stout shaman's voice trembled with fear. Indeed, we have elders to care for and children who depend on us for sustenance. We implore your mercy. Depart now, and you may escape unscathed. Should he return and find you still here, however, it would not bode well. Those returning from the battlefield are accustomed to bloodshed and show no hesitation. The 2 shamans exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual dread, then bowed deeply to Su Yin before hastily fleeing. Before long, Zong Silai returned, having cleaned himself thoroughly. He donned a fresh and crisp outfit, and the wounds on his face had been treated, rendering him less fearsome in appearance. Su Yin retrieved a large band-aid from the system space and brought her face closer. Very well. Zong Zili did not inquire about the item in her hand. He simply complied with whatever Su Yin instructed him to do. As Su Yin meticulously dressed his wound, a sudden and excruciating wave of pain surged through her, compelling her to cry out in agony, her grip tightening desperately around Zong Zili's arm. Zong Zili, initially unflinching even in the face of a million monstrous adversaries, now found himself engulfed by a profound sense of fear. Yin Yin, what can I do to assist you? He stammered. Just stay by my side. That is all I ask, Su Yin replied, her face contorted in pain. All right, Zong Zili exclaimed, his heart aching for her, wishing he could absorb her suffering, 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. As the waves of pain intensified, Su Yin recognized that the moment of delivery was imminent. I shall reiterate. Should I fall into a feigned death, do not bury me, I will awaken shortly, she instructed. Understood. Zong Zili replied, his face paling with fear. Do not worry. I shall be perfectly fine. Can you guess whether it will be a girl or a boy? She teased. A girl, resembling you, a mouse-clan female, he chuckled. Though Su Yin gritted her teeth against the pain. The host has 2 minutes remaining. How wonderful, yet the sensation of this pain is something I can scarcely endure. No matter how many times I face it. Su Yin closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, gathering her final reserves of strength. Zong Silida said, Yin Yin, we shall not bear any more children in the future. Su Yin slowly opened her eyes and gazed at him, suddenly breaking into a smile. Was she truly no longer angry? Zong Zili replied earnestly. Su Yin rolled up his sleeve and gazed at the blood mark she had left on his arm. But I still wish to have another child with you, she said. No more, Zong Zili replied, his eyes fixed intently on hers. Su Yin grasped his hand, observing his fair and delicate wrist. No, I wish to bear your child. With that, she bit down on his wrist bone, exerting all her strength. And something seemed to detach from her being. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped her, and her entire soul felt as though it were ascending, suspended in a tranquil space where even breathing was remarkably clear. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 6th offspring. Gender, male. Beast form, 6-tailed deer. Talents, heavenly level wind affinity. Heavenly level space affinity. Golden essence awakening special affinity. Absolute scales of judgment. Father beast, 3-tailed deer. Rewards, a childbirth gift package and a talent scroll for the mother. What does the absolute scales of judgment entail? Su Yin pondered, somewhat bewildered. The special affinity is a collective term for unconventional abilities with variable characteristics. The absolute scales of judgment involves a tangible balance scale, where objects are added to each side for measurement and judgment, yielding results of absolute infinity. The explanation left her feeling dazed. To simplify it, imagine 2 apples being weighed. Each is placed on either side of the scale. The heavier one prevails, while the lighter one faces consequences. Oh, that doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. It's merely a scale. In the future, it might prove useful for small transactions. Su Yin soon set the concept aside. However, later on, when she witnessed the absolute scales of judgment being capable of measuring entire continents, where the victor continued to exist and the vanquished ceased to be, she understood the terrifying extent of this infinite power. "Little May, how much has this child helped you grow?" Suyin inquired, her concern rooted in the implications for the type of gifted child she would bear next. Little May's voice sounded more joyful. "Yes, host, the childbirth system has grown to 99. Wonderful," Suyin exclaimed, but then paused, realizing, wait, does that mean I need to find another male below the spirit realm? "Indeed," Little May replied. Suyin contemplated for a moment, realizing that all the males she had borne children with had already crossed the threshold of the celestial stage. Perhaps she should seek out the answers upon her return to the academy. What was that innate talent scroll? Enhancing one's own strength is undeniably crucial. The talent is of the blue tier, and the arcane talisman, was it for drawing symbols? Indeed. Zhong Silin cradled the offspring she had birthed, emerging from between her legs. The tiny creature was as white as snow, boasting a fiery red tail with 6 distinct segments. This is none other than the legendary six-tailed deer. Although it possessed a celestial tier talent, once it entered the transformation phase, it would directly ascend to the spiritual tier, requiring no cultivation whatsoever. Truly, it is my offspring. Zhong Silin held the young creature, watching as it struggled vigorously to rise, momentarily lost in astonishment. Could it be that he had a descendant of legacy? The fawn emitted sounds akin to a baby's cooing, gazing up with eyes resembling obsidian, until it confirmed Zhong Silin as its paternal beast. Finally settling down to rest in the warmth of his palm, Suyin endured great hardship during childbirth, and the newborn also faced significant struggles. After valiantly emerging from the womb, the infant must swiftly adapt to an environment entirely different from the one it had known. Zhong Zili retrieved a specialized swaddling cloth for the infant, along with a cradle, which he had meticulously prepared upon learning of Su Yan's pregnancy. He harbored doubts regarding the offerings prepared by the shaman. It was a son. In the Zhong family, for 3 generations, only males had been born. Zhong Zili gently placed the infant in the cradle and lulled him to sleep, then turned his gaze towards Su Yan. His heart felt overwhelmingly heavy. For the moment she delivered their child, he realized she had ceased to breathe. At that instant, he felt as though his own heart had stopped beating. Had it not been for the infant's desperate attempts to break free from the amniotic sac, he might have followed her into the void. Just like his father, who had only clung to life to raise him, lest he too succumb to the embrace of the beast god alongside his mother. "Yin Yin, you claimed you were merely in a state of false death. Did you not deceive me?" Zhong Zili intertwined his fingers with hers, leaning down to kiss her lips, using his own warmth to thaw her gradually chilling body. Yin Yan's tongue, hotter than fire, sought to provoke her into awakening. Yet, Su Yin remained utterly unresponsive. Zhong Zili reflected on her previous actions, transitioning from tenderness to bitterness, until finally, tears of molten sorrow cascaded down her face. "Yin Yin, did you not promise you would awaken soon? Open your eyes and behold our son. I have yet to name him. Will you decide?" His voice, hoarse, resonated with profound grief. Suddenly, a young man with blue hair and blue eyes appeared in the room. Observing Zhong Zili's despair, he mocked. "You have brought about her demise." Zhong Zili's spine stiffened, and he slowly turned, his eyes now a furious crimson, locking onto Rongwu. "What are you?" Rongwu seized the infant from the cradle, astonished to discover the little deer had 6 red tails. "Has your ancestral grave begun to smoke? Put him down." Zhong Zili exuded a palpable aura of menace. "Very well." Rongwu abruptly flung his hand, sending the little deer soaring out the window. Zhong Zili was taken aback, instantly teleporting to catch his son. However, upon embracing the child and turning back, he found Rongwu had vanished, along with Su Yan on the bed. "Host, system updates will require approximately 48 hours. Another virus? It is merely routine maintenance. Once the system upgrades, the update time will be significantly reduced. We are only one away from the upgrade. I must leave this place quickly to avoid being buried again. How long have I been in this state of false death?" 20 minutes. Why so long? 1 minute within the system equates to 10 minutes outside. The host has spent 2 minutes in the system space, while 20 minutes have elapsed outside. No wonder last time I felt as though it had not been long, yet Ming Linyuan buried me. I must get out of here post-haste. As Su Yan's soul returned to her body, she slowly opened her eyes and moved her fingers. Just as she was about to call out to Zhong Zili, a flash of blue caught her eye, followed by a sharp pain in her neck, plunging her consciousness into oblivion. The azure sky, the white clouds, the boundless sea, and the soft, elongated beach. Su Yin had consumed the revitalizing pill, and her body had completely recovered. She still donned the green maternity dress she wore during childbirth, the back stained with dark traces, remnants of the blood from her delivery. The system was still in the process of updating, expected to reboot in approximately 36 hours. Barefoot, her delicate, snow-white feet sank into the soft sand. As Su Yin gazed around in bewilderment, calling out, "Is anyone there?" No response met her inquiry. Su Yin furrowed her brow, and just at that moment, Shaman updated her status. Otherwise, she would have immediately teleported back. Now, she was left with no choice but to wait for another 36 hours. She rummaged through her system space and discovered a tent, a complimentary item from the childbirth gift package, which now proved to be quite useful. After exerting considerable effort, she finally managed to set up the tent. Sitting on the accompanying blanket, she opened a can of fruit, eating while gazing at the ocean view, and reflecting on the blue shadow that flashed before her upon waking, along with the pain in her neck. She must have been kidnapped. But by whom? Was it Zichiaoer? That seemed unlikely, though she was unsure of how she had offended this little princess. It was evident that she sought her life and would certainly not allow her to live. The blue shadow lingered in her mind. Among those she knew, there was one associated with Blue, a blue-haired, blue-eyed male named Rong Wu. Had Rong Wu been the one to abduct her? But why? Perhaps she could inquire directly with him. The tranquil sea suddenly parted, revealing an underwater sandy path. Rong Wu emerged from the depths, holding several fish in his hands, his clothes and even his hair utterly untouched by water. Su Yin tucked away the can she held. And regarding the tent that had already been set up and was witnessed by him, she dismissed it. "Rong Wu, where is this place? I want to go back," Su Yin commanded coldly. Rong Wu smiled, and in that instant, his face was so stunning it left one breathless. "That is not possible. I exerted considerable effort to bring you from the Eastern District's imperial capital to the Southern District. Is this the Southern District?" Su Yin furrowed her brows. The Southern District is abundant with lakes and rivers. It is the realm of the aquatic beastmen. However, the aquatic beastmen rarely venture from the water throughout their lives. Thus they do not interfere in terrestrial disputes. You are an aquatic beastman? I am an amphibious beastman, capable of thriving in both water and on land. Amphibious? What is your true form? Su Yin pondered the creatures she knew that were amphibious: frogs, crocodiles, hippopotamuses. Suddenly, Rong Wu teleported in front of Su Yin, his gaze fixating on her slender, flat abdomen, entirely uncharacteristic of one who had recently given birth. "Bear me a child, and you shall know," Su Yin remarked. "Did you not previously reject me?" Rong Wu replied, "I have now changed my mind and agreed." Su Yin remained unmoved, apologetically stating, "I adhere to a principle. A good horse does not graze where it has previously fed. If you wish for me to bear your child, it is simply impossible. But what if I insist upon it?" Rong Wu suddenly grasped Su Yin's neck, his gaze turning dark and menacing. Su Yin gazed unwaveringly into the deep blue eyes of her counterpart, showing no signs of fear. "I shall not perish," she declared. "Then I shall slay that little dear spirit." The madness of murder flashed in the depths of her eyes. The corners of Su Yin's lips curled downward slightly. Those who truly knew her would understand that this was a sign of her extreme anger. She scolded, "Utterly foolish. How could she have ever considered having a child with him?" Fortunately, that did not come to pass. Otherwise, the child would be lacking in all aspects apart from looks. "What did you say?" Rong Wu's expression darkened further. Su Yin scoffed, "To threaten his mother with a child, you truly possess remarkable skills." Rong Wu gradually regained his composure. 35 hours and 40 minutes had passed. Su Yin glanced at the time when the system update concluded. "If you intend to take my life, I kindly ask you to expedite the process. Otherwise, please release me. I have just given birth, and my body is exceedingly weak, in need of rest." Rong Wu relinquished his hold on her and cast a glance towards her tent. "Where did this come from?" "From the heavens," Su Yin replied dismissively. Turning back to the tent, pulling the zipper to create an enclosed space, Rong Wu listened to the sounds of her organizing her belongings within the tent, while he picked up a thoroughly deceased fish from the ground and began to clean it. Observing his noble demeanor, one would not expect him to handle the fish so adeptly. Yet, with his mastery of water manipulation, he quickly and efficiently prepared 3 plump sea fish. Using his water elemental power, he conjured several blocks of ice to chill the fish, before glancing at the tent and venturing into the nearby woods. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a handful of round, golden fruits and a bundle of firewood. Su Yin had indeed fallen into a slumber. Although the returning essence pill had restored her physical vitality, her mental state remained somewhat lacking. She slept fitfully, her mind drifting in and out of clarity. Suddenly, something soft pressed against her lips, accompanied by a refreshing scent reminiscent of the sea. Instinctively, she parted her lips to breathe, only for the soft object to slip inside. In an instant, Su Yan's consciousness awakened, and upon realizing what it was, she bit down fiercely. Rongwu swiftly retracted his tongue. Had he not done so? Given Su Yan's ferocity, he would surely have suffered. "You wicked woman," he immediately exclaimed in complaint. Su Yan, in a fit of rage, laughed scornfully. "Am I a venomous woman? Huh? Who, pray tell, is the real scoundrel and rogue here? It's quite astonishing that you, a scion of a prestigious family, possess such a lack of decorum. Or perhaps it's true what they say, that a nephew mirrors his uncle. You seem to have an innate penchant for villainy." Rongwu's uncle, Lin Fu, the esteemed dean of the Divine Beast Academy, along with his fellow dean, Zi Yuan, jointly governed the institution. However, they were suddenly beset by allegations claiming that Lin Fu had, in his youth, seduced a female to her demise, with irrefutable evidence presented. Upon learning of this, the leadership of the Divine Beast Academy reported the matter to the Beast Emperor. The Emperor issued a gag order, concerned that this scandal might disrupt the upcoming enrollment process, and discreetly dispatched individuals to manage Lin Fu's predicament. Su Yan would know that it was old Zong, the father of Zong Silin, who revealed this to her. That man, once he has a few drinks, becomes particularly loquacious, spilling all sorts of stories. Su Yan managed to extract quite a few embarrassing anecdotes about Zong Silin. Stung by the uncomfortable truths, Rongwu turned and exited the tent. Su Yan vigorously wiped her lips with a disinfecting wet wipe, yearning to rinse her mouth with a potent antiseptic solution. Upon emerging from the tent, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Rongwu as he dashed into the embrace of the sea. Outside the tent, several golden fruits resembling coconuts adorned the landscape, while 3 fresh fish were skewered on slender twigs, poised above a pile of firewood, awaiting the spark to ignite a flame. She, after all, was a master of the fire element. Su Yan glanced at the fruits, then at the fish, and finally her gaze settled upon the surface of the sea. Xiaomei's criteria for selecting a male beast revolved around identifying the pinnacle of talent that Su Yan could accept. Rongwu, being of the Earth-level water system, did not entirely meet her standards, yet he was not entirely dismissed either. However, upon encountering Zhong Zili, Xiaomei swiftly eliminated Rongwu from consideration. Consequently, the disapproval of a male beast by Xiaomei inevitably influenced Su Yan, leading her to harbor little interest in that individual. Su Yan approached the sea, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze against her face and the briny scent of the ocean in the air. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over her, as if the emotions of someone far away were being conveyed to her through the water. Su Yan furrowed her brow slightly and took a few steps back, distancing herself from the water. That peculiar sensation vanished once more. Rongwu emerged from the water, clutching a gigantic lobster over a meter in length. Su Yan's fondness for lobsters was undeniable, as her gaze involuntarily darted towards the large lobster in his hand. "I apologize, Su. I should not have treated you that way, nor should I have forcibly brought you here. Once you have eaten your fill, I shall escort you back." The hair that Rongwu had originally styled swept back now hung down, accentuating her delicate features, while her eyes, brimming with sorrow, evoked an instinctive urge for empathy. Suddenly, Su Yan recalled the wave of sorrow she had just experienced. Could it be that you were not him? Su Yan gazed at the current figure of Rongwu, a peculiar sensation rising within her. "Is the bun delicious?" Rongwu suddenly smiled, a soft yet sorrowful and beautiful expression. "What is your name?" Su Yan cautiously inquired. "Rongrua," he replied. "Indeed, he is a person of duality. What then is Rongwu?" "He is the younger brother, and I am the elder." In the imperial capital, the Rong residence lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The old clan leader observed the terrified head of the Rong family with a grin. "Out of respect for our past relations, I shall provide 3 days' time. No, a single day. I will undoubtedly capture the rebellious child and deliver him to the clan for your disposal. If my daughter-in-law loses a single hair, I shall demand the Rong family pay in blood." The old clan leader chuckled as he rose to depart. Behind him stood the imperial city guards. Clearly, his visit had the Beast Emperor's approval. Whatever he did or said would not invoke the Emperor's wrath. This was precisely what the head of the Rong family feared. Since Lin Fu's incident, the Rong family had found themselves at the center of a storm, their connections with once friendly families severed. Even the little princess, who had previously taken a liking to Rongwu and often visited the Rong estate, was now barred by the Beast Emperor. Within less than 2 months, the Rong residence had plummeted from the pinnacle of the imperial capital to the lowest echelon. Generations of efforts had been inexplicably undone. Now, with the scandal of Rona kidnapping the clan leader's daughter-in-law, it was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. It seemed the Rona family could no longer remain in the imperial capital. I had warned that he would inevitably become a source of calamity. He should have been sent to the southern district sooner. The master of the house had disagreed, and now the entire Rona family was embroiled in this crisis. Madame Rona ground her teeth in fury. As the second wife, she had never been valued due to her inability to bear a child of both genders for the head of the family. Now that the Rona estate was on the brink of collapse, she could no longer endure this humiliation. The head of the Rona family looked at her and suddenly recalled something. Why not plead with your cousin to see if he can offer assistance? The mention of this caused Madame Rona's expression to darken, akin to a stormy cloud. Do you know who gave birth to Pei Xian's son? Was it not said to have been brought back from the Sinubeast forest? It was your good son who kidnapped Su Yan. She bore him. Do you think that Lin Fu's past misdeeds were reported neither too early nor too late, with irrefutable evidence? Who was responsible? Was it not your good son who provoked the wrong individuals? Are you implying Pei Xian? Su Yan savored the grilled lobster while listening to the tragic tale of a youth, twisted by the complexities of a remarried family, gradually descending into madness. This echoed the adage that those whom we despise often possess their own vulnerabilities. Rong Ruaz, akin to an elder brother, also represented a principal persona. Following the head of the Rong family's remarriage, he became preoccupied with social engagements and family business, often neglecting to see Rong Rual for months on end. Mrs. Rong, in her frustration over her husband's indifference and her inability to bear children, unleashed her wrath upon the young Rong Rual, alternating between scolding and reprimanding him. As time passed, Rong Rual blossomed into a strikingly beautiful young man, inciting inappropriate desires in the increasingly unhinged Mrs. Rong. It was during this tumultuous period that Rong Rual manifested a second personality, Rong Wu. Rong Wu was characterized by his erratic disposition, sharp tongue, and impulsive rage. His emergence brought considerable distress to Mrs. Rong. Gradually, Rong Rual began to fade into the background, with Rong Wu taking the reins of their shared existence, even altering the family tree to reflect his name instead of Rong Rual. His fervent wish was to vanish entirely, yearning for a reality where he had never existed. The occasion when Su Yan and Bai Kai Xian purchased steamed buns marked his final appearance. After the exchange of control, he opted for eternal slumber. Subsequently, all Su Yan encountered was Rong Wu. That scoundrel Rong Wu, who toyed with my affections yet lacked the courage to assume responsibility, hiding away like a coward. Su Yan savored the succulent meat of the lobster claws, relishing the moment. Rong Ruo remarked with a smile, if he chooses not to emerge, there is little I can do. Su Yan took another sip of the golden coconut juice, still the timid one. Can you take me back? My child has just been born and needs care. Well, Rong Ruo replied, I possess the dual beast form. In my terrestrial form, my innate ability is of the earth tier, while in my aquatic form, it is of the heaven tier. With my heavenly tier talent, I can utilize the teleportation technique. Impressive. You are truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. It is utterly impossible to guard against you. Being underestimated by a full tier of strength could lead to immediate regret. He chuckled softly, then handed Su Yan a piece of fish meat, carefully deboned, saying, Allow me to apologize on behalf of my brother. If there is any way I can make amends, do not hesitate to let me know. No need. I shall simply take it as a dog bite. Su Yan accepted the fish meat, deciding it best not to take too seriously the words of one with a troubled mind. Thank you, Rong Ruo said, a gentle smile gracing his face like a tranquil stream. Su Yan happened to catch a glimpse and was momentarily captivated by him. You should take charge of your body. Otherwise, your brother will eventually take advantage of you. For the time being, I still have some matters to attend to. Rong Ruo continued to peel the lobster meat for Su Yan. Su Yan indulged in a hearty meal, her belly round and full. Rong Ruo assisted Su Yan in folding up the tent, while also utilizing her water elemental power to cleanse the stains from her clothing. The green maternity dress now appeared as good as new. Su Yan smiled and said, In my inn, there is a fellow adept in the water element. Each day, as I watch him wield the principles of water to maintain cleanliness, I find it immensely soothing and truly delightful. The unique talents bestowed upon each race ultimately serve the purpose of ensuring their continued existence, as they are employed to benefit humanity. Su Yan gazed in as Rong Ruo gradually transformed into his true form. His ears elongated, his stature more than doubled, and his blue hair cascaded almost to the ground. A glimmer of golden light adorned the corners of his eyes and brows, while his skin took on a delicate hue of blue. His features became extraordinarily enchanting, and his lower half morphed into a magnificent fishtail, shimmering with iridescent scales akin to a rainbow's attire. How exquisite! Suyin exclaimed, reaching out to caress his scales. Noticing her admiration, Rona tore off a piece of his scale and offered it to Suyin, utterly unconcerned about the flesh exposed beneath where the scale had been removed, from which flowed a bluish-purple blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Suyin hastily pressed the scales back down, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Just because you admire something doesn't mean you must possess it. Do you understand the essence of appreciation?" As she observed the location of the wound, the blood ceased flowing immediately after she pressed the scales back, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Stop acting irrationally. Let us return." She truly felt exasperated with this lunatic. It was no wonder that Silin claimed he was not entirely sane. In the brightly lit and warm room, Silin, burdened by a profound sense of despair, clutched the newborn fawn tightly, unwilling to relinquish his hold. Previously, during their time in the Dark Continent, he found it amusing that Pei Xian insisted on carrying his child even while slaying magical beasts, almost as if he wished to have the child perpetually in his mouth or upon his back. Now, however, he found himself understanding that sentiment entirely. The little creature, desperate from hunger, struggled vigorously and cried out. Just then, the elder Zong returned from outside. Hearing the cries of the young one, he recognized the need for nourishment and gently patted Silin on the shoulder, urging him to let the child feed. Only then did Silin release his grip, allowing the elder to take the fawn into his arms. After the elder counted the fawn's tail, confirming there were 6 segments, a broad smile spread across his face. Eventually, amidst the urgent cries of the little one, he carefully handed it over to a nursing female for feeding. Turning back to speak with Silin, he noticed that Silin still appeared lost in thought, prompting him to suppress his smile. He understood from his own experiences that there were times when no one could assist, and one had to navigate their own path. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "That child, Su, clearly possesses a fortune. She will surely transform misfortune into good fortune and return safely. Additionally, I have exerted pressure on the Rong family. They have already dispatched individuals to the southern district in search of her. If I do not see her before dawn, the entire Rong family will be exiled to the Dark Continent. Teleportation requires a significant amount of elemental power." Originally, Rong Wu, accompanied by Su Yan, had nearly exhausted his elemental energy traversing from the eastern district's imperial capital to the southern district. Now, as they turned back, he felt increasingly strained. The sky had fully darkened, but for most of the beast men, visibility at night posed no difficulty. Those with heightened abilities could navigate seamlessly regardless of the time of day. "We should reach the imperial capital before dawn," Rong Rua stated, his face pale as he addressed Su Yin. "There is no need to rush," Su Yin replied. "You should rest a while." "No, the longer we linger, the more dreams we may encounter," Rong Rua countered, opening his pack to prepare a tent. "Wait. There is a town up ahead. Why don't we inquire if there is a teleportation array nearby? Lacking elemental power does not mean we are devoid of financial resources." Rong Rua paused, observing the sparsely lit town, before finally agreeing, "Very well." The nearly abandoned town was overgrown with weeds along the streets, and many shop doors hung askew. What transpired here? Su Yin wondered aloud. It must have suffered an attack from magical beasts. Those are the remnants left after their demise. Rong Rua pointed to a dilapidated corner where some black ashes lay. "Help! Is anyone there? Help!" A sudden cry for assistance pierced the air. Su Yin hurried to take a look, but was halted by Rong Rua. "Be cautious. Do you suspect a trap?" Su Yin gradually calmed down, surveying the dilapidated houses around her. Indeed, it was wise to remain vigilant. "I'll go ahead," Rong Rua asserted, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yin. Su Yin gazed at his youthful, slender silhouette, contemplating his wish to vanish from this world. How deeply must he despair to feel no attachment whatsoever? "Are you aware of all that Rong Wu has done?" Su Yin felt a flicker of curiosity about their master-servant dynamic. Rong Rua shook his head, stating that while he wielded control over his body, I remained in a state of slumber. Su Yin walked behind him, noticing the clear footprints he left on the ground, and playfully began to step into his prints as she moved forward. Suddenly, with a thud, she bumped her forehead against his slender back, akin to colliding with a tree trunk, causing a slight sting. "Why did you stop?" Rong Rua turned back to glance at her, apologetically remarking, "We have arrived." Su Yin leaned forward to gaze ahead. A dark crow was preening its feathers, and once it finished, it continued to cry out, "Help! Is there anyone there? Help!" Su Yin was perplexed. Where could it have learned that? Surely, There must be someone in need of assistance. Rona approached the crow and inquired, "From which direction did you come?" The crow, with its glossy black bead-like eyes, gazed at Rona, then with a final flap of its wings, took its leave. Suyin could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Rona smiled awkwardly, realizing that it was merely an ordinary parrot imitating speech. "Well, let us proceed forward and inquire with the households that have their lights on." This time, Rona walked behind her. Suyin occasionally glanced back at him, noting the warmth in his gaze akin to jade, complemented by a gentle smile that made it difficult not to feel an affinity towards him. "You are acquainted with the little princess, Ziqiao, are you not? I have a cousin who shares a close bond with the princess and often brings her to our family home for visits. So tell me, does the princess favor you? Or does she prefer Rongwu?" Rona had never contemplated this question. In fact, he was unaware of the princess's affections towards them. "I would surmise it is you." For Rongwu is indeed somewhat difficult to find endearing. Yet, it is precisely Rongwu's unpleasant demeanor that enables him to evade the malicious grasp of Madame Rona. Rona replied, "This has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? Do you not wish to wed the princess?" "Never crossed my mind." "That makes sense. You are preoccupied with the notion of eternal slumber, thus the myriad of worldly affairs hold no relevance for you." Suyin clasped her hands behind her back and strolled slowly. "I, on the contrary, yearn to start anew amidst this vast world. I possess a secret method to bestow longevity upon another. Would you desire my lifespan?" Rona solemnly inquired of Suyin. Suyin halted in her tracks, turning back in astonishment to gaze at him. "What did you say?" "I can see your lifespan. It is already less than a year," Rona replied. "How is that possible? How could he see it? Is it a talent of some sort?" She pondered. After all, Rona was not particularly likable. It would be better to leave together. Rona looked earnestly at Suyin, genuinely wishing to bestow his remaining time upon her. "No need," Suyin coldly rejected. Rona did not press further. The two walked in silence, side by side, until they arrived at a house illuminated by warm light. The entrance was meticulously tidy, and the fragrant aroma of cooking wafted from the yard. Suyin gently rapped on the door. Soon, an elderly gentleman appeared to answer. "Who is it?" he inquired. "We are merely travelers seeking a cup of water and hoping to inquire about a few matters," Rona replied. The door creaked open. The old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, gazed upon Suyin and Rona, particularly admiring Rona's beauty. "Come in, please," he invited warmly. Suyin attempted to express herself, but Rona interjected, saying, "Thank you, old sir. My wife and I have disturbed you." "Wife?" Suyin widened her eyes and silently mouthed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" In response, Rona remarked that this would put him at ease. Suyin, how could she not have noticed? Moreover, is it not permissible to refer to them as siblings or brother and sister? Upon entering the house, an elderly woman was arranging the dishes, and on the table sat a bowl of wild vegetable soup. Upon seeing the old gentleman return with a young couple, she inquired, "Who are they?" "Just a passing young couple," replied the old man, ever the gracious host. Suyin hurriedly replied, No, we've already eaten. Please, do not stand on ceremony." The old gentleman arranged the stools and invited Suyin and Rona to sit down and share the meal together. The old woman brought over bowls and chopsticks, along with 2 perfectly boiled eggs for them to enjoy. "You both are truly stunning in my lifetime. I have never encountered such beautiful individuals, male or female." "Thank you, dear lady. You are also quite lovely. Even in old age, you remain the most beautiful matron," Suyin said as she accepted the boiled eggs and casually handed one to Rona. The old woman beamed with joy at Suyin's compliments, exclaiming, "What a good child. Now please eat." Rona peeled the eggshells and placed both tender, white eggs into Suyin's bowl. Suyin whispered, "I will give it to you." She truly had little affection for boiled eggs, unless she was exceedingly famished. At present, her stomach was filled with lobster meat, leaving her hardly hungry at all. Rona chuckled and replied, "I am aware that you adore the egg whites. I shall indulge in the yolks." Suyin's face blossomed with a delightful smile. However, beneath the table, she fiercely stepped on him. Rona's expression momentarily faltered, but then he smiled even more gently. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Suyin. Suyin was covered in goosebumps. This fellow must be out of his mind. It was unwise to engage with him on his level. Sipping on a wild vegetable soup devoid of even a hint of salt, Rona, however, savored it as if it were a gourmet delicacy, showering it with incessant praise. Su Yin could only acquiesce, then drain the bowl of wild vegetable soup in one gulp, followed by a mouthful of egg white, before laying down her chopsticks. Have some more. There is plenty of soup, the old man remarked as he prepared to ladle more into Su Yan's bowl. Rong Rua promptly took the bowl and spoon, saying, "Allow me, sir. You eat first." "Very well," the old man replied with a warm smile. Su Yan quietly glared at Rong Rua and whispered, "I am truly full. I cannot eat another bowl. Yet." Rong Rua still served her a heaping bowl, displaying his kindness towards the child. Su Yan's eyes widened even further. "Oh dear, is my daughter pregnant?" The old woman immediately became excited. Su Yan wore a sweet and bashful smile on her face, yet when she glanced at Rong Rua, her eyes nearly blazed with fire. "Indeed, old man, go and slaughter our rooster to nourish our daughter." "Very well, I shall do so immediately." No, I have been feeling unwell these past few days. A simple broth made from wild vegetables suffices for me. I cannot stomach chicken, duck, or fish." "Ah, indeed, there is such a thing as feeling unwell." The old woman, having borne no children throughout her life, seems to lack understanding. You and the old gentleman, loving each other until old age, is quite admirable. Life is devoid of perfection. It is impossible to possess everything. Cherish what you hold in your hands, and that is sufficient, Su Yin remarked, grasping the old woman's hand. The old woman nodded, her understanding surpassing that of her daughter. "Come, drink another bowl of soup." "Spare her," Su Yin said, lifting the heavy bowl of soup as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Rong Rua had inquired of the old man, and it was true that this small town had suffered an onslaught from magical beasts. The townsfolk had either perished or fled, leaving only a few households like theirs, lacking both wealth and capability, who lived each day as it came. As for the teleportation array, there was one in the beast god temple. It could be activated with the insertion of crystal coins. The townspeople had departed through this array, journeying to Feifeng Prefecture. Su Yin left a considerable amount of red coins for her elderly guardians, along with a few crystal coins, fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, sugar, and salt, before quietly departing with Rong Rua. Upon arriving at the beast temple, they discovered a teleportation array, albeit in a less than optimal condition, with several damaged sections preventing its immediate activation. Rong Rua, having some knowledge of teleportation arrays, promptly set to work on the repairs. Su Yin gazed at him and inquired, "May I pose a question? How is it that you can perceive one's lifespan? Not everyone possesses this ability. It is a gift reserved for those on the brink of death." Rong Rua met her gaze and replied, "Once I have concluded my tasks, I shall bestow upon you the gift of lifespan, with no need for you to offer anything in return. There is no need for your generosity. I am capable of extending my own life," Su Yin remarked as she observed him placing the crystal coins into the teleportation array. "Let us depart. Dawn is approaching." In the imperial capital, they headed towards the teleportation array leading to the Sinew Beast Forest. All the talented males of the Rong family had been brought to this location. Despite the absence of Rong Rua and any news of Su Yin, Zhong Silai, as he had stated, intended to exile the members of the Rong family to the Dark Continent, with the exception of the elderly, women, and children. The head of the Rong family understood that this was the greatest concession and mercy offered by the Zhong family. Sending the Rong family to the Dark Continent to combat the demon beasts was a fate they could accept, especially since two highly valued fertile females from their family had been captured by the illusory demon beasts and perished in the Dark Continent. They had long desired vengeance. This would, in a way, fulfill that wish. "Thank you, Brother Zhong," the head of the Rong family expressed with a bow to the elder Zhong. The elder Zhong patted his shoulder and said, "Take care. This journey is destined to be one of no return." Zhong Silai had not appeared. He had already taken his son to the Dark Continent. In his alternate space, he had prepared enough milk for the fawn to last a month. The elder Zhong naturally wished to prevent the newly born fawn from accompanying Zhong Silai, yet no amount of persuasion was fruitful. He took the fawn with him nonetheless. Suddenly, the teleportation array illuminated, drawing the attention of all present. Someone had returned to the imperial capital. A blinding beam of white light revealed two figures. It was Su Yin and Rong Rua. When they had teleported to Feifeng Prefecture, an issue had arisen with the teleportation array to the imperial capital, necessitating further repairs before they could return. By this time, the sun had risen. Upon seeing the two, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The elder Zhong, in particular, had tears welling in his eyes, relieved that they had returned safely. However, waiting for Rong Rua was a resounding slap from the head of the Rong family, which struck his porcelain-like face, leaving 5 crimson imprints. Su Yin was also filled with trepidation. How could you resort to violence? The head of the Rong family immediately bowed deeply to Su Yin, declaring, "This ungrateful wretch has committed heinous crimes by kidnapping Su Gisi. Today, I entrust him to Su Gisi for judgment, whether to punish or to execute. It is entirely at your discretion." Su Yin gazed in astonishment at the old patriarch, perplexed by the situation. The old patriarch briefly explained that Rong Wu had taken her away, inciting the Beast Emperor's furious wrath, which led him to command the Department of Rights to hold the Rong family accountable. The Department of Rights granted them a day's time. If they could return her, the matter would be treated leniently. Should they fail, the entire Rong family would face exile to the Dark Continent. Su Yin furrowed her brow as she glanced at Rong Rua. The one who had kidnapped me was Rong Wu, and the person before me was Rong Rua. Rong Rua? The old patriarch scrutinized Rong Rua, noting that he no longer possessed the same arrogance as before. He no longer wore the bothersome demeanor of someone who felt perpetually wronged. Rong Rua respectfully bowed to the old patriarch. "I am Rong Rua, honored to meet you, elder." He seemed to have learned some manners since the last encounter. The old patriarch pondered this. The head of the Rong family was indifferent to such matters. Whether it was Rong Wu or Rong Rua, they were merely troublesome offsprings. A source of regret for having sired such a mixed-breed son. "Elder, I entrust him to you," he declared. "We, the Rong household, shall also venture into the Dark Continent. Not for any other reason, but to avenge the daughter of the Rong family." With that, he led his people towards the teleportation array. Previously, they had been exiled. But now it was different. They volunteered to take on this mission. The old patriarch performed a respectful gesture towards the head of the Rong family. "Your righteousness is commendable. I shall inform the Beast King, and upon your return, you shall certainly be honored." "Thank you," replied the head of the Rong family, then cast a sharp and disdainful glance at Rong Rua. "The Rong family can no longer accommodate you." This statement effectively banished him from the Rong household. Subsequently, their group vanished into the teleportation array. Rong Rua lowered his head, lost in thought. Su Yin gently patted his shoulder, stating, "I will explain to His Majesty. This matter does not concern you. It is my responsibility, and I should not have neglected him. I apologize, Su Yin. Please grant me a few days. When I return to find you, I shall accept whatever fate awaits me. There is truly no need for that. Just go about your business. Please do not seek me out again." Su Yin indeed wished to avoid seeing him once more. Rong Wu was akin to a ticking time bomb. Who could predict when he might appear? Understanding her implication, Rong Rua smiled gently yet sorrowfully before vanishing in an instant. The old sect master was astonished. Was he of the celestial tier? He possessed a dual beast form, one talent at the earth tier and the other at the celestial tier, both of the water element. Ah, now I recall. His birth mother was said to be a female from the southern region. She passed away shortly after giving birth, forever concealed behind a veil, and no outsider has ever seen her true visage. Su Yin contemplated the mermaid beast, thinking that it too must be a mermaid. And what of Si Li and the child? Alas, speaking of Si Li, he is incredibly obstinate. He has taken the child to the Dark Continent. What? There are still 19 hours remaining until the system completes its update. Su Yin felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. How could such a tiny cub possibly acclimate to the treacherous environment of the Dark Continent? Even she had to first consume a detoxifying elixir. "My dear daughter-in-law, there is no need for excessive worry," reassured the elder. "The Lu Shu clan possesses a natural resistance to darkness, rendering them less susceptible to the encroaching malevolent energies." The venerable ancestor personally prepared a pot of nourishing meat porridge and served it to Su Yin. Su Yin hastily rose to her feet, cradling her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Zhou. Please, eat up. As long as you call me father, it matters not whether you carry the family name or not. I have visited His Majesty in the palace. Upon learning of your return, His Majesty's countenance brightened, and he has dispatched his attendant, Yu Yin, to the Dark Continent, instructing the ceremonial officer to bring the child back." Su Yin took a sip of porridge. Despite her high resilience, she was still quite young. If he wishes to slay demons, so be it. The child must at least remain unharmed, and he cannot be allowed to act freely in the future. Indeed, my daughter-in-law speaks wisely. I shall educate him in such a manner henceforth. Old Zong now heeds Su Yin, the great benefactor of the family, without question or dissent. Su Yin chuckled softly, reassured by the safety of the child. Without absolute certainty, she presumed he would not keep the little one by his side. At such a tender age, it was a hardship for her. Her daughter-in-law spoke with great wisdom. What of Maman? It had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on her. Ah, she suddenly recalled that the little one was left in the system space, soundly asleep. The system space allowed for the setting of children as states, sleeping, playing, learning to speak, or acquiring innate skills. Given Man's youth, Suyin primarily permitted her to sleep or play, postponing the learning of skills until she was older. Oh, she must still be at the inn. I shall bring her over later to keep Grandpa's own company. Very well, I shall await her arrival. By the way, I was abducted by Rona to the Southern District. How is the relationship between the Eastern and Southern Districts? Rather ordinary. The beasts of the Dark Continent do not attack the Southern District, allowing them to remain self-sufficient with minimal interaction with the Eastern District. Why do the beasts not assault the Southern District? Yet, conflicts frequently arise between the Eastern and Western Districts. Among the 4 districts, East, South, West, and North, the Eastern District boasts the highest population of both orcs and various tribes, including the avian tribes, which collectively control a significant portion of the continent as resources. The Western District follows closely, but in recent years, both the variety and number of tribes have been steadily recovering. The Southern and Northern Districts have few orcs. The Southern District's orc population consists entirely of aquatic orcs, who generally remain submerged and seldom venture onto land, totaling fewer than those found in a single state of the Eastern District. The Northern District, perpetually frigid, is home only to a few resilient beast clans, such as the polar bear and snow leopard tribes, alongside scattered tribes that withstand the cold. The total orc population there does not exceed 2,000 and is gradually declining. The last time the orc emperor from the Northern District visited the imperial capital to celebrate the emperor's birthday, he came alone, a truly desolate sight. Having lived over 500 years without a female counterpart in sight. Are there any other districts apart from the 4, East, South, West, and North? Are you inquiring whether there are other orc districts beyond the continent? Yes. Old Zong peeled another spiritual fruit for Suyin, explaining. The beast world continent we inhabit is merely a foundational part of the vast beast world. If we consider the beast world continent as a single district of the beast world, there are indeed many more orc districts. Beast world? Suyin recalled that Shaman had mentioned her name was derived from the beast world birth system. Thus, she had initially believed that the Western District was a novice village, leading to the Eastern District for challenges and upgrades, ultimately returning to Earth upon task completion. In truth, the entirety of the beast world continent was the novice village. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, she had finally glimpsed the true expanse of the sky. Suyin was taken aback. Xiaomei, oh Xiaomei. It is no wonder that all 19 of your previous hosts have perished. If this is the case, she wonders if she can endure it. 19 hours have elapsed. Suyin reclined on her bed, toying with Man, who had just awakened from a deep slumber, brimming with energy. With a mischievous grin, the little one opened her mouth to unleash a fireball, exclaiming, I incinerated her mother. Host, Xiaomei has returned to normal. Have you located the next breeding male beast? I have not yet, Suyin replied, before hesitating. But I do wish to inquire whether the beast world continent is akin to a novice village for me. Indeed, host. This is merely the starting point for system upgrades. Once the system elevates from the ordinary beast level to the spiritual beast level, you will be able to traverse to the spiritual beast continent. There are also spiritual tier males here, such as Man's father and Xiaohao's father. This update has brought forth the latest news. The Holy War is about to commence. The spiritual tier beings of the beast world will randomly enter the spiritual beast continent to participate in this holy war. Holy war? What is that? Suyin was taken aback. At that moment, Man released a fireball that landed on Suyin's hair. A fierce flame ignited, startling Suyin, who hurriedly attempted to extinguish it. Her once pristine, waist-length straight white hair was now a charred mess. Man, Mingyu, Suyin exclaimed in exasperation. I'm sorry, mother. Man won't dare do it again. Man chirped, completely unfazed by Suyin's ire, as she flapped her little wings and flew out the window to play with the 3-headed dog. With a sigh, Suyin turned to Xiaomei and asked, Is there any hope for my hair? Xiaomei responded, The system shop offers a complete set of hairdressing tools for 5 points. Can't you provide it for free? Considering my diligent efforts in bearing offspring. Suyin pouted playfully at Xiaomei, who replied, Certainly, host. Please feel free to use it. Suyin felt a surge of happiness. Although her points were limited, the thrill of seizing an opportunity was truly delightful. After mending the singed areas, only the length of her medium-short hair remained. What hairstyle should she choose? Suyin pondered for a moment before finally opting for her most familiar collarbone-length wavy hairstyle. It exuded both sweetness and saltiness, a blend of languid sensuality and spirited elegance. That particular look was favored by someone special, perhaps due to its flattering nature for her facial structure, or perhaps it was simply a style that captivated men. Gazing into the mirror at the flawlessly trimmed hairstyle, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Unbidden, the tall, slender silhouette of that person flashed through her mind, a figure clad in a white shirt and black trousers, perpetually holding a cigarette that exuded a chilling fragrance. At work. His striking brows and sharp gaze conveyed an air of defiance. Away from work, he would regard her with a languid intensity, cradling her in his embrace, engaging in the most fervent of intimacies. Yet, upon discovering her pregnancy, he had callously taken the child from her womb. Shaman, clear the emotional cache. Su-yin nearly screamed. Host, the clearance is complete. Shaman replied. Why do I still think of him? Su-yin inquired. The specter of that individual lingering and becoming increasingly vivid. Perhaps after a moment's hesitation, Shaman responded, he is dead. The system could entirely eradicate the emotional imprints left by the living. Yet those who had passed would eternally reside within the host's heart, perhaps even resurging. No. Su-yin's eyes streamed with heart-wrenching tears. I will not allow it. How dare he die after inflicting so much cruelty upon me, leaving an indelible mark on my heart? Does the host wish to resurrect him? Shaman inquired. How many points? Su-yin asked without a moment's hesitation. Points, host. Please consider carefully. No need for consideration. Resurrect him. Otherwise, I shall not complete any further tasks. Understood, Shaman acquiesced. It could be mere seconds, or perhaps minutes, hours, or even centuries. Xiao Mei's voice resounded once more. Qin Mo resurrected. Health restored to 100. Host now has a debt of points. Completely erase him from my heart. Su-yan's voice was weak and hoarse. Understood, clearance complete. A hint of pity laced Xiao Mei's tone. In an instant, Su-yan's emotions settled into tranquility, to the extent that she could hardly recall Qin Mo's specific features. Man fluttered in through the window once more, announcing, someone is here to see you. Who is it? Su-yan adjusted her clothing and approached the window. A strikingly handsome man with violet hair and violet eyes stood beneath the small building, a smile playing on his crimson lips. Yin, how are you? Not well. Su-yin summoned Man back into the system space before directly leaping through the window. Ziki gazed in astonishment as Su-yin fell towards him, the traces of her tears still evident at the corners of her eyes. She landed securely in his embrace. And without hesitation, Su-yin pressed her lips against his with a fierce determination. Ziki had not anticipated her boldness. Yet he was not one to overlook such an alluring beauty presented to him. Warning to the host, do not engage in transcended childbirth. The voice of the little beauty echoed. Su-yin replied, this time I shall not resist. The handsome man delivered to my doorstep. I simply wish to indulge. Xiaomei, you two truly resemble each other. After a full 2 days, Su-yin finally returned to the inn from Linhai Garden. The indulgence of those 2 days amounted to a rather muddled affair. Yet, she felt the need to concoct an excuse for her impulsive actions. Thus she handed over the video of Zi Qiaoer and the short sorcerer conspiring against her to Zi Qi. Was their passionate encounter merely an act of revenge? Zi Qi appeared somewhat displeased. Su-yin was indifferent to his feelings. After all, she was solely focused on her own enjoyment. The Beast Emperor truly lived up to his title, excelling in his craft. Zhong Silu had not returned, as the situation on the Dark Continent was precarious. But he had instructed Yu Yin to bring back the fawn. Su-yin beheld her little Liuzi for the very first time. Its fur was as white as snow, reminiscent of her own, adorned with 6 fiery red tails that flickered like flames. Its large, beautiful eyes resembled black grapes, and atop its head were 2 small fleshy protrusions, likely the beginnings of future horns. Oh, my precious baby, having just been born, has already embarked on a journey to the Dark Continent with its father. How delightful. Indeed. The young fawn emitted a sound of pure innocence. Su-yin lifted him up and pressed her lips tenderly against his forehead, saying, your father bestowed upon you your given name, and your mother shall call you by a nickname. How does grape sound? Grape? Little dear Shu gazed at her quizzically. Indeed. This is your sister, Man. Su-yin then retrieved Man from the space. As Man emerged, she was about to protest against being forced to sleep suddenly, only to catch sight of little dear Shu. Moreover, he emanated a familiar aura that resonated with her own bloodline. Tilting her head, she inquired, who are you? This is your brother, Grape, the son of Grandfather Zhou. You must protect your brother from being bullied, all right? In Su-yan's eyes, Grape's talents did not quite measure up to Man-man's. Suddenly, the tuft of hair atop Man-man's head stood erect, her eyes widening in astonishment. I am the sister. Su Yin playfully flicked her adorable hair and smiled, saying, "Indeed. As an elder sister, one must set a good example and not lead her younger brother astray, understand?" "Got it, Mom." Man stood atop the grapevine, exclaiming, "Come, let me introduce you to a wonderful friend with 3 heads." The grape glanced at Su Yin. Su Yin gently nodded and smiled, saying, "Go ahead, have fun with your sister. Mother has prepared some food for you." Although Grape ran a bit unsteadily, Man was there to guide him, and the siblings interacted harmoniously. Su Yin released the system map, vigilantly observing the situation outside. She then opened the grand gift package obtained from the fresh grapes. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired an earth-level talent, the fire elemental essence. You have also received a complete set of exquisite black formal attire, a pair of diamond-heeled shoes, a pressure cooker, 500 pounds of fine salt, 20 packs of tissues, 50 cans of specialized milk powder for celestial tier young beasts, 4 bottles for young beasts, 2 warming bowls, 30 boxes of instant noodles, 100 blocks of butter, 100 liters of cream, 10 cartoon thermos bottles, 40 infant towels, and 6 New Year red envelope gift boxes." New Year red envelope gift boxes? Su Yin was quite surprised. What could that be? As a host from Earth, it was indeed the New Year season there. The thought of the new year brought memories of her mother, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. After a prolonged silence, Su Yin elevated her fire elemental talent and then took a can of specialized milk powder for celestial tier young beasts, along with 2 bottles. After preparing the milk, she walked to the window and called out to Man, who was the boss in the small garden. Man, bring your brother back for dinner." Man promptly instructed Grape to carry her back. The 3-headed dog cast envious glances at the 2 of them. Su Yin beheld the small eyes of the 3-headed hound and smiled gently. She then retrieved 3 succulent strips of meat from her spatial pouch and tossed them to the creature. Instantly, the 3-headed hound erupted with excitement, burying its head into the feast. Su Yin observed as the 2 children finished their milk, each letting out a satisfying burp in succession. Particularly Man, who had quite an impressive appetite, surprisingly felt full after just a single bottle of milk. With a yawn, Man expressed, "Mama, Man wants to sleep." "Sleep," echoed the sleepy Grape, who also felt drowsy. Su Yin looked at the 2 of them and hurriedly asked Xiao Mei about the infant formula. This is specialized formula milk for celestial tier young beasts, meticulously developed by the system. It is composed of 100 nutritious ingredients that are easily absorbed. Please rest assured to provide it to your little one. The phrase sounded somewhat familiar. Su Yin neatly arranged the bed, allowing the 2 little ones to drift off to sleep. She then seated herself at the bedside, gazing at them, and recalled the New Year gift boxes stored in the space. She retrieved 2 of them and placed them beside the children. 4 more remained. Pei Xian must have taken Xiaohao to the Dark Continent. Su Yin asked Xiao Mei, "Could you deliver the gift box to Xiaohao? The delivery fee is 50 points. Xiao Mei replied. Su Yin responded affirmatively. "Please send the other 3 as well." Watching as the gift boxes gradually vanished from the system space, Su Yin let out a soft sigh. "You do not return to the palace with me, yet you linger here in contemplation." At that moment, Ziqi appeared by Su Yan's side. Su Yin lifted her gaze to him, a soft mockery escaping her lips. The teleportation technique of the heavenly stairs was indeed boundless, allowing one to appear at any moment, in any place. "What is it?" Ziqi inquired, his slender fingers lifting her enticing chin, his gaze fixated on her face, lingering on her eyes, which still bore traces of unshed tears. "Do you desire children?" Su Yin gently brushed his fingers away, her eyes drifting to the bed where Man and Grape lay. Ziqi chuckled. "You ask as if you do not know. Indeed. Given my appearance, how could I possibly capture the Emperor's attention? It seems you are merely interested in my fertility." Su Yin rose to her feet. But before she could steady herself, she was abruptly pulled into his embrace. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the quaint wooden cabin of Linhai Garden, where they had recently reveled in unrestrained joy. "Indeed, it is your reproductive potential that has caught my eye," Ziqi's voice, seemingly unchanged, nevertheless instilled a sense of dread, his violet eyes exuding an eerie, captivating allure. Su Yin felt as though she were being watched by a colossal entity from the abyss, a chilling sensation causing her body and soul to tremble. "Very well, fulfill my desires, and I shall bear your child." With an audacious defiance towards death, she entwined her legs around his remarkably narrow waist, brimming with lethal allure. Ziqi gazed at her, suddenly pinning her beneath him, bending down to inhale the intoxicating fragrance of her alluring neck. "I have never encountered a female as adept at seduction as you, Yin Yin. Is that so? Then let us leave it at that for today," Su Yin replied, her interest abruptly waning. I still have to care for the child. Once I am prepared, I shall seek the Emperor. Until then, let us pretend that nothing has transpired. With that, she vanished in an instant. The smile at the corners of Zeki's lips grew more mischievous, as he mused. Do they not understand that I am someone to be summoned and dismissed at will? The sky gradually darkened. Su-Yin tucked away her drawings, none of which were of any use. It seemed her talent was indeed limited. Bai Kaisen knocked gently on the door. Sister Su? Come in, Su-Yin replied. Sister Su, here is the invitation to the Beast God Academy's Millennium Celebration. Millennium? The Beast God Academy has been established for 1,000 years? Indeed. Are you planning to attend the celebration? Yes, I shall go. And I will take Man and Grape along for some excitement. Grape? Is that your son, the one who was just born? Yes. What a lovely name. It is auspicious and suggests that Sister Su will be blessed with many descendants in the future. Haha, you flatter me. It was just a name I casually thought of. How has the inn been these past few days? It has been fully booked every day. I am considering hiring 2 more people. Coincidentally, 2 locals from Luhua town are looking for work. One is of the blue tier water element, and the other is of the green tier wood element. Their talents may be somewhat modest, but they are diligent workers. What do you think, Sister Su? Bai Kaisen scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Su-Yin smiled and remarked, We are hiring to get work done, not to hold a beauty contest. As long as one can perform well, that is sufficient. Thank you, Sister Su. Bai Kaisen set down the invitation in her hand and dashed out. Su-Yin smiled gently before opening the invitation. Gradually, the smile faded from her face, replaced by an expression of solemnity. The date inscribed on the invitation was 2 months hence, August 13th. This date also marked the commencement of the Holy War. The purpose of the Holy War was to contest for the rights of male spirit beings and the reproductive privilege of the holy females. She found herself among the candidates for the title of Holy Female. It appeared that the birthing system was not exclusive to Shaman. There were other birthing systems as well. Given the vastness of the beast realm, it seemed rather precarious for Shaman to stand alone. Although she was unaware of what the final evolution of this birthing system entailed, she was certain it encompassed more than mere procreation. There must be ulterior motives at play. Perhaps the true nature of these motives would only be revealed at the very end. What connection does this Millennium Anniversary celebration have with the Holy War? Su-Yin inquired. Shaman replied that the Millennium Celebration was, in fact, the inaugural ceremony of the Holy War. At that time, all spirit-level beastmen would enter a special spirit beast continent to commence their competition for the Holy Female title. The host would also have her own tasks, with the specific rules unveiled only in due course. I hastened to fulfill the remaining task within these 2 months, allowing for the possibility of 2 births. Only 1 birth is permitted. Prior to the onset of the Holy War, the host must cultivate purity and prepare for the competition for the title of Holy Female. It seems the choice for the father of the offspring can only be him. If Rona is amenable, Shaman responded. Su-Yin suddenly chuckled. Did you not claim he was incapable? The host recalled their first encounter, when his merman form had yet to awaken its innate abilities. Shaman responded, Well, if all else fails, we can find someone comparable within the academy. However, a male with the talent of the heavenly tier is not something one can stumble upon like a mere stone by the roadside. In the talent recruitment examination, the highest talent recorded was Rong Wu's earthly tier in the water system. Su-Yin ultimately resolved to seek out her objective at the academy. She could not perpetually wait for Rong Rua to approach her. Moreover, she had previously conveyed her desire to avoid any further encounters with him. A man of discernment and pride would refrain from troubling her again. The female dormitory of the Divine Beast Academy. Su-Yin was transferred to a spacious and brightly lit room, exquisitely furnished. The former small, dark room had now been repurposed as a storage space. It may have originally been intended for such use, but had been deliberately arranged by someone to serve as Su-Yin's dwelling. After setting down her luggage, she reclined on the fragrant, soft bed, gazing up at the ceiling adorned with auspicious floral patterns. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su-Yin sat up in bed, gazing at the door of the room as it opened. When Isin, who had previously encountered Su-Yin, entered with an expression that was far from pleasant. This is Sister Sun's room, she stated with a frown. Sister Sun? Who is that? Su-Yin momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Sun Manru, replied Wen Isin, her demeanor stern. Oh, Su-Yin said, clearly reluctant to recall the memory. As Sun Manru was someone she had effectively caused to perish. Although, had she chosen to ignore the matter, the demon beast within her would have eventually devoured her entirely. That was in the past. This is now my dormitory. Much like the antique bracelet adorning your wrist, which once belonged to another, it is now yours to wear. This was given to me by my mother. It is different. Very well, Su Yin shrugged. If you do not wish for me to reside here, you may speak to the Academic Affairs Office. They assigned me here. It was not by my own volition. If you can read, you may observe the sign posted on the door from the Academic Affairs Office. Of course, I can read. I simply do not want you living here. Xin. Someone called out when Isen's name. Stop causing trouble. Listening to the familiar voice, Su Yin inquired, Is that you, Dongfang Yin? Come over and join the conversation. Recognizing her, Dongfang Yin stepped inside, stating, I am right across from you. Oh, Su Yin replied, as she unzipped her luggage and retrieved a package of delightful fruits and snacks she had prepared for her guest, placing it on the tea table. I just arrived and haven't had the chance to settle in. Please, sit down and enjoy some fruit. Let us clarify the situation to ensure that everyone is comfortable during our stay. The dormitory administrator who accompanied her had already informed her. Originally, the dormitory housed 7 individuals. But now only 4 remained, herself, Dongfang Yin, Wen Yixin, and the young princess, Ziqiao. The other 3 had fallen prey to the illusionary beasts. And the outcome was all too predictable. The princess had also been absent recently due to health issues, leaving only the 3 of them together. The past grievances seemed to have faded away. We are here to learn, not to quarrel or fight. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed ladies? Wen Yixin remained silent. Seeing Su Yin extend an olive branch, Dongfang Yin appreciated the gesture, acknowledging, Sister Su, I acknowledge my past folly. If it weren't for you rescuing me from the illusionary beasts, I would certainly owe you a significant debt of gratitude. This was also a sentiment shared by her family, urging her to cultivate a strong friendship with Su Yin. The past was no longer relevant. What mattered was that she had borne an heir for the Zong family. And after having given birth to the 6-tailed deer spirit, even the Beast Emperor treated her with utmost respect. Any further conflict would not only concern her, but could also bring calamity upon the entire Dongfang household, as evidenced by the fate of the Rong family. What? Sister Yin was also captured by the illusionary beasts? Wen Yixin, having been well protected by her family, was unaware of such events. Furthermore, this was not something to be taken lightly. Dongfang Yin and her kin would naturally keep such matters discreet. Indeed, I possess formidable fertility and was captured by the illusionary beasts once. Later, my father shielded me using the absolute demon formation, while my brothers and elders stood guard day and night, only emerging once the illusionary beasts self-destructed. My family experienced something similar, Wen Yixin replied. But when she turned to face Su Yin, her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Su Yin looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Shall we sit down and enjoy some fruit together? This berry is quite delightful. It was specially sent by a new colleague from my inn, a local specialty. Well then, I shall indulge you and give it a try, responded Wen Yixin as she took a seat. Dongfang Yin offered an apologetic smile to Su Yin. I appreciate your kindness. Sister Su. In truth, this room is designated for Sister Sun, yet she has never stayed here, always accompanying the little princess instead. Wen Yixin added. Dongfang Yin quickly pinched her, urging her to cease speaking. Su Yin retrieved 2 bottles of perfume from her luggage, which is actually a space created by the system, perfectly suited to their fragrance preferences. She presented them to you, suggesting that they could serve as potent tools and charming boys during dates. As the barrier was lifted, Dongfang Yin and Wen Yixin revealed themselves to be merely 2 innocent and delightful young girls in their teens. As Su Yin engaged in conversation with them, it felt as though she had truly returned to her teenage years, experiencing a moment of lightheartedness. From their dialogue, she learned that the little princess, Ziqiao, was not absent from the academy due to ill health, but rather had been placed under house arrest by His Majesty. Furthermore, preparations were underway to seek a suitable male suitor for the princess, with intentions to marry her off from the royal palace. This was indeed a marriage, not merely an invitation for a husband to come to her. Remaining within the palace as a princess, any offspring she bore could potentially become the next Beast Emperor. Thus, if one were to speak of the most remarkable female in the imperial capital, it would undoubtedly be the little princess, Ziqiao. Yet now, with the Beast Emperor's decision to marry her off, she would be severing ties with the royal family. All princesses who marry are stripped of their royal status, reduced to the hierarchy of their husband's family. It is evident that without the royal aura, Ziqiao would merely become an ordinary noble female, not much different from Dongfang Yin and the others. It could be said that she had nearly fallen from grace. Was this decision by Ziqi influenced by the video she had sent him? She had never truly anticipated that the Beast Emperor would act so decisively against his own kin. Nevertheless, the outcome was indeed astonishing. After tidying up her room, Su Yin gathered a change of clothes and bathing supplies and entered the bathroom for a soak. However, the moment she stepped into the bathroom, Zichi appeared there in an instant. He had intended to ignore her for a few days, hoping she would come to seek him out. To his surprise, not only did she not seek him, but she had also returned to the academy. Was she in search of another male? Su Yin, upon examining the system map, spotted Zichi, who exhibited considerable restraint, as it had taken him 5 days to seek her out. Your Majesty, would you care to experience a Mandarin duck bath? A soft, enchanting voice, imbued with an alluring charm, wafted from the bathroom. Zichi's handsome face momentarily froze. He had not anticipated her to uncover his presence so swiftly. It seemed she had cast her net, patiently awaiting his capture. That night, Su Yan's body was utterly satiated, soft and pliable like a lump of clay. Yet her spirit remained remarkably invigorated. Seizing a moment to hydrate, she consumed a rejuvenating pill, instantly revitalizing her stamina to continue training alongside me. Shaman had previously informed her that one of the trials for the holy females involved physical prowess specifically. The duration one could endure in the presence of a male without consuming a rejuvenating pill. Thus, she sought to prepare herself in advance. The singular male she had yet to fully explore was the one before her now. Ultimately, it was he who, out of concern for her well-being, restrained his own desires, never once allowing her to witness him lose control. What fueled such enthusiasm? Zichi gently encircled her in his embrace, urging her to settle for a while. Are you done? Su Yan's playful fingers questioned, clearly still in the mood. I fear for your safety, Zichi replied, pinching her impossibly soft cheek. Do not be so reckless. I see you are incapable. Su Yan continued her audacious provocation. How could the illustrious Beast Emperor allow himself to be swayed by her mere words? He patted her slick back and inquired, Why are you crying? This seemingly unrelated question quelled the tempest within Su Yan. Since your Majesty has no desire to continue, perhaps we should return to the palace, for dawn is approaching. She extricated herself from his embrace, retrieving a seductive black lace nightgown from her spatial storage. It was a strategic misstep for Su Yan to reveal her vulnerability to him. You wear a mask before everyone, even before your own children, as if playing a role. It is only in the moment of your tears that I glimpse the true you. Zichi descended from the bed, donning a white attire adorned with subtle patterns, concealing his extraordinary physique, transforming once more into the exalted Beast Emperor. Su Yan poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to him. I am who I am. Whether or not I wear a mask, can you not discern my lips? Zichi embraced her tightly, drawing her close against his body. Yet, despite their proximity, she felt as distant as if he could never truly reach her. There is no one in your heart, Zichi remarked, piercing through the facade. He could see through her, just as those few favored ones could. Thus, they had only aspired to be with her children, never once hoping to possess her entirely. Truly, she was a wicked female. Su Yan consumed the wine from her cup, savoring it in her mouth. Her legs entwined around his waist like tendrils. She leaned down to capture his lips, transferring the exquisite wine to him. As dawn broke, Zichi finally took his leave. Su Yan finally caught a glimpse of his momentary loss of control, yet she still could not penetrate the depths of his being. She knew how to handle such individuals, but she found herself unable to act. He saw through her heart, and he was not wrong. She wore a mask, concealing her true self behind it. But what could she do? Only by maintaining this facade could she endure. Her genuine feelings had once sprouted tender buds, endured the pains of growth, blossomed into a towering tree, and bore fruit, only for that fruit to be shattered, the tree uprooted and split for firewood. It was dead, leaving not even a trace of ash. How could she allow anyone to witness this? Her last bastion of solitude had transformed into a barren wasteland, devoid of the strength of a lover. Sister Su, are you going to class? The voice of Dongfang Yin resonated from outside the door. Yes, Su Yan replied. She had yet to collect the academy's uniform, so she remained in her own attire, a graceful, pale blue long dress, complemented by a pair of exquisite white flat boots. Her collarbone-length, slightly curled hair was tied into a short ponytail, revealing her delicate, snow-white face, which radiated sweetness and playfulness, brimming with youthful vigor, though reluctant to admit it. You truly are beautiful. When Yisun gazed enviously at Su Yan's visage, Dongfang Yin, with her keen eyes, noticed a rosy mark on her neck, resembling a petal. Sister Su, were you bitten by something? Why is your neck red? Su Yan's face immediately flushed, for it was the very spot where Zichi had bestowed his final kiss upon her. A slight itch arose, prompting her to rub the area herself. "Just a moment," she said hurriedly as she retreated to her room to fetch some concealer to mask the redness, donning a silk scarf as well. Noticing the scarf, when Eason inquired, "It's so lovely. Where did you buy it, Sister Sue?" "It was a gift from a friend. I'll ask about it later." "Make sure to remember to ask. My brother always brushes me off, promising to buy me something, but in the end, he delays until I forget, and then he never gets it for me." Haha. Su Yin chuckled softly, eliciting a smile from Dongfang Yin, who kept her head bowed, concealing her expression. As they exited the dormitory, a tall and handsome young man stood outside. When Eason called out to him, addressing him as brother. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yin kept her gaze lowered, her expression hidden. Suddenly, when Eason linked her arm with Su Yan's, urging her forward while whispering, "My brother and sister Yin are discussing a match. Let us join them." Su Yin understood and said, "You should have mentioned it earlier. I will prepare a congratulatory gift for Dongfang. It is not too late to do so now." When Eason mischievously blinked and asked, "By the way, when are you and brother Zong getting married?" "We?" Su Yin recalled Zong Silin and shook her head. "It is unlikely that we will reach that stage." "Ah, but you have already had a child together." This was something she found impressive. Su Yin had given birth to a celestial offspring, an achievement she deemed absolutely unattainable, leaving her in awe. "Having a child does not necessarily mean one must marry," Su Yin replied with a smile. "That is true. Those who are married may not necessarily have children." This reverse logic seemed valid as well. "However, you are quite remarkable. How did your belly grow so much to bear a celestial being? Do share some secrets with me." With that, when Eason reached out to touch Su Yan's belly, Su Yin was touched by her, laughing softly from the ticklish sensation as she turned to evade. In her attempt to escape, she collided with someone. Su Yin hurriedly turned around. With his blue hair and blue eyes, the refined Rong Rua steadied her, cautioning her gently. "Rong Rua?" Su Yan's eyes sparkled with recognition. "You have returned to the academy." Rong Rua smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is I, Rong Wu, is it not?" When Eason scrutinized Rong Rua, "You may address me as such," Rong Rua replied with a smile. When Eason grasped Su Yan's arm and led her aside, whispering, "Keep your distance from him. He has a tendency to resort to violence and harsh words. His character is quite deplorable." Su Yin, Rong Wu has indeed tarnished Rong Rua's reputation. With her arm firmly grasped by Wen Eason, Su Yin could only say to Rong Rua, "I have something to discuss with you. Let us meet later at the library." "All right." A gentle smile graced Rong Rua's exquisite face. It was only after being pulled away by Wen Eason for a short distance that Su Yin remembered she had forgotten to mention the time and turned back to see Rong Rua still standing there. Slightly taken aback, she called out, "During